The man in black struggled incessantly, attempting to free himself from the arm constricting his neck. Shoo, shoo. Relax. Do not fear. Dizziness is a normal sensation and will pass shortly. Zhu Yunfei spoke in a gentle tone, increasing the pressure of the arm around the man's neck. In the next moment, he withdrew a dagger from his waist and brutally plunged it into the man's ribs. 3 breaths later, the man's body went limp, ceasing its struggle. Just as Zhu Yunfei was about to release him, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he spoke slowly. Playing dead? I nearly fell for it. Just moments ago, he had sensed the faintest heartbeat from his captive. A smirk crept across Zhu Yunfei's lips as he tightened his grip on the dagger and twisted it forcefully. The man in black jolted violently, his struggles intensifying. Alas, the constriction around his neck was unyielding, preventing any escape. The dagger was withdrawn and thrust in again, repeating this process thrice. Only when a man's life force had completely dissipated did Zhu Yunfei nod in satisfaction. Who would have thought you still had the presence of mind to feign death? Indeed, one must not underestimate the martial prowess of ancient warriors. He extracted the dagger, casually wiped it on the man's clothing, and returned it to his waist. Then he unceremoniously pushed the man's lifeless body into the nearby underbrush and surveyed his surroundings. From the traces left among the trees, Zhu Yunfei quickly discerned the direction in which the remaining quarry had fled. Enjoy the thrill of being hunted, you wretched fools. Hey, hey, hey. Zhu Yunfei cackled, retrieving his homemade crossbow and, following the trail through the forest, began his pursuit at a measured pace. The so-called quarry comprised Zhu Yunfei's half-brother, Zhu Yunpeng, and his accomplices. To understand the current events, one must go back 3 days. In the 2025 annual Blue Star International Assassin Rankings, the top-ranked Golden Assassin, Zhu Yunfei, was executing an assassination mission on the island of Sicily. Due to the betrayal of a traitor within the organization, he was besieged by over 100 members of the Italian mafia at the critical juncture of his life. Zhu Yunfei detonated explosives, igniting the island's gas pipelines, taking over 100 foes with him to the heavens. Time passed, though how long was unclear, and when the darkness receded, Zhu Yunfei opened his eyes once more to find himself in an unfamiliar forest. Goodness, is this hell? The environment is remarkably pleasant. In an instant, a flurry of questions filled Zhu Yunfei's befuddled mind. While he was still in a daze, a surge of unfamiliar memories suddenly flooded his consciousness, beginning to merge with his own. At that moment, it felt as though his head had been violently compressed, as if it might burst at any second. 10 minutes later, Zhu Yunfei wiped the tears and snot from his face, gasping for breath. Thank goodness for my resilient will. Otherwise, I would have met my end. Recalling the earlier sensation, Zhu Yunfei shivered involuntarily. Suddenly, the corner of his mouth twitched. I can't believe it. I've crossed over. Though he did not understand the reason, the memories that had just merged indicated that he had inhabited the body of a namesake in this world. Who would have thought that the life of the original owner was so tragic? What a pitiful existence. Now that I have taken over, you may rest easy. Fear not. I shall live out a remarkable life in your stead. Sensing the humiliation and resentment from the original owner's memories, Zhu Yunfei scoffed softly, speaking with a calm demeanor. The memories left by the original owner were quite detailed, allowing Zhu Yunfei to grasp the essence of the original's past. The original's life could be summarized as one filled with deep grievances and utter helplessness. In brief, a wicked stepmother, a cold father, a jealous brother, and a spineless self. A legitimate eldest son who had been reduced to living as a mere turtle for 15 years. Truly pathetic to the core. However, since the original owner had perished, Zhu Yunfei could only shake his head and refrain from further commentary. Though the original owner had lived a life of humiliation, survival was still survival. At least there was no immediate danger, despite the miserable existence. That in itself was no small feat. While life was indeed hard, following the original trajectory, the original owner could have persisted for several more decades without major issues. Until 6 months ago, when the original owner discovered the family's greatest secret in the ancestral hall, the legacy left by the ancestors. Through this inheritance, the original owner realized he possessed a spiritual root and could cultivate. Armed with the secrets from the inheritance, he commenced his training. After a period of cultivation, the original owner transformed, becoming more astute and acquiring a measure of strength. It was said that the impoverished could rise to wealth, and the original owner felt he had finally awakened. Abandoning the path of survival, he gradually began to showcase his talents in various situations. After half a year, he had successfully garnered the family's attention. Not only did his living conditions improve, but he also occasionally experienced a semblance of paternal affection that he had never known before. However, this very attention brought about his doom. 5 days prior, the original owner's father went on a distant journey. The scheming pair, his stepmother and brother, finally decided to act. It was a night of dark skies and howling winds. More than a dozen black-clad bandits, armed with long knives, invaded the household, kicking dogs and slashing at anyone in their path. They swiftly made their way to the courtyard where the original owner resided. Fortunately, an elderly servant, left behind by his biological mother, sacrificed his life to buy the original owner a few minutes to escape. Seizing the chance, the original owner crawled through a dog hole and fled. He narrowly avoided becoming a victim of the bandits' blades. The original owner believed he had successfully evaded death, only to discover that the bandits had abandoned their looting and were now pursuing him over the walls. Something's amiss. Inherently intelligent, the original owner immediately sensed the danger. However, the situation was dire. To save his life, he had no choice but to flee, ultimately plunging into the depths of the mountains. The bandits relentlessly pursued him for 2 days and nights. During the flight, the original owner realized that these men in black were not mere bandits. They were assassins specifically sent to kill him. The ringleader was none other than his half-brother, Zhu Yunpeng. Regrettably, this realization came too late. At this point, the original owner was cornered with nowhere to turn. In a desperate bid for survival, he leaped off a 100-foot cliff. Had he shouted before jumping, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west, I shall return, that scene would have perfectly mirrored a hero's return. Yet the truth was, the original owner was no protagonist of a novel. He left no final words behind and met his demise. He fell to his death. Then, Zhu Yunfei arrived. Revenge? Apologies, but I've just arrived and am not well acquainted with this place. Perhaps you should seek another. Having sorted through the original owner's memories, Zhu Yunfei winced and shrugged, abandoning the thought of avenging him. 1v11? What a ludicrous notion of crossover. I don't even have a proper weapon. Am I to rely on this little dagger? Feeling a flicker of discontent in his mind, Zhu Yunfei retorted indignantly. It is true that one should repay kindness with kindness. Having taken over the original owner's body, it would seem only right to avenge him. Yet, given the staggering disparity in strength, that must be reconsidered. I understand your urgency, but please do not rush. As the saying goes, a gentleman's vengeance is best served after 100 years. Is it not possible to cultivate immortality? In due time, once I achieve mastery in my cultivation, I shall surely avenge you. Not just your brother, but your entire family shall be sent to the netherworld as well. I guarantee it. A surge of unyielding emotion welled up within, refusing to subside, leaving one in a state of unease. With no other recourse, Zhu Yunfei made a solemn promise. Little did he anticipate that as soon as his words fell, a tremendous warmth surged forth, erupting from his dantian. In an instant, it coursed through his limbs and bones. The myriad wounds on his body began to scab over at a visibly rapid pace. MMHM. The sensation was itchy yet extraordinarily pleasant, prompting Zhu Yunfei to emit soft sounds of contentment. Simultaneously, 2 new segments of memory materialized in his mind. One, a fragmented cultivation technique, and the other, insights from the original body's training experiences. Oh, how delightful this feels. But wait, why has it stopped? Can it not continue? The exquisite sensation arrived swiftly, yet departed even more quickly. In merely a few breaths, the VIP membership experience card expired. Just as Zhu Yunfei began to sense the change, it came to an abrupt end. Feeling the newfound strength within him, Zhu Yunfei shook his head and let out a wry smile. Though the power was but a mere trickle, it was indeed authentic celestial energy. Zhu Yunfei sensed that not only had his old injuries healed, but his physical constitution had also seen a significant enhancement. At the very least, it had reached half of the peak condition he enjoyed in his previous life. With this improved physique, Zhu Yunfei could finally unleash a portion of his abilities. At the very least, he now possessed the means to survive in this world. The debt of gratitude loomed large. Ah, with the rewards fully delivered, it seems I must seek retribution. Regaining his composure, Zhu Yunfei realized the lingering sense of discontent had vanished entirely. He understood at once. The original body's final obsession had dissipated. From this moment forth, this body was wholly his own. Zhu Yunfei felt that while he was not a paragon of virtue, he was certainly not one to forget a kindness. The original body had not only bequeathed him its form, but also its cultivation techniques and all its accumulated prowess. A kindness received should be repaid, even if just a drop for a wellspring. The original body's grievances would undoubtedly be avenged out of course. That would not occur just yet. Rest assured and depart. I shall certainly fulfill my promise to you. If I vow to annihilate your entire family, then I shall indeed do so. Zhu Yunfei earnestly murmured to himself. As the saying goes, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. One day, when my power is formidable and I have become a formidable figure, I will undoubtedly assist the original body in realizing the dream of avenging the 9 clans. This matter can be discussed later. The most pressing concern now is to hastily leave this place. Fleeing is of utmost importance. My younger brother, that ungrateful wretch, is leading others in an attempt to eliminate me. According to the memories of the original body, this younger brother of mine is certainly no virtuous soul. He is exceedingly ruthless. Zhu Yunfei conservatively estimated that this brother would likely bring people to destroy the evidence. If I were to delay and become encircled, there would be no talk of revenge. This newly acquired life would most certainly be forfeited in this novice village. In my past life, as an assassin, I executed covert operations in the primordial forests of South America and the Golden Triangle. A small valley like this could not possibly confine Zhu Yunfei. Even under the cover of night, he swiftly traversed the jungle, aided by the moonlight. By the time the eastern horizon began to glow softly, Zhu Yunfei had successfully arrived at the edge of the valley. Phew, this body still lacks a bit of stamina. Thankfully, I am about to escape. Just as Zhu Yunfei contemplated leaving the valley and flying far away to seek a sect for proper cultivation. With the intention of returning for revenge once he had grown powerful, he noticed a group of individuals approaching the valley's entrance. This must be my ungrateful brother and his companions. Zhu Yunfei's mind raced as he quickly sought refuge in a large tree. Minutes later, the group indeed entered the valley's entrance. The entrance of this valley was quite narrow, only about 100 paces wide. The conversations of these assassins reached Zhu Yunfei's ears with crystal clarity. Young master, do we truly need to venture in to find that useless one? One assassin cautiously inquired of the youth at the center of the group. What? Are you unwilling to go? The youth furrowed his brow, his tone somewhat displeased. No. I merely believe that the cliff is so high, that useless one would certainly not survive a fall. The assassin's heart raced, and he quickly explained. Despite the youth's tender age, he was notorious for his ruthless nature, and as an assassin nurtured by the matriarch, they naturally feared his authority. I do not care for your opinion. I care for my own. The life and death of that useless one concern my mother's grand scheme. He must be seen alive or dead. Moreover, that useless one dared to compete with this young master, even in death. I shall have him torn to pieces to quench this young master's resentment. The youth snorted coldly, reprimanding them. He then waved his hand, signaling the others to proceed. Perched 30 paces away in the tree, Zhu Yunfei furrowed his brow. He could not recall the original body having offended this brother in any way. How surprising it was that this little wretch could be so cruel. I am, after all, his elder brother. Zhu Yunfei pondered quietly within himself, feeling a twinge of displeasure. Yet, facing overwhelming odds, he resolved to bide his time and retain a mental note of this debt. The assassins moved swiftly, darting through the valley's entrance. Just as Zhu Yunfei prepared to exhale in relief, he overheard a few assassins discussing their intentions to humiliate his corpse and scatter his ashes. One even suggested urinating on his remains. Such brazen insolence. Zhu Yunfei was taken aback. An unfamiliar emotion surged within him upon hearing those words. He felt a profound sense of humiliation, igniting a fierce anger within him. Who would have thought that this body could influence my emotions? Nonetheless, these scoundrels had sealed their own fate. Just because I haven't shown my prowess, they presume my title as a top-tier assassin is merely a facade. Since they seek death, I shall demonstrate to them the true meaning of cruelty. Zhu Yunfei's gaze turned icy, his tone laced with chilling intent. Initially, he had no intention of harming them to avoid unnecessary complications. However, the thought of being subjected to such indignities by these second-rate miscreants, even with their designs on his corpse, shattered his composure and filled him with murderous resolve. They would pay for their insolence. 1 against 11, the odds favor me. A subtle smile crept upon Zhu Yunfei's lips as a plan began to form in his mind. His pitiful younger brother, alongside the assassins, numbered 11 in total. Though outnumbered, it posed little concern for Zhu Yunfei. Through the assimilation of the original owner's memories and his recent observations, he discerned that none among the 11 were cultivators. They were merely ordinary mortals. With the faintest fraction of the original's cultivation coursing through him, Zhu Yunfei felt his physical capabilities had approached approximately 3/5 of his former self. That would suffice. Coupled with the narrow, intricate terrain of the valley and the dense foliage, he was confident he could eliminate all these assassins right here. Without further ado, the hunt commenced. Zhu Yunfei flashed a devilish smile, turning to follow the assassin squad led by Zhu Yunpeng, eagerly awaiting the opportune moment to strike. Soon enough, the first unsuspecting target emerged. One assassin strayed from the group, positioning himself beside a gnarled tree. He glanced back at the vanishing figures of his comrades, noting that none had taken heed of his absence. Impatiently, he began to unfasten his belt. At that moment, he remained blissfully unaware of a shadow that silently approached from behind him. Suddenly, the assassin felt a hand clasp firmly over his mouth, and instinctively, he attempted to struggle. Just then, a soft sound pierced the air. He felt a sharp pain in his chest, as if his strength were draining away like water from a leaky bucket. Darkness enveloped him, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. The experience of taking a life with this new body felt somewhat unfamiliar. It seemed evident that he would need to practice further in the future. As Zhu Yunfei continued to stab the corpse, he muttered his displeasure under his breath. After finishing the task, he casually wiped the dagger on the body and sheathed it. Only then did he rise to pursue the direction in which his team had vanished. The valley's terrain was excessively narrow and densely vegetated, causing the formation of the assassin team to naturally become dispersed. Aside from the two leading assassins, Zhu Yunpeng and an elderly man, the rest of the assassins lagged behind, scattered and sparse. This circumstance afforded Zhu Yunfei an excellent opportunity for ambush. In merely half a day, he had eliminated 3 isolated assassins. "Young master, the hour is late. Perhaps we should take a brief respite?" The elderly man, who had been closely following Zhu Yunpeng, cautiously inquired. Zhu Yunpeng glanced up at the sun overhead, nodded, and commanded, "Very well. Let everyone rest for half an hour before we set off again." The elderly man, upon receiving the response, turned to relay the order to the rear of the group. Chapter 3. Nightmare. A perilous step. Zhu Yunpeng beckoned 2 assassins to clear a small patch of ground for him to rest. In no time, a space was created. Just as Zhu Yunpeng was about to sit down, he noticed Zhang Bo hurrying from the back of the team, his expression appearing somewhat off. "Zhang Bo, what has transpired?" Zhu Yunpeng asked, observing Zhang Bo's flustered demeanor, his brow furrowing slightly with displeasure. "Young master, we are missing 3 individuals," Zhang Bo replied gravely, his voice barely above a whisper. What is the situation?" Upon hearing this, Zhu Yunpeng was momentarily taken aback, his brow furrowing even deeper. "The old servant has inquired with the others. These 3 have been lagging behind, citing urgent needs and rest. They have not reappeared since. Moreover, according to the others, there was no commotion when they vanished. The old servant suspects that these 3 might." Zhang Bo's words trailed off as he caught sight of the fury igniting in Zhu Yunpeng's eyes, prompting him to lower his gaze and swallow the remainder of his sentence. "A group of inept fools. Zhang Bo, convey the message that should anyone dare to harbor ill intentions, upon our return, their families shall receive a fitting reception from me," Zhu Yunpeng stated calmly, though Zhang Bo could not help but shudder at the undertone of menace. Given Zhu Yunpeng's character, the families of those 3 individuals would likely not face a favorable outcome. "Yes, this old servant will attend to it immediately." Zhang Bo nodded and turned to head towards the back of the group. Zhu Yunpeng, however, did not dwell excessively on the 3 who had disappeared. The pressing matter at hand was to locate the remains of his elder brother. This was crucial to his aspirations of becoming the heir of the family. Half an hour later, the group set off once more, continuing in the direction of the cliff. This time, however, their formation was notably tighter than in the morning. Indeed, I must not underestimate my younger brother. It appears the plan must be recalibrated. As the assassins came to a halt, Zhu Yunpeng and the elder were engaged in a discussion, prompting Zhu Yunfei to become alert. With a swift thought, he ceased his surveillance. Seizing the opportunity while the group rested, he maneuvered to the forefront of the procession and traversed the valley at full speed. Under the cover of darkness the previous night, he had failed to notice just how profound this gorge truly was. After a relentless 2 hours of running, Zhu Yunfei finally paused, breathless. Phew! Such distance should suffice for them to travel 3 or 4 hours. Indeed, this is an excellent hunting ground. Observing his surroundings, a satisfied smile graced Zhu Yunfei's lips. He resolved to designate this place as the battleground for his impending conflict. The reason was simple. A mere mile ahead lay the site of his initial fall from the cliff, the ultimate destination of his brother and his companions. This location served as bait to lure the quarry. The terrain on either side of the valley was formidable, characterized by rugged cliffs that appeared to have been sculpted by the heavens themselves. The valley narrowed to a mere 4 or 5 zhang, the tightest section within. With a slight arrangement of traps, Zhu Yunfei could ensure that the pursuers would experience firsthand the meaning of being trapped with no escape. Devious? No. This was the essence of wisdom. In the face of numerous adversaries, leveraging the surrounding environment to set traps was the only way to achieve his hunting objectives. Crafting traps was an endeavor in which Zhu Yunfei excelled. Dear brother, allow me to demonstrate to you the true nature of cruelty. With a wicked grin, Zhu Yunfei swiftly gathered an assortment of materials: wood, vines, thorns, stones, pits, and dry leaves. Utilizing everything at his disposal, he established a series of interconnected traps that spanned nearly a mile and crossed half the width of the valley. Any route likely to be taken by the assassin squad was laden with pitfalls every 3 steps and heart-piercing stakes every 5. In truth, the traps he devised were not intricate. They could even be deemed rudimentary. The lethal traps comprised only a small fraction of the setup, while the majority were simple contraptions designed to instill fear rather than cause death. This was precisely Zhu Yunfei's intention. High-caliber prey often fell victim to the simplest of traps. The key was in their abundance. Zhu Yunfei did not expect these minor traps to eliminate the entire group. It was not out of reluctance, but rather due to constraints of time and energy. His true aim was to instill fear and incite chaos among them. How could one catch fish if the waters remained undisturbed? Charging headlong into a confrontation against a larger foe would be folly, and Zhu Yunfei was far from foolish. In this domain, traps were plentiful, and quantity was assured without compromising on quality. Furthermore, Zhu Yunfei had camouflaged these traps exceptionally well, ensuring that his younger brother and the others would be thoroughly impressed. Once his preparations were complete, Zhu Yunfei turned back, cautiously making his way to the rear of the assassin squad. At critical junctures along their inevitable path out of the valley, he established several more traps. He would not allow a single fish to slip through his net, for a weed unrooted would sprout anew with the spring breeze. At this moment, Zhu Yunpeng remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger, directing his team deeper into the valley. Soon, they arrived at the location where Zhu Yunfei had meticulously laid traps. The hunting game had officially commenced. Within the valley, dense foliage surrounded them, and the ground was carpeted with fallen leaves. A killer tasked with clearing the path took a step forward. Suddenly, with a crack, his foot fell into a concealed pit. Although the pit was only a foot deep, it was filled with sharpened wooden spikes. Several of these wooden stakes pierced through the killer's right foot. A cry of agony escaped his lips as he stumbled forward, crashing into the grass. With a dull thud, the scream ceased. Blood oozed from the spikes that protruded from the killer's back. "Master, be careful," Zhang Bo exclaimed, swiftly pulling Zhu Yunpeng back. The remaining killers were taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. They hastily drew their long knives, standing on guard. Zhu Yunpeng observed the motionless figure on the ground, his expression dark as a stormy sea. It was evident that this trap was deliberately set. Moreover, there were no signs of human life within 100 miles of this valley. Thus, the truth was unmistakable. This trap had been devised by that worthless fool. He had somehow survived. Zhu Yunpeng's countenance twisted into a grimace of rage. He coldly commanded, "No one is to retreat. Everyone, move to the front and scout the path." The sudden appearance of the trap instilled fear in the hearts of the remaining killers. Yet, faced with their master's orders, none dared to defy him. Reluctantly, they stepped to the forefront, becoming human shields for the advance. Ultimately, Zhu Yunpeng's subordinates were nothing more than a band of pampered ruffians. Their usual exploits of intimidation, extortion, and violence were ill-suited for this treacherous, primordial forest. They were akin to lambs led to the slaughter. From the moment they stepped into Zhu Yunfei's trap-laden domain, their only recourse was to pray for the favor of fate. These killers proceeded with extreme caution, testing the ground with every step. Yet, the next half-hour would haunt them as an inescapable nightmare. Pits filled with spikes, grass concealing snares, vines entwined with wooden spears, an array of traps emerged, one after another. Each step was fraught with peril. The entire team had advanced less than 100 meters when 2 were lightly injured, 1 severely injured, and 1 unfortunate soul had perished. The remaining killers adamantly refused to continue. Seeing Zhu Yunpeng's furious expression, ready to erupt, Zhang Bo quickly interjected in a hushed tone, "Master, these men are utterly terrified. If we push them any further, it may provoke a backlash that could endanger you. That individual who fell from the cliff must have sustained significant injuries. Otherwise, he wouldn't have set so many traps. It is likely he intends to keep us at bay to buy time for recovery. Perhaps we should retreat to the valley's mouth and then set it ablaze." Upon hearing the words, Zhu Yunpeng's expression darkened considerably. The absence of the waste's corpse left an unsettling uncertainty. However, he recognized that, along with Zhang Bo, they were nearing their limit in suppressing these individuals. After weighing the situation for a moment, Zhu Yunpeng finally nodded. "Everyone, return the way we came," Zhang Bo shouted, issuing the command. The assassins, upon hearing this, showed signs of relief and hurriedly assisted their injured comrades, retracing their steps along the path they had previously traveled. This route, already traversed, seemed devoid of danger. Except for Zhu Yunpeng, The others felt a sense of relaxation. That was until they had walked 3 miles back. Crack! The leading assassin stepped on an inconspicuous twig. In the next moment, a chorus of whistling sounds sliced through the air from the surrounding dense forest. "Young master, be cautious," Zhang Bo shouted, swiftly pulling Zhu Yunpeng down to the ground. The remaining assassins, caught off guard, were pierced by a barrage of wooden spears. Only the gravely injured assassin miraculously evaded the onslaught of spears, though he stood frozen in shock. Chapter 4. Brother, I have arrived. Whoosh. The sound of air slicing through returned once more. A bamboo arrow, about an inch long, suddenly protruded from the throat of the surviving assassin. Gasping for breath, the assassin clutched his throat in terror and slowly toppled backward. "Ah, Zhu Yunfei, I know it's you. Show yourself." Zhu Yunpeng, seated not far away, screamed in rage. His eyes filled with deep resentment and fury. Beside him, Zhang Bo gripped his long knife tightly, vigilantly watching the front. At this point, Zhang Bo could not deny the unfolding events were a meticulously laid trap, designed for them to unwittingly walk into, leading to their demise. Was this truly the scheme of the young master? Observing Zhu Yunpeng's frantic demeanor, a flicker of confusion crossed Zhang Bo's eyes. That individual had always been perceived as a mere waste. How could he possess such intellect and cunning? Was all his previous behavior merely an act? Hiss. Contemplating this, Zhang Bo involuntarily inhaled sharply, his expression growing increasingly grave. Such machinations and forbearance were indeed terrifying to consider. Half an hour later, Zhu Yunpeng's voice had become hoarse. Yet despite his incessant shouting and cursing, Zhu Yunfei remained conspicuously absent. The master and servant endured the torment of anger and anxiety for a full half hour. Meanwhile, Zhu Yunfei had long since vacated the vicinity. He was not foolish. Facing 2 adversaries was not a risk worth taking. With a silent murmur, he retreated a mile, aware that they were still far from the valley's exit and determined to devise further strategies to ensnare those 2 individuals. Patience was paramount. The nerves can only be stretched for so long before they snap. As one of the 2 most promising heirs of the family, an abundance of wealth and glory awaited Zhu Yunpeng's return. He did not wish for death. "Ah, I refuse to perish here. I must return." With a wild cry, Zhu Yunpeng staggered to his feet and, in a frenzy, sprinted towards the valley's exit. Zhang Bo, having maintained a heightened state of alertness, was already mentally exhausted. He was taken aback by the sudden madness of his young master. By the time he regained his composure, Zhu Yunpeng had already dashed several meters ahead. The thought of the lurking threat spurred him into action. He swiftly drew his long knife and pursued. One fled, the other chased. The 2 figures soon caught the attention of Zhu Yunfei. "Dear brother, do watch your step," he smirked, observing the reckless charge of Zhu Yunpeng. To ensure safety, Zhu Yunfei had strategically placed over 10 traps along this path, some lethal, others merely inconvenient. Which type of trap would Zhu Yunpeng encounter? It was a matter of luck. Suddenly, in his frantic dash, Zhu Yunpeng felt a sharp pain in his right foot. In the next moment, his body lost balance, and he crashed to the ground with a heart-wrenching scream. He had fallen into a trap. Fortunately, it was not a fatal one, merely a pit. Yet, it was far from pleasant. The pit's floor was littered with sharpened wooden stakes, each adorned with barbs, while 2 stones were secured by mechanisms on either side. Poor Zhu Yunpeng, as soon as his right foot touched the pit, was pierced through by several stakes. As he instinctively attempted to withdraw his foot, terror gripped him. The wound was ensnared by the barbs of the stakes. The slightest movement sent agonizing pain shooting through the injury. To his greater horror, the stones that had been pressing against his calves tightened with his struggles, rendering him unable to escape. The more he panicked, the more violently he thrashed. The intensity of his movements only exacerbated his plight. Finally, when Zhang Bo reached Zhu Yunpeng's side, the young master rolled his eyes back and, with a final wail, succumbed to unconsciousness. Young master, Zhang Bo, having finally caught up, was breathless. Upon seeing Zhu Yunpeng in such a pitiful state, he was thrown into a panic. He grasped Zhu Yunpeng's shoulders, shaking him vigorously while shouting, "Young master, wake up. Young master." At that moment, a whoosh pierced the air. An arrow, released from the shadows, was aimed not at the crouching Zhang Bo, but rather at the unconscious Zhu Yunpeng. As a trusted confidant of the Zhu family matriarch, Zhang Bo was undoubtedly formidable among mortals, possessing senses that far exceeded the ordinary. But could he anticipate an ambush? The probability of success is exceedingly low. Thus, Zhu Yunfei must strike decisively. Indeed, at the very moment the arrow was loosed, Zhang Bo astutely discerned its trajectory and target. Zhu Yunpeng, that nefarious scoundrel. A wave of terror surged through Zhang Bo's heart, leaving him no time for contemplation as he instinctively shielded Zhu Yunpeng with his own body. Swoosh! A bamboo arrow, a foot in length, pierced deeply into Zhang Bo's back. Despite being a skilled warrior, he was still but a mortal. To expect a mere physical form to withstand the force of a crossbow bolt, even from the simplest of handmade crossbows, was an impossible feat with a cough. Zhang Bo spat out a mouthful of blood. The wound inflicted was indeed grievous. Zhu Yunfei acknowledged that this shot was a gamble on his part. He wished to ascertain the true loyalty of Zhang Bo Ha. It seems my wager was well placed. It is time to conclude this. A sly smile crept across Zhu Yunfei's lips, revealing a row of pearly white teeth. Zhang Bo had just sacrificed his body to shield Zhu Yunpeng from the arrow, and in doing so, had lost much of his combat strength. For Zhu Yunfei, the duo of master and servant had forfeited any chance of survival. Yet, caution is the mother of safety. Even when the enemy appears to be on the brink of defeat, one must never lower their guard. No, even in death, one must remain vigilant. Despite witnessing the bamboo arrow embedded in Zhang Bo's back, Zhu Yunfei did not reveal himself nor step forward to proclaim victory. This is, after all, the realm of cultivation. Who knows if this seemingly unremarkable younger brother could be a prodigious figure destined for greatness? Besides, what fundamental difference exists between confronting someone face to face and striking from the shadows? As long as the target is eliminated, that is all that matters. Remaining hidden is undoubtedly the more prudent choice. At the moment of the enemy's demise, taunting them serves only to introduce uncertainty into the mission, devoid of any substantial merit. Zhang Bo, what is this? With Zhang Bo's blood nourishing the ground, Zhu Yunpeng gradually regained consciousness, only to find himself bewildered by the sight of Zhang Bo, blood trickling from his mouth as he clutched him. Chapter 5. The Zhu family of Qingshui County. Just as Zhu Yunpeng struggled to comprehend the situation, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 soft sounds pierced the air, and Zhu Yunpeng felt Zhang Bo's grip on his shoulders tighten abruptly. In the next moment, he watched in horror as blood gushed from Zhang Bo's mouth. It was only then that Zhu Yunpeng observed the 4 crimson arrowheads protruding from Zhang Bo's chest. Zhang Bo, Zhu Yunpeng exclaimed, rushing to support him. Panic evident in his voice, momentarily forgetting the searing pain in his right foot. Cough, my lord. Zhang Bo managed to spit out a large mouthful of blood, only able to utter a fragmented sentence before succumbing to silence. His eyes, however, remained fixed, brimming with unwillingness and rage. Moments later, as Zhu Yunpeng called out to him, the light in Zhang Bo's eyes gradually dimmed, eventually extinguishing completely. Until his last breath, Zhang Bo never glimpsed the shadow of the puppet master behind this tragic fate. I will kill you. Kill you. Gazing upon the lifeless form of Zhang Bo, Zhu Yunpeng's eyes were bloodshot, resembling a madman as he screamed in a fit of despair. Half an hour later, his voice hoarse from shouting, he rasped, "You, come out. You, show yourself." His condition suggested an authenticity that was far from pretense. Indeed, it seemed time to bring this farce to a close. 50 paces away, Zhu Yunfei, hidden beneath a dense thicket of grass, fixated his gaze on the now subdued Zhu Yunpeng, silently contemplating the conclusion of this protracted hunt. The day had waned, and as darkness approached, it was time to personally terminate the life of his unworthy brother. However, Zhu Yunfei had no intention of emerging from his hiding place to engage in mockery before delivering the fatal blow. Such theatrics belonged to the realm of fiction and bore too great a risk. As a professional assassin, the art of killing should be executed unseen, leaving without a trace. That, indeed, epitomized true expertise. Suddenly, 3 arrows whizzed through the shadows. In the blink of an eye, they penetrated Zhu Yunpeng's body, one to the left chest, another to the right, and a third to the forehead. A textbook example of the Mozambique shooting technique. Zhu Yunpeng had no time to utter a cry of anguish before losing consciousness. Moments later, both he and Zhang Bo remained in an unyielding stillness. At that juncture, a rustling emerged from a nearby patch of grass, revealing Zhu Yunfei, cloaked in a disguise of thorns, rising from the ground and slowly approaching the bodies of the 2 men. The spoils of murder indeed promised wealth. To his astonishment, the possessions he unearthed from the pair were far more bountiful than expected. Zhang Bo, merely a servant, carried 3 silver ingots, 5 gold beans, and over 800 taels in silver notes. Zhu Yunpeng's situation was even more extravagant, though devoid of silver. He clutched a small pouch containing over 30 gold beans and an astonishing sum of more than 13,000 taels in silver notes. The thought of the original self's largest denomination note, a mere 100 taels, which had only been awarded after becoming a key focus of family cultivation, provoked Zhu Yunfei to curse under his breath. In that moment, he inscribed another damning reason in his little notebook against the original's biological father. After erasing all evidence of the 2 men's existence by incinerating their remains, Zhu Yunfei turned to exit the valley. His next destination was the city of Qingshui, home to the Zhu family, which was also the original's ancestral abode. Initially, Zhu Yunfei had intended to fulfill his promise to the original self, bringing ruin to his entire lineage, only after achieving success in his cultivation. However, he resolved to amend this plan, opting instead to eliminate his entire family first, thus severing the ties of fate with the original. This course of action would not only prevent future complications, but also secure the coveted treasures. The rationale was simple. Upon his arrival in this realm, Zhu Yunfei had gleaned from the original's memories that he had entered a world of cultivation. It was also learned that the Zhu family of Qingshui County seems to have some connection with a certain cultivation sect. For this reason, Zhu Yunfei harbored concerns that the Zhu family might harbor cultivators. Given his current strength, he knew he would be no match for them. Thus, seeking revenge for his original self in Qingshui County would be akin to lighting a lantern in a restroom, far too perilous. However, after a day of merging memories, Zhu Yunfei discovered that cultivators were not as commonplace as he had once imagined. The Zhu family, the original self's clan in Qingshui County, had no cultivators at all. In fact, there was not a single cultivator in the entire Qingshui County. With this revelation, he resolved, for the sake of the celestial sect's token, to fulfill his promise and first venture into Qingshui County. Zhu Yunfei stroked his chin in contemplation and nodded to himself. A month later, in Qingshui County, at the Yueli Inn, Room 3, through the narrow gaps of the street-facing window, Zhu Yunfei observed the entrance of a nearby estate. The plaque at the gate boldly inscribed Zhu Mansion, which was indeed the Zhu family of Qingshui County. The Yueli Inn was in close proximity to the Zhu family, and it was also the tallest building on the street. To ascertain the Zhu family's circumstances, Zhu Yunfei had rented this room, conducting surveillance for an entire month. After all, he was a member of the Zhu family, and being too close could potentially expose his identity, based on the memories of his original self. Coupled with over a month of observation, Zhu Yunfei finally awaited the opportune moment to act. 5 days later, the Zhu family would hold their annual family gathering, where every member would be present without exception. However, to ensure absolute certainty, Zhu Yunfei still had some preparations to undertake before proceeding. As Zhu Yunfei, wearing a straw hat, passed by the street corner, he happened to brush past a convoy. The procession slowed to a halt outside the Zhu mansion's gate. "Master, we have arrived," exclaimed the steward accompanying the group, lifting the curtain of the carriage. A rotund middle-aged man, resplendently dressed, leaned out. If Zhu Yunfei had been present, he would have recognized this corpulent figure as none other than his body's unworthy father, Zhu Dafu. Just over half a month prior, while negotiating business in a neighboring province, Zhu Dafu had suddenly received a letter from home, learning of the upheaval that had transpired. In a flurry, he abandoned his affairs and hastened back. After an arduous half-month journey, he finally returned. Upon seeing the carriage of their master, the household servants were about to approach to pay their respects, eager to curry favor and assert their presence. However, the astute servant, just as he was about to draw near, caught sight of Zhu Dafu's darkened countenance. With a wave of his hand, Zhu Dafu bellowed, "Get lost." He then descended from the carriage, storming into the mansion in a furious silence. Witnessing their master's face contorted with rage, the servants at the entrance immediately lowered their heads, not daring to utter a sound. How could it be that he had only been away for a few days, and yet the eldest son had gone missing? Forget it. That worthless wretch is dead and gone. But why, oh why, has my beloved youngest son vanished? In no time, the chaotic sounds of Zhu Dafu's furious roars echoed through the back courtyard. What? How could this happen? A bunch of useless fools, unable to keep track of a living person. Search, go find him, all of you. Chapter 6. No one can be missing amidst the turmoil of the Zhu family's back courtyard. Zhu Yunfei remained unaware and uninterested. At this moment, he sat at a tea stall not far from the docks of Qingshui County, awaiting the arrival of a certain individual. Approximately half an hour later, a small fishing boat docked at the pier, and a young lad dressed in tattered garments, carrying a bamboo basket, disembarked and made his way directly to the tea stall. "Li Erniu, did you bring the goods?" Zhu Yunfei, dressed as an apothecary's assistant, called out to the approaching youth. "He, Brother Wang, leave it to me. You can rest assured. This basket of wild eggplant flowers is guaranteed to be thoroughly dried. 30 pounds, no less." Li Erniu replied with a shy smile, a hint of pride in his voice. The quality looks promising. Here, SA101, with an additional 10 won as a token of appreciation from my shopkeeper." Zhu Yunfei produced a small scale to weigh the goods, then inspected a handful of dried flowers from the basket, nodding in satisfaction. He then retrieved a small cloth pouch from his bosom and handed it to Li Erniu. "Thank you, Brother Wang. If you need any more herbs next time, just let me know. I promise to meet your expectations." Li Erniu carefully counted the copper coins, tucking them away cautiously, then grinned broadly. "Go. My satisfaction is of little consequence. It is our shopkeeper's approval that matters. All right, I shall contact you if I need anything next time. Absolutely, brother. I am always at your service. Li Erniu, hailing from Li family village upstream on the Qingshui River, made a living through fishing and herb gathering. Half a month prior, Zhu Yunfei had disguised himself as an apothecary's assistant and met Li Erniu at the docks, commissioning him to gather wild eggplant flowers under the guise of the apothecary's business. The wild eggplant flower possesses properties that relieve asthma, stop coughing, alleviate spasms, and relieve pain, making it useful for treating joint pain, asthma, coughs, gastrointestinal spasms, nerve-related migraines, and injuries, among others. It is also a common ingredient in many remedies for external wounds. Thus, this commission would attract no undue attention. The reason Zhu Yunfei sought to acquire such a quantity of wild eggplant flowers was that the flower also bore another name, mandrake. The alkaloids extracted from the mandrake flower could be used to produce a potent anesthetic known as the sleep-inducing drug. Green, organic, and entirely natural. It is an essential item for both home and travel, whether for mischief or mayhem. Upon arriving at a rented courtyard, Zhu Yunfei set about preparing the mandrake flower. He then changed into a different outfit and proceeded to 3 blacksmith shops in the county town to retrieve items he had previously ordered. Subsequently, he immersed himself in crafting intricate devices, eagerly anticipating the arrival of the Dragon King. He could not help but smirk at the array of preparations before him: mandrake extract, a rapid-fire crossbow crafted from high-quality steel, and homemade black powder grenades. With these 3 elements in place, as long as the cultivator remains undeterred, this wave of vengeance is undeniably assured. 2 days later, at the Zhu residence, precisely at the hour of Yu, the atmosphere at the Zhu estate, having buzzed with excitement throughout the day, is on the verge of reaching its pinnacle. The family meeting has just concluded, and the eagerly anticipated banquet is about to commence. While the entire household busies itself with the preparations for the family feast, a figure suddenly emerges from the rocks of the back garden. It is Zhu Yunfei, disguised through one of the 4 remarkable techniques of the East, cosmetic transformation, dressed in the attire of a servant. Seizing the moment when the servants are distracted, Zhu Yunfei swiftly approaches the central courtyard. With a soft creak, the wooden door to the wine cellar slowly opens. Zhu Yunfei swiftly slips inside. At the 1:15 hour, the banquet begins. Within the grand hall, members of the Zhu family clink their cups and savor exquisite wines and delicacies. Yet, seated at the head table, Zhu Dafu wears a troubled expression, drowning his sorrows in one cup after another. This year, the Zhu family's business has flourished, however. His 2 sons have been missing for an entire month. Although he does not harbor much affection for his eldest son, Zhu Yunfei, the potential he has displayed over the past 6 months suggests he could indeed be the prodigy of the Zhu clan. Should he succeed academically, the entire Zhu family might ascend to great heights. Alas, before Zhu Dafu could invest in him, this unfilial son has vanished, shattering his plans. The loss of his eldest son is one thing, for Zhu Dafu had never favored this rebellious child. However, he never anticipated that his most cherished son, Zhu Yunpeng, would also inexplicably disappear. It feels as though a significant piece of his heart has been cruelly extracted, leaving him in profound anguish. In his quest to locate Zhu Yunpeng, Zhu Dafu has expended considerable resources, yet he remains devoid of any news. Even on this annual family gathering, Zhu Dafu finds little inclination to engage, continuing to drink in solitude. As he drinks, Zhu Dafu begins to feel a slight dizziness creeping in. Why does today's wine seem stronger than usual? He shakes his head and mutters to himself, then dismisses the thought and pours another glass. Just as he raises it to his lips, he suddenly experiences a blur before his eyes. Thud! Zhu Dafu collapses onto the table, succumbing to slumber. The commotion draws the attention of everyone in the hall. Just as the others prepare to check on him, thud! Another individual falls to the ground, followed by a second, then a third. Soon enough, aside from Zhu Dafu, every other person in the banquet hall lies sprawled on the floor, including attending servants. The same fate befalls the rest of the household staff, servants, and even the guard dog. Without exception, they all succumb to sleep, appearing as if in a deep slumber. Within the span of less than a tea's worth of time, the once boisterous Zhu residence falls into an eerie silence. Half a stick of incense later, in the grand banquet hall, a servant lying on the ground suddenly opened his eyes and rose to his feet. It was none other than Zhu Yunfei, who had stealthily infiltrated the premises. Oh, the mandrake is indeed as effective as ever, he mused, observing the elderly gentleman, Zhu Dafuku, and noting the treasures he possessed. In his meticulous planning, Zhu Yunfei had utilized every last drop of the 30 pounds of poison extracted from the mandrake flower. He spared nothing, ensuring that even the meals of the servants and dog food were tainted, striving for an equitable distribution of his lethal concoction. Consequently, his expectations were met. The entire Zhu household succumbed to the poison, including the vigilant guard dogs. Zhu Yunfei was no novice in the art of assassination. In his previous life, he was renowned internationally for such deeds. Thus, he did not resort to the cliched methods depicted in novels and television dramas, finding individuals and administering antidotes for the sake of humiliation. Such theatrics were unnecessary. The objective was straightforward: to eliminate the targets. After thoroughly looting the valuables from everyone present, he further indulged them with an additional measure of liquor. As he exited the banquet hall, Zhu Yunfei intentionally overturned an oil lamp, igniting the room in flames. He then closed the doors, creating the illusion of having locked them from the inside. Concealing himself in the shadows of the courtyard, he watched as the inferno rapidly consumed the entire hall. To mitigate any unforeseen circumstances, Zhu Yunfei readied his self-assembled steel crossbow, aimed at the sole exit of the banquet hall. One could never predict whether someone with a unique constitution might awaken and attempt to flee. It was wiser to exercise caution. After all, he had vowed to eradicate the entire family. No one was to be spared. This, indeed, was professionalism. Chapter 7. Liquidation. Clearance sale. Zhu Yunfei remained hidden for an extended period as the flames raged within the banquet hall, yet no miracle occurred. Just then, the guard dogs regained consciousness and began barking loudly. Those servants and attendants who were only lightly affected by the poison also stirred, gradually waking up. In a state of confusion, they noticed the raging fire in the courtyard and erupted into chaos, running about and calling for help in a futile attempt to extinguish the flames. Alas, the inferno was beyond the capability of human intervention. Seizing the opportunity amidst the turmoil, Zhu Yunfei silently exited the Zhu residence and made his way out of the city. After that night, the entire Zhu family, save for himself, would be extinguished. None would remain. Zhu Yunfei had fulfilled his promise to the original owner of this body. Furthermore, the crucial aspect was that no investigation could ever trace back to him. It was, indeed, a flawless execution. 3 days later, as relatives within the Zhu household were embroiled in a heated dispute over the family inheritance, a horse-drawn cart came to a halt before the gates of the estate. A young man emerged from the cart. It was the returning Zhu Yunfei. Upon seeing the white sails hanging in front of the Zhu residence, Zhu Yunfei's expression momentarily froze before he dashed madly into the estate. "Father, mother, why did you leave without a word?" In the morning hall, Zhu Yunfei's wails echoed mournfully, stirring the heavens and earth with their poignant sorrow. The reason Zhu Yunfei returned was, of course, to seize the vast family fortune of the Zhu clan. At merely 15 years of age, he would undoubtedly require substantial funds in the future. Moreover, as the legitimate eldest son of the Zhu family, how could he allow those distant relatives to claim the family estate without contest? Initially, the relatives engaged in heated arguments were taken aback by Zhu Yunfei's sudden appearance. However, their expressions soon shifted. The rightful heir had returned, and the prize they had anticipated was about to slip from their grasp. A few shrewd individuals among them immediately began to scheme against Zhu Yunfei, attempting various forms of deception. Unfortunately, this Zhu Yunfei was not the same as before. Having navigated the trials and tribulations of life for decades, he was no stranger to deceitful characters. This scenario was trivial in comparison. With swift and decisive actions, Zhu Yunfei expelled his meddlesome relatives from the Zhu residence, successfully taking control of the entire estate. To his astonishment, he discovered the Zhu family was far wealthier than he had imagined. "I am going to prosper, ha ha ha." As he perused the towering stack of ledgers on the table, Zhu Yunfei could hardly contain his excitement. Suddenly, a flicker of determination crossed his eyes. He slammed the ledger onto the table and murmured, "Damn it, I am destined for cultivation. How can I be blinded by mere wealth and riches? Vision, vision. This world was one of cultivation. Why squander the opportunity for spiritual ascent in pursuit of material gain? Was it justifiable to squander this new life for the sake of wealth?" With his goal of pursuing immortality now clear, Zhu Yunfei lost all interest in managing the family affairs in this forsaken place. He quickly devised a plan. Aside from the ancestral relics related to cultivation, he resolved to sell off all other assets, estates, mansions, shops, shares in businesses, land deeds, antiques, paintings, and more. He intended to liquidate everything. To expedite the process and avoid interference from his relatives, Zhu Yunfei sought buyers among prominent figures such as the county magistrate and wealthy landlords in Qingshui County. He even offered significant discounts, practically giving everything away. Within less than 5 days, Zhu Yunfei had sold off the entirety of the Zhu family's century-old fortune, leaving not a single tile behind. By the time the relatives received word and sought to confront Zhu Yunfei, he had already vanished beyond the borders of Qingshui County, leaving no trace. In Qinghe County, Jinyo County, a horse-drawn carriage meandered along the official road toward the county town. Inside the carriage, Zhu Yufei engrossed himself in the Zhu clan records, unearthed from the family ancestral hall, savoring its contents with keen interest. According to the chronicles within, Zhu Yufei finally unraveled the reason behind the original owner's ability to cultivate. The tale, it seems, began over a century ago. The progenitor of the Zhu family, Zhu Erya, once served as a distinguished companion to the young master of a prominent family in the kingdom of Jing. One day, the young master beheld a celestial being soaring through the heavens, and instantly, a yearning took root within his heart. Consequently, he forsook his vast inheritance and promising future, leaving his homeland in pursuit of immortality. Zhu Erya, loyal and steadfast as a high-ranking attendant, remained by his side, traversing countless mountains and rivers together. After years of relentless searching, their perseverance bore fruit as they finally located the abode of the immortal sect. With their mortal forms, they crossed vast terrains in their quest for enlightenment. Their unwavering determination moved the celestial being, who granted them a chance to join the immortal realm. The young master was fortunate enough to be found with spiritual roots, thus entering the sect and embarking upon the path of immortality. Although Zhu Erya harbored envy in his heart, he lacked the requisite spiritual roots and, therefore, sought to remain at the sect as a menial servant to serve the young master for life. Alas, the paths of mortals and immortals diverged. The young master, recalling their shared past, could not bear to see Zhu Erya squander his life in such a manner. He bestowed upon him all his silver notes and the establishment funds provided by the sect, urging him to descend the mountain and live a fulfilling life. Their bond of loyalty was deeply moving, even to the celestial being, who granted Zhu Erya a token and a small piece of spiritual stone, promising that if a descendant of Zhu Erya were to manifest spiritual roots, they could use this token to join the sect. This was indeed a momentous celestial opportunity. Upon returning to his homeland, Zhu Erya cherished the token, the spiritual stone, and the half-complete manual he had purchased from a street vendor, along with the remaining selling price of his young master, 6 spiritual stones, treating them as family heirlooms to be passed down through generations. Unfortunately, over a century passed without a single descendant of Zhu Erya exhibiting spiritual roots. As time flowed on, this tale gradually faded from memory. Meanwhile, Zhu Yunfei, the current descendant, stumbled upon the long-sealed spiritual stone and other artifacts while evading the wrath of his stepmother in the ancestral hall. It was then he discovered that he possessed spiritual roots and, following the half-complete manual, began to absorb energy from the spiritual stones, cultivating a trace of spiritual power. What a remarkable twist of fate! To think that his ancestor was connected to such celestial fortune. Zhu Yunfei pondered, marveling at the hidden treasures within the ancestral hall. He wondered if the Lansong sect would still recognize the token after all these years. Yet, if he could cultivate spiritual power from a seemingly dubious manual, surely his aptitude for joining the sect would pose no difficulties. As he toyed with the jade token, he mused, if this token truly holds power, how splendid it would be. If that young master is still alive, wouldn't it be a splendid opportunity to seek his support? A smile crept across his lips at the thought. To have such advantageous connections through his ancestors would be foolish to disregard. With renewed determination, he declared, thus, my destination shall be the Lansong sect. With purpose in his heart, Zhu Yunfei set forth without delay, heading directly towards the location of the Lansong sect in the neighboring kingdom. In regard to this journey in search of immortality, Zhu Yunfei's heart brimmed with hope. Although the Lansong immortal sect lay thousands of miles away, sounding somewhat fantastical, the Zhu clan chronicles elucidated the path with utmost clarity. Even the venerable second ancestor meticulously documented the original route. Following the guidance, how could one possibly stray? Furthermore, the occurrence of the immortal-seeking event was not too distant. Merely a century or so ago. For practitioners of cultivation, a century is but a fleeting moment. Zhu Yunfei could not fathom that such a grand sect could have perished in just over 100 years. Surely, it could be found. With this conviction, Zhu Yunfei set forth in his carriage, braving the wind and rain as he journeyed northward. Chapter 8, Robbery? The 5 Arrows Mountain Bandits. Admittedly, a carriage could never match the speed of a galloping horse. Zhu Yunfei understood this well. However, the wealth he had acquired from selling his family assets amounted to several 100,000 taels of silver. This cross-country expedition could not be converted into silver notes, necessitating that he carry it all with him. Despite having exchanged it all for gold beforehand, he still possessed several thousand taels. This represented his entire hard-earned fortune. He could not simply discard it. Lacking any storage treasures, he had no choice but to transport it in his carriage. In this era, the value of a carriage was akin to that of a luxury automobile in later generations. Such a conspicuous target naturally attracted the gaze of many. At the intersection of Langlang Mountain, Jinyo County, Yanglan County, and Guaha County, colloquially known as the No Man's Land. Zhu Yunfei spotted a dozen burly men armed with sabers and spears blocking the road from a distance. Alas, another robbery encounter. This was truly endless. Zhu Yunfei muttered with annoyance. This marked the third such incident he had faced this month. Initially, he considered parting with a small sum to pass by unharmed. However, greed proved insatiable, and none of these bandits were satisfied with mere tolls. After taking their extortion, they still resorted to murder and theft. One particularly brutish fellow, noticing Zhu Yunfei's handsome appearance, audaciously suggested capturing him for their stronghold. Since you seek death, let me escort you on that journey, Zhu Yunfei retorted, refraining from further chatter. He drew forth the hand crossbow he had commissioned in Qingshui County and unleashed a flurry of bolts. The outcome was predictable. As soon as a few interlopers revealed themselves, they were swiftly dispatched by Zhu Yunfei. One bolt, one foe. After a few encounters, Zhu Yunfei had grown indifferent, whether he could pass or had to eliminate them all. The result was the same. The carriage gradually came to a halt before the bandits. Zhu Yunfei raised his gaze, casually surveying the scene, before inquiring with a mocking tone. Gentlemen, are you here to rob me? You brat. A brawny man, unable to contain himself, barked at Zhu Yunfei, who wore an air of nonchalance, even disdain. However, before he could finish his sentence, a dark-faced man shot him a fierce glare, silencing him instantly. It is evident that the man with the dark complexion is the leader. This black-faced figure has been in this line of work for at least 7 or 8 years. Surviving for so long in such a perilous profession indicates a certain level of discernment. While ordinary individuals might tremble with fear at the sight of such a formidable assembly, the more audacious would quiver in their boots, and the timid might even lose control of their bladders. The youth atop the cart appears to be merely 15 or 16 years of age, dressed like a pampered scion of a wealthy family. Surrounded by so many burly men, he remains utterly unperturbed, even wearing a somewhat amused expression, as if he finds the situation rather humorous. The dark-faced man can discern that the boy's air of nonchalance is no mere facade. Something is amiss. There is an unmistakable sense of unease. As the saying goes, when an old lady walks briskly, something is surely afoot. Perhaps this boy is genuinely oblivious to the harsh realities of the world. Or perhaps he possesses some form of support that renders him fearless. The seasoned black-faced man, having weathered many storms, decides that caution is prudent, thus interrupting his subordinate's reckless bravado. Regaining his composure, the dark-faced man offered the youth a faint smile and said politely, "Esteemed young master, the mountain folk are not well versed in civility. I hope you can forgive us. Given your attire, it is apparent you hail from a prominent family. We mean no harm. It is simply that this year's harvest has been poor, and we were hoping you might lend us some funds to tide us over. Might I inquire if you could extend us a favor?" The dark-faced man felt his eloquence had truly improved. His words came across as courteous. Yet the underlying message was unmistakably clear. Better to part with wealth than to invite disaster. Money buys safety. If only his impoverished childhood had afforded him the opportunity for education, he mused, perhaps he would now be a scholar of some repute. Once he finished speaking, he looked at Zhu Yunfei with a sense of pride, awaiting a response. To his astonishment, this intimidating figure, whose demeanor suggested ferocity, spoke with a tone reminiscent of old Beijing's traditional charm. Zhu Yunfei found himself momentarily at a loss for words. His rehearsed lines suddenly lodged in his throat. Is it truly this competitive now? Must one possess a university degree to engage in robbery? In this serious context, Zhu Yunfei nearly burst into laughter. Fortunately, being a professional, he managed to maintain his composure, though it was a close call. Ha ha ha. With such eloquence, dark-faced man, are you preparing for graduate studies? Graduate studies? The dark-faced man was momentarily taken aback before realizing he was the subject of ridicule. His complexion flushed a deep crimson, akin to a braised pig's liver. And he retorted sharply, "How dare you mock me? Do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." With that, he drew a long knife from his waist and called to his burly companions, "Brothers, let us have a proper discussion with this young master." Upon hearing their leader's command, the group of muscular men surged forward, laughter echoing as they prepared to teach Zhu Yunfei a lesson. At that moment, a swift sound pierced the air. The leader felt a tremor in his arm, and the knife he wielded flew from his grasp. With 3 swift shots, 3 more of his men found themselves disarmed. The sudden turn of events instantly left the band of mountain bandits in a state of shock. What manner of weapon is this, and why is it so formidable? A dozen bandits exchanged glances, uncertain of how to proceed. This was a custom-made hand crossbow by Zhu Yunfei, crafted from high-quality steel, known for its rapid firing and great power. Before they could comprehend the situation, their weapons were sent flying. A chilling thought crossed their minds: if struck in the head. Merely envisioning such a scenario sent shivers down their spines. Observing the impact of his display, A subtle smile graced Zhu Yunfei's lips as he jested. Wasn't it said that I would receive a lesson? Why is everyone so still? His words, akin to salt rubbed into their wounds, stung the pride of the bandits. How could the burly man endure such humiliation? I shall end you, he roared, raising his fist to strike at Zhu Yunfei. Whoosh. Beyond 7 paces. The crossbow was swift. Within 7 paces, it was both accurate and rapid. As the burly man took a step, a steel-tipped arrow surged forward, severing his top knot. A sudden chill enveloped his head, and instinctively, he reached up to touch it, realizing in horror that his once abundant hair was now reduced to a mere fraction. Paralyzed by fear, the remaining bandits, having witnessed this bizarre scene, felt their hearts skip a beat. They were too terrified to even breathe. The burly man trembled, his voice quivering. I. Just as Zhu Yunfei expected him to stand his ground, the man suddenly knelt before him, tears streaming down his face. Young master, we failed to recognize the majesty of Golden Bull Mountain and have offended you. I have a 90-year-old mother and a 9-month-old infant. I beg you, show mercy and spare my life. As he spoke, he prostrated himself repeatedly. The swiftness of the burly man's capitulation was nothing short of astonishing. The other bandits stood slack-jawed, frozen in disbelief. Who is our leader? Who am I? Where am I? Zhu Yunfei, taken aback by the absurdity of the unfolding drama, glanced around in bewilderment, his mind momentarily stalling. The bandits, still rooted in place, felt Zhu Yunfei's gaze upon them, clutching the peculiar weapon. Their breaths caught in their throats, and their legs weakened. One by one, they dropped to their knees, wailing for mercy. Zhu Yunfei found himself at a loss for words. In truth, he had never intended to slay these bandits. Having been robbed intermittently along his journey, he was not afraid of losing his possessions, armed as he was. When confronted by robbers, he merely sought to subdue them. Yet, the constant disruptions had become quite tiresome. Observing the robust figures of the bandits, he began to entertain the idea of recruiting them as his subordinates, initially intending to capture and release them to win their loyalty. As a result, before I even began to unleash my prowess, they had already knelt. There was no sense of exhilaration whatsoever. A group of rough men weeping and wailing truly became a source of irritation. Zhu Yunfei, growing impatient, bellowed, "Enough! I did not declare that I would kill you." No sooner had Zhu Yunfei's words left his lips than the bandits ceased their lamentations, relief washing over their faces, revealing smiles akin to those of seasoned actors. Chapter 9. Parting Ways. The path of solitude. Just as gratitude flickered in their expressions, ready to flatter Zhu Yunfei, his indifferent voice resonated once more. However, it is impossible for me to simply let you go. Sensing the chill in Zhu Yunfei's tone, their hearts tightened, and the smiles they had just mustered froze on their faces, a grotesque mixture of laughter and tears. Young master, what must we do to earn your clemency? The leader, a burly man with a dark complexion, summoned his courage to inquire cautiously. Quite simple, you shall follow me from now on. Zhu Yunfei dismounted the carriage, approached the burly man, and smiled as he patted him on the shoulder. The dark-faced man was momentarily taken aback, about to speak when Zhu Yunfei mercilessly interrupted. What? Are you unwilling? Feeling the threat of Zhu Yunfei's hidden weapon directed at him, the burly man shuddered, hastily responding, I wouldn't dare refuse. I shall follow you, young master. Good. And what of the rest of you? Who is willing, and who is not? Upon hearing the burly man's affirmation, Zhu Yunfei nodded in satisfaction, then surveyed the remaining bandits, smiling as he inquired, word by word. Under Zhu Yunfei's smile, a chill ran down their spines, and they hurriedly expressed their willingness. Excellent. From this moment forth, you shall be my people. In the future, whenever I have a morsel of meat, rest assured, there shall be broth for you as well. Ignoring the sorrowful faces of the bandits, Zhu Yunfei delivered his impassioned speech. With this band of followers, the journey ahead would undoubtedly be much more comfortable. Time fled swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, over half a year had passed. Efforts bore fruit for a group of determined individuals. Zhu Yunfei and his entourage, having traversed countless kilometers, finally located the Lansongxian sect chronicled in the Zhu clan records. The subordinate city, Lansong City. According to the Zhu clan records, the half-volume of cultivation secrets left behind by ancestor Yu was purchased at a stall in Lansong City for a hefty sum of 10 taels of silver. Seated in the carriage, Zhu Yunfei gazed at the imposing city walls before him, his heart brimming with excitement. Lansong City had arrived. How far could Lansong sect be? Immortality, I am coming. Stop. The entrance fee is 1 tael of silver per person, and 3 taels for the carriage. Suddenly, a sharp command interrupted Zhu Yunfei's reverie of the immortal path. Upon closer inspection, 2 armored soldiers brandishing long spears stood blocking the way of Zhu Yunfei's leading troop. Indeed, It was a city of the immortals. Even entry required a fee. Zhu Yunfei reflected with deep sentiment and gestured for his subordinates to pay. Upon receiving the signal, Li Erniu hastily retrieved over 200 taels of silver from his bundle and presented it to the soldier before him. Subsequently, he led his horse-drawn cart into the city. The grandeur of this immortal realm was truly astounding. Upon entering, Zhu Yunfei and his companions were left awestruck by the scale of Lansong City. They had previously traversed the capitals of two mundane kingdoms, yet combined, they scarcely matched half the size of this magnificent city. Regaining his composure, Zhu Yunfei, accompanied by his band of followers, made his way to an inn and reserved a courtyard. Now that they had arrived in Lansong City, the necessity for their continued existence as a group diminished. Thus, Zhu Yunfei intended to host a farewell banquet, disbanding the assembly. After a few rounds of toasts and savoring the dishes, Zhu Yunfei cleared his throat, and the courtyard fell into an immediate hush. Awash in the gaze of his companions, he felt a surge of emotion. These individuals were the young and resilient souls he had gathered over the past 6 months, a motley crew of refugees and mountain bandits. Of course, they were not the only ones he had encountered. However, those burdened with families were not what he sought, finding them too cumbersome. The ones who accompanied Zhu Yunfei were, without exception, unencumbered men. Grateful for the camaraderie of his brothers throughout this journey, Zhu Yunfei spoke. Although it has only been a brief half-year, the bond we share is etched in my heart. This cup of wine is dedicated to all of you. With that, he raised his glass and drained it in one go. He then refilled his cup and continued, as the saying goes, all gatherings must eventually disperse. With our arrival in Lansong City, the distance to the immortal sect is no longer great. The path ahead, I must traverse alone. After the feast, he would provide each of you with a sum for your departure. It is time for us to part ways. Without waiting for a response, Zhu Yunfei downed his drink. Fei Ge, Fei Ge. The crowd, now standing with teary eyes, called out fervently upon hearing Zhu Yunfei's words. In this realm of cultivation, ordinary mortals found little favor. They were but mere ants in the grand scheme. Even those once feared as mountain bandits had merely been scraping by until they encountered Zhu Yunfei. His ideals shone like a beacon, offering them a sliver of hope amidst the darkness, a reason to persist in this harsh world. This was why they chose to follow him so loyally. Noticing the unspoken words lingering on their lips, Zhu Yunfei waved his hand, interrupting their attempts to speak. In a more mundane world, he might have led them toward a brighter future together. However, this was a realm of cultivation. Zhu Yunfei's aspirations were to pursue the path of immortality, which meant his journey would inevitably diverge from theirs. The dream of eternal life is but a fleeting illusion, and the great path is destined for solitude. Silence enveloped the group, save for the clinking of cups. As the banquet concluded, Zhu Yunfei distributed the farewell funds to each individual before setting off alone with his horse-drawn cart, finally understanding the tale that had unfolded between the second ancestor and the young master. With a flick of his whip, Zhu Yunfei steered his course towards the direction of Lansong sect, ready for the new chapter that awaited him. What Zhu Yunfei was unaware of was that the companions who had accompanied him throughout his journey had not departed. Instead, they chose to remain in Lansong City, destined to reunite in the near future. Fate, indeed, is ineffably wondrous. To the west of Lansong City, spanning 1,300 miles, lies the celestial abode of the Lansong immortal sect. Upon exiting the city, Zhu Yunfei, guided by the records of the Zhu clan's annals, made his way directly to the sect's stronghold. However, the text failed to mention that this expanse of 1,300 miles was predominantly untrammeled forest. Within a mere 100 miles from the city, he encountered an unbroken chain of mountains. Not only was a carriage impractical, but even riding a horse proved to be a strenuous endeavor. With no other option, Zhu Yunfei sought out a piece of auspicious land to bury most of the gold from his cart. He then set his horses free, preparing to traverse the forest on foot to reach the Lansong immortal sect. Truth be told, there were direct routes from Lansong City to the sect. However, in a bid to showcase the nonchalance he felt upon parting, Zhu Yunfei chose not to linger in the city and departed immediately, oblivious to this fact. Never mind. Since he had arrived, he would continue onward, gazing at the seemingly endless expanse of forest before him. Zhu Yunfei tightened the straps of his pack and plunged into the thicket. As autumn yielded to winter and winter transitioned into spring, he covered 40 miles a day, trudging for over a month, wearing out 2 pairs of shoes in the process. Are all those who cultivate immortality slightly unhinged? Why would they establish their sect in such a remote location? I am genuinely curious how those 2 individuals discovered this place years ago. Zhu Yunfei muttered in vexation. Reflecting on the past month, who could fathom how he had endured it? Thirst led him to drink from streams, and hunger compelled him to catch wild game. Surrounding him on all sides was nothing but an interminable forest. Were it not for the information gleaned in Lansong City and the unwavering consistency of the Zhu clan's records, Zhu Yunfei would have suspected he had been deceived by that old ancestor. After another fortnight, when a towering mountain, several thousand feet high, suddenly loomed into view, Zhu Yunfei could not contain his exuberance and laughed heartily. This is undoubtedly a celestial mountain. I have finally found it. Ha ha ha. Chapter 10. The young man is quite understanding, standing at the foot of the mountain, gazing at the majestic mountain gate perched on the mountainside. Zhu Yunfei's heart surged with emotion, ready to compose a poem in reflection. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the mountain, interrupting his contemplative mood. Sacred ground of the Lansong sect. Who approaches? Zhu Yunfei jolted, quickly turning towards the source of the voice. Yet, he could not discern the speaker. And alarm gripped him. Is this a voice transmitted across 1,000 miles? Goodness, are the gatekeepers of the Lansong sect truly this formidable? No need to search. I am right here. Just as Zhu Yunfei was reeling in astonishment, the voice sounded again. Simultaneously, a young man clad in a blue Taoist robe emerged from behind one of the gate's pillars. Hey, what is your purpose? Seeing Zhu Yunfei frozen in place, the young man inquired again in a deep tone. I pay my respects, esteemed immortal. I have traveled from Jinghua, seeking the path of enlightenment at the sect. Regaining his composure from the voice, Zhu Yunfei hastily bowed and replied. Seeking enlightenment? You may as well turn back. Our Lansong sect does not accept mortals. Zhu Yunfei was momentarily taken aback, as the unfolding narrative diverged from his expectations. However, he quickly regained his composure and respectfully spoke. Esteemed immortal, please forgive my abruptness. This is a treasured heirloom from my family, said to be a token of the Lansong immortal sect. I kindly request your assistance in examining it. With that, he produced a finely crafted jade pendant from his robe. Upon hearing Zhu Yunfei's words, the young man in the Taoist robe began to harbor doubts. Could it be that this individual truly has connections? Yet, that seems implausible. If he genuinely had such ties, why would he not approach the immortal summit but instead come to the mountain gate? In truth, for a sect like the Lansong sect, the recruitment of disciples typically follows 3 primary channels. The first is through regular recruitment drives. Approximately every decade, inner disciples at the foundation establishment stage venture into several major mortal cities within the sect's jurisdiction to publicly conduct assessments and recruit new members, subsequently bringing them back to the sect. The second channel involves fortunate encounters, officially termed as guiding into the sect. This occurs when an elder, while traveling, fortuitously encounters a gifted mortal and, pleased by their talent, personally escorts them back to the sect. Disciples brought in this manner are generally of exceptional aptitude, representing high potential candidates. It is no wonder an elder would take such an initiative. Of course, it is not only elders who can guide disciples into the sect. Both inner and outer disciples are also permitted to do so. Moreover, if a guided individual successfully passes the assessment to become a disciple, the guiding individual receives a reward. However, the criteria for such guidance are exceedingly stringent, encompassing age, spiritual roots, temperament, and family background, all of which require thorough scrutiny, particularly concerning the purity of intent. After all, the competition within the realm of cultivation is fierce, and one cannot allow those with ulterior motives to exploit any loopholes. The third channel is what is referred to as entering the sect through connections. In simpler terms, this refers to individuals with familial ties to the sect. It is essential not to view such matters as disgraceful. In fact, those who enter through connections comprise the largest demographic among the disciples of the Lansong sect. For instance, descendants of former disciples with spiritual roots can directly join as outer disciples, while those without spiritual roots may serve as auxiliary disciples. Additionally, youth from affiliated cultivation families receive preferential treatment during the entrance assessments, and some cultivation families even have designated quotas for direct admissions. The rationale behind the Lansong sect's practices is straightforward. Disciples hailing from such backgrounds, due to their familial ties, inherently share a deeper bond with the sect, exhibiting greater loyalty and reliability, thereby making their cultivation a more reassuring endeavor. Cultivation, one might ponder, is it merely about conflict and combat? No. It is far more about navigating the complexities of human relationships. Regardless of the recruitment channel, once disciples arrive at the Lansong sect, they typically proceed directly to the Immortal Summit to complete their formalities. As for the sect's main gate, while it is referred to as the Grand Entrance, in reality, it serves merely as a symbolic ornament. No one truly enters through here. Wouldn't it be far more enticing to soar from the skies? It is indeed a rarity for someone like Zhu Yunfei to traverse such a vast distance to seek enlightenment at the mountain gate. To claim that such an occurrence is a once-in-a-century phenomenon would not be an exaggeration. The young man in the Taoist robe has guarded this entrance for over 30 years. and this is his first encounter with such a visitor. Instinctively, he perceives Zhu Yunfei as an ordinary mortal without any connections, leading to a tinge of disdain. After all, this duty of guarding the mountain gate was meant for a life of tranquility. Just as he was indulging in a midday slumber, this young mortal interrupted his peace. Consequently, the initial demeanor of the Taoist-robed youth was somewhat brusque. However, recognizing the respect displayed by Zhu Yunfei, who remained unperturbed by his rebuke and presented a token, softened his stance. Yet, there lingered a doubt regarding the visitor's lineage and any possible ties to the sect. Offending a prominent figure within the sect could jeopardize his own path in the future. Thus, the youth resolved to adopt a more courteous and prudent approach. A fleeting smile graced his lips as he gently inquired, "Oh, a token from our sect? Please hold on, let me take a look." He then extended his hand to receive the jade tablet from Zhu Yunfei. Upon contact with the tablet, the Taoist youth felt a slight heaviness in his hand. A glance downward revealed a glimmer of golden light emanating from beneath it. The hue and weight of the token were indeed telling. "Ah, young man, you are quite discerning." Zhu Yunfei had been attentively observing the expression of the Taoist youth and noticed the corners of his mouth curve upwards, though no words were spoken. This subtle response prompted a slight smile from Zhu Yunfei as well. Having gained a favor, things are looking up. While traveling, financial resources pave the way. And what Zhu Yunfei had discreetly concealed beneath the jade tablet was a hefty yellow fish weighing 20 taels. Initially, he harbored doubts about whether the Taoist youth would value such mundane treasures as gold. His apprehension stemmed from the countless cultivation novels he had read in his previous life, which depicted practitioners trading exclusively in spirit stones, with no mention of gold or silver. However, seeing that the Taoist youth accepted the gold, Zhu Yunfei felt reassured that he would not be subjected to further difficulties. The portrayal in those cultivation novels was not entirely erroneous. After all, spirit stones hold substantial value among cultivators, particularly those of advanced stages such as foundation establishment and above, who regard gold and silver as mere refuse. Nevertheless, the path of cultivation is fraught with challenges. For the vast majority of practitioners, their journey often culminates at the qi refinement stage or even the body refinement stage. Foundation establishment. Such aspirations are merely fanciful dreams, let alone the pursuit of the great Tao. As one reaches middle age and confronts the stark realities of cultivation, many ultimately return to mundane existence. Some pass away in disillusionment, while others wander in search of fleeting opportunities. The most common fate is to establish a family, propagate their lineage, and pass on their dreams of cultivation. Ultimately, the destinies of these retired practitioners and ordinary mortals do not differ significantly. In the grand tapestry of existence, where the cycle of life, aging, sickness, and death prevails, one finds that the essence of living invariably demands a modicum of monetary resources. Hence, it is hardly surprising that low-ranking cultivators possess an affinity for wealth. Moreover, the scarcity and value of spirit stones cannot be overstated. Even when low-tier practitioners acquire such treasures, their inclination is to prioritize their use for cultivation rather than squander them on trivial purchases. Such folly would be unthinkable. The reality remains that within the entire realm of cultivation, those beneath the foundation establishment stage primarily engage in the exchange of gold and silver as their main currency. Thus, the prized yellow croaker naturally captured the admiration of the robed youth. In truth, Zhu Yunfei possessed several spirit stones, inherited from the esteemed ancestors of the second branch. However, considering his current state of being unanchored and devoid of support, he hesitated to reveal his wealth, fearing it might invite calamity. With this thought in mind, Zhu Yunfei dismissed the notion of using spirit stones to bribe the gatekeeper. Chapter 11. Senior brother, this is my cousin. The robed youth accepted the jade token, slightly turning his body, and with a deft flick of his wrist, inconspicuously concealed the yellow croaker within his robes. A master indeed. The robed youth appeared nonchalant as he scrutinized the jade token presented by Zhu Yunfei. Indeed, it was a token of their sect. However, pausing momentarily, the robed youth continued. This jade token merely signifies the status of an outer disciple. To aspire for entry into the sect solely based on this token carries insufficient weight. Having said this, the robed disciple redirected his gaze to Zhu Yunfei's face. Upon hearing these words, an unnatural expression crossed Zhu Yunfei's features, as he feared the robed youth might demand further compensation. Gritting his teeth, he prepared to produce another yellow croaker as a means of persuasion. To his surprise, the robed youth simply smiled gently and spoke in a calm tone. You need not be anxious. I am a person of my word. Having accepted your offering, I shall certainly assist you. Thank you, esteemed senior. Zhu Yunfei replied hastily, expressing his gratitude. Oh, no need for such formality. By the way, Do you possess a spiritual root? The robed youth gestured dismissively and posed a question. A spiritual root? Might I inquire, esteemed senior, what significance does it hold? Zhu Yunfei feigned ignorance, responding with a question of his own. To gain wealth is to avert calamities for others. Although Zhu Yunfei's inquiry was quite elementary, the robed youth exhibited no impatience. Rather, he patiently elucidated. Cultivation requires innate aptitude, the most fundamental of which is the possession of a spiritual root. If you possess a spiritual root, even if it is of lesser quality, you may still enter the sect as a servant disciple. Conversely, without a spiritual root, the sect typically would not accept you. However, since fate has brought us together, I can endeavor to secure you a position as a servant disciple. While the status of a servant disciple may be lowly, entering the sect signifies a footstep into the realm of cultivation. Should fortune favor you in the future, and you acquire a precious elixir capable of nurturing your inherent spiritual root, you may yet embark upon the path to transcendence. Furthermore, all newly admitted disciples must commence their journey as servant disciples. After becoming a disciple of menial duties, cultivating harmonious relationships with those around you could potentially lead to a fateful connection with a future foundational master. The value of such a connection is difficult to quantify. The young man in the Taoist robe, having finished his words, turned his gaze toward Zhu Yunfei, seemingly awaiting his decision. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yunfei lowered his head in contemplation, then raised it again. Looking at the young man in the Taoist robe with a face full of determination, he declared, I wish to give it a try. I would greatly appreciate your assistance, esteemed elder. Excellent. Such resolve is indeed rare and commendable. The young man in the Taoist robe nodded appreciatively, retrieving a compass-like artifact from his robe, forming a hand seal. Go. As the seal took shape, he pointed at the compass and uttered a command. The compass trembled slightly, emitting a beam of light that shot towards the heavens. I have already notified the Peak of Guidance. Shortly, a senior will arrive to assess your spiritual root. Should you not pass the assessment, I shall claim you as my distant cousin and endeavor to secure a spot for you as a menial disciple. As the light vanished into the sky, the young man in the Taoist robe stowed the compass and offered one last piece of advice to Zhu Yunfei. Grateful, Zhu Yunfei quickly produced a large yellow fish from his robes and discreetly placed it into the hands of the young man in the Taoist robe. The latter did not refuse. After all, it would be impolite to dismiss such earnestness from the lad. Generally, the Lansong sect does not accept mortals without spiritual roots, but with the recommendation of the young man in the Taoist robe, the chances significantly increased. Naturally, such matters often require personal connections or facilitation, and regardless of the circumstances, they come at a cost. From this perspective, the young man in the Taoist robe had indeed not deceived Zhu Yunfei. Moments later, under the expectant gazes of both individuals, a streak of azure light streaked across the sky, heading towards the mountain gate. The light grew larger as it approached, and within a few dozen breaths, it was merely 100 feet from the mountain gate. Only then did Zhu Yunfei discern that the light was, in fact, a half-zhong long azure sword, upon which stood a middle-aged man clad in a blue Taoist robe, his garments billowing elegantly, resembling a jade tree in the wind. Is this the legendary sword flight? Indeed, it is far more impressive than riding a broom. Zhu Yunfei looked at the middle-aged man standing on the flying sword, his eyes brimming with envy. Under their watchful eyes, the flying sword soon arrived at the mountain gate, and the middle-aged man leapt down from the sword, standing before them. Junior brother Zhou, I received your message. What brings you here? He inquired softly, folding his hands in greeting while sheathing his sword. The young man in the Taoist robe quickly returned the gesture, then spoke. Senior brother Wang, I did not expect you to be on duty at the Peak of Guidance today. I apologize for the trouble. He then recounted Zhu Yunfei's desire to join the sect, emphasizing Zhu Yunfei as his distant cousin, hoping that the middle-aged man would extend his assistance. Junior brother, no need for such formality. We are of the same generation. Rest assured, your cousin's entry will be assured without issue. After scrutinizing Zhu Yunfei's token, the middle-aged man nodded and smiled, offering a reassuring gesture to the youth clad in Taoist robes. What cousin? The middle-aged Taoist was not convinced, suspecting that the young man had received some benefits, hence his words. However, given their shared bond as contemporaries in the sect, the middle-aged man found no need to expose the truth. Moreover, since the youth possessed the token of a disciple from their sect, his admission, regardless of his spiritual roots, was assuredly not in question. There was no need for him to exert much effort. His emphatic declarations were merely a means to elicit a favor from the Taoist youth. Having navigated the outer sect for decades, he was well versed in the nuances of human interactions. Ah, Brother Wang, thank you for your concern. When we have some leisure time, let me treat you to a meal, just the two of us, he proposed cheerfully. Absolutely, absolutely. After exchanging pleasantries, the middle-aged man indicated his intention to return and report. With a swift motion of his hand, he formed a seal, and in an instant, a small azure sword, no larger than a palm, materialized. The sword hovered in the air and, in mere moments, expanded into a grand sword 3 feet wide and approximately 10 feet long. The Taoist youth nudged the somewhat dazed Zhu Yunfei, urging him to step forward and accompany the middle-aged man. Wow, after living 2 lifetimes. It's my first time flying on a sword. I'm so nervous. As he gazed at the hovering grand sword, Zhu Yunfei felt an inexplicable thrill. Stepping onto this flying sword marked the commencement of his true journey into the realm of cultivation. A small step for him, yet a monumental leap for the world of the immortal practitioners. What a glorious moment. The thought alone made him euphoric. Initially, Zhu Yunfei had imagined that he would be effortlessly lifted onto the flying sword by the middle-aged man, who would then launch them into the sky amidst his frantic flailing. However, the reality was far less dramatic. The middle-aged man controlled the sword to remain close to the ground before beckoning Zhu Yunfei to board alongside him. After advising Zhu Yunfei to grip his belt tightly, he gradually elevated the sword into the air. Upon reaching a height of approximately 30 yards, the sword began to accelerate smoothly. The experience, while not devoid of excitement, was rather lacking in thrill. The sword's flight was far more stable than Zhu Yunfei had anticipated. The only discomfort was the brisk wind whipping around them. It was impossible to appreciate the breathtaking vistas of the Lansong sect, let alone to open his eyes comfortably. What a waste of this first-class experience. Chapter 12. Registration and Becoming a Connected Insider. Zhu Yunfei's inaugural experience of soaring on a flying sword was profoundly disappointing, leading him to believe that sword flight, despite its impressive appearance, was a rather arduous endeavor. It wasn't until much later, upon attaining a high level of qi cultivation and being able to fly independently, that he came to understand that practitioners in the qi refining stage, due to insufficient spiritual energy, were unable to form a complete protective barrier while flying on a sword. One can merely shield the eyes, allowing oneself to discern the path ahead, and at most, protect the head to maintain one's hairstyle. This implies that during the qi refinement period, cultivators flying on swords are essentially soaring through the skies in a state of utter exposure. Just imagine, a plane devoid of an exterior. How could it withstand the fierce winds? Just as Zhu Yunfei was on the verge of being blown off his sword by the gusts, he suddenly sensed the wind cease. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld the sword suspended above a spacious plaza, gradually descending. At last, as the sword came to a halt, the middle-aged man spoke slowly. Having finished his words, he strode towards a pavilion at the edge of the plaza. Zhu Yunfei quickly responded and followed suit. As they approached, curiosity piqued Zhu Yunfei's interest. This was a 3-story wooden pavilion, exuding an air of grandeur. Above the entrance hung a plaque inscribed with the elegant characters, Jane Hall. It appeared rather imposing. Before Zhu Yunfei could scrutinize it further, the middle-aged man had already stepped inside the pavilion. Zhu Yunfei promptly gathered his thoughts and entered as well. Upon stepping into the first-floor hall, he was taken aback by the scene that unfolded before him. This was a service hall. Zhu Yunfei exclaimed in astonishment. The decorative style of the hall bore a striking resemblance to that of Banks in his past life. One could not say it was identical, but rather, it was remarkably similar. On one side of the hall stood a chest-high counter, behind which 4 disciples clad in azure robes were busily attending to their tasks. Against the wall behind the counter was a row of cabinets, flanked by small open doors on either side, presumably leading to stairs that ascended to the second floor. Aside from the counter, the majority of the hall was filled with neatly arranged rows of chairs, numbering in the hundreds, which relieved Zhu Yunfei. Thankfully, they were not the dreaded linearly arranged seats of his former life. Otherwise, he might have doubted the authenticity of his current existence. The middle-aged man guided Zhu Yunfei directly towards the left side of the hall. Upon reaching the far left counter, he pointed at Zhu Yunfei and addressed the disciples within. Junior Brotherly, this is a newcomer we just brought back. Please process the necessary paperwork. Having said that, he positioned Zhu Yunfei in front. Very well, Brother Wang. May I inquire about the newcomer's status? A relation, replied the middle-aged man as he handed over Zhu Yunfei's token. The disciple behind the counter nodded, accepting the jade token and inserting it into the center of a large compass before him. Instantly, a beam of white light illuminated the surface of the compass. Concurrently, atop a mountain within the Lansong sect, a young man in white, engrossed in a game of chess, suddenly felt a surge of spiritual energy emanating from the jade pendant at his waist. Habitually extending his consciousness, he was momentarily taken aback. Someone is entering the sect with my token? The white-clad youth murmured, bewildered. What is it, Brothers Wa? Inquired another young man, similarly dressed in white, with curiosity. Oh, It's nothing. I have a matter to attend to and must step out for a moment. We shall reconvene another time. With that, the white-clad youth rose and exited the pavilion. With a gentle tap of his toes, he leaped into the air, landing upon a flying sword, vanishing in the blink of an eye beyond the horizon. Meanwhile, at the reception hall, after completing the identity registration, Zhu Yunfei was escorted to a room on the second floor to undergo a series of examinations. In addition to routine checks such as bone age and spiritual roots, there were unexpectedly soul scans and polygraph tests. This was rather absurd. As he was subjected to the soul examination, Zhu Yunfei gazed nervously at the lamp-like magical artifact hovering above his head. No one had mentioned that becoming an apprentice in cultivation would require a soul CT scan. Having traversed worlds, he wondered if a failed assessment would lead to him being mistaken for a spy from another sect and subsequently eliminated. Fortunately, he eventually passed the examination, though his back was thoroughly drenched with perspiration. On a brighter note, Zhu Yunfei was pleased with the outcome of his spiritual root assessment. It was commendable, categorized as a superior spiritual root. However, there was a slight drawback. His spiritual root encompassed all 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. According to the disciple from the Lansong sect responsible for the assessment, spiritual roots are classified into 4 grades: upper, middle, lower, and exceptional. The higher the grade, the better the cultivation aptitude. While a superior 5-element spiritual root might not qualify him as a prodigy, it was certainly not dismal either. At the very least, it wasn't the hopeless lower grade 5-element spiritual root. Do not be disheartened, the outer sect disciple from the reception hall gently reassured Zhu Yunfei. Although your superior 5-element spiritual root may be slightly lacking, with diligence, you still have a chance of entering the outer sect. If you can become an outer sect disciple and are assigned to a more favorable city, you will have a lifetime free of worries regarding sustenance. Keep striving. Zhu Yunfei's spirit soared at these words. The implication was clear: his spiritual root aptitude was not exceptional. Nevertheless, he quickly regained his composure. Cultivating was inherently a defiance against fate. What was the harm in facing challenges? Battling against the heavens was a source of immense joy. He resolutely vowed to rise to greatness. In contrast to the thrilling assessments of spiritual roots and souls, the examination by the heart mirror was markedly mundane, lacking any excitement. The process was straightforward. He merely had to answer questions posed by the disciple beside him while facing a mirror. The inquiries were simple, primarily concerning whether he harbored any ill intentions in joining the Lansong sect. Atop the mirror was embedded a white gemstone. Each time he answered a question, if the gemstone glowed green, it indicated he had spoken truthfully. If it glowed red, it signified a lie. A cultivation version of a lie detector. Zhu Yunfei was baffled by the underlying principles, marveling at the astonishing methods employed in the world of cultivation. I will check upstairs. You remain seated here and do not wander, instructed the middle-aged man, pointing to a chair in the front row before turning to ascend the stairs. As the man's voice faded, Zhu Yunfei's lips twitched violently, nearly erupting with an exclamation of disbelief. He took a deep, steadying breath and nodded gravely, replying, "I appreciate your assistance, esteemed elder." Upon uttering these words, he turned to follow the middle-aged man up the staircase, making his way toward the front row of seats. It was only at that moment that Zhu Yunfei noticed several individuals seated in the first row, 3 men and 2 women, all appearing quite youthful, with the youngest girl looking to be merely 7 or 8 years of age. Were they also here to complete their entry formalities? Zhu Yunfei discreetly observed them, pondering in silence. The occupants of the front row remained silent, sitting with an air of solemnity, their bodies taut with anticipation. Suppressing his curiosity, Zhu Yunfei selected a random seat and settled in, awaiting the next steps. The necessary assessments for joining the sect had concluded, and now it was merely a matter of verifying the authenticity of the token he possessed to proceed with the formal admission. In simpler terms, a background check was to be conducted to ensure Zhu Yunfei's lineage was untainted. He bore no resentment towards this procedure. After all, the token was a legitimate heirloom passed down through generations, clearly documented in the family genealogy. He had no fear of scrutiny. Zhu Yunfei understood the rationale behind such investigations. Firstly, they served to prevent individuals of dubious origin from infiltrating the sect. The prior examinations of bone age, spiritual essence, and the heart's mirror were conducted with this aim in mind. Secondly, these measures sought to avert the emergence of internal traitors colluding with external enemies, who might misuse the token to blend into the community. Should any issues arise concerning these connections, while it may not result in immediate expulsion, the implicated parties would certainly come under suspicion and investigation by the sect. In modern parlance, this was a means to significantly reduce the likelihood of spy factions developing within the sect. Of course, The effectiveness of these checks and methods remained uncertain to Zhu Yunfei. It appeared that the struggles within the realm of cultivation were far more intense than he had anticipated. He recognized the necessity of maintaining a low profile and finding ways to quickly acquire the means of self-defense as the wisest course of action. Zhu Yunfei sighed inwardly. His initial intention was to adopt a cautious approach after joining the sect, to cultivate steadily, gradually enhancing his abilities and ultimately embarking on the path to immortality. However, it seemed that the storms ahead would be plentiful, necessitating readiness for conflict at any moment. Chapter 13. Goodness, what impressive thighs. While Zhu Yunfei contemplated how to swiftly navigate his circumstances upon entering the Lansong sect, a beam of white light soared from the horizon, descending onto the platform of the second floor of the reception hall. A dashing young man, clad in a flowing white robe, gracefully dismounted from his flying sword and strode directly into the deaconess office on the second floor. The youth with a jade-like visage is none other than Zhuo Wenbin, a disciple from the inner sect of the Lansong sect, who has arrived on his sword. He is indeed the master of the token presented by Zhu Yunfei. In the hall on the first floor, while Zhu Yunfei kept his head bowed, preoccupied with his thoughts, he occasionally glanced towards the staircase at the side of the counter. After a brief interval, 2 men and 1 woman descended the staircase with measured steps. Leading the trio was Zhuo Wenbin, who had received the summons not long ago. Zhu Yunfei was unfamiliar with Zhuo Wenbin. However, the individual trailing behind was none other than Wang Jie, the one who had brought him to this reception hall. Zhu Yunfei's pupils constricted slightly. These 3 individuals were approaching him. Realization dawned upon Zhu Yunfei, prompting him to rise hastily, a look of anxiety manifesting on his face. "Are you a descendant of Zhu area?" Zhuo Wenbin inquired, scrutinizing the somewhat flustered youth before him. "Why yes, esteemed sir," Zhu Yunfei stammered, unable to meet Zhuo Wenbin's gaze due to the imposing aura emanating from him. "Very well. Since you possess my token and seek to join our sect, it seems fate has intertwined our paths. Your aptitude appears commendable. Would you be willing to accompany me back to the 5th peak?" Zhuo Wenbin nodded thoughtfully before posing his question. Earlier, in the parlor on the 2nd floor, Zhuo Wenbin had already examined the jade token and materials brought by Zhu Yunfei. This token had been casually bestowed upon Zhu area, a servant, over a century ago when Li Yuqing was accepted into the sect. It was unexpected that, after all these years, a descendant of Zhu area would present the token to seek entry into the sect. Fate truly is remarkable. With such a connection, allowing this young man to bypass the norms for entry into the outer sect seems reasonable. The Lansong sect, as one of the 6 most powerful sects in Qingzhou, is renowned for its mastery in artifact refinement. Its strength positions it among the top-tier sects within the Eastern Domain's cultivation world. The process for recruiting disciples is stringent. Typically, new disciples begin as miscellaneous servants and must ascend through relentless competition, progressing from servant to outer sect disciple, then to inner sect disciple, and possibly even to a direct disciple. Each step requires one to distinguish themselves among numerous peers. The competition is fiercely brutal, akin to a bloodless slaughter. This is also why the Lansong sect, with its numerous connections, has endured for a millennium. The 5th peak is one of the core summits of the Lansong sect, overseen by a formidable cultivator at the late Golden Core stage, renowned for his prowess. A talent like Zhu Yunfei, possessing a superior 5 spiritual roots, might garner some regard in an average 3rd-tier sect. However, in the context of the Lansong sect, he is merely of middling ability. Under normal circumstances, he would fall short of qualifying for the 5th peak. Fortunately, connections can be advantageous. Zhu area's former master, Li Yuqing, is now a named inner disciple at the 5th peak, an elite among elites with an immeasurable future ahead. Zhuo Wenbin vividly recalls the poignant scene from over a century ago, when the master and servant shared a deep bond upon entering the sect. If I were to bring the descendants of Zhu area to the 5th peak, such an act of kindness would surely be appreciated by Li Yuqing, given his character. The value of a single favor from Li Yuqing is immeasurable, and my involvement would merely be a casual gesture, guaranteeing a considerable gain without any loss. At this moment, Zhu Yunfei's gaze ignited with fervor upon hearing Zhuo Wenbin's words. He was uncertain about the true prestige of the 5th peak, but during the registration process, he had overheard that new disciples, upon completing their entry formalities, would be collectively placed in the new disciples' hall for instruction. After a period of training, they would then officially become servant disciples, assigned to labor in various sect facilities such as mines, farms, or forests. Only after fulfilling a year of service and achieving the 1st level of qi cultivation could they ascend to the status of outer disciples, with assignments to different peaks. However, with just a single statement from this prominent figure, he was granted the privilege of bypassing this entire process, directly entering the 5th peak as an outer disciple. Though the reasons for this were unclear, it was evident that he had received a considerable advantage, effectively reducing his struggle by a year. Was this the treatment afforded to those with connections? It seemed that the individual in white was indeed a significant ally, and it was prudent to remain close. In the blink of an eye, Zhu Yunfei grasped the essence of the situation, quickly bowed in gratitude, and exclaimed, "Thank you, esteemed elder. I am willing." Upon witnessing Zhu Yunfei's reaction, Zhuo Wenbin nodded in satisfaction and turned to return to the second floor. The new disciples waiting in the hall below cast envious glances at Zhu Yunfei, but he had no time to dwell on their admiration. Soon, Zhuo Wenbin vanished from sight, and Zhu Yunfei began the process of completing his sect entry formalities with the guidance of a disciple from the receiving hall, receiving his identity token, foundational techniques, and entrance allowances. It must be said that the Lansong sect truly lives up to its reputation as a major sect. A newly inducted outer disciple received a generous initial grant of 20 low-grade spirit stones as part of the entry benefits. Moreover, he would receive a monthly stipend of 10 spirit stones henceforth. Additionally, he was given 10 spirit-resolving pills and 3 spirit-gathering pills. Such benefits were unparalleled. It is important to note that for those wandering cultivators without a sect, a cultivator's life might not even be worth 20 spirit stones. This explains why so many strive to enter grand sections. After donning the exclusive blue robe of an outer disciple, Zhu Yunfei was escorted by the disciple from the receiving hall to where Zhuo Wenbin was enjoying tea in the lounge on the second floor. Having changed into the new attire, he appeared markedly more presentable. Zhuo Wenbin set down his teacup, smiled, and remarked, "You look much more agreeable now." He then exchanged pleasantries with the attendant from the receiving hall before leading Zhu Yunfei away. They traveled by sword flight once more, and this time, due to Zhuo Wenbin's cultivation level having reached the foundation establishment stage, Zhu Yunfei's experience was significantly enhanced compared to the last. The flight was swift and stable, with not a whisper of wind to disturb them. Zhuo Wenbin stood at the forefront of the flying sword, pushing its speed to the utmost limit. His chess companions awaited his return to continue their game, and he had no desire to squander excessive time on Zhu Yunfei. Even if possessing 5 spiritual roots, they were still deemed inferior qualities. Under normal circumstances, Zhuo Wenbin would not even spare a glance. Had it not been for his own intervention, this young man would have had little chance of becoming an outer disciple. The reason he used his privilege as an inner disciple to allow Zhu Yunfei to enter the 5th peak was merely to repay a favor to Li Yuqing. In the realm of cultivation, as in life, self-interest reigns supreme. Zhuo Wenbin harbored little interest in Zhu Yunfei. Upon reaching the 5th peak, he summoned a steward responsible for managing outer disciples, provided a casual set of instructions, and turned to leave. "Farewell, Master Zhuo," exclaimed the steward, Huang Wenxiang, bending slightly in a show of respect. His flattery was quite commendable. Zhu Yunfei observed this exchange closely, yet felt no disdain toward Huang. After all, one must not hesitate to humble oneself for the path to immortality. It was only after Zhuo Wenbin's figure had completely vanished into the horizon that Huang Wenxiang straightened up with a look of delight. He then turned and beckoned Zhu Yunfei to follow him towards the steward hall, where they handled registration, arranged accommodations, assigned tasks, and discussed important details. Huang Wenxiang displayed no signs of impatience. Rather, he was meticulous and dedicated. In this sect, one need not fear being commanded by superiors, but rather the fear of being overlooked. Zhuo Wenbin held a prominent position among inner disciples, with a promising future ahead. If Huang performed his duties well and garnered recognition, his own path of cultivation would surely widen. Zhu Yunfei understood the reason for Huang Wenxiang's enthusiasm, simply because Zhuo Wenbin had personally brought him here. However, as a newcomer, he did not consider himself to have climbed the ranks. Therefore, he refrained from taking advantage of the situation, continuously expressing gratitude to Huang Wenxiang and even offering a large yellow fish as a token of appreciation, demonstrating his understanding. After a busy day, as night fell, he finally completed all the necessary formalities and settled into the small courtyard designated for outer disciples. Temporarily at ease, he lay on the bed in his room, reflecting deeply. A whole year has passed, and my journey in cultivation is finally about to begin in earnest. Chapter 14. Striving for a small goal the following day. As dawn broke, Zhu Yunfei was already up and about. After a brief tidying up, he embarked on his first task as a new disciple, reading. More precisely, he delved into the sect manual. As a newcomer who had bypassed the new disciple training, he was unfamiliar with the rules and customs. A single misstep could lead to grave consequences. As for cultivation and work, those could wait for the time being. With the guidance of Huang Wenxiang, during the first month, there was no need for Zhu Yunfei to engage in any tasks. This time should not be squandered. He dedicated 3 days to not merely memorize the sect handbook, but to internalize it sufficiently. In recent days, the news of an uninitiated novice being exceptionally promoted to an outer disciple and entering the fifth peak has stirred considerable excitement among the outer disciples of the fifth peak. Reactions to the rumor varied among the outer disciples. Some expressed envy, others jealousy, and some remained indifferent. However, Zhu Yunfei was blissfully unaware of all this. At that moment, he was hidden away in his small courtyard, preparing to commence his cultivation. According to Huang Wenxiang, the outer disciples assigned to various peaks should possess at least the foundational level of qi cultivation. Without such a foundation, one would struggle to adapt to the demands of being an outer disciple. With his current status, having only recently embarked on the path of cultivation, he could only boast of having just begun to sense the qi. In simpler terms, he was a complete novice with no real power to speak of, making it exceedingly difficult to establish himself at the fifth peak. Thus, it was imperative for him to seize the opportunity to elevate his cultivation swiftly. With a sigh of resignation, he reflected, a month to reach the qi cultivation stage. Time is of the essence, and the task is formidable. His previous incarnation had left behind a technique, and he had managed to cultivate a trace of spiritual energy through it. However, upon discovering in the Zhu clan records that this technique was likely a pirated version procured by the second ancestor from a street stall, Zhu Yunfei hesitated to practice it. The thought of causing a mishap was daunting. Fortunately, the sect had issued a foundational technique known as the Lansong method. As for its quality, that remained uncertain, yet it was at least an official and credible version. According to the Lansong method, the realms of cultivation are categorized as body refinement, qi cultivation, foundation establishment, golden core, and nascent soul, with each major realm further divided into 9 minor levels. The text was silent regarding any realms beyond the nascent soul. After all, the highest cultivation level within the Lansong sect was only the golden core. The version of the Lansong method that Zhu Yunfei possessed covered only the body refinement and qi cultivation stages, while further techniques required the expenditure of sect contribution points for redemption, and they were rather costly. Why contemplate such distant goals when I have yet to even begin? Zhu Yunfei shook his head, dismissing the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind, and picked up the technique to study it meticulously. To be prudent, he spent 2 days thoroughly familiarizing himself with the method before embarking on formal cultivation. The body refinement stage, as its name suggests, is fundamentally about strengthening the body. More precisely, it involves guiding spiritual energy into the body to refine the mortal frame. The distinction between cultivators and ordinary individuals lies in their ability to absorb, store, and utilize the spiritual energy that permeates the heavens and the earth. This spiritual energy is a potent force. If a cultivator's physical constitution is too weak or lacking in strength, they may struggle to withstand the pressures exerted by the influx of spiritual energy during this process. The consequences can be dire, ranging from bodily harm to immediate demise, leading to one's death and the cessation of their path. When practitioners endeavor to break through their cultivation bottlenecks, a significant reason for failure often lies in the overwhelming energy of spiritual essence within their bodies, surpassing their physical limits. Consequently, a failure ensues. Furthermore, there exists a reason why practitioners of lower cultivation levels struggle to inflict substantial damage on those of higher cultivation during combat, particularly when the disparity spans over a significant realm. This is due to the fact that the energy contained within a full-force strike from a lower-tier practitioner is inferior to the spiritual essence levels within a higher-tier practitioner. Your limitations cannot surpass my baseline. Thus, how could one possibly prevail? The body refinement stage necessitates the infusion of spiritual energy into the body, continuously cleansing and reinforcing one's meridians, muscles, and even skin to achieve a certain level of strength. The good news is that there is no fixed duration required for this refinement stage. As soon as the body can withstand the energy of spiritual essence and retain it, one can strive to enter the qi refining stage. Zhu Yunfei quickly grasped the underlying principles. The so-called body refinement stage is essentially the process of transforming one's body into a vessel for spiritual energy. The tool is spiritual essence. The method is the cultivation technique. Understanding the essence and subsequently mastering it to perfection or even innovating represents the advantage of modern thinking. In the perspective of the people in this world, this is referred to as possessing good comprehension. The Kanglin Zhu records, the body refinement stage consists of 9 layers, each corresponding to a specific part of the human body. Strengthening each part results in an elevation of cultivation level. The first 3 layers represent the early stage of body refinement. The 4th to 6th layers denote the mid-stage, while the 7th to 9th layers signify the late stage. Upon reaching the 9th layer, one may attempt to open the dantian and challenge the qi refining stage. Naturally, even without completing the full body refinement, one can forcibly attempt to break through to the qi refining stage. Many practitioners with inadequate talent, nearing the end of their lifespan, may resort to this approach for a final gamble, albeit with a low success rate. The Kanglinju elucidates the process for advancing to the qi refining stage quite clearly, utilizing the meridians to guide spiritual energy into the dantian, establishing the sea of qi, and storing spiritual power. In simpler terms, it involves unblocking the body's pathways to channel the spiritual essence from the cosmos into the dantian, which is then processed in a certain manner to ultimately become the so-called sea of qi. If one were to liken the dantian to a processing plant, the meridians would be akin to the conduits delivering raw materials to the plant. For the plant to commence operations, both the conduits and the plant itself are essential. Thus, to become a practitioner at the qi refining stage, two fundamental conditions must be met. As for the qi refining stage, the Kanglinju also provides a clear account. Opening a meridian and establishing the dantian sea of qi constitutes the first layer of qi refining. Each open meridian corresponds to an increase in cultivation level within the qi refining stage. Once all 9 meridians are opened, achieving the 9th layer of qi refining allows for the attempt to break through to the foundation establishment stage. It appears, at first glance, not to be overly complicated. Zhu Yunfei pondered, stroking his chin, and murmured to himself, "If my conjecture holds true, the key to challenging the foundation establishment stage likely resides within the number of meridians. If one could successfully open more meridians, then when it comes to cultivating the energy within the dantian, one would possess a much more abundant flow of spiritual energy. The greater the abundance of spiritual energy, the higher the probability of success." With this thought, Zhu Yunfei's gaze ignited with fervor. Surpassing 9 meridians would undoubtedly be a formidable challenge. However, which step on the path of cultivation is devoid of difficulties? Merely 9 meridians, surely, I can surpass that? As the saying goes, if one does not tread the path of immortality, it is better to return home and cultivate sweet potatoes. With determination surging within him, Zhu Yunfei tightened his grip on the Lansong Sutra, vowing silently. However, the Lansong Sutra in his possession only permitted cultivation up to the 9th layer of the qi refinement stage, lacking further techniques. Whether this speculation holds true remains uncertain for now. Aware that he had yet to reach the qi refinement stage, he understood that striving for the foundation establishment stage was somewhat premature. Thus, he quickly cleared these thoughts from his mind, emptying his spirit, sitting cross-legged, and began to cultivate the body refinement section of the Lansong Sutra. Fortunately, the original owner had left Zhu Yunfei a trace of spiritual power. This allowed him to bypass the step of sensing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, directly guiding the energy to refine his body according to the sutra. In comparison to the desolate and barren place of Qingshui County, the concentration of spiritual energy within the Lansong sect was magnified by at least 100-fold. The cultivation process flowed smoothly as a result. The only unexpected aspect for Zhu Yunfei was the intense pain accompanying the body refinement. It felt as if countless ants were gnawing at his flesh, starting from the crown of his head and working their way down to his toes. The sensation was indeed quite intense. Fortunately, as a former professional assassin, Zhu Yunfei possessed remarkable patience. Gradually, he entered a state of profound immersion in his cultivation, losing track of time. After an indeterminate period, the grumbling of his stomach pulled Zhu Yunfei from his meditative state. Alas, he realized he had not eaten for an entire afternoon. Sigh, if only the growth of one's cultivation could be as voracious as one's appetite. Zhu Yunfei sighed, pouring another pill of the fasting elixir from a porcelain vial and swallowing it. The gnawing sensation of hunger vanished in an instant. As an outer sect disciple, Zhu Yunfei had the privilege of dining at the canteen for free. However, having recently arrived and bypassed the stage of being a servant disciple, he recognized that this was undeniably unfair to the majority of outer sect disciples. Should his identity be recognized in public, he could easily become the target of unwarranted hostility. Moreover, the most critical concern was that he currently possessed virtually no cultivation. Should he face oppression, he would likely find it difficult to defend himself. Yesterday, Elder Huang had generously provided him with a substantial bottle of fasting elixirs and, before departing, had cautioned him. Although the status of an outer sect disciple is not particularly high, the sect is rife with connections and complex interpersonal relationships. With your low level of cultivation, it is advisable to avoid drawing attention to yourself. Zhu Yunfei understood that Elder Huang's actions might not stem from genuine goodwill. It was likely a precautionary measure to avert any repercussions from Zhuo Wenbin in the event that Zhu encountered trouble. Better to avoid complications altogether. He resolved to elevate his cultivation as swiftly as possible. With this in mind, Zhu Yunfei dismissed the notion of dining at the canteen. To sidestep unnecessary troubles, he decided to remain indoors for the following month. With an ample supply of fasting elixirs, he would not suffer from hunger even if he refrained from eating in the canteen for a month. After fetching 2 buckets of water and attending to his personal hygiene, he cleansed his body of grime, washed his clothes, and hung them to dry. Zhu Yunfei then returned to his meditation mat, resuming his cultivation. He vowed not to leave his seclusion until he had reached the level of qi training. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, a month had elapsed. Throughout this entire period, Zhu Yunfei devoted himself to cultivation, engaging only in the necessary activities of consuming pills, sleeping, bathing, and washing clothes. He did not step outside his courtyard even once. Through his diligent efforts, he successfully opened 2 meridians, elevating his cultivation to the 2nd level of body refinement. Now just a step away from the 3rd level. Alas, the novice protection period had lasted only a month, and it had come to an end. Had he been granted an additional 3 to 5 days, he undoubtedly would have broken through the bottleneck, advancing his cultivation to even greater heights. What Zhu Yunfei did not realize was that his pace of cultivation had already surpassed that of 80% of the disciples within the Lansong sect. The path of cultivation indeed relies on talent and resources, but even more significant is the individual's effort, particularly during these foundational stages. The sect does not support idleness. With the novice protection period concluded, it was time for Zhu Yunfei to begin fulfilling his duties for the sect. He resolved to seek out Elder Huang for tasks, hoping to be assigned a favorable one. Clenching the large yellow fish hidden in his sleeve, Zhu Yunfei set forth with a hopeful demeanor towards the hall of the outer sect management. Leaving his courtyard behind, he officially took his first step into the world of cultivation. In the hall of the management office, the disciples greeted Elder Huang upon his arrival. Zhu Yunfei expressed profound gratitude for the care extended by Steward Huang. In addition, he engaged in a flurry of flattering remarks. The 2 parties indulged in an in-depth and amicable discourse regarding their month-long training experiences and their aspirations for the future. Ultimately, after Zhu Yunfei demonstrated his sincere support for the work of the steward hall with 2 splendid yellow fish, he successfully secured a position as a junior assistant to a craftsman. In essence, this entailed performing menial tasks such as serving tea and fetching water within the crafting chamber. The role bore no prerequisites in terms of cultivation level, making it relatively accessible and uncomplicated. Naturally, should he perform admirably and catch the eye of his supervisor, a bright future awaited him. However, the compensation left much to be desired. Regrettably, Zhu Yunfei's low cultivation level confined him to these rudimentary tasks devoid of any technical complexity. Within the Lansong sect, it was customary for apprentice disciples at the body refinement stage to engage in physical labor such as mining, farming, and logging during their first year. Upon advancing to outer discipleship, they would then undertake more skilled tasks such as crafting, alchemy, hunting demonic beasts, and vanquishing malevolent cultivators. The predicament for Zhu Yunfei lay in the fact that, despite holding the status of an outer disciple, his cultivation was only on par with that of a menial worker. Given his current level of cultivation, he had no room for selection, as he was rendered incapable of performing any significant tasks. Fortunately, his understanding and filial piety, combined with the support of inner-sect disciples Wenbin, ensured that Steward Huang treated him with considerable care. The craftsman assigned to him was not only esteemed among the inner-sect disciples for his crafting skills, but also possessed a commendable disposition. He was lenient with the rules and easy to please. Moreover, Zhu Yunfei would receive a monthly stipend of 20 spirit stones and 20 contribution points. Naturally, he was quite satisfied with this arrangement. After inquiring about the preferences of this inner-sect disciple, Zhu Yunfei departed from the steward hall with a sense of fulfillment. He then made his way to the general store at the foot of the mountain. Just like ordinary mortals, qi refinement stage cultivators required sustenance and basic needs, thus creating a demand for shopping. Beneath each main peak of the Lansong sect, there were 1 or 2 general stores selling everyday necessities. From firewood to rice, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and tea, everything was available, albeit at slightly higher prices than those found in mortal shops. The reasoning behind this was understood by those in the know. With thousands of outer disciples residing on each main peak, demand was immense. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Zhu Yunfei quickly located the general store. 2 shops stood side by side, one named Liangji and the other Zhangji. Zhu Yunfei intended to purchase some spirit tea to bring to work the following day, hoping to curry favor with the supervising inner-sect disciple. After browsing, he discovered that the store primarily stocked commonplace items. Not only was there no spirit tea, but spirit wine and spirit food were also absent. Upon inquiring further, he learned that a market known as Lansong Fong City existed on the receiving peak, where all items imbued with spiritual essence could only be procured. spirit wine, spirit rice, spirit beast meat, elixirs, talismans, and magical artifacts. Zhu Yunfei was momentarily taken aback, but soon realized the implications. This was nothing short of a monopolistic venture. Each main peak possesses its own treasury, where disciples can exchange contribution points for desired items and resources. However, the items available for exchange predominantly consist of significant items such as cultivation techniques, magical artifacts, and talismans. In contrast, the demand for everyday consumables is overwhelming. If everything were to be exchanged, let alone whether external disciples possess sufficient contribution points for such transactions, the workload alone would be insurmountable for the treasury. Thus, trading becomes the only viable option. The sect is not oblivious. With such substantial profits in plain sight, it is only natural for them to be enticed. Consequently, an internal market was established within the sect, providing space and storefronts to facilitate transactions among disciples, while also collecting rent and commissions. Indeed, one cannot underestimate the commercial acumen of these cultivators. It seems I must make a trip to the Lansong market, Zhu Yunfei mused, preparing to visit the marketplace. However, he soon realized that reaching the market was no simple task. The entire Lansong sect spans tens of thousands of miles, with each main peak separated by vast distances. Even a formidable cultivator in the late stages of qi refinement would require at least half a day to traverse the distance from the fifth peak to the receiving peak via sword flight. Moreover, Zhu Yunfei's cultivation was merely at the second level of body refinement. He lacked even a flying sword. How could he possibly fly? Traversing over 1,000 miles solely on foot would take an eternity to reach the marketplace. Chapter 16. Astonishment, the bus flying vessel station. After a friendly conversation with the owner of a general store, Zhu Yunfei learned that there are generally 3 methods to reach the marketplace. The first is to purchase a mode of transportation, such as a spirit beast or a flying artifact capable of independent flight. This option is swift and imposes no restrictions based on cultivation level, consuming only 3 or 4 low-grade spirit stones or a meal of spirit beast meat for every 100 kilometers. Naturally, the price is equally stunning. Upon inquiry, Zhu Yunfei discovered that the cheapest flying artifact or spirit beast with no cultivation restrictions would cost over 3,000 spirit stones. How foolish of me to ask such a question. Zhu Yunfei mentally berated himself, wishing to give himself a slap. Such transportation is far beyond the means of a financially challenged body refinement stage cultivator like himself. Even if he sold himself, he could not afford it. Pass. The second method is akin to what is depicted in novels, utilizing a teleportation array to travel between locations. One simply steps onto the teleportation array and, in the blink of an eye, arrives at the destination. The advantage is speed, immense speed. However, the drawbacks are equally evident. It is exorbitantly expensive. Teleportation arrays charge per use. Traveling from the 5th peak to the receiving peak costs 40 spirit stones. At most, they can transport 4 individuals simultaneously. This means that a round trip to the receiving peak would cost at least 20 spirit stones. What a ridiculous joke in the realm of cultivation. After toiling for an entire month, one would only earn 20 spirit stones. To take a single trip would equate to losing a month's worth of labor? Zhu Yunfei shook his head, passing on this option. The third option is to take a flying sword or vessel, where fares are charged based on distance and per individual. Upon first hearing this assertion, Zhu Yunfei found it somewhat incredulous. However, after a moment of contemplation, he came to grasp the reality of the situation. Take the 5th peak as an example. The entire expanse of the 5th peak is home to 10 true disciples, over 100 inner disciples, and nearly 10,000 outer disciples, alongside a certain number of miscellaneous disciples. With such a multitude of students, daily activities such as shopping, executing tasks, visiting friends, and venturing into the wild necessitate traversing thousands of miles, if not more. Yet, a cultivator can only command sufficient spiritual energy to operate flying artifacts once they reach the mid-stage of qi refinement. Out of the more than 10,000 individuals at the 5th peak, only about 1,000 meet this criterion. Among these, the number capable of affording a flying sword or artifact is barely a fraction of that. What, then, is to be done by the rest? Is staying indoors an option? Certainly not. Relying on foot? A single outing could take upwards of 2 months. One might venture out for a simple purchase only to return and discover they have become a missing person, losing their job, salary, accommodation, and even their residency. Can one even fathom such a scenario? Thus, to cater to the needs of the brethren, this transport-like flying service emerged. According to the shopkeeper, a flight from the 5th peak to the guiding peak takes merely an hour, a remarkable convenience. Most importantly, it is affordable, with a one-way ticket costing just a single spirit stone. What hesitation remains? This is the choice. After confirming the location, Zhu Yunfei expressed his gratitude to the shopkeeper and made his way to the flying boat dock situated halfway up the mountain. As one of the most significant peaks of the Lansong sect, the fifth peak towers over 1,000 zhang in height. The dock for the flying boats is established halfway up, approximately 400 zhang from the mountain's base. Fortunately, Zhu Yunfei is now an authentic body refinement stage cultivator. With a few vigorous strides, he arrived in just half an hour. Goodness! Had Newton witnessed this, he surely would have found it difficult to contain his astonishment. It is truly remarkable. Gazing at the bustling dock, teeming with people, Zhu Yunfei could not help but utter an exclamation. In his previous life as a world-renowned assassin, he had encountered myriad sights. Yet, witnessing 7 or 8 flying boats suspended in midair, along with numerous enormous flying swords darting about, struck a profound blow to his worldview. His aspiration to become a formidable figure in the later stages of qi refinement burned even brighter. 30 years of fortune and misfortune. Do not underestimate youth. Sooner or later, he too shall acquire a flying sword. Yes, once the tasks in the refining room are secured, he shall seek part-time work. Wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth, Zhu Yunfei silently resolved to pursue this goal. However, this was not the time for envy. He quickly refocused his thoughts and began to inquire about the options available at the dock. It turned out that there are 3 types of flying services to choose from. The first is long-distance flying boats, which can reach several designated markets outside the sect, operating every 3 days, with a fare of 20 spirit stones per person for a one-way journey. The second type consists of medium-sized flying vessels that shuttle between various peaks within the sect. They operate every half a day, departing once filled to capacity, with a fare of 1 spirit stone per person. The third type comprises small flying vessels and flying swords that accommodate only 1 or 2 passengers. These are akin to taxis from a previous life, departing as soon as one boards, transporting directly to their destination. However, they are limited to operations within the sect. While they offer a higher degree of comfort, they also come with a slightly elevated price. The fare varies according to the driver's cultivation level, which correlates with the speed of flight. For the small flying vessels, the cost ranges from 5 to 10 spirit stones per trip, while flying swords charge between 3 to 8 spirit stones. They also provide door-to-door service, with prices subject to negotiation. One should not be frugal with small expenditures, lest one remain perpetually impoverished. Having fully grasped the situation, Zhu Yunfei naturally opted for the medium-sized flying vessel. Is there a vessel heading to the peak of reception? Let us depart. Upon hearing the calls from the vessel nearby, Zhu Yunfei paused momentarily, reminiscent of the minibuses from his hometown, which also departed as soon as passengers boarded. Despite his complaints, he quickened his pace towards the vessel. After queuing, he paid the spirit stones and boarded the vessel, waiting for takeoff. However, after a considerable time had passed, the vessel remained grounded. The individual collecting spirit stones continued to call out energetically. It appeared that the vessel would not embark until it was filled to capacity. Zhu Yunfei curled his lip in disdain and discreetly surveyed his surroundings. The vessel beneath him was modest in size, measuring 5 feet in width and slightly over 30 feet in length. It could comfortably accommodate 20 individuals, and with some crowding, 30 could fit as well. Its overall design resembled that of a flat-bottomed boat. It lacked a canopy and seating, constructed from what seemed to be solid wood, though the exact type remained uncertain. Aside from Zhu Yunfei, there were 15 other passengers aboard, all clad in gray robes denoting outer sect disciples, displaying varying levels of insignia. Zhu Yunfei found no surprise in this, as the outer sect disciples numbered in the tens of thousands and were naturally categorized by rank. The different ranks were distinguished by the cloud patterns on the sleeves of their robes, ranging from 1 to 9, corresponding to levels 1 through 9. Zhu Yunfei understood that cultivation was the primary criterion for ranking, though he was unclear about the other factors, as he was merely a novice at the second level of body refinement. His status as a first-level outer sect disciple was a result of being brought into the peak by an inner sect disciple, indicating the intricate dynamics at play. As he scanned the expressions of his fellow passengers, he noted their apparent lack of urgency. They seemed accustomed to the wait. It made sense if they were anxious. They would have opted for the flying swords instead of squeezing into a medium-sized vessel. Sighing inwardly, Zhu Yunfei observed that those aboard were likely in the same financial predicament as himself. With a shake of his head, he withdrew his gaze and began to wait patiently. Chapter 17. Ah, what a splendid view. Just as Zhu Yunfei contemplated how to navigate the crafting room the following day, a subtle sensation of swaying enveloped him. Immediately, a voice echoed, "Everyone, steady yourselves, we are setting sail." Upon hearing the commotion, Zhu Yunfei opened his eyes and beheld the flying vessel slowly beginning to move, ascending gradually. After a brief interval of several breaths, the craft rose to a height of over 100 zhang from the ground. Suddenly, a brilliant light flashed from the rear of the vessel. Zhu Yunfei felt a faint push against his back, and in an instant, the entire craft surged forward with astonishing speed. Goodness, is it this fierce? Zhu Yunfei was taken aback, quickly closing his eyes and instinctively seeking something to hold on to. However, the anticipated fierce wind did not materialize. Apart from the initial subtle sensation of propulsion, he felt nothing afterward. What is happening? With a heart laden with questions, Zhu Yunfei cautiously opened a slit of his eyes, only to find the white clouds above racing swiftly behind him. It was evident that the vessel he was aboard was soaring through the sky at a remarkable pace. Yet, why was there no wind? Zhu Yunfei's eyes brimmed with curiosity. Just as he was about to inquire of the individuals beside him, a glance revealed that everyone else appeared entirely unfazed. Zhu Yunfei, not one to be dim-witted, quickly deduced that it must be the vessel's doing. At that moment, he noticed that his movements had attracted several gazes, causing him to feel somewhat embarrassed. He promptly suppressed his inquisitive thoughts and feigned nonchalance while taking in the scenery. However, before long, he forgot his earlier embarrassment. As the flying vessel glided through the sky, Zhu Yunfei beheld the breathtaking landscapes of the Lansong sect. Previously, while riding the flying sword, the wind had been too fierce to see anything. This time, with a panoramic view of 720 degrees through the celestial windows, he truly appreciated what it meant to be in a realm of immortals. In the distance, towering peaks rose into the clouds, ethereal mists swirling about, while celestial cranes danced gracefully. In the middle ground, a great river flowed tumultuously, its surface shimmering like jewels, winding in serpentine curves, with small boats manned by fishermen dotting the banks. In the foreground, fields crisscrossed, vibrant with colors and teeming with life, as spirit beasts grazed peacefully. It was indeed a picturesque landscape imbued with poetic beauty. Goodness, how stunning! The scenery below the flying vessel surpassed all the world-renowned sights he had witnessed in his previous life, prompting Zhu Yunfei to silently marvel. Regrettably, his mind was devoid of eloquence, and after a prolonged struggle, he could only muster an exclamation of amazement. The speed of this vessel was considerably slower than the flying sword he had previously ridden. It took nearly 2 hours to reach the summit of reception. Nevertheless, the experience of the ride was remarkably pleasant, devoid of any wind. However, the absence of seating was somewhat taxing on the back. If only there were soft seats, it would have been even more delightful. Casting a glance back at the Master's flying vessel, Zhu Yunfei mused that when he eventually acquired wealth, he would certainly purchase a flying vessel for himself and make some splendid modifications, perhaps incorporating a sofa, refrigerator, and large television, all in a low-key, yet luxurious manner. Upon disembarking from the vessel and inquiring, Zhu Yunfei learned that Lansong Market was not situated atop the summit of reception, but rather on the plains near the foot of the mountain. Upon arriving at the bustling market, Zhu Yunfei quickly grasped the reason behind its grandeur. The marketplace sprawled across an expanse rivaling that of a small town, leaving no room upon the mountainside. As he stepped into the market, the vibrant clamor of worldly life enveloped him, with an array of diverse shops lining the streets, overwhelming in their abundance. The throngs of people, bustling to and fro, instilled a sense of excitement within Zhu Yunfei. According to the proprietor of a local grocery, this Lansong marketplace, situated within the jurisdiction of the Lansong sect, is managed by designated personnel from the sect. Furthermore, the majority of merchants and patrons are disciples of the sect, ensuring absolute security against any nefarious deeds such as murder or theft. In truth, Zhu Yunfei had no reason to worry about attracting unwanted attention. With his meager possessions, he could scarcely afford to purchase anything of note. However, as a former internationally renowned assassin, he maintained a habitual vigilance, adhering to the belief that one must always be wary of potential threats. As he crossed the threshold of the marketplace, Zhu Yunfei was profoundly astonished by the opulence of the cultivation world. The long street connecting the entrance was lined with shops stretching endlessly, with disciples entering and exiting in a continuous flow. The street was alive with activity, a sea of faces jostling against one another. According to the wooden map erected at the entrance, the Lansong marketplace was divided into 2 primary sections. One section constituted the core area, featuring 2 streets brimming with a variety of shops. The second section comprised a spacious square. Given the vastness of the marketplace, it was evident that a thorough exploration would take considerable time. Fortunately, the sign indicated that the marketplace remained open around the clock, affording him ample opportunity before his work obligations commenced the following day. Thus, Zhu Yunfei resolved to procure the items he needed before indulging in a leisurely exploration. Having inquired earlier with Steward Huang about the supervisor of the alchemy room assigned to him, who had a penchant for fine tea, he felt compelled to bring a gift of exquisite tea to curry favor. Winning the supervisor's approval could pave the way for a prosperous future. Cultivation is not merely about combat. It also hinges on the nuances of human relationships. Hence, Zhu Yunfei's purpose for visiting the marketplace was to acquire some spiritual tea. Initially, he had hoped to find it at the grocery store, but was met with disappointment and thus made his way to the market. However, Zhu Yunfei was not a naive youth. He entered the shops with discernment rather than asking foolishly. Instead, he patiently strolled along the lengthy street, assessing the situation. The street extended for 2 miles, lined with approximately 600 shops. The merchandise was predominantly categorized into several major types. The 5 essential items for cultivation: elixirs, formations, talismans, artifacts, and beasts. Notably, the shops selling spiritual artifacts were the most numerous. This was hardly surprising, as the Lansong sect had risen to prominence through its mastery of artifact forging. Within the sect, there was no shortage of skilled craftsmen, leading to an abundance of supply that far exceeded demand. The prices here are even more affordable than those outside, which can be considered a hidden benefit for the disciples of the Lansong sect. Additionally, there are shops selling upstream and downstream products related to the 5 essential items for cultivation, such as spiritual herbs, spiritual materials, beast materials, talismans, spiritual material processing, alchemy services, and custom spiritual tools. Finally, there are various service industries catering to cultivators, including dining, beverages, pawnshops, and inns. After perusing the area, Zhu Yunfei felt he had a general understanding. He walked directly into a relatively large establishment named Duobao Pavilion. The reason for selecting this shop was its size, as it occupied 6 storefronts, the largest on the street. One should not always heed the adage that larger shops take advantage of customers. In fact, while larger establishments may not always be cheaper, they are often more reputable, with a lower likelihood of deceit. The rationale is straightforward. Compromising their reputation for a small profit is too costly for a large store, especially when dealing with minor clients like Zhu Yunfei, whose modest purchases are hardly worth the trouble of swindling. Of course, for those with keen insight, shopping at small stalls can indeed yield significant savings. And with a discerning eye, one might even stumble upon rare treasures. Chapter 18. Spiritual Tea. Depleting one's savings. The marketplace's streets are lined with uniformly styled 2-story row buildings. And Duobao Pavilion is no exception. Standing outside, one might not discern much, but upon entering, Zhu Yunfei was immediately enveloped by an aura of opulence. Crossing the 1-yard-wide threshold, he was greeted by an exquisitely carved jade screen depicting mountains and rivers. On either side of the spacious hall stood L-shaped counters, each at chest height, with an attendant stationed every 3 steps. Behind the counters, a wall of wooden shelves was filled with an array of exquisite items. Upon his first glimpse of the shelves, Zhu Yunfei was momentarily taken aback. However, after observing for a while, he noticed something amiss. When a customer voiced their request, the attendant behind the counter did not retrieve the item from the shelves. Instead, they simply waved their hand over the counter, and the item instantly appeared before them. A hidden space? A magical pocket? Zhu Yunfei's pupils constricted, instantly captivated by the marvel of such skill. This technique must be mastered. Although he was envious, Zhu Yunfei managed to maintain a composed expression, ensuring that his face revealed nothing. After all, exposing his novice status as a cultivator could result in being taken advantage of. Just as Zhu Yunfei discreetly observed the crowd in the hall, a young attendant hurried over. "Esteemed cultivator, my apologies for the delay. May I inquire what you wish to purchase?" The attendant bowed respectfully, exuding warmth and enthusiasm. Zhu Yunfei noticed the attendant's gaze briefly scanning his sleeve. Yet their smile remained unchanged. It was evident that this young attendant did not underestimate him simply because he was an outer sect disciple. Zhu Yunfei could not help but silently marvel. It seems that the service standards at the Duobao Pavilion are exceptionally refined. However, in the world of intrigue, one's identity is self-assigned. To elevate his own stature and avoid being deceived, Zhu Yunfei feigned nonchalance and said, "I wish to purchase some spiritual tea." "Certainly, esteemed immortal. Please follow me," the attendant replied, leading Zhu Yunfei to a clerk at the counter on the right side of the hall. "Esteemed immortal, this is Manager Li, who oversees the sale of spiritual tea and snacks at our Duobao Pavilion." "Manager Li, this esteemed immortal requires some spiritual tea." The attendant briefly introduced Zhu Yunfei and then stepped aside. "Greetings, esteemed immortal. May I inquire about the type of spiritual tea you seek?" Manager Li, standing behind the counter, quickly bowed in respect. "Manager Li, I am looking to procure some spiritual tea for Supervisor Zhang of our 5th Peaks Armory Hall. Do you have any recommendations?" Zhu Yunfei returned the bow and gradually articulated his request. By mentioning Zhang Durong, he not only sought to bolster his own standing, making it less likely for Manager Li to deceive him, but also aimed to subtly glean Zhang Durong's preferences. Ordinary inner disciples held a certain prominence within the Lansang sect. But individuals like Zhang Durong, who served as the head of a hall on such a pivotal peak, were even more significant. Indeed, as soon as Zhu Yunfei finished speaking, he noticed a barely perceptible shift in Manager Li's gaze, which quickly transformed into a deeper bow. "Ah, so you are the esteemed immortal from the Armory Hall." Supervisor Zhang has a fondness for the rain-preceding green tea from Lion Mountain. Fortunately, this year's new batch has just arrived. Please take a look. Manager Li's demeanor was noticeably warmer than before as he waved his sleeve, revealing a small amount of vibrant green tea leaves on the porcelain plate before them. Due to his low cultivation level, Zhu Yunfei was unable to use the qi observation technique to assess the spiritual energy concentration within the spiritual items. However, the moment the rain-preceding green tea appeared, an invigorating fragrance wafted through the air, refreshing his senses. What a fine tea. It must be quite expensive. If I lack sufficient spirit stones, it would be rather embarrassing, Zhu Yunfei thought, feeling a twinge of anxiety, yet he maintained a facade of calmness. Speaking in a measured tone, "Indeed, this tea is quite exquisite. May I inquire about the price?" Seeing that the young man before him exhibited no signs of astonishment, Manager Li found himself uncertain whether the youth was purchasing this tea to curry favor with Supervisor Zhang or for official purposes. Should he offer a discount? After a brief moment of hesitation, Manager Li made a decision and quoted a price. This newly released rain-preceding green tea is priced at 20 spirit stones per pound. However, as it is being purchased by an esteemed immortal from the Armory Hall, we can offer it at a discounted rate of 18 spirit stones per pound. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Zhu Yunfei's heart jolted. What? Is this aiming for my very foundation? A pound of tea costs as much as my monthly salary. Will drinking it lead to ascension, or what? With barely over 20 spirit stones in his pocket, the prospect of spending them all at once caused him immense distress. Spirit stones are indeed valuable, but flattery comes at an even higher price. In pursuit of his ambitious future, Zhu Yunfei resolutely decided to make a purchase. In an instant, he had resolved the internal conflict that had momentarily plagued his thoughts. Under the expectant gaze of Manager Li, Zhu Yunfei gently nodded. He fished out the spirit stones from his pocket, laying them out one by one upon the counter. With an air of feigned nonchalance, he cupped his hands and expressed, "Thank you for your consideration, Manager Li. Please wrap up a pound for me." Manager Li received the spirit stones with a broad smile and presented a neatly packaged tea bag to Zhu Yunfei. The transaction was complete. Upon exiting the treasure pavilion, Zhu Yunfei did not rush back, but instead meandered through the bustling market. He wandered aimlessly, merely observing without the means to purchase, as his pockets were nearly devoid of spirit stones. After perusing the shops along the street, he made his way to the market square. The entire square was filled with a myriad of stalls. Zhu Yunfei had learned that most of these stalls were temporary. The Lansang sect had a minimum contribution point requirement for its disciples each year. These contribution points could only be accrued through the completion of sect missions. One of the primary methods to earn these points was by undertaking tasks assigned by the sect, such as slaying evil cultivators, gathering intelligence, and hunting beasts. As the saying goes, the greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. Some missions could yield several years' worth of contribution points in a single undertaking, thus attracting a multitude of sect disciples. Naturally, these disciples were astute. During their missions, they often sought additional profits. For instance, in a beast hunting task, when the sect calculated contribution points, they only required the designated materials from the slain beasts, such as demon cores. The remaining materials from the beasts could be disposed of as the disciples saw fit, with no interference from the sect. Many of the temporary stalls in the Lansang Market Square sold such unexpected items, acquired during their missions. The remaining stalls either offered self-crafted elixirs, talismans, and artifacts, or wares of dubious origin. As for the latter, distinguishing good from bad and truth from falsehood relied solely on the discernment of the customer. However, for Zhu Yunfei, regardless of quality or price, he found himself unable to afford any of it. His exploration of the flea market was purely for the sake of broadening his horizons. After a circuit of the market, Zhu Yunfei found that the items he desired were beyond his means, while those within his budget did not pique his interest. Just as he was about to board the bus boat back to the fifth peak, a sudden and inexplicable stirring arose within him. Chapter 19. Damn, the feeling of destiny. This sensation felt as though something intangible was calling to him, igniting a primal thirst within his being. Something was amiss. Zhu Yunfei instinctively sensed the abnormality and discreetly surveyed his surroundings. He noticed no one was following him, nor did anyone seem to take notice of his presence. Could it be that he was overthinking? Zhu Yunfei murmured with a hint of suspicion, quickening his pace. To his dismay, this sensation not only persisted but intensified. Unable to shake it off, Zhu Yunfei resolved to investigate the source of this strange allure. Retracing his steps, he followed the shifting feelings until he arrived at a small stall selling miscellaneous goods. Choose what you fancy, the stall owner remarked indifferently upon noticing a customer squatting in front of his stand. Reclining in a chair, he continued to peruse a book, displaying no intention of rising to engage. Business appeared lackluster, and the proprietor seemed rather apathetic. Zhu Yunfei cast a glance at the stall owner, but said nothing, preoccupied with selecting items. To avoid drawing the owner's attention, he feigned aimless browsing while secretly searching for the object that had beckoned him. As his fingers brushed against a dark, glossy turtle shell on the stall, his heart jolted violently. A surge of primal instinct flooded his senses. This was the very thing. Zhu Yunfei's pupils dilated, his target confirmed. He swiftly suppressed his excitement and discreetly glanced at the stall owner, who remained in his previous position, oblivious to Zhu's presence. With a silent sigh of relief, Zhu Yunfei set the turtle shell down and resumed his selection. "Excuse me, how much for these items?" he inquired, pointing to the assortment he had chosen moments later. The stall owner leisurely set aside his book, turned his head, and replied flatly, "The black iron sword is 100 gold, and the rest are 1 or 2 gold each, totaling 110 gold. Could you lower the price?" Zhu Yunfei asked. "This is a small-scale business, no negotiations." Without further ado, Zhu Yunfei feigned reluctance, rummaging through his satchel for what seemed like an eternity before finally producing a handful of loose gold coins, which he extended toward the owner. "Ah, simpleton." The stall owner's face brightened instantly upon seeing the coins, and he quickly accepted them. After weighing the coins, he nodded with a broad smile. Under the proprietor's watchful gaze, Zhu Yunfei stuffed the turtle shell and other small items into his backpack, then, cradling the long sword, turned to leave, feeling as though he had unearthed a treasure. As Zhu Yunfei's silhouette vanished around the corner, the stall owner's demeanor transformed into one of exuberance. An ordinary black iron sword, treated as if it were a rare gem. What a naive fool. He chuckled to himself, reclining once more. The items at his stall, though seemingly intriguing, were merely trivial possessions of little value. He never expected someone to take such interest, let alone pay the price he had casually set. Today had proved to be quite profitable. Meanwhile, regardless of the stall owner's gains, Zhu Yunfei was certain he had not made a poor investment. That mysterious turtle shell, despite its unappealing appearance, held untold potential. However, the moment Zhu Yunfei acquired the object, he immediately sensed the scant reserves of spiritual energy within him surging as if he had been injected with adrenaline, nearly boiling over. His intuition whispered to him he had stumbled upon something extraordinary. This oddly unattractive little artifact was undoubtedly remarkable. Throughout his journey, Zhu Yunfei was consumed by anxiety, fearing that his newfound treasure would attract unwanted attention. In this ruthless world of cultivation, murder and theft were as commonplace as spitting on the ground. Struggling to contain his overwhelming excitement, Zhu Yunfei hastened to the flying boat dock, queuing up, exchanging spirit stones, boarding the vessel, and retreating to his quarters. Upon returning to his small courtyard, Zhu Yunfei slammed the door shut with a decisive thud. After a considerable pause, his frayed nerves finally began to settle. Suddenly, he realized that perhaps he had been a touch overly anxious. Reflecting on his journey from the market to his abode, he acknowledged that indeed, many gazes had been drawn to him. However, it was likely his own erratic demeanor that had piqued their curiosity, especially when those onlookers caught sight of the treasure cradled in his arms, a black iron knife. What had started as inquisitive glances quickly morphed into a mix of pity and mockery. Yes, it was that condescending look one might give to a fool. Lacking experience for the first time, his excessive apprehension had rendered him conspicuous. Clearly, he needed to be more cautious in the future. Zhu Yunfei's lips twitched in a wry smile as he self-deprecatingly mused. Setting down the black iron knife, tea bags, and backpack, he retrieved the mysterious black tortoise shell and began to examine it meticulously. However, after an extended period of study, he found himself utterly perplexed. Having gleaned nothing substantial, this was perplexing. Why was there no reaction? Zhu Yunfei furrowed his brow, grappling with a sense of existential doubt. The shell, both dark and unappealing, bore no discernible difference from an ordinary tortoise shell. Most troubling was the sensation that had previously stirred his heart, which had now vanished without a trace. Had the vendor perhaps drugged him? Fixating on the unremarkable shell in his hand, a hypothesis emerged in his mind. In his past life, he had encountered a similar ruse in which a seller had used deception to swindle customers. No, that was not the case. He had been fully conscious then, not ensnared in a trap. This little object must possess some hidden mystery. Zhu Yunfei shook his head, dismissing that conjecture. The visceral response of his spiritual energy upon first contact with the tortoise shell had been too genuine to be mere illusion. Was it possible that this shell required specific conditions to reveal its true nature? Zhu Yunfei felt a flicker of intuition, refocusing his gaze on the shell. He then began to experiment with various methods to activate it: biting, striking, stomping, and rubbing. He even resorted to using the newly acquired black iron knife and attempted a blood oath to establish a bond. So engrossed was he in his endeavors that he neglected to consume the fasting pill meant for dinner, yet there remained no response whatsoever. It was entirely an ordinary, unattractive tortoise shell, albeit somewhat extraordinarily hard. To hell with it, I'm done, Zhu Yunfei muttered in exasperation, tossing the tortoise shell aside. It appeared that he could only wait until he ascended to the qi refinement stage before attempting to infuse it with spiritual energy or probe it with his consciousness. Having exhausted all available methods to no avail, Zhu Yunfei realized he could no longer afford to waste time. As he gazed out at the darkening sky, he understood it was time for him to cultivate. Compared to the rigid shell of a turtle, the most imperative task was to elevate his cultivation level as swiftly as possible. After a month of arduous practice, Zhu Yunfei had a clear awareness of the slow pace at which he was progressing, given his lack of spiritual roots. It was painfully slow. He predicted that at this rate, he might reach the mid-stage of qi refinement and advance to a 4-pattern outer disciple within 10 years. While it was not entirely impossible, the hope was indeed faint. According to the regulations of the Lan Song sect, if an outer disciple failed to advance to a 4-pattern disciple within a decade, they would automatically be classified as an external disciple, leaving the mountain gate to undertake tasks. This could involve serving as a guardian cultivator in a mundane town or market affiliated with the sect, or acting as a guard at a spirit mine or farm, among other duties. In straightforward terms, the sect would not sustain idlers. Disciples who did not show growth within the stipulated time lost their value for cultivation. The sect would assign such disciples a status akin to that of a contract worker, sending them out to labor for the sect and generate worth. Compared to rogue cultivators, the treatment of external disciples was still somewhat acceptable. However, losing access to the sect's nurturing resources effectively marked the end of their path. Any further progress would require an extraordinary stroke of fortune, otherwise, hope would be nearly non-existent. This was the ultimate fate for over 90% of the outer disciples within the Lan Song sect. As a 5-spirit root cultivator with mediocre aptitude, Zhu Yunfei found himself on the 5th peak, surrounded by a rich spiritual atmosphere and ample time for cultivation. Yet, under these circumstances, his rate of advancement was as sluggish as a snail. If he were to venture outside, his path would be akin to a death sentence, devoid of any hope. Thus, Zhu Yunfei had to ascend to the rank of a 4-pattern outer disciple within 10 years. Lacking innate talent, he could only compensate with relentless effort. For him, aside from essential tasks, every moment must be dedicated to cultivation. However, after an afternoon spent tinkering with the turtle shell, he felt somewhat fatigued. After consuming a fasting pill, he took a substantial break. Once his body and mind were sufficiently rejuvenated, Zhu Yunfei finally settled cross-legged on his mat and commenced his practice. Chapter 20, A Transformation. A thorn in my side. Zhu Yunfei closed his eyes and concentrated on the techniques of the Lan Song method. As the technique unfolded, the spiritual energy around him began to swirl, as if drawn by an invisible hand, gradually forming a vortex of qi. It spun and leaped without pause. At that moment, if Zhu Yunfei had possessed a divine perspective, he would have been astonished to see the diminutive vortex encircling him. Just as he was lost in the bittersweet agony of cultivation, an unexpected event transpired. The turtle shell, which had been cast aside, inexplicably reappeared, now quietly hovering beside Zhu Yunfei. As the spiritual energy around Zhu Yunfei fluctuated, the turtle shell shimmered with a dazzling array of colors. The brilliance intensified, gradually illuminating the entire room. The radiance was so overwhelming that it finally caught Zhu Yunfei's attention. What on earth is happening? Why is it so bright? Initially, Zhu Yunfei had entered a meditative state, a state that typically remained undisturbed. However, the light emanating from the turtle shell was simply too blinding. Even with his eyes closed, he felt a piercing brightness, and a profound sense of confusion welled up within him. It had only been a short while since he began his cultivation. How could it already be dawn? Zhu Yunfei muttered to himself, preparing to investigate the situation. As he cracked his eyes open, he was nearly blinded by the radiant light. What the hell? Who put a sun in my room? The glaring brightness nearly incapacitated him, prompting Zhu Yunfei to hastily shield his eyes with his hands. The interruption of his cultivation caused the fluctuations of spiritual energy surrounding him to subside. Just as he instinctively turned his head to evade the blinding light from the turtle shell, the once expanding, bright, multicolored orb abruptly halted, as if it had lost power. It then began to contract rapidly, at a speed rivaling that of a shooting star. In an instant, it shrank to an almost imperceptible point of light. For Zhu Yunfei, it felt akin to being momentarily illuminated by a 1,000-watt spotlight, only to have it extinguished before he could fully comprehend the situation. Damn it, this is definitely aimed at my poor eyes. He fumed, and before he could voice his irritation, he felt a sharp sting at his brow. It was the point of light from the turtle shell, striking his forehead at the speed of light, penetrating within. Zhu Yunfei was still unaware of what had transpired when he suddenly felt as if he were frozen in place by an enigmatic force, unable to move. In the next instant, he felt as though his head was being mercilessly trampled by 1,000 alpacas, the pain overwhelming. As the agony persisted, Zhu Yunfei realized that his consciousness seemed to have entered a realm within his own mind. Is this my consciousness space? Gazing into the void, a silent expanse, Zhu Yunfei began to form a vague hypothesis. The once nebulous consciousness space was rapidly expanding, becoming increasingly lucid. At this moment, Zhu Yunfei resembled a bewildered onlooker, observing the unfolding transformations with a dazed expression. However, it did not take long for him to ascertain that this rapidly expanding void was indeed his own consciousness space. Or rather, his sea of consciousness. He recognized the scattered points of light drifting above, fragments of his memories. What on earth? Am I being thrust into a dreamscape? Shocked, Zhu Yunfei found that this occurrence had completely surpassed his understanding, or rather, transcended common knowledge. For even a novice like Zhu Yunfei was aware that only foundational stage cultivators could establish a sea of consciousness and cultivate spiritual awareness. Yet here he was, still at the body refining stage. This is utterly unscientific. When events occur unexpectedly, there must be a malevolent force at play, undoubtedly stemming from that tortoise shell. In a fleeting moment, Zhu Yunfei deduced the essence of the matter, and an inexplicable fear took root in his heart. He could hardly believe that fortune favored him to such an extent, allowing him to encounter this so-called opportunity so effortlessly. It is crucial to understand that everything one acquires comes at a price. This enigmatic tortoise shell, which forcefully sought to expand his consciousness, surely harbored ill intentions. There must be a conspiracy lurking beneath the surface. No, this state of affairs must be terminated. Driven by the instinctive intuition of a killer toward danger, Zhu Yunfei assessed that if he allowed this force to further extend his consciousness, something ominous would undoubtedly ensue. He must act to save himself, and swiftly. Given the pace at which his consciousness was expanding, time was not on his side. Zhu Yunfei hastily concentrated all his mental faculties, striving to awaken himself. At that moment, an unexpected occurrence transpired. Suddenly, Zhu Yunfei felt a grip on his foot, and his body sank abruptly. In the next instant, he was engulfed by an endless tide surging from all directions. With no time to react, he was consumed by the waves. As if he were submerged in the depths of the ocean, sinking relentlessly. An intensely vivid sensation of drowning enveloped Zhu Yunfei completely. How could this be? I was clearly cultivating in my room. Where did this water come from? No, something is amiss. Instinctively, as he attempted to struggle, a startling realization struck him, revealing the absurdity of the situation. Setting aside the inexplicable appearance of this water, even if it were real, he had once traversed the Mediterranean alone to assassinate a target. How could he possibly drown? This is all a deception, an illusion. Forcing himself to clear his mind of fear and distractions, Zhu Yunfei focused his thoughts once more. Indeed, after overcoming his primal fear, the sensation of drowning that had felt so real dissipated in mere moments. Upon reopening his eyes, he found himself no longer sinking, but rather floating serenely in the water. It was indeed an illusion. Humph, you wretched tortoiseshell. A slight smirk graced Zhu Yunfei's lips as he discerned the crux of the matter. Regardless of the tortoiseshell's ulterior motives, its initial attempt to invade his consciousness indicated that it lacked the power to exert direct control over him. Otherwise, why would it bother with such antics? This was the key to breaking the deadlock. As long as he could shatter the confines of his consciousness, it would be powerless against him. If he could dispel the illusion, he would be free. How dare it scheme against me? Come on, I dare you, if it comes to it. I will risk my life today to see who the true force is. Zhu Yunfei spat vehemently. Surrender? That is not an option. Let us engage. With his resolve fortified, Zhu Yunfei's consciousness indeed began to ascend. A mere trick, daring to show off before me. A glimmer of disdain flickered in Zhu Yunfei's eyes as his consciousness steadily rose, poised to break through the surface of the water. Unexpectedly, once again, calamity struck. Beneath the water's surface, two chains suddenly emerged, racing towards Zhu Yunfei with astonishing speed. The chains approached so swiftly, akin to a tornado, that Zhu Yunfei remained utterly oblivious. In the next moment, The chains caught up with him, ensnaring his feet tightly. At that moment, Zhu Yunfei was mere inches from the water's surface. Who? Sensing the immense pull beneath him, Zhu Yunfei furrowed his brow and glanced downward. Indeed, my suspicions were correct. However, with such trivial means, they cannot confine me. Upon seeing the chains entwined around his feet, rather than panic, a smile crept across Zhu Yunfei's lips. In his past life as an assassin, perpetually teetering on the brink of death, Zhu Yunfei possessed an indomitable will. These chains were naught but an illusion. What is there to fear? If you wish for my surrender, dream on. With a primal roar, Zhu Yunfei's consciousness surged with newfound strength, propelling him once more towards the water's surface. The chains emitted a strained sound under the immense force exerted by his consciousness. In reality, Zhu Yunfei's previously immobilized body began to move slowly. He was reclaiming control over his body. Rise! Zhu Yunfei bellowed, unleashing the entirety of his strength, dragging the chains as he drew closer to the surface. The instant his head broke through the water, a tremendous wave erupted around him. Radiating outward from the point of emergence, the colossal waves surged and rolled, obscuring the sky. Suddenly, a figure burst forth from the tumult, akin to a meteor, slicing through the skies of this consciousness realm. In a fleeting moment, it vanished into the dark horizon. The next second, Zhu Yunfei, seated on the cushion, abruptly opened his eyes. He had succeeded. He reclaimed control of his body, miraculously escaping death. Chapter 21. Surprise, an Unexpected Gain, Part 1. Phew. That was perilously close. Goodness. I almost fell into the trap and lost myself. From now on, I must exercise greater caution. Zhu Yunfei panted heavily, his heart racing with dread. Had he not discerned the flaw in the illusion at a critical moment, his life tonight would have been in jeopardy. That was a grim reality. At that instant, a crisp sound echoed in his ear. It nearly startled Zhu Yunfei into jumping up, and he quickly turned his head to look. Not far away on the ground, a dark object was spinning round and round. Was it not the turtle shell he had picked up earlier? Indeed, it is you, you wretched thing. Zhu Yunfei was enraged, wishing he could leap up and crush the turtle shell beneath his foot. However, recalling the futile efforts he had made earlier, he begrudgingly abandoned the thought. This time, he had truly suffered a silent loss, nearly meeting his demise within the realm of consciousness. However, at this moment, Zhu Yunfei found himself at a loss with the stubborn turtle shell in his possession. All he could do was utter a few harsh words. I shall let you off this time, but should you dare to provoke me again, I will make a stew of your old self. How ruthless. Do you know I used to be an assassin? After a while, Zhu Yunfei's frayed nerves began to settle. Goodness, that was far too perilous. Yet, upon reflection, the risk taken did not seem entirely unworthy. Zhu Yunfei stroked his chin, muttering to himself. This turtle shell was indeed hazardous, but it also validated his instincts. This shell was certainly no ordinary object. It undoubtedly harbored significant secrets. With this thought, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Zhu Yunfei's eyes as he reached out to retrieve the turtle shell, preparing to examine it further. What exactly was this turtle shell? A magical artifact? A rare treasure? A legacy? But why was it compelled to open my consciousness? Why does it feel somewhat different now? Upon closer inspection, Zhu Yunfei suddenly gasped lightly. It appeared that the turtle shell had changed somewhat since the morning. He distinctly remembered it being pitch black, utterly devoid of color. However, upon closer examination now, he noticed a hint of iridescence beneath the dark surface. How to describe it? Yes, a kaleidoscopic black. He wondered if there were any other differences. After studying it for some time, Zhu Yunfei ultimately confirmed that, aside from the slight change in color, everything else about the turtle shell remained unchanged since this morning. It seems that understanding its nature would not be feasible in the short term. He decided to postpone any further inquiries for the time being. With a sigh, Zhu Yunfei reluctantly abandoned his research. Clearly, with his current abilities, he could not yet grasp the essence of this turtle shell. He could only wait for a future opportunity when his strength had increased or consider selling it at a high price. Yes, that shall be the plan. Zhu Yunfei stretched his back and glanced at the sky. The night was already well advanced. It was time for bed. Before he retired for the night, Zhu Yunfei intended to inspect his body. Firstly, he wanted to ascertain whether the turtle shell had left any hidden dangers within him. Secondly, he was curious if the consciousness space that the turtle shell had forcibly opened was still intact. As a seasoned assassin, maintaining a necessary level of vigilance was essential for survival. If the turtle shell had left behind any tricks, it could spell trouble when he was cultivating his energy. The mere thought of such a scenario sent shivers down Zhu Yunfei's spine. He knew he could not sleep soundly without performing this check. However, to err on the side of caution, Zhu Yunfei decided to stow away the turtle shell before conducting his self-examination. Moreover, he needed to hide it well. This turtle shell was undoubtedly a remarkable treasure. If it were to be stolen, he would suffer a significant loss. But where to conceal it? For a moment, Zhu Yunfei was uncertain as to where the turtle shell could be safely hidden. In the realm of cultivation, practitioners typically placed their precious items into storage bags for safekeeping, which was both secure and convenient. Some cultivators choose to leave their valuable possessions within their caves, securing them with intricate formations for enhanced safety. However, for Zhu Yunfei, such methods are unattainable. As a nascent practitioner in the body refinement stage, he lacks the ability to project his spiritual energy and cannot utilize storage bags. Moreover, with his current financial standing, even the most inexpensive storage bag is beyond his means, let alone a vast cave dwelling. After much contemplation, Zhu Yunfei ultimately resolved to bury the turtle shell. He first moved the wooden bed aside, pried open a tile, and excavated a small hole. Carefully wrapping the turtle shell in cloth, he tucked it into the cavity, ensuring the tile was replaced securely. Finally, he returned the bed to its original position. Task accomplished. A flawless concealment, absolutely undetectable. After meticulously inspecting the details and finding everything in order, Zhu Yunfei nodded in satisfaction. With a sigh of relief, it was time to focus on more pressing matters. He exhaled deeply, concluding his physical examination. At that moment, an unceremonious growl erupted from his stomach, betraying his hunger after a day filled with evasion and treasure hiding. He retrieved a pill of fasting elixir and consumed it. Upon familiarizing himself with its essence, the gentle medicinal energy permeated his stomach, leaving him feeling pleasantly satiated and revitalized. Zhu Yunfei settled back onto the meditation cushion, preparing to conduct a self-examination. He began by assessing his physical condition. Due to his insufficient cultivation level, he could not perform internal sighting. Thus, he planned to utilize the technique of the Lansong Ju to ascertain if the turtle shell had indeed affected his body. However, after merely circulating the technique for one cycle, he abruptly halted, his body trembling and his eyes gleaming with excitement. Astonishing. A tremendous revelation. The moment he initiated the technique, Zhu Yunfei realized that his body had indeed been influenced by the turtle shell. Yet, to his surprise, rather than encountering any adverse effects, he found that his condition had improved. More precisely, his spiritual root aptitude had been enhanced. The spiritual root aptitude refers to a cultivator's inherent affinity with the natural energies of the universe. The quality of this aptitude is assessed in the cultivation world based on the attributes and grades of the spiritual roots. The grades of spiritual roots are classified into 5 tiers: waste, inferior, middle, superior, and exceptional. For cultivators, a higher grade signifies a greater compatibility with spiritual energy, facilitating easier absorption. To illustrate, if spiritual energy is likened to water, then the grade of the spiritual root corresponds to the body's ability to absorb it. This explains why, even under identical conditions of environment, techniques, and time, some cultivators progress swiftly while others lag behind. The disparity lies in the varying qualities of their spiritual roots and their corresponding absorption rates. Logically, Zhu Yunfei's spiritual root should be classified as superior. So why is he still overlooked? The answer lies in the fact that Zhu Yunfei possesses a 5-element spiritual root. Gold, wood, water, fire, and earth represent the 5 fundamental elements of the world. Countless spiritual roots exist, but they ultimately derive from these 5 elemental foundations. Similarly, the spiritual energy in the world is divided into 5 elemental categories. After attaining the Qi refinement stage, the essence of elevating one's realm fundamentally involves the continuous absorption of external spiritual energy, transforming it into spiritual power and storing it within the body. Once a certain threshold is reached, culminating in the current realm's limits, one may advance to the next stage through various means such as techniques or elixirs. A practitioner with a single spiritual root requires only to absorb spiritual energy that aligns with their root's attribute, resulting in a low threshold, rapid speed, and minimal disparity between levels, thus facilitating a relatively easier progression. Conversely, a practitioner with multiple spiritual roots must elevate the spiritual power of each attribute to its utmost before advancing to the next realm, resulting in a high threshold and slower speed. The advantage lies in the fact that a practitioner with 5 spiritual roots possesses spiritual power within their body that is nearly 5 times that of a single root practitioner of the same realm. The downside, however, is the exceedingly slow cultivation pace. Under normal circumstances, a 5-root practitioner advances at merely 1/5 the speed of a single root counterpart, if not slower. Take Zhu Yunfei, for instance. His spiritual root classification is a high-grade 5-root. He must cultivate all 5 attributes of spiritual power to their limits to achieve perfection in the Qi refinement stage, which is no small feat typically. Cultivating a single attribute's spiritual power to its apex takes around 20 to 50 years, depending on the root's grade. The life expectancy at the peak of the Qi refinement stage is approximately 190 years. Thus, with Zhu Yunfei's root qualifications, even if he were to break through to the Qi refinement stage, his lifespan might not suffice to reach perfection in that realm. This is precisely why major sects tend to overlook practitioners with 5 spiritual roots, their lengthy growth cycle, the significant challenges of advancement, and the extensive resources required render them lacking in cultivation value. Generally, aside from smaller sects with minimal prestige, reputable immortal sects seldom recruit disciples with 5 roots. Were it not for the consideration of inner sect disciples Wenbin, Zhu Yunfei would likely struggle even to enter the gates of the Lansong sect, let alone rise to an outer sect disciple. Zhu Yunfei is acutely aware of this reality, which drives his relentless pursuit of cultivation. His only hope of securing an opportunity to break through to the foundation establishment stage lies in achieving perfection in the Qi refinement stage before his lifespan expires. Only then can he extend his life and embark on another cycle of struggle. Unfortunately, despite Zhu Yunfei's tireless efforts in cultivation, the likelihood of breaking through to the foundation establishment stage remains dim, primarily due to his low cultivation efficiency. The Lansong secret art allows the introduction of single attribute spiritual energy into the body with each cycle of operation. In comparison, for every 5 cycles Zhu Yunfei completes, it equates to a single cycle for a practitioner of the same grade with a single spiritual root. This explains why, despite a month of ceaseless cultivation, Zhu Yunfei's progress barely approaches the 3rd level of body refinement, aided only by the absence of bottlenecks in that stage. Such a cultivation pace can hardly be described as slow. It is akin to a snail's crawl. However, just as Zhu Yunfei was operating the Lansong Ju, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that during the course of a complete cycle, he could simultaneously draw in 2 streams of spiritual energy with differing attributes. My efficiency has doubled. Although Zhu Yunfei did not comprehend the underlying principles of this phenomenon, he was certain that the turtle shell had performed some manipulation on his body. Was it not intended to harm him? In that fleeting moment, Zhu Yunfei began to doubt his previous judgment, questioning whether he had misinterpreted the situation. Had he, like a dog biting Lu Dongbin, failed to recognize a good turtle's intentions? No, absolutely not. Merely 3 breaths later, he shook his head and dismissed the notion from his mind. As a professional assassin for over a decade, Zhu Yunfei had always trusted his instincts, which were the very reason he had escaped death multiple times in his past life. Just moments ago, in the realm of consciousness, he had sensed he was ensnared in an illusion so swiftly because his intuition warned him of imminent danger, life-threatening danger, no less. Undoubtedly, the turtle shell was scheming something against him. Yet, with all his possessions barely amounting to 10 spirit stones, what could possibly warrant such interest? Consciousness, spirit sense, sea of awareness, soul. Zhu Yunfei furrowed his brow, meticulously sorting through each clue. Suddenly, a brilliant insight flashed in his mind, and he exclaimed, "Possession!" Instantly, a wave of dread washed over his back. In the realm of cultivation, the concept of possession was no secret. Nearly everyone was aware of it. And Zhu Yunfei was no exception. As he had traversed into this realm, usurping another's place, he harbored concerns about potential dangers to his body. He had previously inquired about matters relating to possession and soul attachment. The conclusion he received was that cultivators above the golden core stage could indeed possess lower-tier cultivators. However, the targets of such possession could not be those below the foundation establishment stage or mere mortals. The reasoning was straightforward. Without reaching the foundation establishment stage, one could not open the sea of awareness. The soul and body were united, making separation impossible. Thus, one could not replace the possessed individual's soul through soul devouring. Legends spoke of methods capable of possessing lower-tier cultivators or even mortals. However, these remained largely within the realm of folklore. Consequently, Zhu Yunfei had not initially considered that the turtle shell was intent on possessing him. After all, he was merely a trifling cultivator at the 3rd layer of body refinement, far below the minimum standards for possession. Who would have imagined that this wretched creature would forcibly open his sea of awareness for the sake of possession? What an exorbitant cost it must entail to forcibly condense spirit sense and open the sea of awareness for a body refinement cultivator. Truly, when conditions are lacking, one must create them. Upon realizing the turtle shell's sinister intentions, a fierce rage ignited within Zhu Yunfei, compelling him to curse vehemently beneath his bed. "Damn it! How dare you covet my body? If I discover who you are, I shall dig your grave." After a harrowing journey through realms, having traversed death and rebirth, I find myself far from satiated with life. Yet, an unknown adversary dares to covet my very essence. The mere thought of it stirs a tempest of fury within me. I yearn to unearth this tortoise, to confront the wretch concealed within, and engage in a fierce battle. However, upon reflection, I realize my own limitations. The entity capable of such a possession is most certainly a golden core cultivator, and I am woefully outmatched. Thus, I resolve to endure a moment of tranquility, retreating to find broader horizons. The notion that a formidable being lurks within the tortoise shell douses my ire, leaving me to sigh, cherish life, and steer clear of tortoise shells. After all, being subdued is a matter of pride. But losing one's life is an entirely different calamity. Though I cannot best a golden core master, I shall not yield in spirit. If I cannot triumph, I shall at least hurl invectives. For a full half hour, I vent my frustrations, finally feeling a sense of satisfaction as I prepare to retire for the night. Alas, in the midst of my repose, I suddenly recall the pressing matter of inspecting my spirit. How could I have been so negligent? With a surge of urgency, I leap from my bed, assuming a meditative posture without even touching the floor. Who knows what residue that tortoise shell may have left within my consciousness? Should I inadvertently encounter something untoward while attempting to break through to the foundation establishment stage, it could spell disaster. Yet, my cultivation level remains a mere third tier of body refinement, and my understanding of spiritual awareness is limited to hearsay. I possess no experience. I can only endeavor to try. Clearing my mind and focusing my attention, I soon feel my perspective begin to detach from my eyes, gradually elevating and rendering the surroundings of my room increasingly vivid. It is akin to attaining an omniscient viewpoint. Is this the essence of spiritual awareness? Remarkable. The thrill almost shatters my concentration, prompting me to steady my spirit and regain my composure. As my perspective descends gently, I find myself once more in my conscious realm. Within my sea of consciousness, tension grips me as I wander through this vast expanse, ever wary of potential foes lurking in the shadows. Chapter 23. Harvest. The tortoise shell's secret to my astonishment. The area of my consciousness is immense, stretching beyond the horizon of my gaze. My word, what a considerable investment has been made here. Despite my paltry cultivation of merely 3 tiers of body refinement, I comprehend the formidable cost of manifesting such an expansive sea of consciousness. Yet, a chill suddenly courses through me, ascending from my feet to my heart. The very act of forcibly expanding my consciousness suggests that the entity seeking to usurp me is no ordinary opponent. The implications are chilling. While others encounter benevolent elders, why must I contend with a formidable figure intent on seizing a fledgling soul? What a predicament! After traversing the entirety of his knowledge sea, Zhu Yunfei encountered no peril. Not only was the formidable entity intent on usurping his essence absent from his consciousness, but the mysterious force that had previously compelled the creation of his knowledge sea had also vanished. In truth, apart from the scattered fragments of his own memories drifting within, the entire expanse of the knowledge sea was shrouded in darkness, desolate and void. It was evident that this realm remained an unfinished product, a mere shell. Zhu Yunfei surmised that his forceful breakthrough had interrupted the development of the knowledge sea, severing the connection to the power that had endeavored to forge this space. Ultimately, it had culminated in this abandoned project. Zhu Yunfei felt an immense relief at his swift escape. Had he lingered, the enigmatic force would have successfully established his knowledge sea, allowing the hidden master within the tortoise shell to reside there and commence the usurpation of his being. He had been kissed by the goddess of fortune, sparing his life. Suddenly, Zhu Yunfei noticed a fragment in the distance, distinct in hue from the other memory shards, emanating a faint golden glow. Instantly, it captured his attention. Upon attempting to exert control, the shard slowly drifted towards him. Was this a technique? As the fragment drew nearer, Zhu Yunfei discerned its contents. Astonishingly, it was a cultivation method, the true spirit sutra of the 5 elements. Zhu Yunfei furrowed his brow, certain that he had no recollection of this technique. He had neither studied it, nor seen it, nor heard of it. Clearly, this was a remnant left by the entity within the tortoise shell. Ah, so it had indeed laid a trap. Zhu Yunfei's expression shifted, a chill coursing through him. Though the name of the technique sounded impressive, rather than feeling elated at this unexpected boon, he was filled with ire. Had he not encountered this fragment, he might have remained oblivious to the fact that his knowledge sea had been tampered with. There were undoubtedly more remnants. He must uncover them. Filled with trepidation, Zhu Yunfei conducted a thorough examination of the other memory shards within his knowledge sea. With a staggering total of 724,365 fragments, he dared not overlook a single one. Indeed, he discovered 3 additional shards left by the tortoise shell, bringing the total to 4. Only then did he finally exhale in relief. Although remnants had been left behind, thankfully, they posed no immediate threat. It appeared that his knowledge was now devoid of peril. With his worries alleviated, Zhu Yunfei meticulously examined the 4 shards. They comprised the first and second chapters of the True Spirit Sutra of the 5 Elements, a treasure map, and a talisman. Regarding the treasure map, it indicated a location known as Wanyao Island. Zhu Yunfei pondered, having never heard of this place. It seemed he would have to seek information about it at a later time. Next, he scrutinized the talisman, noting that the intricate patterns inscribed upon it were exceedingly complex. Based on his extensive experience in cultivating for several days, this ghostly talisman appears somewhat akin to a formation diagram. However, Zhu Yunfei's comprehension of such formations is limited to a fleeting glance he took at the soul testing array on the day of his initial detection. As for this ghostly talisman, he found it utterly incomprehensible and could not discern its purpose. Well, it certainly did not seem to be within the realm of his current capabilities to investigate. Eventually, Zhu Yunfei shifted his attention to the remaining 2 volumes of the 5 Elements True Spirit Sutra. One is the 5 Elements True Spirit Sutra, Qi Training Chapter, and the other is the 5 Elements True Spirit Sutra, Foundation Establishment Chapter. For Zhu Yunfei, the Foundation Establishment stage felt far too distant. Conversely, the 5 Elements True Spirit Sutra, Qi Training Chapter, holds greater significance for him. To his astonishment, upon closer inspection, he found the contents to be absolutely exhilarating. Initially, he thought the title 5 Elements True Spirit Sutra was impressive enough, but the material within left him utterly speechless with excitement. The reason for such elation is simple. The 5 Elements True Spirit Sutra is profoundly extraordinary. The cultivation method he was currently practicing, known as the Lansong method, can be pursued from the body refinement stage all the way to the breakthrough into the nascent soul stage. Moreover, the most crucial aspect is that it does not discriminate against spiritual roots. Anyone can practice it. It is no exaggeration to assert that, within the entire Qingzhou cultivation realm, the Lansong method undoubtedly ranks among the top 3 foundational techniques. However, in comparison to the 5 Elements True Spirit Sutra, the Lansong method pales in significance. According to the descriptions in the 5 Elements True Spirit Sutra, each cycle of true energy can simultaneously draw in the 5 elemental energies, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, into the body. This means that Zhu Yunfei's cultivation efficiency, while practicing the 5 Elements True Spirit Sutra, would be a staggering 5 times that of practicing the Lansong method. After transitioning to the 5 Elements True Spirit Sutra, his cultivation aptitude would be comparable to that of a practitioner with a high-quality single spiritual root. The spiritual energy within a practitioner possessing 5 spiritual roots is inherently more robust than that of their peers at the same level, rendering them virtually invincible among their rank. The only drawback is a slower cultivation speed. However, the 5 Elements True Spirit Sutra compensates for this singular shortcoming remarkably well. Moreover, the remnants of this 5 Elements True Spirit Sutra also mentioned that advancing further in this technique allows one to cultivate the divine powers of the 5 ancient true spirits, the White Tiger, Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, and Qilin. Upon reaching this point, an instinctive realization dawned upon Zhu Yunfei that the origins of the 5 Elements True Spirit Sutra are likely quite significant. One can surmise that the individual concealed within the tortoise shell is indeed an extraordinary figure. Given my current strength, it would be prudent to refrain from meddling with that tortoise shell. Reflecting on the near encounter with being possessed, a chill crept over Zhu Yunfei's heart. Having thoroughly examined the entire 5 Elements True Spirit Sutra, Qi Training Chapter, Zhu Yunfei finally comprehended why he had been chosen by that tortoise shell. According to the descriptions within the 5 Elements True Spirit Sutra, Qi Training Chapter, not only does this technique facilitate rapid cultivation and abundant spiritual energy, but it also enhances the probability of successful advancement by an additional 20%. However, the sole flaw, or rather limitation, of this cultivation technique is that the practitioner must possess a 5-element spiritual root. No wonder, upon first encountering this tortoise shell, I sensed a certain instability within my spiritual energy. It turns out this wretched thing had its eyes on my 5-element root. I wondered how such an extraordinary tortoise shell could have been fortuitously discovered by me. Alas, it was a trap laid specifically for me. How infuriating. The thought of having reveled in what I believed to be a stroke of luck, only to discover it was a premeditated scheme, filled Zhu Yunfei with an indescribable frustration. Curse it, I had been too naive. The world of cultivation is indeed rife with deceit and treachery. As Zhu Yunfei lamented the challenges of navigating the realm of cultivation, a question suddenly sprang to mind. Am I truly the only practitioner with a 5-element root in the entire Lansong sect? Zhu Yunfei felt a pressing need to comprehend why the tortoise shell had chosen him. Chapter 24. What the hell is luck? If the tortoise shell randomly selected a 5-element root practitioner, it would merely indicate I had encountered a stroke of misfortune, an insignificant matter. However, if the tortoise shell was indeed waiting specifically for me, the implications were chilling. After a moment of contemplation, Zhu Yunfei couldn't help but swallow hard. Having only recently entered the sect, and with no enemies made, the theoretical possibility of being targeted was virtually zero. Thus, he swiftly dismissed the latter hypothesis. So, could it be mere coincidence? With the incorrect options eliminated, Zhu Yunfei recognized that the remaining conclusion, no matter how implausible, must be the only valid answer. Upon further reflection, he deemed it not entirely impossible. As the foremost cultivation force in Qingzhou, the Lansong sect undoubtedly maintained high standards for its disciples. Although exceptional talents with single-element roots are rare, the average would not fall below a 4-element root. The likelihood of a 5-element root emerging is vastly lower, akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Moreover, individuals of such a caliber would generally not seek out a major sect like the Lansong sect, who would willingly subject themselves to such a challenge. Were it not for the recommendation from Zhuo Wenbin, it would have been inconceivable for me to become an outer disciple of the Lansong sect. Though I am unaware of the precise standings Zhuo Wenbin holds within the fifth peak, the attitudes of others suggest that my connections are indeed substantial. In this light, among the hundreds of thousands of cultivators in the Lansong sect, my 5-element root might truly render me unique, akin to a scorpion's excrement, one of a kind. Perhaps my encounter with the tortoise shell was indeed a serendipitous event, a black swan occurrence. Behold, what it means to have luck. To think that I stumbled upon such an improbable situation. Am I fortunate or unfortunate? Gazing at the radiant 5 elements true spirit scripture, Qi cultivation volume, Zhu Yunfei found himself momentarily caught between laughter and tears. Enough of this pondering. Further contemplation would only complicate matters. Let me first ascertain the efficacy of this 5 elements true spirit scripture. Soon, Zhu Yunfei relinquished his entanglements and resolved to practice the 5 elements true spirit scripture to ascertain its efficacy. Previously, Zhu Yunfei had cultivated the Lansong technique, which was categorized into several segments according to cultivation realms: body refinement, qi training, foundation establishment, and golden core. Only upon reaching the corresponding levels of cultivation could one exchange contributions to the sect for the subsequent stage of techniques. This system was designed to maintain the confidentiality of the techniques and ensure the loyalty of the disciples within the sect. However, the 5 elements true spirit scripture presented a different scenario. The fragments pertaining to qi training and foundation establishment seemed to coalesce into a greater whole. It was as though an originally complete scripture had been artificially divided. Zhu Yunfei speculated that the 5 elements true spirit scripture must have initially been an integral technique that, for reasons unknown during its transmission, had been partitioned into distinct fragments by someone based on cultivation realms. Nevertheless, Zhu Yunfei was indifferent to the reasons behind this division or the identity of the divider. He was simply aware that the 5 elements true spirit scripture, Qi training chapter, contained the cultivation methods for the body refinement stage, which sufficed for him. Exiting the consciousness realm, Zhu Yunfei meticulously recalled the details regarding the body refinement training from the 5 elements true spirit scripture, Qi training chapter. After verifying the accuracy of his recollections, he embarked on his first session of cultivation. The path of the 5 elements is the mother of all laws of heaven and earth. Initially, Zhu Yunfei intended to practice for 2 cycles, merely to experience it before retiring to rest. However, to his astonishment, the moment he commenced cultivation, he fell into a deep meditative state, completely oblivious to the rapid passage of time. As dawn broke the following day, when the first rays of sunlight streamed through the window, Zhu Yunfei slowly opened his eyes. Exhaling a deep breath, he realized that daylight had arrived. He had not anticipated such a transformation during the night. Nevertheless, it was indeed worthwhile. The 5 elements true spirit scripture proved to be an extraordinary technique. Feeling the surging spiritual energy within him, far more abundant than the previous day, Zhu Yunfei couldn't help but smile. Zhu Yunfei was taken aback by the remarkable effects of cultivating the 5 elements true spirit scripture. The instant the technique began to operate, he sensed a surge of spiritual energy, several times more robust than before, relentlessly infiltrating his body. His meridians felt as though they were being stretched to their limits. As the technique progressed, this energy grew increasingly potent and ferocious, seemingly on the verge of tearing his meridians apart. He could almost perceive the fine cracks forming on the surface of his meridians. The pain was excruciating. However, every time Zhu Yunfei felt that his meridians were about to burst, a mysterious force would manifest, akin to a gentle spring breeze, swiftly mending his meridians. Thus, the cycle continued, stretching and repairing and stretching. For an entire night, Zhu Yunfei's meridians were caught in this extreme reversal of ice and fire, continuously strengthening and thickening. Simultaneously, torrents of 5 elements spiritual energy cascaded over Zhu Yunfei's physical form, cleansing him until dawn arrived. As he regained his senses, Zhu Yunfei realized that his entire body ached, as if he had been beaten throughout the night. To make matters worse, he discovered that a layer of grimy dirt had inexplicably coated his skin, emanating a nauseating odor that felt eerily familiar. What on earth? Did I undergo another round of refinement? Struggling to suppress the urge to vomit, Zhu Yunfei hastily rushed to the small courtyard to wash himself. Ah, what a relief. After cleansing himself and donning fresh undergarments, he felt as though he had truly come back to life. Once he finished washing and hanging his clothes to dry, he noticed that the sky had brightened significantly. Time was of the essence. Without the luxury to assess the results of his cultivation from the previous night, Zhu Yunfei quickly returned indoors, changed into his outer sect disciple robe, and, brimming with enthusiasm, headed directly to the outer sect dining hall. Clutching the precious spirit tea he had purchased the day before, although he had yet to scrutinize the extent of his cultivation advancement during the night, Zhu Yunfei was convinced that the 5 elements true spirit scripture was unparalleled compared to the mediocre Lansong art. Thus, his journey towards reaching the pinnacle of the Lansong sect would commence at the dining hall. Upon stepping into the outer sect dining hall, Zhu Yunfei was nearly overwhelmed by the sheer number of people present. Goodness, so many individuals. Even though he had anticipated a crowd, the scene before him was still somewhat exaggerated. In the courtyard, rows of long tables were neatly arranged, seemingly endless, all packed with diners. A conservative estimate suggested at least 5,000 to 6,000 people. He never expected such a turnout. Amidst his astonishment, a twinge of sorrow crept into Zhu Yunfei's heart. How many of these outer sect disciples would ever ascend to become inner sect disciples? The vast majority would ultimately fade into obscurity, like fallen leaves in a forest, reduced to mere dust. The path of cultivation was indeed fraught with challenges. At that moment, the dining hall buzzed with chatter, vibrant yet overwhelming, allowing Zhu Yunfei to truly grasp the harsh realities of the cultivation world. The road to immortality was one of fierce competition. However, he did not linger on these thoughts for long. After all, he still needed to report in today and had no time for prolonged lamentations. After observing the dining process, he soon understood how the dining hall operated and made his way towards the food serving window. Due to the high number of diners, to enhance efficiency, the dining format at the outer sect hall was reminiscent of cafeterias back on Blue Star. Over 30 serving stations lined up in a row, with outer sect disciples queuing at each one. Before long, it was Zhu Yunfei's turn. Mimicking the actions of those before him, he produced his disciple's token and waved it over the compass laid out on the table before him. In return, he received a bowl of porridge and 2 steamed buns. Was that it? He didn't even hear a sound. Were they not concerned about people taking more than their share? Zhu Yunfei felt a bit dazed. Hesitating for a moment, the impatience of the disciples queued behind him broke his reverie. Are you done yet? Hurry up, others are waiting. Oh, my apologies. I'm on my way now, he replied, quickly grasping his breakfast and finding a seat. One cannot help but marvel at the culinary offerings of the Lansong sect. A truly grand establishment, where the fare is nothing short of exceptional. The steamed buns are both large and pristine, while the rice porridge is rich and thick. If only it could be accompanied by some pickled mustard greens or fulling pickled vegetables, it would be perfect. Once the day's labor concludes, I shall venture to the general store to procure some side dishes for the morrow's breakfast. Zhu Yunfei mumbled to himself as he took a hearty bite of the fluffy white bun. However, in the next moment, he found himself utterly astonished. Was this spiritual nourishment? The instant the bun graced his palate, he felt a subtle surge of spiritual energy erupt within his mouth. This was truly a delightful surprise. Slurp, slurp. Zhu Yunfei hastily took another sip of the porridge. Indeed, it was spiritual congee. So tender upon entry, and it glided smoothly down his throat. As the congee settled in his stomach, a warm wave of spiritual energy began to rise, radiating throughout his entire being. How to describe it? Simply put, exhilarating. No wonder so many are eager to make their way into the sect, vying for a place in such a prestigious institution. The benefits are undeniably remarkable. Even the complimentary breakfast is imbued with spiritual essence. Zhu Yunfei reflected with immense gratitude on his fortunate inclusion in the illustrious Lansong sect, rather than becoming a destitute rogue cultivator. Unbeknownst to Zhu Yunfei, the so-called spiritual food he relished was merely ordinary buns and porridge, with just a pinch of spiritual wheat flour and rice mixed in. The spiritual energy contained therein was not entirely absent, but rather minuscule. His astonishment stemmed simply from his inexperience, as this was his first encounter with such fare. Nevertheless, having spent over a decade as an assassin in his past life, Zhu Yunfei possessed a commendable ability to manage his expressions. He finished the bun with an air of nonchalance, licking the bowl clean, and then departed the dining hall with a cup of spiritual tea in hand. Chapter 25. Call me, the diligent little bee. A quarter of an hour later, Zhu Yunfei arrived at the armory hall situated halfway up the mountain. Gazing at the empty expanse of the hall before him, he couldn't help but smile subtly. The secret to thriving within such an organization is simple. One must be articulate and industrious. To work in the presence of leaders while speaking to their hearts is paramount. Zhu Yunfei was eager to make a favorable impression on his first day, especially in the armory hall, the very core of the Fifth Blade. The hall master, Zhang Durong, was a highly esteemed elder within the sect. Winning Zhang's favor would surely ease the path ahead. It was time to showcase his true abilities. Zhu Yunfei encouraged himself, rolled up his sleeves, and strode confidently into the hall. He ignited a small charcoal stove to heat water and then fetched a broom and dustpan, diligently sweeping the hall inside and out. Hard work does not go unrewarded. Just as Zhu Yunfei was engrossed in his task, a middle-aged man clad in the white robe of an inner disciple approached the hall with purposeful strides. Upon seeing the young man so intently engaged in cleaning, he paused in astonishment. Zhang Durong, although an inner disciple with a cultivation level reaching the 8th layer of foundation establishment, holds the esteemed position of elder of the 5th peak. Yet, he is remarkably gentle in demeanor. He seldom reprimands the disciples within the hall, which is one of the reasons why disciples of the 5th peak vie eagerly to join the armory hall. The astonishment Zhang Durong felt upon seeing the diligent Zhu Yunfei stemmed from two reasons. Firstly, Zhu Yunfei appeared unfamiliar to him, and Zhang Durong had no recollection of him whatsoever. In truth, as a cultivator S level rises, so too does their overall aptitude, including memory. As a late-stage foundation establishment master, Zhang Durong could not claim to have an infallible memory, but he was certainly familiar with the 100 or so individuals he interacted with daily in the armory hall. Secondly, Zhang Durong was generally lenient towards the disciples of the armory hall, and since refining tools is a labor-intensive task, the disciples did not start their work particularly early. Typically, Zhang Durong would be the first to arrive, savoring a cup of spiritual tea as he waited. By the time he had enjoyed his tea, the disciples would have gathered in due course, all in a leisurely manner. As Zhang Durong stepped into the hall, Zhu Yunfei heard the sound of his arrival. Turning around, he beheld a middle-aged man clad in a white robe. The 8 patterns. Zhu Yunfei's gaze swiftly scanned the middle-aged man and immediately noted the cloud patterns on his cuffs. Comprehending the man's identity, it was none other than the head of the armory hall, Zhang Durong, with a cultivation level of the 8th layer of foundation establishment. Hastily setting aside the feather duster, Zhu Yunfei bowed and greeted. Disciple Zhu Yunfei pays respects to the hall master. Zhang Durong nodded, taking his seat beside a chair before speaking. Young man, are you new here? Indeed, hall master. Today is my first day on duty at the armory hall. Zhu Yunfei replied respectfully, placing a cup of spiritual tea on the table. Ah, good tea, Zhang Durong remarked, taking a delicate sip and revealing a look of enjoyment. It was evident that this young lad had done his homework. Zhu Yunfei silently awaited further conversation, choosing not to speak. He understood that his subtle intentions were unlikely to escape Zhang Durong's notice, hence he opted not to feign trepidation. To act timid before a late-stage foundation establishment master would only render him foolish. Being forthright would yield unexpectedly favorable results. Clearly, Zhu Yunfei's gamble paid off. From Zhang Durong's expression, he discerned that the elder did not take offense at his flattery. Thus, he awaited Zhang Durong's subsequent demeanor. 15 minutes later, as the teacup neared its bottom, Zhu Yunfei promptly refilled it with hot water. However, this time, Zhang Durong did not hasten to lift the cup. Instead, he closed his eyes, rhythmically tapping his left hand's knuckles against the table, seemingly deep in thought. Just as Zhu Yunfei began to wonder if Zhang Durong had dozed off, the elder's voice gradually emerged. From today onward, you shall follow me. First, go to the shelf and retrieve a copy of Fundamentals of Tool Refining. Study it carefully, and if you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Off you go. Thus, it was settled. Upon hearing the words, Zhu Yunfei's heart surged with joy. The implication in Zhang Durong's statement was unmistakable. He had acknowledged Zhu Yunfei and was willing to grant him an opportunity. Of course, whether Zhu Yunfei could seize this chance depended solely on him. Disciple, thank you. Hall master. Suppressing his excitement, Zhu Yunfei bowed deeply before turning to take his leave. However, rather than immediately seeking out the book on fundamentals of weapon forging, he picked up a feather duster to continue tidying the remaining areas. Yes, Zhang Durong had indeed promised him a chance to learn, yet he must not appear overly eager, lest he seem too mercenary. Observing Zhu Yunfei's decision to forego the book in favor of cleanliness, Zhang Durong remained silent, but subtly nodded in approval. This young man, at the very least, possessed commendable character. It had been quite some time since Zhang Durong had encountered such an intriguing youth. A faint smile graced his lips as he lifted his teacup, savoring his leisurely moment. In truth, Zhang Durong was not at all surprised that Zhu Yunfei could recognize him and cater to his preferences. The Lansong sect was abundant in connections. A mere inquiry could yield such information. What piqued Zhang Durong's curiosity was the unique approach of this newcomer in his flattery. Zhang Durong was not averse to ambitious young disciples, but the work in the forging hall was exceedingly laborious. After all, blacksmithing relied heavily on physical strength. Hence, the flexible working hours were designed to allow disciples ample rest to maintain their vigor for their tasks. Zhang Durong wondered how long this young man, Zhu Yunfei, could endure. Approximately 15 minutes later, as Zhang Durong sipped from his fifth cup of tea, the disciples of the forging hall began to arrive in succession. Upon entering, they first greeted Zhang Durong with respectful bows. Rather than immediately commencing work, they gathered in small groups to engage in conversation. After about another quarter of an hour, an inner sect disciple, prompted by Zhang Durong's gesture, called out, "Everyone, come over for a meeting." As it was Zhu Yunfei's first day and he was unfamiliar with the procedures, he followed the crowd into the central hall, positioning himself at the periphery of the gathering. "Hall Master, we have gathered," announced the inner sect disciple, bowing slightly to Zhang Durong. Zhang Durong merely acknowledged with a grunt and a nod. The inner sect disciple then clasped his hands in respect before turning to address the assembly. "Today marks the beginning of the month, and as per our custom, we shall hold a meeting. First, let us announce the situation regarding our new disciples. This month, we have welcomed 3 new disciples, Lin Nan, Tang Jian, and Zhu Yunfei. You 3, please step forward." As soon as the words left his lips, Zhu Yunfei was taken aback. He had not anticipated any mention of himself. Quickly responding with an affirmative, he made his way to the front, joined by the other 2 newcomers who also approached the hall's forefront. Zhu Yunfei, aware of his modest cultivation level, endeavored to maintain a low profile. Upon arriving at the front, he merely cast a quick glance before bowing his head in anticipation of the admonition. Nevertheless, even with that fleeting observation, Zhu Yunfei gleaned a significant amount of information. In the grand hall, there were approximately 150 to 60 individuals, the vast majority of whom, like himself, were outer disciples clad in azure robes. There were also about 20 inner disciples present. Zhu Yunfei noted that the inner disciple presiding over the meeting bore 6 cloud patterns on his sleeves, indicating he was likely a formidable practitioner at the mid-foundation stage. Among the other 2 new outer disciples, one was a 3-pattern disciple and the other a 4-pattern disciple. As the 3 stood in place, Zhu Yunfei anticipated a formal address, but it did not materialize. The presiding inner disciple merely requested the trio to briefly introduce themselves, subsequently assigning them their respective duties before allowing them to depart. The armory hall was organized into various small groups based on the required artifacts, such as those responsible for crafting a specific shield or a spiritual bell. Each group was overseen by an inner disciple, assisted by several outer disciples. The 3 newcomers were assigned as follows: Lin Nan to the Xian Earth Shield group, and Tang Jian to the Vajra Bracelet group. Zhu Yunfei, however, was not assigned to a group, but was instructed to follow the hall master, Zhang. He thought to himself, it seems the 18 spirit stones were well spent. Zhu Yunfei was naturally pleased with this arrangement. To his surprise, after the inner disciple announced the assignments, he sensed several strands of hostility directed towards him. Although he could not comprehend the reasons behind this animosity, he understood the necessity of vigilance. While discreetly bowing, he quietly employed his spiritual perception to observe the assembly, a newly developed skill akin to having an eye in the back of his head, allowing him to see more clearly than he could with mere sight. As he did not project his spiritual awareness outward, he had no fear of being discovered. After a thorough observation, Zhu Yunfei quickly identified several hostile gazes, all belonging to outer disciples. One of them, he recognized as Tang Jian, a fellow newcomer. How intriguing, he mused. Regardless of whether it stems from jealousy or something else, I hope you refrain from provoking me. Otherwise, withdrawing his spiritual eye, a slight smirk played on Zhu Yunfei's lips as he privately resolved that he was not one to be trifled with, should any ill intentions be directed towards him. He would not hesitate to extend a free passage to the afterlife. Chapter 26. Hostility. Unexplained malice. Zhu Yunfei, having bribed Huang Wenxiang, secured a position as a low-level assistant to a crafting master. Initially, he expected to be quite busy. However, due to his adept flattery, he was promptly promoted to the secretary of the armory hall master, essentially becoming a close aide. Other than initially trailing behind Hall Master Zhang and meandering through various crafting groups, during the remaining time, Zhu Yunfei immersed himself in reading. As a novice in the realm of cultivation, he had never encountered the art of weapon forging before. One could say he was utterly ignorant. Now, having apprenticed under a master craftsman, he knew that if he did not swiftly elevate his skills, he would soon face disdain. He had invested considerable resources to grasp onto this opportunity, and to be dismissed would indeed be a significant loss. Moreover, traversing the world of cultivation without at least 100 or 80 magical tools at one's side would render one quite vulnerable. As long as he performed adeptly in the armory hall, would he truly lack for weapons? The crux of it all hinged upon his rapid enhancement of forging expertise, both theoretical and practical. Throughout the morning, aside from occasionally serving tea and water to Master Zhang, Zhu Yunfei devoted himself fervently to the study of various texts. In his past life as a professional assassin, he possessed a formidable memory, coupled with the enhanced consciousness bestowed upon him by the turtle shell. Zhu Yunfei's reading speed was nothing short of astonishing. Typically, after merely skimming through a book, he could recall most of its contents within less than 2 hours. He had thoroughly perused foundational texts such as the basics of forging, fundamental materials for forging, processing forging materials, and basic forging techniques. He even managed to read the history of the Lansong sect in passing. By the end of the morning's study, Zhu Yunfei had garnered a substantial understanding of both the art of forging and the Lansong sect. Forging, he learned, involves the refinement, fusion, shaping, and gathering of spiritually imbued materials to create magical tools endowed with various functions such as attack, defense, flight, and storage. These tools are categorized based on quality into 4 classes: magical tools, spiritual treasures, and magical treasures. Each class is further divided into 4 grades: low, medium, high, and supreme. The Lansong sect has earned its reputation as a leader in the art of forging within the entire Qingzhou cultivation realm, primarily because it is the only sect capable of crafting treasures at the nascent soul level. Additionally, the production quality of spiritual treasures is unparalleled. To enhance the professionalism of their forging practices, each main peak specializes in a particular type of forging. The 5th peak, for instance, excels in crafting defensive magical tools. Zhang Durong had informally designated Zhu Yunfei as his apprentice, not only due to his cleverness, but also because, unlike others who resorted to flattery, Zhu's approach was straightforward and refreshing. Originally, Zhang Durong paid little attention to Zhu's diligent study of texts. After all, newcomers often exhibited a fervent enthusiasm that wanes after a few weeks. However, Zhu Yunfei's remarkable capacity for learning genuinely astonished Zhang. It is worth noting that Zhang Durong himself possessed an 8th-layer foundation establishment cultivation and a keen consciousness. Whether Zhu Yunfei was merely skimming through or sincerely studying was not lost on Zhang Durong's discerning eye. The lad's ability to learn was indeed extraordinary, though it was unfortunate that he bore the burden of possessing 5 spiritual roots. Zhang Durong inwardly sighed as he sensed the spiritual roots of Zhu Yunfei, discovering them to be rather mediocre, which prompted a tinge of regret within him. Although the realm of cultivation is fiercely competitive, he couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration for a junior like Zhu Yunfei, whose cultivation level was significantly inferior to his own. If Zhu could maintain such fervor and receive appropriate guidance, there was potential for growth. The forging hall, as the core establishment of the 5th peak, certainly offered substantial benefits. It boasted a small canteen that provided 2 meals daily, relieving Zhu Yunfei from the need to queue at the outer disciples' dining hall for lunch and dinner. Initially, Zhu Yunfei believed the spiritual cuisine offered at the outer disciples' hall was exceptional. However, upon the commencement of lunch, he was enlightened to the true meaning of opulence. Each outer disciple received not only a generous bowl of rice, but also a serving of vegetables accompanied by a portion of meat. The spiritual essence emanating from these meals was exponentially richer than that from the outer disciples' hall. Merely inhaling the aroma, even before tasting, imbued Zhu Yunfei with a sense of loosening in his cultivation. To his astonishment, the treatment at the forging hall was indeed remarkable, and he felt his cultivation would soon catch up. Elated, Zhu Yunfei devoured his meal with fervor, leaving not a grain of rice uneaten, and licked his bowl clean. Whether it was the abundance of spiritual energy in the food or his own low level of cultivation, he soon felt a tumult within his spiritual power. Alarmed, he realized he had overindulged. Swiftly, he began circulating the 5 elements true spirit scripture, guiding the excess spiritual energy throughout his body. After several breaths, the fluctuations of his spiritual power radiated outward, and Zhu Yunfei successfully ascended to the 4th level of body refinement. Astonishingly, one meal had equated to half a month of arduous training. It was no wonder that cultivation relied heavily on resources. Indeed, this was the truth. Feeling the transformation within his cultivation, Zhu Yunfei was filled with profound reflections. Just then, he suddenly sensed an inexplicable hostility that unsettled him. Who could it be? Furrowing his brow, he swiftly scanned his surroundings in search of the source of this animosity. Adhering to the principle of harmonious cultivation, Zhu Yunfei had never provoked anyone. Yet, today he had encountered two individuals who seemed displeased with him. This was a dangerous omen. To avoid being stabbed in the back, he needed to identify the potential adversary. To his surprise, it took little effort to pinpoint the source of hostility. It was none other than Tang Jian, a newcomer like himself. What a nuisance. Had this person lost his mind? Zhu Yunfei had never crossed paths with him before. The inexplicable disdain emanating from Tang Jian left Zhu Yunfei somewhat speechless. Nevertheless, Zhu Yunfei was not one to cower. He met Tang Jian's unfriendly gaze head-on, unwavering. As Tang Jian noticed Zhu Yunfei not only refusing to shy away, but also daring to maintain eye contact, his anger flared even further. In this public setting, despite his superior cultivation compared to a certain Zhu Yunfei, Tang Jian refrained from making a scene. Casting a fierce glare, he diverted his gaze. Throughout the encounter, Zhu Yunfei remained calm, not displaying any anger or uttering a word. However, he mentally noted Tang Jian in his ledger. Particularly, upon witnessing Tang Jian depart alongside several outer disciples, a dangerous smile crept upon his lips. Those outer disciples were precisely the individuals who had shown hostility towards him earlier that morning. Intriguing. It appeared that preparations were in order. Once the figures of the group faded from view, Zhu Yunfei withdrew his gaze, contemplating his next steps. The cultivation levels of those individuals ranged from the 4th to the 5th layer of qi refinement, which indeed surpassed his own body refinement stage by a significant margin. Nonetheless, the combat prowess of qi refinement cultivators was not overwhelmingly formidable. Their abilities were limited to minor spells and techniques. With the right strategies, one could bridge the gap in cultivation. Given adequate preparation, confronting these individuals would not preclude the possibility of a counterattack. Zhu Yunfei was not inherently inclined towards violence. Rather, as a former professional assassin for over a decade, he perceived a latent murderous intent in Tang Jian's hostile gaze. Although the reasons remained unclear, it was evident that Tang Jian harbored intentions to harm him. In light of this, it was prudent to be well prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Zhu Yunfei resolved to enhance his own cultivation while simultaneously acquiring some lethal equipment. Chapter 27. Conceptualizing and designing a devastating weapon. The afternoon's tasks mirrored those of the morning. As he followed Zhang Durong on a routine inspection, after which Zhu Yunfei was allowed to organize his own activities. By the time dinner arrived, he had perused several books. In terms of theoretical knowledge, Zhu Yunfei's skills in artifact crafting had reached an introductory level. However, practical application remained uncertain. Nevertheless, he was in no hurry. Having absorbed so much theoretical knowledge in just one day and witnessed numerous artifact crafting processes surpass the majority of outer disciples, he felt a sense of contentment. Although Zhu Yunfei aspired to forge a set of defensive talismans for himself, he recognized the necessity of further study and observation. He intended to accumulate enough experience before attempting any hands-on practice. In fact, within the Lansong sect, aspiring artifact crafters were required to pass both theoretical and practical assessments to become apprentices before gaining the right to engage in crafting. Typically, one should not expect to handle artifacts for at least 3 to 5 years. This understanding was the reason for Zhu Yunfei's patience. Haste often leads to failure. After the day's work concluded and dinner was finished, Zhu Yunfei had yet to encounter that individual named Tang Jian. The other few who harbored ill intentions towards him were also absent. He surmised that those like-minded individuals had likely congregated to form their own little clique, possibly even conspiring on ways to trouble him. However, Zhu Yunfei did not dwell excessively on this matter. The Lansong sect, while encouraging competition, also fostered a spirit of resilience. However, within the confines of the sect, it is strictly prohibited for disciples to engage in private duels or harm their fellow sect members. Even if it is merely to maintain a facade of harmony, the sect would not turn a blind eye. Are there those who exploit their connections? How many who enter the Lansong sect are not favored by connections? In truth, within the Lansong sect, those without connections are even more dangerous to provoke. They are either exceptionally gifted or possess extraordinary talents. In any case, they are the future stars of the sect, cultivated at great expense. Who would dare to offend them? Thus, those rascals, no matter how much they might dislike each other, as long as they remain within the sect, they can do nothing but suppress their grievances. As for the petty obstacles and minor grievances that might arise in daily life, Zhu Yunfei need not worry. After all, he is a disciple of the Hall Master. If he were to anger the Hall Master, those individuals would likely find it impossible to remain on the 5th peak. The cost would be too high. Only a fool would act rashly. Returning to his small courtyard, Zhu Yunfei did not immediately commence his cultivation. Instead, he retrieved paper and pen to begin drafting his ideas. Currently, he had 5 potential adversaries, 1 with 3 patterns, 3 with 4 patterns, and 1 with 5 patterns. This indicates that among these individuals, the one with the highest cultivation level should not exceed the 5th layer of qi refinement. As he muttered to himself, he scribbled on the paper. Among them, a certain Tang Jian harbored the greatest hostility towards him and was the only one to have expressed murderous intent. Should these individuals take action, this person would likely be the first to take the initiative. At the 4th layer of qi refinement, whether in close combat or through the use of techniques, there is no chance of victory. Alas, his cultivation level is still too low. With this thought, Zhu Yunfei circled Tang Jian's name emphatically. However, the shortcomings of cultivators in the qi refinement stage are quite evident. The execution of techniques requires a preparatory movement, and their reflexes and defensive capabilities are only marginally superior to those of ordinary mortals. They can indeed be killed with conventional weapons. This means that the brief interval before the initiation of a technique is the sole opportunity for a strike. However, using cold weapons would be ineffective, as their range is limited and their lethality is insufficient. With this in mind, Zhu Yunfei turned and retrieved the small pistol he had previously crafted from his porcelain pillow. Returning to his desk, this firearm was a single-shot piece, specifically assembled by a blacksmith for the purpose of eliminating Zhu Dafu and his family. While this gun could overpower ordinary mortals, it would prove inadequate against qi refinement cultivators. Zhu Yunfei shook his head, casting the small pistol aside, and began to sketch on the paper. In less than a quarter of an hour, a detailed diagram of a firearm materialized on the page. Notably, it depicted a desert eagle. Zhu Yunfei pondered carefully, feeling unsatisfied, and sketched another. 2 firearms emerged, one a desert eagle, the other an AK-47. These were the self-defense weapons Zhu Yunfei intended to fabricate. The desert eagle is sufficiently discreet for concealed carry, while the AK-47 boasts formidable firepower, capable of turning even a qi refinement cultivator into a sieve. Should he need to venture outside, he could carry it, just in case. As a seasoned assassin with over a decade of experience, crafting firearms posed little challenge for Zhu Yunfei. The only significant difficulty lay in the barrel. Previously, in Qingshui County, Zhu Yunfei was compelled to settle for a subpar shotgun due to the unavailability of suitable steel. However, the current circumstances have transformed dramatically. Now, he finds himself within the Lan Tsang sect, where the abilities of cultivators far surpass those of mere mortals. Many metallic materials available for crafting far exceed the finest alloy steels known in his past life. Not only can they be fashioned into gun barrels, but they are also more than adequate for cannon tubes. Furthermore, the forging techniques he observed during the day surpassed even the high-precision machinery of his previous world. As long as mass production is not required, success is assured. Yet, upon reflection, his perspective seemed rather limited. Given the exceptional quality of materials and technological prowess at his disposal, why not broaden his horizons? With a sudden clap of his thigh, a bold idea struck him. Theoretically, if it is possible to create firearms capable of eliminating qi refinement stage cultivators, why not design a weapon that could contend with foundation establishment stage cultivators? With sufficient audacity, even the foundation establishment could be brought low. Zhu Yunfei's reasoning was straightforward. This afternoon, he perused a book titled Miscellaneous Records of Magical Artifacts, which noted that the reaction time of foundation establishment cultivators is several times that of qi refinement cultivators. Furthermore, they can manifest a protective barrier of spiritual energy around their bodies. Thus, employing mundane weapons or low-tier magical artifacts against them proves exceedingly difficult. Firstly, one may not be able to land a hit. Secondly, even if one does, the impact may be insufficient. Only if a foundation establishment cultivator is gravely injured and depleted of spiritual energy might they fall to a mortal or lower-tier cultivator. To engage in combat beyond one's rank against a foundation establishment cultivator, one would require a formidable magical artifact. The soul-severing needle, produced by the Divine Armament Hall, guarantees quality. It is the quintessential choice for home defense, travel, and even illicit activities. At merely 888 spirit stones, the soul-severing needle can be yours. Ahem. I apologize for the advertisement in the book. Zhu Yunfei certainly could not afford the soul-severing needle, yet it opened his mind to new possibilities. According to the book, the soul-severing needle is classified as a low-grade magical artifact, and its price of 888 spirit stones for a set of 3 is justified by 2 core selling points. First, Controlling the soul-severing needle does not necessitate a powerful spiritual awareness. Second, it has low requirements for the controller's spiritual energy level. These two seemingly trivial aspects constitute the true value of the soul-severing needle as a stealth weapon. Since spiritual energy and awareness are nearly universal weaknesses among lower-tier cultivators, these advantages render the soul-severing needle an exceptional tool for overcoming higher-tier adversaries. The key to the soul-severing needle's unique characteristics lies in its crafting material, the 100 refinement cold iron. This metal possesses an exceptionally high hardness, augmented with additives that enhance the flight speed of the magical artifact. This enables it to easily penetrate the protective barriers of cultivators below the golden core stage or defensive magical artifacts of inferior quality. If one were to utilize similarly characteristic materials to fashion bullets, while amplifying the propellant's power and increasing the bullet's velocity, would it not yield sufficient lethality against Foundation establishment cultivators? In an instant, Zhu Yunfei's eyes gleamed with a golden light. If he could create such a firearm, it would signify a certain degree of self-preservation. Without cultivating his qi, was he merely an ant? This ant has a bite. Zhu Yunfei murmured softly, a dangerous glint flickering in his gaze. Chapter 28. The enemy must perish. Mere thoughts are futile. I shall continue once I gather the appropriate materials. Zhu Yunfei tossed his pen onto the table and rubbed his throbbing temples. However, he did not immediately commence his cultivation. After a brief respite, roughly equivalent to half a tea session, Zhu Yunfei resumed his contemplation. Let us summarize the current situation. First, regarding his cultivation. Based on the progress made last night with the 5 elements true spirit scripture, he estimated it would take an additional 3 months to break through to the qi refinement stage. As for what would follow after entering that stage, time alone would tell. He hoped to maintain this pace. Overall, it seemed implausible to catch up to those individuals within 3 to 5 years. Should they choose to strike against him, he would have no option but to engage in combat beyond his current level. Damn, that feels rather precarious. Clearly, resolving the matter of weaponry must be prioritized. The image of that fellow named Tang Jian flashed in his mind. The blatant murderous intent in his gaze today caused Zhu Yunfei's lips to curl into a slight smirk. Humph, since you harbor murderous thoughts towards me, do not blame me for my actions. The early bird catches the worm. If they are foes, they must perish. In his heart, Zhu Yunfei had silently sentenced that individual to death. Secondly, there was the enigmatic tortoiseshell. Zhu Yunfei cast a glance beneath the bed and continued, currently, it is certain that the tortoiseshell conceals an old foe. However, the precise cultivation level of this enemy remains undetermined. Conservatively speaking, it should not be lower than the golden core stage. Confronting him directly would surely be futile. Should he seize the opportunity to discard it? Upon this thought, Zhu Yunfei shook his head. No, that is not an option. The subsequent techniques of the 5 elements true spirit scripture are likely contained within that tortoiseshell. Moreover, it is highly probable that other valuable treasures lie within. How could he abandon such a remarkable opportunity granted by fate? A golden core master? I shall simply act. If I cannot defeat him, surely I can outsmart him? It appears prudent to prepare for both scenarios. First, I must elevate my cultivation as much as possible. Once I reach the golden core stage, the tables may turn. Secondly, if the opportunity arises, I shall seek artifacts and techniques capable of extinguishing the spirit and consciousness, exhausting that old adversary. Ascending to the golden core stage will undoubtedly require centuries. I have ample time. After a brief moment of contemplation, Zhu Yunfei solidified his resolve. Risks and rewards often coexist. That tortoiseshell is indeed perilous, yet Zhu Yunfei firmly believed that should he devise a method to conquer it, unexpected rewards would surely await him. However, considering the enigmatic entity concealed within the tortoiseshell, whose strength is inscrutable, Zhu Yunfei preferred to extinguish the spirit of the being without activating the shell, which seemed a more prudent course of action. Although this approach may appear somewhat clumsy and slow, it is undoubtedly safer. Even if it does not yield success, Zhu Yunfei remains unconcerned, as this is preferable to idly waiting. Regrettably, his understanding of spiritual essence is still rather limited at this juncture. He must find a way to gather pertinent information rather than act recklessly. Yes, patience is key. There is no need for haste. The third pressing issue at hand is the materials required for crafting firearms. This can be distilled into 2 questions: what materials to use and how to procure them. Regarding the choice of materials, aside from consulting the resources of the armament hall, he believes it would be wise to seek the counsel of Master Zhang. As one of the most esteemed weapon refining masters within the sect, Master Zhang possesses profound knowledge regarding crafting materials. As for how to acquire the materials, Zhu Yunfei furrowed his brow, appearing somewhat troubled. Should he purchase them? Yet, he finds himself devoid of funds. his pockets emptier than the air itself, rendering any purchase impossible. It is not feasible to simply take what is not his. He sighed, deciding to postpone this dilemma for later consideration. As the saying goes, money can make the world go round, but without it, one is left to scrounge. In the realm of cultivation, refining materials are rare commodities, which essentially means they come at a significant cost, and Zhu Yunfei could not fathom a method to obtain them for free. He reclined despondently in his chair, abandoning his contemplations. Whatever will be, overthinking is futile. He resolved to focus on his cultivation. If he could catch up to his peers, his troubles would dissipate. After a brief period of melancholy, Zhu Yunfei reignited his determination and rose to commence his training. Perhaps due to the insights gained from the previous night's experience, he found himself seamlessly navigating through the 5 elements true spirit scripture. He quickly entered a state of meditation. Moreover, Zhu Yunfei noticed that as he dedicated more time to the scripture, the spiritual energy he could draw into his body appeared to gradually increase. Could it be that simultaneously absorbing 2 attributes of spiritual energy was not the limit? A vague hypothesis began to form in his mind. However, due to the sluggish pace of this increase, he hesitated to draw any definitive conclusions. After a night of diligent cultivation, Zhu Yunfei's cultivation progressed further within the 4th layer of body refinement, approaching the mid-stage of that tier. He was elated, marveling at this pace, which he could scarcely have imagined just days prior. With excitement coursing through him, Zhu Yunfei arrived early at the armament hall. As usual, he tidied up and boiled water. Just as Master Zhang settled into his chair, Zhu Yunfei presented the freshly brewed spiritual tea. "Master, please enjoy the tea," he proclaimed respectfully as he set down the teacup. "Ah," Master Zhang acknowledged, taking a sip and slowly beginning to speak. "In just one night, your cultivation has made notable progress. You indeed possess considerable perseverance. Well done." Zhu Yunfei was taken aback by this praise, though he maintained a composed demeanor. He was aware that foundation-building cultivators possess formidable spiritual awareness. Unexpectedly, a mere glance allowed him to see right through himself. This indeed increased Zhu Yunfei's respect for Zhang Dirong's prowess. It is important to note that Zhu Yunfei is no ordinary body refinement stage cultivator. He possesses spiritual awareness and had not sensed the slightest hint of being observed just moments ago. Truly, without the foundational stage, one is but an ant. Returning to the esteemed hall master, the disciple acknowledges his own lack of talent and resolves to compensate for it with diligence. However, after expending a spirit stone and consuming a chi-gathering pill yesterday, his progress was only marginal. What surprised Zhang Dirong was Zhu Yunfei's unabashed admission of this fact. Displaying an air of candor, Zhu Yunfei's reasoning was straightforward. With his current abilities, attempting to conceal himself before a foundational stage cultivator would only be an exercise in self-deception. Rather than incurring Zhang Dirong's ire, it would be more advantageous to present himself openly, which might even garner goodwill. Naturally, Zhu Yunfei also left a layer of subtlety, attributing his progress to financial investment in resources. This way, even if his advancement was a tad brisk, he could convincingly justify it. Zhang Dirong nodded in response. Then, as if struck by a thought, he waved his hand, and 2 vials of elixirs appeared on the table. "These are some elixirs I had left over from my earlier years. They will be beneficial for your cultivation. Devote yourself to your training, and strive to enter the chi refinement stage soon," Zhang Dirong explained, gesturing towards the vials. In Zhang Dirong's eyes, this young man named Zhu Yunfei was clever and reliable. Quite commendable. Yet, his cultivation level was regrettably low. Coincidentally remembering that he had 2 spare vials of elixirs in his storage bag, he decided to bestow them upon the young man. "Thank you, esteemed hall master," Zhu Yunfei exclaimed, his heart swelling with joy at the sight of the vials. And he promptly bowed in gratitude. With these 2 elixirs, Zhu Yunfei was confident that a breakthrough into the chi refinement stage was imminent. Zhang Dirong waved his hand dismissively, lifting his teacup without further comment. Zhu Yunfei stored the vials and bowed once more before turning to attend to his other tasks. Chapter 29. Poverty brings me great distress. Upon concluding his morning routine, Zhu Yunfei immersed himself in the bookshelves, poring over texts in search of suitable materials for refining weapons. Indeed, diligence does not go unrewarded. After a morning of diligent research, Zhu Yunfei discovered several materials apt for the creation of new firearms and ammunition. Firstly, there was the renowned Lian cold iron, a material he had previously heard about. This substance is not only exceptionally hard, but also possesses remarkable heat resistance. It is crucial to note that when fabricating gun barrels, the material must be sufficiently durable and able to withstand high temperatures. In the rapid-fire scenario, substantial heat can cause the barrel to overheat quickly, which can, at best, compromise shooting accuracy and, at worst, lead to catastrophic failure. This is why a machine gun requires multiple barrels. By Lian cold iron, as its name implies, inherently possesses a chilling property and exhibits excellent heat resistance, making it an ideal choice for crafting gun barrels. Additionally, Zhu Yunfei identified several other metallic materials. In total, he found 7 suitable options. Zhu Yunfei's objective is to acquire these materials before reaching the qi refinement stage. In truth, the materials that meet Zhu Yunfei's requirements extend far beyond those mentioned. However, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that none of these materials are inexpensive. Typically, practitioners in the qi refinement stage, lacking a substantial financial foundation, cannot afford them. Were it not for the exorbitant cost of refining materials, would not every cultivator possess a magnificent flying sword? Even the most accomplished qi refinement practitioners find themselves bereft of funds. As for individuals like Zhu Yunfei, who, after thoroughly searching every pocket, cannot produce even a handful of spirit stones, their plight is even more pronounced. Alas, such is the burden of cultivation. It is indeed a costly endeavor. Setting the tome aside, Zhu Yunfei was struck, perhaps for the first time, by the stark reality of his own poverty. Apart from a heap of unusable gold, he possessed nothing of value. The weight of his financial straits cast a shadow over his spirit. Nevertheless, he resolved to devise a means to earn spirit stones. After a deep sigh, Zhu Yunfei rekindled his determination, contemplating how he might procure the coveted stones. Unlike gold, spirit stones serve both as currency and consumables. Cultivation, weapon refinement, maintaining formations, and operating puppets. All these activities necessitate the expenditure of spirit stones. Furthermore, spirit stones can only be extracted from spirit stone mines, which have a remarkably limited yield. Across the realms of cultivation, spirit stones consistently exist in a state of scarcity, elucidating their immense value. For lower-tier practitioners, the situation is somewhat manageable, as their cultivation requires minimal spiritual energy. The absence of spirit stones is not a significant concern. Conversely, for high-tier practitioners or those affiliated with substantial sects, spirit stones become indispensable, rightly classified as a strategic resource. Take the Lansong sect as an example. Each outer sect disciple receives a monthly stipend of 10 low-grade spirit stones, culminating in a monthly expenditure of several 100,000 low-grade spirit stones for the sect alone. This figure represents merely the foundational costs. When factoring in various salaries, material losses from refinement, stipends for inner sect disciples, and those for elders, the total easily surpasses 200,000. Of course, for Zhu Yunfei, a humble practitioner in the body refinement stage, such figures are utterly beyond reach. Currently, his monthly allowance, combined with a modest stipend from the armament hall, amounts to a mere 20 spirit stones. Even should he receive his stipend next month, it would scarcely suffice. Zhu Yunfei rubbed his temples in exasperation. 20 spirit stones might represent a considerable fortune for those precariously navigating their existence as rogue cultivators. Yet for someone like Zhu Yunfei, a disciple of a prominent sect, it hardly qualifies as wealth. It merely signifies a departure from poverty. While it suffices for his own cultivation, he cannot spare any to invest in magical artifacts or elixirs. Such aspirations remain but dreams. He must find a way to earn spirit stones. According to information Zhu Yunfei gathered, the avenues for earning spirit stones within the sect are limited to a few options. The first is to diligently cultivate, elevate one's rank, and thereby increase one's monthly stipend. An outer sect disciple with a single pattern earns 10 spirit stones each month. By advancing to a 2-pattern outer sect disciple, one could earn an additional 10, totaling 20 spirit stones per month. This pattern continues, and should one ascend to the rank of an inner sect disciple, the stipend begins at 100 spirit stones. The second method involves mastering various skills in cultivation and relying on those talents for sustenance. Within the Lansong sect, a technician who attains a certain rank receives a monthly technical subsidy. For instance, in the Armory Hall, an apprentice alchemist who is promoted to a first-tier alchemist will receive an additional 10 spirit stones each month. As one advances in rank, the subsidy multiplies by tenfold or more. Furthermore, upon reaching a certain level, one can also accept private commissions, which can yield a substantial income. This principle applies across all crafts in cultivation, be it alchemy, talismans, formations, puppetry, or beast taming. Possessing a skill ensures one will never go hungry. A truth that holds in the realm of cultivation as well. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignites within Zhu Yunfei. I possess skills too. After all, I have spent many years as an assassin, honing my craft to perfection, with not a single negative review. However, my skill seems somewhat incongruous with the cultural ethos of the Lansong sect. Alas, I must temporarily set this notion aside. Once my strength increases, Perhaps I could seek a part-time position with an assassin organization outside. That could prove advantageous. Working as an assassin is quite lucrative, and I am well versed in it. The third avenue for earning spirit stones is through sect missions. Sect missions represent a core operational activity of any sect. Consequently, various sects impose a minimum task requirement on their disciples. To further incentivize disciples to complete more tasks, sects reward different amounts of spirit stones and contribution points based on the difficulty of the missions. As a low-tier alchemist assistant, Zhu Yunfei earns 10 spirit stones and 10 contribution points each month. Such fixed-role tasks generally yield modest rewards in spirit stones and contribution points. The advantage lies in their safety, stability, and lack of risk, often requiring connections to secure them. There are also one-time missions or those with set completion deadlines that offer significantly higher rewards. Occasionally, there are bountiful missions that provide considerable spirit stones and contribution points upon completion. Ah, splendid. I shall visit the mission hall at noon. With this thought, Zhu Yunfei felt a surge of excitement. Merely scraping by at work would not suffice for prosperity, and tasks were the key to wealth. At noon, in the small cafeteria of the armory hall, Zhu Yunfei hastily finished his meal. Setting down his bowl and chopsticks, he rushed out without delay. Meanwhile, upon seeing Zhu Yunfei rise to leave, Tang Jian's gaze shifted, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Humph, you little brat, just wait. It was only when Zhu Yunfei's figure vanished at the doorway that he begrudgingly concluded his surveillance and lowered his head to continue eating. With limited time for a midday break, Zhu Yunfei hurriedly departed, oblivious to Tang Jian's malice. However, even if he had sensed it, it would matter little. After all, he would never leave the sect until reaching the qi refining stage. The Lansong sect strictly forbids disciples from engaging in private duels within its premises, with severe penalties for those caught. As long as he remained within the sect, no one could harm him. Ah, how I relish the sight of your displeasure towards me, yet find myself impervious to your disdain. Chapter 30. Earning Wealth, the Chosen Ones of Heaven and Earth. Zhu Yunfei has now attained the mid-stage of the fourth layer of body refinement, further augmented by the advantage of his 5-element spiritual roots. Although he cannot soar through the skies, his speed while running is nothing short of remarkable. He traverses 5 kilometers with the swiftness akin to that of Bolt. In less than a quarter of an hour, Zhu Yunfei finds himself standing before the entrance of the task hall on the 5th peak, within the Lansong sect. Apart from the main task hall of the Linjiang Peak, each principal peak boasts a smaller task hall. These halls are subordinate to the main task hall, essentially serving as branches to facilitate the outer disciples in accepting and fulfilling tasks. Moreover, the missions issued by these smaller halls are predominantly related to the respective main peaks, serving as a minor benefit. As for the inner disciples, they must journey to the headquarters of the task hall at Linjiang Peak to accept tasks. Given that inner disciples possess the ability to fly, the trip consumes little time. However, the primary reason lies in the fact that tasks designated for inner disciples often offer substantial rewards, beyond significant amounts of spirit stones and contribution points. They may also include high-grade magical artifacts or rare elixirs. Such resources, without a doubt, must be tightly controlled by the main task hall to safeguard its power and status. Alas, it seems that such matters are beyond the concern of a humble cultivator like myself, who has yet to reach even the qi refinement stage. With a sigh, Zhu Yunfei withdrew his gaze from the plaque and stepped through the grand doors of the task hall. The layout within the task hall bore some resemblance to the reception hall Zhu Yunfei had visited previously. On the wall across from him, a massive jadestone tablet was embedded, densely inscribed with rows of task names, requirements, and rewards. Zhu Yunfei observed that these tasks were arranged in a certain order, presumably from highest to lowest based on difficulty. After a careful examination, he concluded that, given his current cultivation, he likely would not find any worthwhile tasks. Thus, his gaze instinctively swept past the earlier tasks, descending to examine those of lesser rank. Task 1557, Hammering Raw Materials. Requirements. Cultivation level of at least the second layer of qi refinement, preference given to body refinement cultivators. Reward. 30 low-grade spirit stones, 25 contribution points. Task 2345, Refining Iron Ore, 100 pounds. Requirements. First-grade refiner, producing 20 pounds with 90% purity. Reward. 20 low-grade spirit stones, 20 contribution points. Damn it. With such meager cultivation, is it truly so challenging to earn spirit stones? Blast. After perusing several hundred entries, Zhu Yunfei had yet to discover a task suitable for him, and a profound sense of helplessness enveloped him. Without the ability to refine qi, he is but an ant. Indeed, even part-time opportunities seem to elude him, until he finally laid eyes upon the last task, Task 3233, clearing mining debris. Requirements: hardworking, strong, and persistent. Reward: 1 low-grade spirit stone for every 100 pounds. 1 contribution point for every 100 pounds. As Zhu Yunfei surveyed the task before him, a slight twitch appeared at the corners of his mouth. Among the more than 3,000 assignments, this was the sole one devoid of any skill or cultivation prerequisites. It was also the only task within his current capability. Oh, well, it was merely manual labor. What more could one expect? Initially, Zhu Yunfei harbored some reservations, feeling that engaging in such work was somewhat beneath his dignity, coupled with the meager remuneration. However, the thought of the precious 100 forged cold iron made him hesitate. Without at least 1,000 or 1,800 spirit stones in his pocket, he dared not inquire about prices. With a resigned sigh, he strode towards one of the side counters. The task hall featured a row of counters on either side, one side for accepting tasks and the other for submitting them. Zhu Yunfei made his way directly to the left side, where tasks were received. It was lunchtime, so only a single outer sect disciple with 3 stripes was present at the counter, likely on duty. Approaching the counter, Zhu Yunfei addressed the attending disciple. "Excuse me, senior brother, I wish to accept a task." "What task does junior brother wish to undertake?" The disciple behind the counter looked up at Zhu Yunfei, quickly scanning him before smiling and inquiring. His demeanor was quite amiable, showing no arrogance despite Zhu Yunfei being a one-stripe disciple. Zhu Yunfei expressed his desire for the task, feeling a twinge of anxiety. After all, the assignment he chose was undeniably lowly, and he feared ridicule. Fortunately, the expression on the senior brother's face remained largely unchanged. He merely appraised Zhu Yunfei once more before flipping through a booklet in his hands. After a brief moment, the senior brother in charge of task registration spoke slowly. "This task is issued by the mining hall, remains valid long-term, and is currently unclaimed. If you wish to accept it, simply register with your identity jade token." "Very well. Thank you for your assistance." Zhu Yunfei exhaled in relief, then unfastened his identity jade token from his waist and respectfully handed it over. The senior brother nodded, took the token, and applied it to a compass-like artifact, marking the completion of the registration. "I see this is your first time accepting a task, so allow me to offer some guidance. Upon arriving at the mining hall, simply seek out Manager Li, and he will assist you." As the senior brother returned the identity jade token, he added this extra note. "Thank you for the guidance." Zhu Yunfei gratefully accepted the token and promptly bowed in appreciation. Exiting the task hall, Zhu Yunfei glanced at the sky. It was still early, and he decided to first visit the mining hall. With that, he turned his direction and headed straight towards the armory hall. As the renowned crafting sect of the entire Qingzhou, the Lansong sect boasted a legacy spanning nearly 10 millennia. Its specialization in crafting was comparable to modern factories of a later age, with a meticulously organized supply chain encompassing raw materials, sorting, refining, and processing. The mining hall served as the upstream workshop supplying the armory hall with crafting materials and was not far from it. Upon announcing his intention to seek out Manager Li, the outer sect disciple guarding the mining hall did not cause any trouble and promptly went inside to deliver the message. Soon, a middle-aged man clad in the robes of an inner sect disciple emerged. "Disciple Zhu Yunfei, greetings to Master Li." The disciple had just accepted the task of clearing mining slag, and the senior brother from the task hall instructed him to seek guidance from Master Li. With utmost respect, Zhu Yunfei bowed and conveyed his intentions before Master Li had the chance to speak. Noticing Zhu Yunfei's respectful demeanor and understanding nature, the hall master, Li, nodded in satisfaction and replied in a gentle tone, "Although it is not yet time to begin work, since you are already here, I shall take you to familiarize yourself with the surroundings." With that, he gestured for Zhu Yunfei to follow and turned to walk into the hall. Zhu Yunfei hurriedly kept pace. Along the way, Hall Master Li casually inquired about Zhu Yunfei's situation. Upon learning that Zhu Yunfei was working in the armory hall, Li's admiration for him grew. In these times, such a diligent and earnest young man was a rare find. As they proceeded, Zhu Yunfei observed the layout of the entire mining hall, which bore similarity to the armory hall. They passed through the main hall and entered a vast rectangular corridor. In the center of the corridor lay a quaint garden, adorned with various flowers and plants, accompanied by stone tables and chairs for resting. On either side of the corridor, there were numerous workshops. Zhu Yunfei noticed that many workshop doors were ajar, revealing several disciples busily engaged in their tasks. Yet, there was not a whisper of noise emanating from within. In an instant, Zhu Yunfei comprehended the situation and nodded thoughtfully. These workshops must have been equipped with soundproof formations, or else the entire mining hall would have been overwhelmed by noise long ago. His perceptiveness did not escape Hall Master Li's attention. However, Li was not irritated. Instead, he patiently elaborated on the operations, stating, "Our mining hall, while not as renowned as the armory hall, is nonetheless one of the indispensable halls of the fifth peak. As the name suggests, our primary responsibility is to refine ores. We purify the raw materials, extracting the essence, and then send the refined materials to the armory hall for weapon crafting. It is no exaggeration to say that in the entire sect, when it comes to refinement standards and production, we are second to none. No one dares to claim the top position. He spoke with a hint of pride, raising his brows. Zhu Yunfei, being astute, naturally cooperated by listening attentively and feigning astonishment. His response further pleased Hall Master Li, whose smile deepened with warmth. After a quarter of an hour, Li finally halted before a small door. Pushing it open, he pointed to a large pile of mining slag behind the door and said to Zhu Yunfei, "After each workshop refines the ore, the slag is brought here for accumulation. Your task, Zhu disciple, is to come here every evening after work to clear this slag and transport it to the pile at the foot of the mountain. Based on the current refinement rate, we produce approximately 1,000 pounds of slag daily. I will take the liberty of considering it to be 1,200 pounds, and I shall compensate you with 12 low-grade spirit stones and 12 contribution points each day. How does that sound?" As soon as Hall Master Li finished speaking, Zhu Yunfei stood frozen in place, utterly astonished. What? Did I just hear that correctly? 12 spirit stones a day? Is this truly a laborious endeavor? Or is it akin to unearthing gold? Does my esteemed apprentice harbor any reservations? To speak candidly, this task indeed requires considerable effort. However, rest assured, I have already conferred with the Hall Master. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, the remuneration is expected to increase in the future. Noticing that Zhu Yunfei remained silent, Hall Master Li hastily added, "Oh no. The disciple has no objections. I was merely momentarily distracted. Thank you, esteemed uncle." Zhu Yunfei quickly waved his hand, his face alight with joy. Earning 12 spirit stones per day translates to 360 spirit stones monthly, and over the course of a year, that amounts to 4,320 spirit stones. The prospect of alleviating poverty and achieving prosperity is within reach. Just the thought of it fills him with excitement. "Very well, since there are no issues, you may come by this evening at the hour of you," Hall Master Li stated, relieved by Zhu Yunfei's affirmative response. However, lost in his dreams of wealth, Zhu Yunfei failed to notice the nuances of the situation. After clarifying the precautions for clearing the mine's debris, Zhu Yunfei expressed his gratitude to Hall Master Li before departing from the refining hall and returning to the armory hall to resume his work. Upon arriving at the armory hall, Zhu Yunfei found no sign of Hall Master Zhang. With no supervision present, he seized the opportunity to peruse several books detailing the fundamentals of weapon forging and commenced his studies. According to the texts, there exist two primary methods of forging. The first method is handcrafted customization, wherein the weapon master utilizes their own spiritual energy to refine, merge, and shape the materials. Subsequently, they inscribe functional runes and formations using their divine consciousness. Ultimately, the artifact is stored in the Dantian and ritualistically refined with spiritual energy, thus becoming a magical tool. Artifacts forged through this method generally exhibit significant power and superior quality. However, this approach demands a high level of skill and cultivation from the artisan, making it unsuitable for anyone but masters. The second method, by contrast, has a lower threshold for entry. This involves workshop forging, where materials are first refined and merged in a smelting furnace. Then, using a forging platform, the materials are shaped and adjusted into rough forms. At this stage, the artifact possesses a preliminary shape and basic functionality. Runes and formations are then inscribed onto the rough form using specialized tools, resulting in a refined blank. The final step entails placing the refined blank into a forging furnace and ritualistically refining it with spiritual fire for a designated period. The advantage of this method lies in its reliance on various forging tools, thereby lowering the requirements for the artisan. Furthermore, each forging process can be segmented, allowing for assembly line production. Previously, Zhu Yunfei had observed numerous low-grade flying swords and small shields in the market, all bearing a striking resemblance, clearly produced en masse through this method. This indicates that artifacts crafted in this manner are of limited quality, primarily consisting of common goods. Nonetheless, while the quality may be average, the affordability is undeniable. Many lower-tier cultivators lack financial means. As long as the prices of the artifacts are reasonable, they are content. To forge a weapon capable of vanquishing practitioners at the Qi refinement stage, or even those at the foundation establishment stage, the most prudent approach would undoubtedly be bespoke craftsmanship. However, the creation of a magical artifact by hand is beyond the reach of an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator, let alone Zhu Yunfei, who is merely a lowly practitioner at the body refinement stage. Such aspirations are utterly unattainable. Of course, there exists another option, to commission someone else to forge it. Yet, The costs associated with this endeavor are rather exorbitant. Aside from the necessity of providing one's own materials for crafting, the labor fees commence at a staggering 1,000 spirit stones. Zhu Yunfei, feeling the weight of his meager purse hidden beneath his garments, resolutely abandoned this impractical notion. After an afternoon of diligent study, Zhu Yunfei finally grasped the fundamental processes of artifact forging. He felt immensely fortunate to hold a position at the armory hall. The essence of the workshop lies in its tools: the refining furnace, the forging platform, the sacrificial furnace. Each tool, while priceless in its own right, was far beyond Zhu Yunfei's financial means. With his current monthly salary, he would need to toil for at least 100 or 80 years to afford even one. Renting these tools was hardly a feasible alternative. However, as an internal staff member of the armory hall and a subordinate to the hall master, he realized that with sufficient flattery towards the hall master and by nurturing good relations with his peers, these challenges would not pose insurmountable obstacles. With an AK in hand, "The world is at my feet," he mused with a hearty laugh. Closing the book, Zhu Yunfei envisioned himself wielding an AK-47, triumphantly overpowering Golden Core realists. From this point on, all that remained was to earn spirit stones and procure materials. As soon as work hours concluded, Zhu Yunfei rushed to the dining hall for a hearty meal. Without delay, he then hastened to the mining hall. "Dear little spirit stones, I have arrived." Half an hour later, Zhu Yunfei, bare-chested and leaning against a pillar, gasped for breath. Utterly devoid of the ethereal elegance he had exuded in the daytime as a celestial apprentice, he finally understood why such a high salary still attracted few workers. The pace was relentless and grueling. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he felt utterly drained, his eyes devoid of light, his entire being exuding the scent of exhaustion and despair. In the small courtyard, a mountain of mining refuse loomed before him. Initially, Zhu Yunfei had been elated at the prospect of his earnings. Surely, after completing this task, he would reap significant rewards. However, after an entire hour of labor, he had barely filled half the cart. His arms had long since lost sensation, and his hands were blistered with 4 or 5 prominent welts. This was work fit for no human. After a brief respite, Zhu Yunfei pushed himself up and took up the shovel once more. Although fatigued, he was driven by the need for spirit stones. He was determined to persevere. After another hour and a half of strenuous labor, he finally managed to load all the refuse into the cart. By the time he returned to the small courtyard, he was so exhausted that he lacked the strength to even drink a glass of water. Yet, a faint smile adorned Zhu Yunfei's face. He had earned a total of 130 low-grade spirit stones that night. At this pace, it won't be long before I become a small fortune holder. As I fantasized about the splendid life of a wealthy individual, Zhu Yunfei, despite his aching body, chose not to rest but to commence his cultivation. For Zhu Yunfei understood that in this world, one's strength remains paramount. Without power, no amount of wealth can be safeguarded. Furthermore, he was destined to become an unparalleled celestial emperor. How could he afford to be lazy? Zhu Yunfei was unsure if it was merely a psychological effect. But once the 5 elements true spirit scripture began to circulate, he found himself devoid of fatigue. As the scripture continued its cyclical motion, strands of spiritual energy were drawn into Zhu Yunfei's body by an invisible force, enveloping him in a warm and pleasant sensation. Strangely, the spiritual energy seemed denser tonight than the previous evening. However, Zhu Yunfei did not notice that moments later, he had entered a state of deep meditation. While Zhu Yunfei was immersed in his cultivation, the mysterious turtle shell buried beneath his bed began to shimmer with a rhythmic, multicolored glow, stimulated by the 5 elements' spiritual energy. Unfortunately, the light was too faint to penetrate the soil and tiles above. Otherwise, had Zhu Yunfei seen it, he might have commented, "It resembles a breathing lamp, quite beautiful indeed." As Zhu Yunfei ceased his cultivation, the turtle shell's luminescence faded, returning to tranquility. At this moment, less than 2 hours remained until dawn. I can hardly believe I've reached the 5th layer of body refinement. This 5 elements true spirit scripture is indeed formidable. No, I cannot rest. I must continue to practice. Feeling a new meridian open within him, Zhu Yunfei was pleasantly surprised. Moreover, due to the nourishing effects of the spiritual energy, the fatigue from mining seemed to dissipate entirely. Instantly, Zhu Yunfei was struck with the desire to cultivate through the night. However, after a moment's contemplation, he shook his head and relinquished the thought. Never mind, I need to work tomorrow. If I don't sleep now, I won't have enough energy for the day. As a cultivator, with the enhancement of one's skills, the body is continuously tempered by spiritual power. Once he breaks through to the foundation establishment stage, going a year or 2 without food will pose no issue. As for abstaining from food, drink, and sleep altogether, that privilege comes only after one reaches the nascent soul, true monarch stage. Zhu Yunfei's current level of cultivation was far too low, and his physical form was still fragile, incapable of enduring such intense training. Working during the day and mining at night without rest would surely lead to his premature demise before he even reached the qi refinement stage. It was best to seize the moment and rest. Skipping a bath, Zhu Yunfei simply collapsed onto his bed and fell asleep. The next morning, Zhu Yunfei did not linger in bed but rose early. Despite having slept only a few hours, he surprisingly felt quite refreshed. Indeed, one must admit that the methods of cultivators are truly remarkable. Awakening from his slumber, he felt invigorated and revitalized. After tidying himself up, Zhu Yunfei, as usual, made his way directly to the outer disciple cafeteria. Time, like a fleeting shadow, had slipped away in the blink of an eye, and 3 months had passed. By day, he took his post at the armory hall, while at night he toiled in the mining hall, shoveling through or debris, and during the late hours, he dedicated himself to rigorous training. With diligent effort over 3 months, after deducting the 54 low-grade spirit stones spent monthly on spiritual tea for Elder Zhang, the 6 low-grade spirit stones used for traveling by flying boat, and the 106 spirit stones consumed in cultivation, Zhu Yunfei's assets finally reached a total of 13,002 low-grade spirit stones. It is noteworthy that even among the outer disciples of the fifth peak, achieving the status of a 10-stone household is a rarity. The price for this accomplishment, however, was Zhu Yunfei's decade-long effort in developing his formidable Qilin arm and attaining a set of well-defined abdominal muscles, results of sheer hard labor. Moreover, through the consumption of numerous medicinal pills and spirit stones, he successfully elevated his cultivation to the pinnacle of the 9 layers of body refinement, showcasing remarkable progress. Zhu Yunfei had not anticipated that his daily toil would yield such extraordinary benefits for both his physique and his cultivation speed. What a delightful surprise. However, at that moment, he was not lost in the joy of his newfound wealth and cultivation. Instead, a monumental and challenging decision loomed before him. The Lansong method issued by the Lansong sect stated that the body refinement stage is divided into 9 levels, and upon achieving the completion of the 9th layer, one could gather qi in the dantian and advance to the qi training stage. Yet, the 5 elements true spirit scripture contradicted this by asserting that the 9th layer is not the ultimate limit of the body refinement stage, as there exists a 10th layer beyond it. Furthermore, achieving the 10th layer could lead to further breakthroughs without any limits. What on earth is this? A million layers of body refinement? Zhu Yunfei felt a buzzing in his head, momentarily at a loss for what to do. His dilemma arose from the fact that the Lansong method, being the official technique of the Lansong sect, was undoubtedly reliable and trustworthy. Meanwhile, the 5 elements true spirit scripture, which he had personally cultivated, not only allowed for rapid advancement, but also perfectly complemented his 5-element spiritual roots. Which path should he trust? Uncertainty clouded Zhu Yunfei's mind. What a conundrum. Chapter 33. A shocking yet unexpected failure that night. Zhu Yunfei refrained from practicing. Instead, he sat on his meditation mat, pondering throughout the night. Ultimately, he resolved to pursue the path of the 5 elements true spirit scripture. He decided to refrain from breaking through to the qi training stage for the time being, and instead focus on pushing the limits of his body refinement stage, aiming for the 10th layer, or even higher. To Zhu Yunfei, practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. After all, he had cultivated the 5 elements true spirit scripture for quite some time, and had long sensed that the origins of this technique were far from ordinary. There was likely a remarkable story behind this method. In contrast to the Lansong method, which is universally applicable to anyone, the 5 elements true spirit scripture was tailored specifically for those with 5-element spiritual roots, making it far more suited to his constitution. Ultimately, it was a passage from the 5 elements true spirit scripture that solidified Zhu Yunfei's resolve. Although the cultivation of the 5 elements spiritual roots requires significant expenditure, the resulting spiritual power is profound, accumulating gradually for explosive release. The 9-tiered high platform begins with the layering of earth, the more solid the foundation, the easier the breakthrough will be in the future. According to the 5 elements true spirit scripture, these 5 elements spiritual roots are deemed the finest cultivation aptitude in existence. Yet, in the collective understanding of all, the 5 elements spiritual roots are regarded as the least favorable, second only to the false spiritual roots. The so-called false spiritual roots refer to those without innate spiritual roots, composed through the artificial means of heavenly materials or miraculous elixirs. Zhu Yunfei was unaware of the reasons behind this perception. However, he understood that in the current realm of cultivation, possessing 5 elements spiritual roots would render his journey along the endless path of immortality akin to traversing a mountain peak barefoot, each step becoming increasingly arduous. Since the five elements true spirit scripture states that the higher the limit of the body refinement stage, the greater the probability of future breakthroughs. He decided to take a gamble. Even in failure, it would merely amount to a slight delay in time. Striving against the heavens is an exhilarating endeavor. I, Zhu Yunfei, shall ascend to the summit of immortality. Having imbibed the motivational wisdom, Zhu Yunfei immediately focused his mind and concentrated, delving his consciousness into the sea of awareness. He sought out the five elements true spirit scripture, Qi cultivation chapter, and meticulously re-examined the intricacies of breaking through the 10th layer of body refinement several times. Indeed. All methods stem from the same source, I comprehend. Opening his eyes, Zhu Yunfei slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his gaze. At this moment, he finally grasped the essence of the body refinement stage. When a cultivator reaches the Qi cultivation stage, they will manifest a cyclone at the Dantian. Designed to store the spiritual power within, this is the gathering of Qi in the Dantian. If we liken a cultivator to a machine, the Dantian serves as the central hub for energy storage. The meridians developed during the body refinement stage act as conduits for transporting this energy to the central hub. The reason one must attain the 9th layer of body refinement before advancing to the Qi cultivation stage is that 9 meridians represent the minimum requirement to ensure the Dantian operates effectively. In other words, the more meridians one cultivates, the greater the amount of spiritual power the Dantian can absorb. This benefits both the recovery speed of a cultivator's spiritual power post-consumption and the future expansion of the Dantian. No wonder it is said that a higher body refinement level affords greater advantages for future breakthroughs. It is indeed a path where quantitative changes lead to qualitative transformations. Though somewhat reckless, I find it appealing. Having unraveled this crucial insight, Zhu Yunfei set a new goal for himself, to achieve the 15th layer of body refinement. Each type of spiritual route shall have 3 dedicated meridians, totaling 15. This objective was not a mere whimsical thought, but a conclusion reached after careful deliberation. In his previous life, as a citizen of Huagua, Zhu Yunfei had naturally encountered traditional Chinese medicine. According to its principles, the human body comprises 12 meridians: gallbladder meridian, liver meridian, lung meridian, large intestine meridian, stomach meridian, spleen meridian, heart meridian, small intestine meridian, bladder meridian, kidney meridian, pericardium meridian, and Sanjiao meridian. These 12 meridians entirely encompass the 9 meridians he intends to cultivate. It is sufficient to illustrate that the perspective of traditional Chinese medicine regarding meridians is indeed valid. Thus, the task becomes straightforward. Following the principles of traditional Chinese medicine, the remaining 3 meridians should be uncomplicated. The only challenge lies in the endeavor to forge an additional 3 new meridians. After all, there is ample space within the body, and it should not pose a significant issue. With determination, let us embark towards the creation of the 10th meridian. However, it did not take long for Zhu Yunfei to encounter a predicament. For reasons unknown, while attempting to cultivate this 10th meridian, he sensed a peculiar restlessness within his spiritual energy. Indeed, a frenzy. Just as Zhu Yunfei was poised to press forward, channeling the surrounding spiritual energy to forcefully break through the obstructions within the meridian, he was unexpectedly met with a sharp pain emanating from the impacted meridian, causing the flow of his technique to falter instantly. Zhu Yunfei even spat out a mouthful of old blood. Why? A profound shock reverberated within him as he grappled with the uncertainty of the cause. He had diligently followed the directives of the 5 elements true spirit scripture without deviation. Yet, alas, reaching the 10th layer of body refinement is indeed not as effortless as one might have imagined. Shaking his head, Zhu Yunfei sighed, taking a moment to adjust his breathing and calm his mind. At this juncture, he comprehended that this was likely the so-called bottleneck. Relying solely on brute force would not only yield minimal results, but also risk damaging the meridians. A more measured approach is required. It seems prudent to seek counsel from someone more knowledgeable. Once the turmoil within his spiritual energy subsided, Zhu Yunfei began contemplating potential solutions. Yet, whom should he consult? Familiar faces swiftly materialized in his mind, soon settling on 2 in particular, Zhang Zhurong and Zuo Wenbin. One was the master of the Armory Hall, with whom he had spent over 3 months and who served as his direct superior. Throughout these months, Zhu Yunfei's diligence, eagerness to learn, and resilience had left a favorable impression on Master Zhang. Zhu Yunfei believed that if he were willing to invest some effort and humbly seek guidance, Master Zhang would likely not refuse him. The other was Zuo Wenbin, a top-ranking disciple on the elite list of the inner sect of the 5th peak. Although Zuo Wenbin's talent in forging was not exceptional, his aptitude in cultivation was undoubtedly amongst the elite. Receiving guidance from Zuo Wenbin on cultivation matters would undeniably be the most beneficial. However, Zhu Zhu Yunfei let out a long breath, a hint of helplessness flashing across his face. Although he had entered the sect through his connection with Zhuo Wenbin, becoming an outer disciple of the Fifth Peak. From an outsider's viewpoint, Zhuo Wenbin was his greatest support within the Lansong sect. In truth, the relationship between them was not as close as the outside world presumed. It could even be said that there was little connection between them. Upon reflection, it was understandable. Zhuo Wenbin was a brilliant rising star of the sect, naturally possessing a degree of pride. Conversely, Zhu Yunfei was merely an unremarkable cultivator in the body refinement stage. What could possibly attract the attention of such a distinguished individual? Nevertheless, there exists a semblance of camaraderie. Perhaps, if I were to prepare a small gift and seek guidance in person, I would not be turned away. Zhu Yunfei murmured to himself, contemplating the idea of considering Zhuo Wenbin as a potential alternative. Chapter 34, Brother. This is not a problem. The following day marked a day of rest. At the break of dawn, Zhu Yunfei arose early. Today, he intended to visit Langkangfang City, first to purchase some gifts, and then pay a visit to the hall master, Zhang Durong. Following the familiar routine, Zhu Yunfei soon boarded the flying boat, heading towards Jin Peak. Each month, he would make a trip to Langkangfang City to procure spiritual tea for Zhang Durong. However, he exclusively purchased spiritual tea, saving the remaining spirit stones for the sole purpose of amassing materials to create the ultimate Biyu. Upon entering Duobao Pavilion, a familiar voice reached Zhu Yunfei's ears. Ah, Zhu, my young brother, you're here today? Welcome, welcome. Li Xiaoming, the person in charge of the spiritual tea business at Duobao Pavilion, greeted him with a broad smile. Over the past few months, as Zhu Yunfei visited monthly for his spiritual tea, their relationship had naturally grown closer. Li Gu, I come to trouble you once again today, Zhu Yunfei said, cupping his hands in a gesture of humility. Oh, what are you saying, my brother? You come to support my business. I should be the one thanking you. Is it the usual fare today? Li Xiaoming responded warmly. However, to Li Xiaoming's surprise, Zhu Yunfei placed a hand on his, which was about to reach for the tea, and shook his head. He then spoke slowly. Ah, Li Gu, I am not here to purchase spiritual tea today. Hearing this, Li Xiaoming was momentarily taken aback, feeling a hint of surprise, yet his smile remained unchanged. Oh, then what might my brother be interested in today? Allow me to assist you in deliberating, and perhaps I can secure a discount. Well, it is as follows. After a brief pause, Zhu Yunfei finally articulated his request. I have a question regarding my cultivation that I would like to privately consult Hall Master Zhang about. Although he has been quite attentive to me, this is a personal matter, and it would be rather impolite to arrive empty-handed. Upon hearing Zhu Yunfei's words, Li Xiaoming secretly exhaled a sigh of relief. Zhu Yunfei was indeed one of his regular customers. Though the amounts spent each month were modest, the consistency was what mattered. Over time, such steady patronage was crucial for his performance. A valued customer like him could not be lost, so he hastily offered his suggestion. I see. If it's not too much trouble, could you perhaps share what your issue is? Though my cultivation level is not particularly high, I have encountered various matters and might be able to provide some insights. Well, as you know, my spiritual route is a challenge. I have finally reached the 8th level of body refinement, and I am on the cusp of breaking through to the 9th level. However, no matter how hard I strive, I simply cannot open the 9th spiritual vein. At critical moments, an elusive sense of obstruction often manifests. Last night, I endeavored to exert my utmost strength, only to be met with unexpected resistance that left me feeling as though I had expelled a mouthful of old blood. It felt as if my meridians were being gnawed upon by ants, a sensation that has yet to entirely dissipate. As I recount this, a look of trepidation inevitably crosses Zhu Yunfei's face. Li Xiaoming, twirling his mustache, attentively listens to Zhu Yunfei's account, interjecting with inquiries regarding specific details. After absorbing the information, he closes his eyes in contemplation. Zhu Yunfei remains patient, observing Li Xiaoming's thoughtful gesture. After a prolonged silence, Li Xiaoming halts his movements and opens his eyes. If my deductions are correct, my dear brother, you seem to have encountered a bottleneck. A bottleneck? That seems rather implausible, Zhu Yunfei replies, his brow furrowing with skepticism. In truth, Zhu Yunfei is aware that he has indeed met with a bottleneck, yet he refrains from admitting this reality. In the realm of cultivation, there exists a saying, there are no bottlenecks in body refinement. There are no ranks in qi training. What does that imply? The process of body refinement involves channeling spiritual energy to expand one's meridians. However, the meridians within the body already exist. Thus, rather than expansion, it is more accurate to describe it as broadening. As long as a cultivator possesses spiritual roots, it indicates that the meridians are unobstructed, allowing the influx of spiritual energy to continuously wash over them, achieving the desired broadening effect. The phrase no bottlenecks in body refinement refers to this very process, where speed varies but obstructions do not. Zhu Yunfei deliberately misrepresents the bottleneck he encounters at the 10th level of body refinement as one at the 9th level, concealing his true cultivation level. To Zhu Yunfei, revealing one's full strength to anyone, at any time, equates to placing one's life and death in another's hands. For an assassin, this is an absolute taboo. Upon hearing Zhu Yunfei's inquiry, Li Xiaoming initially shakes his head, then nods as though resolutely making a decision, slowly articulating, "Brother Zhu, it is generally uncommon to encounter a bottleneck during the body refinement phase. Yet, based on your description, it is indeed a bottleneck without a doubt. I surmise that this situation may arise from flaws in your cultivation technique or insufficient concentration of energy. Alternatively, it could be due to your unique constitution being unable to withstand excessive spiritual power." However, Li Xiaoming pauses, merely casting a glance at Zhu Yunfei without continuing. "But what?" Zhu Yunfei, feeling anxious, implores, "Brotherly, please do not keep me in suspense at such a crucial moment." Li Xiaoming chuckles softly, then, with a knowing expression, continues, "Nevertheless, regardless of the cause, there are indeed solutions at hand." "What solutions?" Zhu Yunfei, unable to contain his eagerness, interjects before Li Xiaoming can finish. "Ha ha ha, Brother Zhu. I understand your urgency, but please, do not rush. The remedy is not particularly complex. It is merely that I have saved you a considerable gift this time. Brother, do you not support your elder brother's endeavors?" Li Xiaoming, unfazed by Zhu Yunfei's interruption, responded with a playful grin. As the saying goes, the law should not be lightly transmitted. Practitioners seldom share their insights or experiences regarding cultivation, even with their own disciples, most of whom would retain a modicum of their knowledge. After all, Li Xiaoming and Zhu Yunfei were merely acquaintances. Nonetheless, Zhu Yunfei had always left a favorable impression on Li Xiaoming. Furthermore, as a businessman, Li Xiaoming prioritized profit over conventional norms. Over the past 3 months, Zhu Yunfei's performance led Li Xiaoming to believe that this young man had boundless potential. Investing in him now could yield unexpected rewards in the future. "Brother, you flatter me. You have been of great assistance. Please accept this token of my appreciation." Having lived 2 lives, Zhu Yunfei comprehended Li Xiaoming's intentions well. A debt of gratitude was not easily overlooked. He promptly produced a small pouch from his robes and extended it towards Li Xiaoming. "Brother Zhu, what is the meaning of this?" Li Xiaoming's expression turned serious. Accepting this would imply he was merely profit-driven. Of course, as a businessman, the pursuit of profit was instinctual. However, he could discern between long-term benefits and trivial gains. He immediately raised his hand to block the pouch Zhu Yunfei was offering. A tug-of-war ensued between the two. Ultimately, Li Xiaoming declined Zhu Yunfei's gesture of gratitude. Despite this, the bond and atmosphere between them had been well established. In Chapter 35, Resolution, First Stage Nourishing Pulse Pill, Zhu Yunfei ultimately purchased a pound of spirit tea, which Li Xiaoming deemed as a form of support for his work. Once Zhu Yunfei stowed the spirit tea away, Li Xiaoming, with a satisfied stroke of his mustache, began, "Brother Zhu, to resolve the bottleneck you are encountering, you must first ascertain whether the issue stems from a deficiency in your cultivation technique or an inadequacy in your meridians, so that you can address it appropriately. Pray tell, are you practicing the Lansong formula?" "Indeed, I am," Zhu Yunfei replied, maintaining his composure as he fabricated a lie. The origins of the 5 elements True Spirit Sutra were obscure, and he dared not reveal them. "Ah, I see. Indeed, given that this is the Lansong sect and you are a newly initiated outer disciple, practicing the Lansong formula is entirely expected." Li Xiaoming pondered momentarily but chose not to dwell on the matter further and continued, "It is quite likely that your meridian strength is insufficient. However, there is no need for concern. First, solidify your foundational cultivation, supplemented by a nourishing pulse pill. After that, you should be able to break through without difficulty." Nourishing pulse pill? Yes. It is a first-tier pill that can nourish the meridians and is commonly utilized by practitioners in the early stages of qi cultivation. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yunfei nodded appreciatively and clasped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you, brotherly, for your guidance. I am immensely grateful. Do not mention it." The business of the Duobao Pavilion was extensive, and under Li Xiaoming's introduction, Zhu Yunfei soon procured a full bottle of nourishing pulse pills from another steward responsible for the sale of elixirs. The Yangmai Dan is a first-tier elixir, not classified among the higher grades, thus its price remains modest. Each piece costs 2 spirit stones, while a bottle containing 10 is valued at 20 spirit stones. However, due to the personal endorsement of Li Xiaoming, the steward selling the elixirs offered a generous discount of 10%, bringing the total to 18 spirit stones. In a gesture of reciprocity, Zhu Yunfei then expended an additional 15 spirit stones to acquire 3 qi gathering pills. With a solution at hand, Zhu Yunfei eagerly returned to his humble abode, intent on seizing this opportunity to make another attempt. Previously, in the presence of Li Xiaoming, Zhu Yunfei had held back somewhat, which may have led to inaccuracies in Li Xiaoming's assessments. To ensure a more secure approach, Zhu Yunfei resolved to conduct a thorough examination of the 5 elements true spirit canon before commencing his formal cultivation. Following the prescribed technique, he circulated his energy through several cycles. To his relief, there were no stagnations or blockages detected. Evidently, the technique was sound. After concluding his energy circulation and taking a moment to breathe, Zhu Yunfei exhaled in relief. He retrieved a Yangmai Dan and a qi gathering pill from the vial and consumed them. As the medicinal properties began to take effect, he immediately activated his technique, embarking on a second attempt to break through to the 10th level of body refinement. The familiar sensation of blockage soon returned, yet this time, an immense force, far greater than before, relentlessly surged towards the obstruction. Within his inner vision, it resembled a torrential flood, continuously battering against the barrier. As the power intensified, Zhu Yunfei felt a tearing pain deep within his meridians. His previously calm visage gradually contorted in discomfort. Just as he was on the verge of surrendering, a gentle green light illuminated the surface of his meridians, and the cracks that had formed began to visibly mend at an astonishing rate. A tingling sensation accompanied this recovery, proving quite pleasurable. The Yangmai Dan had indeed taken effect. Zhu Yunfei's heart swelled with joy at this realization. This time, success felt assured. 2 forces within him, one destructive, the other restorative, collaborated harmoniously, gradually expanding the 10th meridian. Overall, Zhu Yunfei was quite content with the progress he was making. The exquisite blend of pain and pleasure was somewhat torturous, yet Zhu Yunfei's inherently resilient disposition rendered such discomfort trivial. With a blink of his eyes, 4 hours slipped by. Suddenly, the final blockage in his meridian was cleared, leaving him feeling unencumbered. In that instant, Zhu Yunfei felt as though he had been struck in the kidney reflex zone by a masterful practitioner. His spirit quivered. With a soft hum, he concluded his session. As he collected himself and awaited his breath to stabilize, Zhu Yunfei slowly opened his eyes. He had effortlessly attained the 10th level of body refinement. Relishing the flow of spiritual energy coursing through his 10th meridian, a smile crept upon his lips. Zhu Yunfei discerned that, upon ascending to the 10th level, his body seemed transformed. It now housed a more tumultuous power than ever before. In this moment, he felt capable of defeating 10 opponents single-handedly. Zhu Yunfei conducted a simple assessment of his newfound combat prowess. However, what brought the greatest joy to Zhu Yunfei was the discovery of the correct path. In the following nights, he diligently immersed himself in rigorous training without fail. With the assistance of spirit stones and elixirs, his cultivation advanced steadily, and 2 months later, he successfully reached the 15th level of body refinement. Although he had not attained the pinnacle of the body refinement stage, Zhu Yunfei had no intention of lingering there. The reason was quite simple. As the number of meridians he had opened reached 12, the subsequent expansion of meridians seemed to provide little enhancement to his strength. The marginal benefits had diminished significantly, rendering further efforts meaningless. Thus, Zhu Yunfei resolved to officially challenge the qi refinement stage, transforming his cultivation from a mere increase in quantity to a qualitative metamorphosis. The 5 Elements True Spirit Sutra provided a remarkably detailed account of the challenges associated with advancing to the qi refinement stage. Over the past 6 months, Zhu Yunfei had amassed a wealth of information regarding this transition. At present, he had mastered every nuance of promoting to the qi refinement stage. Save for the final practical application, Zhu Yunfei felt quite confident about this endeavor. As a practitioner with 5 spiritual roots, he possessed numerous advantages, despite a slower cultivation pace. Notably, his abundant spiritual energy meant that he was stronger alone than 5 individuals combined, which was a considerable asset during the breakthrough. Furthermore, with his cultivation at the 15th level of body refinement, he could gather more spiritual energy than an ordinary perfected body refinement practitioner when opening his dantian, thereby increasing his success rate by 30%. He had even prepared the necessary elixirs for the qi refinement stage well in advance, adding another 20% to his chances of success. Everything was in place. He merely awaited the opportune moment. Zhu Yunfei could initiate his seclusion to challenge the qi refinement stage at any moment he wished, with a success probability no less than 90%. Nevertheless, the gravity of this undertaking necessitated additional preparations. Foremost among these was the need to request leave. A single day was insufficient. Prudently, Zhu Yunfei decided to ask for 3 days off. The first day would be spent adjusting his state and conserving energy. while the second day would mark the commencement of his seclusion. On the second day of his shift, however, he discovered that Master Zhang was absent. After finishing lunch, Zhu Yunfei proceeded to the mining hall to explain his situation to Steward Li and secure his 3-day leave. Upon returning to the armory hall, he found that Master Zhang had returned. Just as Zhu Yunfei was about to request his leave, unexpectedly, Master Zhang spoke first. "Xiao Zhu, I need you to run an errand for me." He beckoned from the doorway. Zhu Yunfei was momentarily taken aback, nearly forgetting that he was but a servant. Fortunately, he quickly regained his composure and readily agreed. The task entrusted by Master Zhang was not complicated. He merely needed to deliver an item. Being a directive from higher authority, Zhu Yunfei felt it was inappropriate to decline. Seizing this opportunity, he also intended to mention his request for leave for seclusion. Upon hearing Zhu Yunfei express his intention to take a leave of absence for seclusion in order to break through to the qi refinement stage, Zhang Tangzhu raised an eyebrow. If memory serves correctly, this lad had only achieved the first layer of body refinement 6 months prior, and he possessed a 5-element root. While Zhang Tangzhu felt a tinge of surprise at Zhu Yunfei's impending breakthrough, it was not entirely unexpected, considering that Lansong sect is a leading cultivation sect in Qingzhou, teeming with exceptionally gifted disciples. Nodding in acknowledgement, he promptly approved a 3-day leave. Zhu Yunfei, relieved that Zhang Tangzhu did not express curiosity about his rapid cultivation progress, exhaled softly. Facing a foundation-building cultivator indeed brought immense pressure. Zhang Durong, the young man before him, was someone Zhang Tangzhu held in relatively high regard. In just 6 months, Zhu Yunfei had advanced from the first layer of body refinement to its pinnacle, an astonishing pace. Moreover, this young fellow possessed a 5-element root. Such rapid cultivation speed could only stem from diligent effort, likely with all his spirit stones dedicated to his practice. Reflecting on this, Zhang Tangzhu recalled a conversation with old Zhang from the mining hall last month, who had mentioned a young chap from the armament hall working part-time to clear mining debris. To persist in such a task for an extended period indicated a commendable temperament. Zhang Tangzhu felt increasingly satisfied. Zhu Yunfei was diligent and proactive in his work, particularly with the daily cup of freshly brewed spiritual tea that brought much satisfaction. A young man who is both earnest and patient is indeed a rarity. Zhang Tangzhu, feeling a sense of appreciation for Zhu Yunfei's talents, had a sudden thought. In the next moment, Zhu Yunfei beheld a porcelain vial and a book materialize on the table before him. The vial contained a pulse protection pill, along with insights Zhang Tangzhu had penned during his own breakthrough to the qi refinement stage. Originally meant as a keepsake, it was now bestowed upon Zhu Yunfei, who would surely find it beneficial. Noticing the bewildered expression on Zhu Yunfei's face, Zhang Tangzhu smiled and spoke gently. "Disciple, my gratitude to you, Tangzhu." Zhu Yunfei was momentarily taken aback, but then elation washed over him. He quickly bowed deeply and gratefully accepted the items, grinning widely as he tucked them into his robe. To his surprise, this unexpected boon, while functionally akin to the nourishing pulse pill he had purchased, was indeed a genuine second-tier elixir. One pulse protection pill equated to the efficacy of 4 or 5 nourishing pulse pills, enhanced by Zhang Tangzhu's handwritten reflections on the qi refinement experience. With these gifts, Zhu Yunfei felt more confident about his upcoming breakthrough. After serving the freshly brewed spiritual tea before Zhang Tangzhu and receiving the items to deliver, Zhu Yunfei turned and left the armament hall, embarking on the path of a young courier. Just as he stepped through the grand entrance of the armament hall, he keenly sensed a chilling gaze fixated upon him. It seems this fellow's nefarious intentions have not waned. However, this is within the premises. What tricks could he possibly conjure? The anticipation was palpable. With a sweeping glance of his divine sense, Zhu Yunfei identified the lurking figure of Tang Jian in the distance, a slight smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Subsequently, he subtly altered his direction and made his way towards the foot of the mountain. Zhu Yunfei intended to go fishing, using himself as bait. According to his original plan, he was to head to the Feizhou dock and take a boat. However, this would undoubtedly deprive Tang Jian of the opportunity to scheme in the shadows. That simply wouldn't he do. After all, one cannot expect to guard against thieves every day. It would be more prudent to provide him with an opportunity to reveal himself, sparing Zhu from the unpleasantness of having this loathsome creature lurking like a toad in the gutter. Of course, Zhu Yunfei was emboldened by the strict regulations of the Lansong sect. Among disciples, playful skirmishes were typically overlooked, but if it escalated to mutual harm, it would be met with severe consequences. Thus, Zhu was confident that even if Tang Jian sought to ambush him, he would not dare employ any lethal methods. "I might suffer a minor setback, but rest assured, you shall not emerge unscathed." Unperturbed, Zhu Yunfei reflected that without talismans, magical artifacts, or spells, An ordinary qi refining practitioner was merely a tad more resilient than an average person. He felt capable of managing the situation. An opportunity has been presented to you. I hope you do not disappoint me. Sensing the presence of his pursuer behind him, Zhu Yunfei experienced a flicker of anticipation. After delivering his items, he retraced his steps. But as he reached the foot of the mountain, he abruptly halted. This truly was an excellent spot for an ambush. Gazing at the densely wooded valley before him, a sly smile crept across Zhu Yunfei's face. He chuckled softly, "Let us play a little game." With that, he vanished in the blink of an eye. Hidden behind a large tree a mile away, Tang Jian watched the nearby path with a sinister expression, biding his time. It had been half a year since that wretched creature had evaded him. Today, he would make sure Zhu understood the consequences of crossing him. Humph. And all those rewards from the Hall Master are rightfully mine. Tang Jian narrowed his eyes, fixating intently on the path ahead, his gaze filled with malice. Reminiscent of a blade reflecting cold light from a dark, murky gutter. Suddenly, a mosquito buzzed, and in frustration, he swatted it away. Damn it! Why hasn't that little beast shown up yet? His agitation grew as he glanced at the time. It had nearly been half an hour without a sight of Zhu. Moreover, the mosquitoes in this wretched valley were insufferable. All because that little pest was trying to save a couple of worthless spirit stones by taking this route. Just wait and see how I deal with you. As he scratched at the welts on his arms, Tang Jian gritted his teeth in annoyance, oblivious to the fact that a patch of grass had silently appeared behind him. After a short while, he suddenly felt something brushing against his calf. The sensation was soft, slippery and cool, strangely pleasant. Wait. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he widened his eyes in horror, directing his gaze downward. Hiss! Tang Jian drew in a sharp breath as he beheld a creature, 3 fingers thick and 2 feet long, with alternating red and white stripes, resting upon the top of his foot. However, at this moment, Tang Jian dared not move an inch. A 2-foot-long creature had already burrowed halfway into his pant leg. Chapter 37. A Lesson, the Tragic Fate of Tang Jian. The sudden appearance of the venomous snake caused Tang Jian to momentarily panic. Nevertheless, he was a formidable practitioner at the mid-stage of qi refinement. In merely 2 breaths, he managed to forcibly calm his mind. Then, with a focused thought, a faint layer of protective spiritual light enveloped his left leg and right hand. Without a moment's hesitation, Tang Jian lunged towards the snake's head, which had already crawled up to his thigh. One of the most significant distinctions between practitioners in the qi refinement stage and those in the body refinement stage is the ability to project spiritual energy outward. They can even condense a protective shield on the surface of their body using spiritual energy, known as the protective spiritual light, to fend off certain spells and physical attacks. With a cultivation level at the 4th layer of qi refinement, Tang Jian was able to simultaneously condense protective spiritual light on his arm and thigh, making him a remarkable talent among practitioners of the same realm. Indeed, it was his limit. Tang Jian grasped the snake's head and yanked it out with force. Then, with a slight exertion of his fingers, the snake's head was crushed with a resounding pop. Just as he prepared to discard the long snake, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his neck, and his vision darkened as he was forcibly incapacitated. Rustling sounds emanated from the nearby grass, and Zhu Yunfei emerged. His eyes filled with disdain upon seeing Tang Jian lying on the ground with his eyes tightly shut. What a pathetic display. I haven't even begun. And you're already down for the count. Damn it. I gave you a chance, yet you proved useless. Truly a flower in a greenhouse. Incapable of withstanding the storms of the world. Zhu Yunfei spat in frustration. He had anticipated a fierce battle against a practitioner at the mid-stage of qi refinement. A clash across a significant realm that would be nothing short of cataclysmic, culminating in a life-or-death struggle. After fretting for half the day and setting up numerous contingencies, he was dismayed to find that the skirmish had ended before it even began. Had he known it would be such a waste of effort to ambush a weakling, he would have preferred a straightforward confrontation. Casting aside the wooden stick in his hand, Zhu Yunfei lamented the time wasted in devising traps and disguises to ensnare this individual. Yet, despite his grumbling, he knew that even if given the chance to start over, he would still prepare meticulously. This was an authentic challenge across realms, and he dared not gamble. A moment of carelessness could cost him his life. Zhu Yunfei was oblivious to why this fellow named Tang Jian harbored animosity towards him. But he was indifferent. The instant he perceived Zhu Yunfei's murderous intent, he had already sentenced him to death in his heart. Unfortunately, they were within the confines of the sect, where disciples were prohibited from harming one another. Otherwise, he would have gladly sent this man to his demise. Methods to destroy the body and erase traces were among the many skills Zhu Yunfei possessed. However, this world was one of cultivation, where the means of practitioners were often unfathomable. Zhu Yunfei was uncertain whether he could evade the scrutiny of the sect after eliminating this individual and disposing of the body. Nevertheless, he decided that this time, luck was on this brat's side. To exercise caution, Zhu Yunfei suppressed the murderous intent simmering within him, opting instead for a mild admonition. After a moment's contemplation, he had devised a plan in his mind. Subsequently, he crouched down and began to search through Tang Jian's belongings. Although their conflict was personal, he resolved not to incur any losses in the process. It was worth noting that in his previous life, his interventions began at no less than 1 million. And that was merely for a knife's edge. Today, after exerting such considerable effort, he could not merely seek satisfaction. That would be tantamount to incurring a loss. Fortunately, fortune favored the bold, as Zhu Yunfei swiftly uncovered a storage bag, a diminutive shield, and a token of an outer sect disciple on Tang Jian's person. Observing the 3 items in his hand, Zhu Yunfei nodded in satisfaction. The storage bag was indeed a valuable asset. Even the most basic of them fetched no less than 100 to 180 spirit stones, with higher quality versions commanding even more. Judging by the craftsmanship of Tang Jian's storage bag, it was of decent quality and could easily be sold for around 100 low-grade spirit stones. Zhu Yunfei did not possess a storage bag himself, nor did he plan to acquire one at this moment. It was not a matter of affordability, rather. The use of a storage bag required spiritual consciousness. Although a Qi refinement stage cultivator's consciousness was feeble, it sufficed for utilizing a storage bag. However, for a body refinement stage cultivator to wield a storage bag would be far too conspicuous. As a professional assassin, Zhu Yunfei was well versed in the art of survival and did not wish to attract attention over such trivial matters. He resolved to defer this consideration until he ascended to the Qi refinement stage. Even then, he acknowledged that Tang Jian's storage bag would still be unusable. Zhu Yunfei decided that once the commotion subsided, he would break the restrictions on the storage bag, empty it, and then sell it as a second-hand item. This approach seemed the most prudent. As for the miniature shield, it appeared to be a defensive magical artifact. Zhu Yunfei scanned it with his spiritual consciousness and noted that the fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from the shield suggested it was of mid-grade quality, likely at the 8th or 9th level of Qi refinement. Contemplating how to handle the miniature shield left Zhu Yunfei somewhat perplexed. It was a contraband item acquired through force. Should he choose to use it in the future, it might lead to awkward explanations if discovered. From a prudent perspective, it would be best to dispose of it. Much like the storage bag. Yet, at present, Zhu Yunfei lacked even a low-grade magical artifact. He was entirely empty-handed. The crucial aspect was that this defensive artifact was invaluable, rivaling the worth of a high-grade offensive artifact. It could serve as a vital safeguard for his life. Caught in a dilemma. However, Zhu Yunfei soon came to a resolution. Whether to dispose of it or keep it for himself, he could not reveal it in the short term. Thus, he decided to conceal both items together and revisit the matter once the dust settled. Regarding Tang Jian's outer sect disciple token, Zhu Yunfei resolved to destroy it. Although the disciples' tokens of the Lansong sect could be reissued, losing one without cause would result in fines and point deductions. Moreover, given the vastness of the Lansong sect and its multitude of disciples numbering in the tens of thousands, lacking a disciple token renders one nearly immobile. Remaining at one's designated main peak may pose no issue. However, what if one ventures beyond their own peak? One might as well consider it a means to collect some interest. Suddenly, a smirk curled at the corners of Zhu Yunfei's mouth as he cast a mischievous glance at Tang Jian, who at that moment had his eyes tightly shut, evidently still ensnared in slumber. Yet, for the sake of caution, Zhu Yunfei poured a small vial of concentrated mandragora essence into him once more. With that, he hoisted Tang Jian onto his shoulder and swiftly made his way toward the 4th peak. Earlier that afternoon, Zhu Yunfei had assisted Master Zhang in delivering items to the 4th peak, thereby familiarizing himself with the terrain and architectural layout of the area. Returning to familiar grounds naturally felt effortless. Before long, Zhu Yunfei, carrying the slumbering Tang Jian, navigated through the labyrinth of buildings and arrived near the flying boat docks situated halfway up the mountain. Chapter 38, The Assault. First level of Qi refinement. Having dealt with Tang Jian, Zhu Yunfei, content with his endeavors, made his way back to the 5th peak just as the last rays of the setting sun cast their glow. Indeed, he had returned with the intention of distancing himself from the incident involving Tang Jian. Reflecting on his scheme, Zhu Yunfei felt a profound sense of accomplishment. Even if he could not eradicate his enemies on a physical plane, he could certainly orchestrate Tang Jian's social demise. The next morning, as the first rays of dawn illuminated the land of the Lansong sect, Tang Jian stirred awake beside a garbage bin. Ah, what a refreshing sleep. Stretching his limbs, he felt an unprecedented lightness in his body. Yet, The surroundings bore no resemblance to his own room. Huh, where's this place? I distinctly remember. Before he could finish, a piercing scream erupted nearby. Ah, pervert. A senior brother, clutching a package, hastily discarded it, covering his eyes and screaming at the top of his lungs. The shrill cry, akin to a dolphin's call, shattered the tranquility of the flying boat dock at dawn. Pervert? Who? Me? Tang Jian looked up at the senior brother who was frantically shielding his eyes, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. However, in the next moment, he became acutely aware of the hundreds of gazes directed at him from afar. Those stares were fervent, even radiating a hint of anger, prompting Tang Jian to instinctively lower his head in an attempt to evade their scrutiny. What the hell? Where are my clothes? What is happening? Just one glance at his own exposed skin left Tang Jian stunned. He finally comprehended why that female cultivator had screamed and deciphered the meaning behind the intense gazes of the distant cultivators. This is bad. Panic surged within Tang Jian as the remnants of sleep evaporated instantly. His situation was dire. As an outer disciple of the Fifth Peak, renowned throughout the Lansong sect, Tang Jian was certainly not foolish. He immediately grasped the gravity of his predicament and recognized that he had but one choice: to run. Without hesitation, he covered himself and sprinted down the mountain. Stop! Kill him! Perverted scum, don't let him escape. In a sudden uproar, the entire Feizhou dock erupted with commotion as hundreds of disciples from the Fourth Peak, armed with long swords, broadswords, wooden sticks, and benches, fervently chased after a pale young boy, racing down the mountain in a frenzy. Tang Jian, driven by desperation, exerted himself to the utmost, abandoning any pretense of modesty, his limbs flailing in a blur. The incident involving the peculiar fruit boy from the Fourth Peak quickly drew the attention of the law enforcement hall, inciting the ire of its elders. Ultimately, with the swift intervention of the law enforcement hall, a grim spectacle of 100 individuals besieging a single person was abruptly halted. The protagonist of this incident, Tang Jian, was naturally apprehended and brought back to the law enforcement hall for questioning. However, by this point, Tang Jian bore little resemblance to the elegant young gentleman he once was. His visage was bruised and battered, unrecognizable even to his own mother. Confronted with inquiries from the Fourth Peak's law enforcement officials, Tang Jian was unable to produce the disciple token that would verify his identity. Nor could he elucidate how he had come to be on the Fourth Peak. Besides revealing his name and stating that he was a disciple of the Fifth Peak, he remained utterly reticent. His obstinate demeanor only served to infuriate the members of the law enforcement hall at the Fourth Peak. Consequently, during his interrogation, Tang Jian was subjected to a variety of lavish treatments until the Armory Hall of the Fifth Peak received word and dispatched an envoy for his identification. The envoy was the deputy hall master of the Armory Hall and a person of influence for Tang Jian. Ultimately, through the intervention of this deputy hall master, Tang Jian was spared from imprisonment, albeit under the condition of compensating the Fourth Peak with a substantial amount of resources. Reluctantly, Tang Jian acquiesced, following the deputy hall master back to the Fifth Peak in a state of disgrace. This outcome did not surprise Zhu Yunfei in the least. After all, connections were to be expected. The previous evening, Zhu Yunfei had destroyed Tang Jian's clothing and token, buried his storage bag and artifacts, and then quietly returned to the Fifth Peak. As per usual, he reported to the mining hall to begin his duties, possessing a solid alibi. In truth, Zhu Yunfei was unconcerned. Even if Tang Jian ultimately linked this incident back to him, it mattered not, for there was no evidence against him. And this was within the confines of the sect. What could be done? When the time came for him to leave the sect, who would ultimately be the one at fault was still uncertain. At this moment, Zhu Yunfei was entirely indifferent to the events transpiring at the Fourth Peak, wholly dedicated to his endeavor of breaking through to the Qi refinement stage. To enhance the likelihood of success in this endeavor, Zhu Yunfei had specifically rented a secluded meditation chamber. On one hand, the chamber was equipped with a spirit gathering array, ensuring a more concentrated flow of spiritual energy. On the other hand, the chamber fell under the jurisdiction of the transmission hall, alleviating concerns of disturbances. Who could say whether that individual might go mad and seek him out, hindering his breakthrough? It was wise to err on the side of caution. Yet, the cost of renting this chamber, at 3 low-grade spirit stones per day, was indeed a strain on Zhu Yunfei's resources. Setting aside trivial matters, he commenced his preparations for the impending breakthrough within the meditation chamber. A number of bottles containing elixirs were neatly arranged before him, accompanied by several dozen spirit stones. The process was flawless. He could commence. Setting aside the Qi cultivation manual, Zhu Yunfei mentally reviewed all the steps once more. Satisfied that no issues remained, he nodded approvingly. Taking a deep breath, he cleared his mind of all distractions and began to circulate the technique as described in the 5 Elements True Spirit Scripture. The journey to attain the Qi refinement stage was not particularly intricate. It revolved around two core aspects. First, the establishment of the Dantian, and second, the condensation of the Qi within it. For the average cultivator, possessing 9 meridians during the body refinement stage sufficed to meet the minimum requirements for forming a Dantian Qi. Zhu Yunfei, however, boasted an impressive 15 meridians. Before long, as he initiated the technique, he felt a surge of spiritual energy within his meridians, akin to a tidal wave, threatening to overflow. Without hesitation, he promptly followed the manual's instructions, guiding the spiritual energy toward his Dantian. Due to his innate spiritual awareness, this step posed no complications. In a brief moment, the first strand of spiritual energy, under the guidance of his consciousness, arrived near the Dantian. Shortly thereafter, the second, third, and fourth strands followed, and soon, a small cluster of spiritual energy coalesced at the Dantian's location. At this juncture, Zhu Yunfei ceased the guidance of energy, preparing for the next step. The subsequent actions grew more complex. Spiritual energy, being an intangible force, would dissipate rapidly without proper management. The solution to this dilemma lay in forming a vortex of spiritual energy within the Dantian, allowing the energy channeled through the meridians to coalesce. This was the so-called Qi. With the enhancement of his spiritual awareness, Zhu Yunfei discovered that guiding the spiritual energy to rotate was significantly easier than described in the manual. In almost no time, a small vortex, no larger than a mung bean, began to float within his Dantian. The remainder of the process was considerably simpler. He merely needed to continuously channel spiritual energy from his meridians to nourish the vortex, enabling it to grow. To ensure an ample supply of energy, Zhu Yunfei swiftly grasped a second-tier Qi gathering pill and swallowed it whole. Instantly, a surge of powerful spiritual energy erupted within him. The vortex, nourished by the frantic influx from his 15 meridians, expanded rapidly, akin to inflating a balloon. Within a mere half-day, the once tiny vortex had swelled to the size of a wash basin, showing no signs of abating. In fact, Zhu Yunfei noticed his abdomen distending alarmingly. This cannot continue. It is going to burst. Zhu Yunfei was struck by an overwhelming sense of dread. The process of forming this Qi was irrevocable. If things continued on this path, he would surely be overwhelmed. What should he do? Had he known, he would have abstained from consuming the drugs. Beads of perspiration cascaded down his forehead as panic set in. He was not a balloon. If he continued to swell, he would inevitably burst. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in his mind, a daring notion. If death were the outcome, so be it. Without hesitation, Zhu Yunfei adjusted his breathing and began to channel his spiritual energy through the meridians. Indeed, he resolved to establish a second Qi. When one wooden barrel is full, what should one do? The simplest solution is to change to another barrel. Although neither the 5 Elements True Spirit Classic nor Master Zhang's Qi cultivation notes documented such a scenario, Zhu Yunfei could not ascertain the reliability of this approach. However, in the face of an imminent explosion or taking a gamble, Zhu Yunfei had no choice but to opt for the latter. This was the very method he had just conceived, to open a new Qi to accommodate the excess spiritual energy. Yet, given his current predicament, he sensed that one barrel might not suffice. Cursing under his breath, he decided to go all in. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Zhu Yunfei let out a low growl. As he executed his technique, the spiritual energy that had surged towards his Dantian visibly diminished. The Qi within his Dantian ceased its expansion and stabilized. However, the sweat on Zhu Yunfei's brow only increased. He realized that the endeavor of establishing a new Qi was far more intricate and challenging than he had anticipated. Apart from pure single-element cultivators, the spiritual energy within most practitioners was a complex intertwining of various elemental attributes. A crucial aspect of guiding the energy to form a cyclone was maintaining equilibrium among the diverse attributes. This was an exceedingly demanding process, requiring significant mental exertion. Although Zhu Yunfei possessed spiritual awareness, it was merely sufficient for basic needs. Typically, during the process of Qi cultivation, it was more than adequate. Yet, the current circumstances were anything but typical. In addition to the established Dantian Qi, Zhu Yunfei had 5 new Qis within him. To achieve equilibrium among the various elemental energies in these 5 Qis, his spiritual awareness felt somewhat strained. There are no insurmountable tasks, only courageous endeavors. Upon recognizing the limitations of his spiritual awareness, Zhu Yunfei quickly devised a solution. Each new Qi would accommodate only a single elemental attribute. In this manner, with only one type of elemental energy, the necessity for balance would be eliminated. Zhu Yunfei's concept was straightforward, but upon attempting to execute it, he discovered the challenges were formidable. The energies within the meridians were intertwined in a chaotic blend. Separating them according to their attributes and directing them to distinct chi seas was nearly impossible. If this path proved unviable, then he would seek another. As a former renowned assassin, Zhu Yunfei was not one to relinquish his resolve easily. Soon, through relentless effort, he discovered a solution before his body reached its limits. The various attributes of spiritual energy within his meridians could not be separated. However, the energy within the Qi Si could indeed be segregated. This revelation made matters considerably simpler. Zhu Yunfei directly connected the other 5 Qi Sis to his Dantian Qi Si. Consequently, the spiritual energy within the meridians was separated into 5 distinct attributes through the Dantian Qi Si and subsequently channeled into the other 5 Qi Sis. Thus, he avoided the need to establish new pathways between the Qi Sis and the meridians, resolving the issue of his Dantian Qi Si being overwhelmed while simultaneously achieving a balance of spiritual energy across the new Qi Sis. A trifecta of accomplishments achieved with a single stroke. 2 days later, Zhu Yunfei emerged from his meditation chamber, transformed into a true cultivator in the Qi refining stage, far surpassing his former self. Bathed in the sunlight at the entrance of the transmission hall, a surge of ambition welled up within him, as he felt an overwhelming sense of superiority. "Make way, do not block the door." A sharp exclamation abruptly interrupted Zhu Yunfei's reverie. Before he could comprehend the situation, a disciple clad in a blue robe brusquely pushed him aside. The dignity of a great cultivator in the Qi refining stage must not be undermined. Zhu Yunfei glared fiercely, preparing to confront the audacity of this individual. However, his gaze was immediately drawn to the 6 cloud patterns adorning the disciple's sleeve. "My apologies, I inadvertently obstructed the entrance." "Safe travels, senior brother." Zhu Yunfei managed a courteous smile as he bid the senior disciple farewell. Once the individual departed, Zhu Yunfei left the transmission hall with a light-hearted step. Yet, his destination was not the armory hall, nor his dormitory, but rather the Hall of Elders, which was responsible for managing the affairs of outer disciples. Having successfully ascended to the Qi refining stage, Zhu Yunfei intended to augment his monthly stipend. Of course, being at the first level of Qi refining did not qualify him to become a 2-pattern disciple. However, upon reaching the Qi refining stage, he could apply to become an apprentice blacksmith. This would not only grant him an additional 3 low-grade spiritual stones each month, but also the privilege to engage in forging. Even the smallest gains are worthwhile, and Zhu Yunfei was keen to seize this opportunity. Most importantly, by becoming an apprentice blacksmith, he would finally be able to forge the life-preserving artifact he had long desired. After all, lacking a reliable means of protection left him feeling quite vulnerable. Chapter 40. A slip almost exposed. The assessment for apprentice blacksmiths turned out to be far simpler than Zhu Yunfei had anticipated. A mere written examination on basic forging knowledge sufficed. Thus, that very afternoon, Zhu Yunfei officially registered as an apprentice blacksmith. An extra 3 spiritual stones a month. What a delightful prospect. With satisfaction, Zhu Yunfei accepted his identity token and merrily made his way back to the armory hall. It was clear that Zhu Yunfei's return to the armory hall was not merely for a free meal. Today marks the final day of a 3-day holiday. As I prepare to return and report back, I plan to visit the refining hall this evening to earn some extra income. By the way, I wonder how that fellow named Tang Jian is faring. Has he been beaten to death by the senior disciples of the 4th peak, branded as a rogue? I shall inquire about it shortly and find amusement in the matter. With anticipation in his heart, Zhu Yunfei stepped into the armory hall. Upon entering, he spotted Zhang, the hall master, leisurely sipping spirit tea while seated in an ornate chair. He promptly bowed in respect. "Greetings, hall master. Is everything satisfactory?" Zhang inquired with a slight nod, taking a sip of his tea before slowly posing the question. A glimmer of joy appeared on Zhu Yunfei's face. "The leader acknowledges my presence." He understood that in the workplace, the accolades must predominantly belong to the leader. This principle was clear to him. Suppressing his urge to boast, he hastily offered praise. "Thanks to your guidance, esteemed hall master, I have achieved success. My gratitude towards you is as vast as the waters of the Lan River." However, before he could finish his flattery, Zhang interrupted with a smile. "Enough with the flattery." Suddenly, the smile faded from Zhang's face, replaced by a cold inquiry. "Do you know about Tang Jian?" Zhu Yunfei was taken aback, preparing to defend himself. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine. This cunning individual is testing me. Indeed, those in the realm of cultivation are not to be underestimated. Realizing this, Zhu Yunfei quickly suppressed his shock. He raised his head, feigning confusion as he looked at Zhang. "Tang Jian? Is he the senior who entered the hall at the same time as I did? What has happened to him?" Zhang's expression revealed no surprise at Zhu Yunfei's response. He merely cast a sidelong glance at him, then replied nonchalantly, Nothing much. A few days ago, this Tang Jian appeared at the fourth peak in a rather embarrassing state. Considering the negative impact, he has been expelled from the Armory Hall. I initially intended to ask if you encountered him during your visit to the fourth peak. But now that the matter is settled, there is no need for further inquiry. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yunfei felt a twinge of disappointment. This fellow was parading naked in public, and I thought the lightest punishment would be expulsion from the sect. Yet, it seems he was merely expelled from the Armory Hall. Evidently, this Tang Jian possesses some formidable connections. On that day, I returned promptly after delivering my items and did not encounter Senior Tang Jian on the way, Zhu Yunfei stated, initially surprised, then pondering for a moment before shaking his head innocently. Since Tang Jian had never explained why he was at the fourth peak, no one knew he had been ambushed while lying in wait for Zhu Yunfei. For this reason, when Zhu Yunfei sincerely expressed his ignorance of the situation, Zhang did not harbor any suspicions. There are no doubts regarding your honesty. However, this situation is riddled with oddities. Very well, since you have not seen him, there is nothing more to discuss. Return and consolidate your cultivation, remarked Master Zhang, waving his hand to signal Zhu Yunfei to take his leave. Having just achieved a breakthrough, Zhu Yunfei was still grappling with the turbulence of his internal energy, exacerbated by the presence of 6 Qi Cs within him. Although Master Zhang refrained from probing Zhu Yunfei with his divine sense, his cultivation at the 8th level of Foundation establishment granted him a keen perception, allowing him to discern the instability of Zhu Yunfei's aura. However, he attributed this fluctuation merely to Zhu Yunfei's recent breakthrough and the subsequent lack of stabilization. Fortunately, Master Zhang did not delve deeper with his divine sense. Otherwise, he would have been left astounded. Zhu Yunfei had initially planned to finish his leave, enjoy dinner, and then proceed to the mining hall that evening. Yet, upon sensing the unsettling currents of energy within him, cold sweat broke out on his back, prompting an immediate decision to retreat for seclusion. Although he remained unaware of the monumental implications that his 6 Qi Cs would have in the realm of cultivation, Zhu Yunfei, having spent over a decade as an assassin in his past life, understood the dangers of flaunting one's advantages in the open. Practicing external techniques was already an extraordinary feat, and now, with the addition of 6 Qi Cs, he was fortunate to have escaped unnoticed. Had he been discovered, the consequences could have been dire. As he closed the gate of his courtyard, Zhu Yunfei finally exhaled in relief. Feeling vexed at his own carelessness for hastily presenting himself before a formidable cultivator without having stabilized his own power. It was akin to a mouse provoking a cat, an act of folly. Seated upon his meditation cushion, Zhu Yunfei did not immediately commence his cultivation, for he found himself at a loss regarding how to proceed. The techniques for the Qi refinement stage were indeed recorded in the fragmented texts of the 5 Elements True Spirit Scripture. Yet the pressing issue was not merely how to cultivate at this new stage. Rather, it was how to conceal the existence of his additional 5 Qi Cs. The Lansong formula, Qi refinement chapter, did contain a technique for concealing one's aura, but its limitation lay in its inability to obstruct the scrutiny of divine sense. What use was that? Zhu Yunfei could not help but utter a curse in frustration, subsequently discarding the newly acquired technique. Resolving to first solidify his cultivation, Zhu Yunfei pondered for some time without arriving at a suitable strategy. He ultimately decided to focus on calming the turbulent energy within him. This was a manageable task, as the instability stemmed from the nascent formation of his Qi Cs, which hindered the smooth circulation of energy. By circulating his techniques through several cycles, he could acclimate his internal energy to a stable pathway. Taking a deep breath to steady his racing heart, Zhu Yunfei closed his eyes and began to operate the technique as described in the 5 Elements True Spirit Scripture, Qi Refinement Chapter. Perhaps due to his recent breakthrough, or the abundance of meridians within him, or perhaps the low level of spiritual energy in the room, Zhu Yunfei instinctively amplified the potency of his technique's operation. In summary, Zhu Yunfei had only just begun to operate his cultivation technique, and his body had yet to warm up. Instantly, all the spiritual energy within the room was mobilized. Even the energy in the small courtyard was not spared, all drawn into motion. A visible vortex of spiritual energy, several feet in diameter, began to form, with Zhu Yunfei at its center. Chapter 41. Young man, do you crave power? However, at this moment, Zhu Yunfei, who had entered a meditative state, was completely unaware of the phenomenon. He could only perceive that, as his technique continued to circulate, an immense amount of spiritual energy seemed to rush into his body with reckless abandon. In order to guide this energy systematically into his dantian and then separate it into various attributes to enter the 5 elemental energy Cs, Zhu Yunfei utilized nearly all of his consciousness. Previously, During his body refinement phase, it sufficed to occasionally observe the flow of spiritual energy through his meridians. His consciousness was more than adequate. Now, however, with 6 energy Cs to monitor, it felt akin to multitasking on an extraordinary scale. My goodness, who could manage such a feat? If others knew that Zhu Yunfei was suffering due to the overwhelming number of energy Cs, they would not feel envy but rather a deep-seated jealousy. Zhu Yunfei focused all his energy on the 6 treasures within his body, entirely oblivious to the fact that, under the influence of the vortex of energy he had created, something he had almost forgotten was becoming increasingly restless. Indeed, it was the colorful tortoise shell buried beneath his bed. At this moment, the shell, invigorated by the surging elemental spiritual energy, radiated a dazzling, sun-like brilliance. Moreover, the once smooth tiles of the floor beneath the bed began to bulge dramatically. The glowing tortoise shell was attempting to push its way out from beneath the floorboards, yearning to see the light of day once more. After much effort, with a resounding pop, it finally emerged, free from the constraints of the earth. The tortoise shell began to spin joyfully. It was unclear whether there was a fragrant aura emanating from Zhu Yunfei, but the tortoise shell, while whirling, continuously inched closer to him. At that moment, Zhu Yunfei was wholly focused, his consciousness divided among the 6 energy Cs. As he observed the smooth operation of the 6 energy Cs, he prepared to breathe a sigh of relief. However, in the next instant, the scene before him abruptly shifted. What the heck? Where am I? The sudden change left Zhu Yunfei momentarily bewildered. Rubbing his eyes in disbelief, he was met with gurgling sounds. Water. The sensation of drowning struck him, prompting an instinctive urge to struggle. Suddenly, a realization dawned on him. His body jolted. No. The scene before him was all too familiar. A haunting echo of yesterday. Damn it, it's that cursed tortoise shell. In a mere instant, Zhu Yunfei concluded that he had once again fallen victim to that treacherous, pitch-black turtle shell. Moreover, the initial onslaught was a formidable attack, indicating that his predicament was even more perilous than before. Once he grasped the situation, Zhu Yunfei promptly regained his composure and began to swim with all his might. The familiar sensation of being pulled surged once more. He glanced down to find chains. Once again, the same old trick. The last time he suffered due to his inexperience. But this time, it would not work against him. As the narrative of self-determination unfolded yet again, Zhu Yunfei broke free from the shackles of the chains. In the process, he even slightly surpassed his previous time record. Just as Zhu Yunfei burst through the water's surface, anticipating a victorious conclusion akin to the last time, the scene before him was dramatically unexpected. What on earth was this? Looking around, he found himself surrounded by an expanse of white, utterly void of any substance. Zhu Yunfei was once again bewildered. At the very least, a hint would be appreciated. After searching for a considerable time, Zhu Yunfei realized that the place where he currently resided posed no danger, yet there was also no exit. Aside from the stark whiteness, there was truly nothing else. Just when Zhu Yunfei was on the brink of insanity, questioning the very nature of reality, a commanding voice suddenly resonated. Brave youth, do you wish to obtain power? The voice was ethereal yet potent, gentle yet enticing, luring the heart. Who is it? Zhu Yunfei was startled by the sudden utterance, hastily scanning for its source. He soon spotted an elderly man with a white beard, who had appeared seemingly out of nowhere, looking at him with a warm smile and affectionate eyes. There was something distinctly off about this old man, exceedingly off. The moment Zhu Yunfei beheld the smile on the elder's face, an instinctual shiver coursed through him, heightening his vigilance to its utmost. Who are you? Zhu Yunfei tentatively inquired, his voice quivering slightly. Fear not, young friend. The elder chuckled heartily. I am a celestial lord from the upper realm, traversing the myriad worlds in search of a fated individual to inherit my legacy. By chance, you have come into possession of this treasure, and having passed my trial, you are indeed the person I seek. Pray tell, would you be willing to learn my teachings and embark on the unparalleled path of immortality? The white-bearded elder explained with a smile, his tone gentle and persuasive. However, Zhu Yunfei keenly detected a fleeting glint of coldness deep within the elder's gaze. Though he appeared to be merely a teenager, Zhu Yunfei's soul was that of a seasoned assassin, one ranked among the top 3 in the global assassin hierarchy. Damn it, I can't believe a word you say. You cunning old man. Zhu Yunfei rolled his eyes inwardly. Though the elder's explanation seemed plausible, the moment the old man shifted, Zhu Yunfei's intuition screamed that this fellow was certainly up to no good. Huh? Seeking disciples? Transforming into thousands? With your prowess, do you truly lack for disciples? Not a chance. The relentless trial continues. It is evident that the old wretch seeks to usurp my very essence. However, this aged individual resorts not to brute force. but rather to deceit. It appears that his combat prowess may indeed be questionable. As Zhu Yunfei contemplated this predicament, a strategy began to form within him. The act of possession is no trivial matter, akin to a mere banquet where one pushes and yields. Rather, it is a brutal, life-and-death struggle. Typically, one would begin with a fierce assault. The vanquished face utter annihilation, while the victor claims both life and wealth. Who amongst those who engage in possession would entertain such tricks as seen in the regions of northern Myanmar, employing both deception and flattery? If one were to encounter an adversary with a resolute mind or broad knowledge, would not such tactics be utterly futile? A failed possession results in dire consequences. The risks are so exorbitant that few would dare to attempt it. Consequently, it is evident that this white-bearded old man harbors some reason for his reluctance or inability to act directly, prompting him to contemplate tricking one into willingly offering themselves. Indeed, this must be the case. With this crucial understanding, Zhu Yunfei felt emboldened, preparing to turn the tables and enter the fray, ultimately seeking to eliminate this decrepit old man in a single, decisive strike. Chapter 42, Cruelty? This is art. Come forth, old Deng. Today you shall learn the true meaning of cruelty. He. As the white-bearded elder finished speaking, Zhu Yunfei bowed without a moment's hesitation, burying his head deeply into the ground. Oh, revered immortal, please accept your disciple's humble salute. In that instant, an inexplicable sense of pride surged within the old man. Indeed, the weak cannot resist the allure of power. I am truly obeyed. However, the old man could not have anticipated that not a single word he uttered had been taken to heart. The depth of Zhu Yunfei's bow was merely a ruse to hide the smirk that threatened to break free at the corners of his mouth. After all, they were both cunning foxes seasoned by a millennium. Who among them lacked a modicum of theatrical skill? Ah, splendid, my obedient disciple. I shall now impart the celestial arts upon you through the technique of enlightenment. The elder chuckled heartily, stroking his beard as he advanced towards Zhu Yunfei with purposeful strides. Before Zhu Yunfei could utter a word, the elder was upon him, extending his hand towards the crown of Zhu Yunfei's head. What the? Is he forsaking all pretense? So eager? I had intended to engage in a little banter. The old man's abruptness did not escape Zhu Yunfei's notice. To his astonishment, the elder had abandoned all semblance of emotional connection, launching directly into the infamous star absorption technique. How impatient! Given this, let us confront fate. With the elder revealing his intentions, Zhu Yunfei could not simply remain prostrate, awaiting his demise. In the split second as the elder's fingers transformed into talons, descending upon him, Zhu Yunfei sprang into action. He tilted his head just in time to evade the elder's grasp, then pushed off with his hands, bending his right knee for leverage. With a swift motion, he propelled himself upward, aiming directly for the elder's embrace, though he slightly adjusted his trajectory. Zhu Yunfei launched himself into a powerful charge, targeting the center of the elder's being. A sudden turn of events caught the old man with the white beard completely off guard, leaving him momentarily stunned. In the next instant, he heard two resounding cracks emanating from his groin. Ah! The cries of the apes on both banks echoed endlessly, as his essence shattered like eggs against the mountains. I was right to place my bet. Ha! Facing the tempest, he listened to the deafening wails, and yet, Zhu Yunfei broke into a grin, albeit one tinged with cruelty. With a series of knee strikes, the old man's pitiful screams abruptly ceased, his eyes rolling back as he fainted. Experience has shown that a man's most vulnerable point is invariably his groin, even in a state of consciousness. Zhu, the destroyer of eggs, delivered a single, excruciating blow worth a staggering 9,000 units of pain, causing the old man to curl up like a well-cooked lobster, nearly incapacitated. However, for a professional assassin, this was far from sufficient. Zhu Yunfei swiftly regained his footing and, without a moment's hesitation, stomped down on the old man's left arm joint. Crack! Ah! In that instant, the sound of shattering echoed as the old man's arm contorted into an inverted V shape. His eyes widened in horror as he let out a mournful cry before fainting once more. Crack! Crack! Two more sharp sounds followed, delivering a devastating blow to both of the old man's knees. Fortunately, this time, he remained unconscious, sparing him further agony. Watching the old man, now with 3 limbs entirely deformed and devoid of any ability to move, Zhu Yunfei nodded in satisfaction. It was not that he was cruel. Rather, years of experience as a killer taught him the paramount importance of never allowing an enemy even the slightest chance to recuperate. Thus, with 3 limbs broken and the old man still unconscious, Zhu Yunfei bound him tightly with the very clothes he had stripped from him. If he managed to escape now, I would have no words left. Gazing down at the securely bound old man, Zhu Yunfei couldn't help but smile like a child. Time passed. though he could not tell how long, before the old man gradually regained consciousness. Upon awakening, he found himself in a rather precarious situation. First, the pain radiating from his body confirmed the brutal reality that 4 of his limbs had been broken. Secondly, he realized that his clothes had vanished, not entirely, but had merely transformed into ropes that shamefully bound him. "You little beast, I." The old man began to prepare a retort, but a single glance from Zhu Yunfei silenced him. It wasn't fear. After all, he had roamed the celestial realms for centuries, having witnessed countless storms. So how could he be afraid? It was simply that the current situation was utterly humiliating. At his advanced age, he had never endured such an indignity. At this moment, the elderly man with a white beard found himself profoundly questioning the immense sacrifice he had made to conceal his residual soul within a turtle shell, and the arduous search for a suitable host. Had he known, he would have preferred to embrace death. Unbeknownst to him, a mere glance from Zhu Yunfei had ignited a torrent of tumultuous thoughts within the old man. However, Zhu Yunfei was indifferent. His primary concern was how much benefit he could extract from the old man. Otherwise, all his efforts would be in vain. "Very well, old man. Now that you are awake, let us engage in a candid conversation. I hope for your sincerity," Zhu Yunfei said, rubbing his hands with a grin as he approached. A fleeting glimmer of fear flashed in the old man's eyes, soon replaced by a stubborn resolve to resist. Indeed, this youth was quite ferocious and merciless. Yet, how could a dignified celestial being submit to such petty intimidation? "I confess. I shall reveal everything. Please, spare me," the old man pleaded, tears streaming down his face. Over the past 2 hours, he had endured the darkest and most humiliating period of his life. When Zhu Yunfei had draped a tattered cloth over his face and begun to loosen his belt, he had wished to surrender. However, this young beast afforded him no opportunity to speak, subjecting him to water torture and using the belt to fashion a noose, all while tying multiple knots. "Oh heavens! Does anyone know how I survived these 2 hours?" Hearing the old man's hoarse pleas for mercy, Zhu Yunfei reluctantly halted his actions. Observing the half-untied rope hanging from the old man's backside, he shrugged in exasperation. This old man truly cannot endure much. I haven't even begun, and he is already at his limit. How disappointing. In truth, Zhu Yunfei was not exaggerating. Had it not been for the limited conditions within this conscious space, devoid of suitable materials, he would have demonstrated his true expertise. He could only make do with the old man's clothing and adornments for his improvised methods. Chapter 43. Speak. From the moment you drew breath. Enough of the wailing. You're a celestial being, for goodness sake. Pathetic. Zhu Yunfei remarked disdainfully, patting the old man's shoulder and speaking with impatience. The old man shivered and quickly sealed his lips. "Now, tell me," Zhu Yunfei commanded, squatting before the old man with an air of authority. "What is it that you wish for me to say?" The old man trembled, his heart heavy with bitterness. This wretch had interrogated him for 2 full hours with nothing but the incessant question, "Will you confess?" "I would confess if you would only ask. Spare me the trivialities. Let us start from the very beginning, from the moment I was born." Zhu Yunfei gestured dismissively, his tone laced with impatience. The old man recoiled, fearing further delay, and began to divulge his story without reservation. "My hometown lies within the M846 Nebula, a place of breathtaking beauty, abundant resources, and rich spiritual energy." Pause for a moment. "What kind of tree is that on the right side of your front door?" "A mulberry tree." Continue. As the elderly man with the white beard recounted his tale, Zhu Yunfei found himself interrupting the old man's narrative at regular intervals. It was not that he lacked memory. Rather, he sought to ensure that the old man was not deceiving him, employing what could be termed a method of contradictory interrogation. Under Zhu Yunfei's expert scrutiny, the old man did not fabricate any stories. However, after an entire hour of storytelling, the old man had only reached the point of recounting an incident from when he was 10 years old, when he had surreptitiously watched his cousin bathe, and he could no longer continue. Observing the old man's face, which had turned a ghostly white, Zhu Yunfei decided to conclude the day's storytelling session, severing the connection with the turtle shell using a secret technique. This technique, of course, was freshly extracted from the old man's own words. Besides the method to control the turtle shell, Zhu Yunfei had also gleaned several other valuable insights from the old man. Yet, upon emerging from the realm of spiritual awareness, Zhu Yunfei did not rush to organize the information he had acquired. Instead, he prepared to cultivate a particular secret technique, the blood integration and spirit dispersion art, a sophisticated method for concealing one's cultivation level. According to the old man's instructions, this art was remarkably formidable. Once activated, it would remain in effect unless voluntarily dismissed. Thus, even when confronted by cultivators 2 major realms above his own, he would not be easily discerned. The extraordinary prowess of this technique stemmed from its origins in the wicked practices of the upper realm. Indeed, the white-bearded elder was not exaggerating. He truly hailed from the upper realm, commonly referred to as the divine realm, during a pursuit by his enemies. He had perished in body and was compelled to anchor his residual soul within the turtle shell, descending through the realms. This was both to evade his pursuers and to seek a suitable host to possess. Unfortunately, the old man, already in a state of residual soul, had forcibly crossed realms, leaving him with barely any strength remaining. Even more unfortunate was the fact that, after finally encountering a suitable host, he found himself bound to Zhu Yunfei, a particularly unhinged individual. Thus, one misstep led to eternal regret, culminating in a tragic fate. Had he known, he might have preferred to perish in the upper realm. Zhu Yunfei was in no mood to console the old man's sorrowful heart. Instead, he was solely focused on swiftly comprehending the secret technique. As the saying goes, one may question the character of those who practice wicked arts, but one must never doubt their capabilities. The brilliance of the blood integration and spirit dispersion art lies in its method of concealment. It does not merely mask the dantian, as ordinary concealment techniques do. Rather, it disperses the spiritual energy that needs to be hidden throughout the cultivator's internal organs, simulating a physical cultivation state, thereby achieving the goal of obscuring one's cultivation level. Consequently, even when subjected to probing by a vastly superior spiritual awareness, one's true cultivation would remain cleverly concealed, offering greater safety. Such a remarkable technique, surprisingly, is not difficult to cultivate. It merely requires certain auxiliary materials, specifically essence and blood from internal organs, truly befitting of a wicked art. It is audacious in its approach and potent in its effects. However, I find it rather appealing, as the thought of the blood fusion technique enabling him to flawlessly conceal the 5 additional reservoirs of energy crossed his mind. Zhu Yunfei squinted his eyes, a glint of ruthlessness flashing across his face. It was merely a few drops of vital blood, sufficient to achieve his aim. With that, he produced a silver needle about a foot long and without hesitation plunged it into his kidney. The warm vital blood flowed steadily through the needle. Remarkably, Zhu Yunfei did not even furrow his brows as he formed hand seals and began to refine the blood. After a few breaths, the vital blood was successfully transformed into an intricate pattern, which then gradually merged into his kidney. At this juncture, he had achieved half of his objective. Zhu Yunfei activated the blood fusion technique, directing the water attribute energy reservoir within him to slowly shift toward his kidney, ultimately merging seamlessly, until it vanished completely. Upon achieving success, Zhu Yunfei promptly scanned his body with his divine sense. To his delight, he discovered that the water attribute energy reservoir had indeed disappeared. He experimented by consuming some of the water attribute's spiritual energy from his dantian, which was replenished almost instantaneously. The water attribute energy reservoir still existed and was accessible for use. Indeed, the methods of the wicked cultivators were exceedingly potent. What was there to ponder? Having verified the efficacy of the blood fusion technique, Zhu Yunfei naturally seized the moment. Grasping the silver needle, he proceeded to puncture his heart, liver, spleen, and lungs in succession. As dawn broke and the first rays of sunlight bathed the small courtyard, Zhu Yunfei left as usual, making his way to the dining hall. However, upon closer inspection, one might notice that his complexion appeared somewhat pallid. The burden of cultivating excess energy reservoirs weighed heavily on him. If anyone were to discover this, Zhu Yunfei dared not imagine the consequences. For safety's sake, he had endured an entire night, successfully merging the 5 surplus energy reservoirs into their corresponding organs. Having extracted such a significant quantity of vital blood, his condition was understandably less than optimal. What exhaustion! It felt as though he had been hollowed out. Nevertheless, the ability to perfectly conceal the excess energy reservoirs was worth it. Unexpectedly, he had stumbled upon a treasure in the form of an elderly man. Perhaps he would work late again tonight, squeezing out a bit more. In the outer sect disciples' dining hall, as Zhu Yunfei heartily slurped his spiritual porridge, he reflected with joy on the previous night. He had unearthed a wealth of knowledge from the old man with the white beard, various techniques, secret arts, extraordinary tales, and hidden truths from the upper realms, among many others. No wonder the protagonists in novels, after acquiring a wise old man within their rings, could turn the tide in an instant. But why was it that others' old men were so eager to care and tirelessly support them, while his seemed intent on seizing his labor? Moreover, why did this fellow choose to dwell in a dilapidated turtle shell? Such a disgrace. Chapter 44, Floating Away. I desire great wealth since ascending to the realm of chi cultivation and successfully concealing his cultivation level with the scattered spirit blood fusion technique. Zhu Yunfei has begun to feel somewhat lofty. He has grown disenchanted with the meager income of merely 100 spirit stones a day. Indeed, he aspires to transition to a different line of work. Now, with his current level of cultivation, shoveling 1,000 pounds of or waste no longer exhausts him as it once did. In fact, it feels quite effortless. However, time is of the essence. And if he wishes to amass more spirit stones within a limited time frame, the only viable solution is to seek a new job. Thus, after finishing his lunch, Zhu Yunfei promptly headed to the task hall, eager to find a high-paying new position. Upon entering, the smile on Zhu Yunfei's face blossomed like chrysanthemums in autumn. The reason for his joy was simple. The senior disciple on duty today was none other than the same one from last time. Senior brother, it has been a while. Ah, is that not my junior brother? What brings you here today? Are you looking to accept a task? As the gentle breeze caresses the face. Their laughter filled the air, and Zhu Yunfei's warm demeanor transformed the senior brother's mood into a bright sunny day. Truly, senior brother, you possess an astute eye, for you have seen right through my intentions. I have indeed come to accept the task. Noticing the senior brother's cheerful disposition, Zhu Yunfei quickly offered a compliment, while also revealing his purpose. Oh, if I recall correctly, junior brother, you should currently have 2 positions, and the income from the ore refining hall must be quite substantial. Taking on additional tasks may hinder your cultivation. Upon hearing Zhu Yunfei's words, the senior brother expressed a hint of surprise. In the Lansong sect, disciples, both inner and outer, are required to attain a certain number of sect contribution points each year, prompting every disciple to visit the task hall for assignments. Naturally, completing these tasks not only yields contribution points, but also a modest reward in spirit stones. However, compared to contribution points, the spirit stones offered for sect tasks are merely a pittance. At present, Zhu Yunfei is merely an outer sect disciple of the first rank. According to sect regulations, he only needs to accumulate 100 contribution points annually. Just from his position as a low-level assistant in the armament hall, he would earn 120 contribution points in a year. Not to mention, he is also reaping the benefits from the ore refining hall, which serves as a veritable cash cow for contribution points. Thus, Zhu Yunfei is undoubtedly not lacking in contribution points. Logically, as long as he does not lack contribution points, he should devote all his remaining energy to cultivation. After all, in both the Lansong sect and the entire realm of cultivation, the ultimate pursuit is the enhancement of one's cultivation level. Hence, the senior brother was quite curious about Zhu Yunfei's motivations. In response to his inquiry, Zhu Yunfei shyly scratched his nose and explained, to be honest with you, senior brother, I lack the support of a family. For cultivation resources, I must rely solely on my own efforts. However, my cultivation level is too low, and I possess no particular skills, preventing me from earning extra income. I can only rely on my strength. Any little bit I can accumulate is worthwhile. As he spoke, Zhu Yunfei's eyes began to glisten with unshed tears, presenting the image of a resolute young man striving for independence, evoking a sense of compassion in those who beheld him. Indeed, it must be said that this strategy proves remarkably effective. 90% of the disciples of the Lansong sect are fortunate individuals, either hailing from esteemed cultivation families or blessed by ancestral fortune. They are sheltered young masters and mistresses, untouched by the harsh realities of the world. Zhu Yunfei's exquisite display of talent instantly stirred a bittersweet sensation in the heart of the on-duty senior brother. Moved, the senior brother extended his hands and firmly clasped Zhu Yunfei's shoulders, saying with utmost seriousness, "Junior brother, you are a resilient young man, and I admire you. Tell me, what kind of task do you wish to undertake? As long as I have the authority, I shall ensure you receive it." "Thank you, senior brother," Zhu Yunfei replied with heartfelt gratitude, grasping the senior brother's hands tightly, his eyes brimming with appreciation. "My cultivation level is modest, and I fear it may amuse you. Thus, I do not dare to make any requests. I am willing to undertake any arduous or menial tasks, as long as I can contribute." As he spoke, Zhu Yunfei discreetly nudged something from his palm into the senior brother's hand. The task board nearby was cluttered with assignments. However, the senior brother's offer for Zhu Yunfei to state his wishes clearly indicated he had something clandestine to offer. Zhu Yunfei was not naive, and the implications were rather evident. If he were to foolishly request a specific task, it would undoubtedly embarrass the on-duty senior brother. Instead, he opted for a strategy of retreating to advance, thereby preserving the senior brother's dignity while deftly tossing the challenge back. Given the senior brother's visibly moved demeanor, it was certain he would provide a commendable task. Furthermore, even if the task assigned were less than satisfactory, he could easily find an excuse to decline. The initiative lay firmly in his grasp, and there was no need for anxiety. Zhu Yunfei's earnest and heartfelt performance indeed deepened the senior brother's emotional response. The sensation in his hand suggested it was a mid-grade spiritual stone. What a thoughtful young man he was. The senior brother silently commended him in his heart before stating, "Please wait a moment, junior brother. I shall search for an appropriate task." He then turned and retreated behind the counter to peruse the records. After a brief interval, the senior brother glanced at a particular task in the ledger, pausing in contemplation before lifting his head to pose a question to Zhu Yunfei. "Junior brother, you must be acquainted with Brother Huang at the pile yard below the mountain, correct?" Zhu Yunfei was momentarily taken aback, unsure of the purpose behind the senior brother's inquiry. Nevertheless, he replied candidly, "Indeed, senior brother, I deliver mining refuse to the pile yard every evening, and I frequently encounter Brother Huang. However, he seems to prefer solitude. So we have not engaged in much conversation." Upon hearing Zhu Yunfei's response, a mysterious smile spread across the senior brother's face as he asked another profound question. "Do you know why Brother Huang is so aloof?" Zhu Yunfei contemplated briefly before responding cautiously. "I am not entirely certain. Is it not simply his inherent disposition?" "Certainly not," the senior brother exclaimed. "Brother Huang was once quite flamboyant. However, ever since he took charge of the pile yard, he has gradually adopted a more subdued demeanor." The senior brother on duty shook his head with a smile, observing the increasingly perplexed expression on Zhu Yunfei's face. He decided to cease his teasing and explained, "The reason is simple: to accumulate wealth quietly. Junior brother, do not be deceived by the appearance of that pile. What lies within is far from trivial." As the senior brother continued his explanation, Zhu Yunfei gradually grasped the intricacies involved, his eyes sparkling with excitement, all shaped like spirit stones. It turned out that this pile was, in fact, a concealed little gold mine. This pile was not a mere garbage dump. It was not a place where anything and everything was discarded. Typically, only refined slag and unusable materials from weapon forging were sent to this pile. The management of the pile fell to the senior brother Huang, who was responsible for overseeing and handling the materials. Chapter 45. The Allure of Temptation. Xiaochang's purpose: the waste sent to the pile still contained valuable remnants due to the refining techniques employed. In simpler terms, it was not entirely cleaned, leaving residues behind. Even scrap metal finds its buyers. How much more so for these rare spiritual ores and materials, which naturally attract many eager purchasers. High prices are paid for their recovery. Ahem, forgive the digression. In any case, the waste from this pile can indeed be sold for a profit. Thus, as the head of the pile, senior brother Huang successfully elevated his family to the second tier of the affiliated immortal cultivation families of the Lansong sect within a mere decade, achieving this grand ambition. "Isn't the sect aware of this?" Zhu Yunfei inquired curiously. "One would assume that such a large sect would have strict management." "Ah, do not speak carelessly. Everything here is in accordance with the regulations of the Lansong sect. You must understand that senior brother Huang also pays a substantial spirit stone business tax to the fifth peak each year," the senior brother on duty said, his expression tightening as he swiftly interrupted Zhu Yunfei. However, whether there were other complexities involved, the senior brother on duty chose not to elaborate, and Zhu Yunfei dared not press further. Ahem. To summarize, the task of managing this pile may appear dirty and chaotic, but it is indeed a lucrative endeavor capable of generating spirit stones. Looking around, I believe this task suits you perfectly, junior brother. During the day, you can serve at the armory hall, and after dinner, head to the mining hall to shovel slag, with the next stop being the pile. A seamless process, indeed. Moreover, there is no rush at the pile. Simply open the door when the time comes. The waste from the pile does not require special handling, as individuals come to collect it every month. You can just wait at the pile to receive spirit stones, all while not impeding your cultivation. What do you think, junior brother? After the senior brother finished speaking, he cast a beaming look at Zhu Yunfei. It dawned on Zhu Yunfei that this was indeed the favorable task the senior brother intended for him, and his heart swelled with joy. The benefits from this pile were exceptionally rich. Realizing this, Zhu Yunfei understood that the depths of this matter were likely profound. Thus, he cautiously ventured, "Senior brother, while the task at the pile is appealing, what about senior brother Huang?" Zhu Yunfei had only spoken halfway, yet his meaning was already abundantly clear. The storage yard now had an owner. Upon hearing this, the senior brother on duty smiled slightly, nodding in satisfaction. Indeed, I had not misjudged. This younger disciple was truly astute. It seemed prudent to consider increasing my investment. In the realm of cultivation, notions of camaraderie and loyalty are mere illusions. Only interests remain the eternal theme. Xiaochang, in his fervent assistance to Zhu Yunfei, was not motivated by a sense of generosity or loyalty, but rather by his own strategic designs. As one of the potential heirs to the family's leadership, Xiao Chang's future ambitions necessitated a considerable number of supporters. Cultivating close relationships with promising young cultivators like Zhu Yunfei, who were still in the early stages of their journey, represented the most cost-effective strategy for cultivating future allies. This also elucidated why Xiao Chang defied family arrangements, abandoning lucrative opportunities in favor of a position as a mere steward in the task hall. Within the task hall, he not only interacted with all disciples, but could also observe their progress in accepting and completing tasks, thus precisely identifying valuable potential candidates. Moreover, although the task hall was not widely recognized and its resources were limited, it was an influential department possessing substantial contributions to the sect and spirit stones. When these promising candidates found themselves in need, Xiao Chang could easily extend a helping hand, fostering profound friendships with these disciples. He could even manipulate certain special sect tasks behind the scenes, such as procurement for various halls, establishing mutually beneficial alliances with responsible disciples. Of course, achieving these objectives required a certain price to be paid. However, compared to the model of his brothers, who exploited their positions to seize resources and then expended those resources to cultivate their bases, Xiao Chang's approach was markedly more efficient. In terms of regulatory risks, time investment, energy, and resource expenditure, the costs were almost negligible. The time, energy, and resources saved could be redirected towards enhancing his own cultivation or planning further strategies, thereby continually increasing Xiao Chang's leverage in future conflicts. Xiao Chang's strategic acumen in the struggle for succession was profound, and even more importantly, his foresight was exceptional. The moment Zhu Yunfei first arrived at the task hall to accept the mission, Xiao Chang recognized his potential. A newcomer who had yet to reach the late stages of body refinement, he not only became an outer sect disciple, but also served in the armory hall. This individual, whether due to an extraordinary background, exceptional talent, or fortuitous opportunities, was undoubtedly worth befriending. Hence, Xiao Chang's enthusiastic demeanor and his additional words of friendly advice to Zhu Yunfei were entirely justified. At that time, Zhu Yunfei was somewhat taken aback by the warm service of this senior brother from the task hall. Nevertheless, he developed a strong fondness for this senior brother's amiable demeanor. In order to prevent Zhu Yunfei from misconstruing his intentions, Xiao Chang quickly interjected, Junior brother, do not overthink it. There is no need to employ any tactics against Brother Huang. In fact, Brother Huang will be reassigned next month. At that time, the position of the pile yard supervisor will naturally be vacated. This piece of information is not yet widely known. If we maneuver correctly, I digress. If you are interested in this task, I can assist you in registering. When the position becomes available, I will recommend you. Having spoken halfway, Xiao Chang changed the subject with a laugh. It was not that he was being deliberately vague or evasive. Rather, one cannot be overly eager in assisting others. Having stated his position, if junior brother did not comprehend the underlying message, he would need to reassess the value of his potential alliance with him. With his experience as a seasoned assassin, Zhu Yunfei possessed a keen sense of observation and understanding. He was well aware of Xiao Chang's implications. In essence, if he desired the role of the yard supervisor, there would be a cost involved. This cost encompassed not only the necessary arrangements, but also a share for Xiao Chang. Without any benefits, why would Xiao Chang assist him in this endeavor? Zhu Yunfei swiftly began calculating in his mind. The operation of the yard required a monthly tax to be submitted to the sect. This amount would likely not be insignificant. Let us hypothesize a figure of 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Moreover, several individuals within the sect would undoubtedly be eyeing this position, each requiring a share of the profits. Thus, let us estimate 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. That totals 3,000. According to Brother Xiao, the position of yard supervisor is indeed lucrative. Outer sect disciples receive a stipend of 10 stones, low-level artifact crafting assistants receive 10 stones, and apprentice crafters receive 3 stones, along with an additional 3,006 for the mining hall. Currently, my monthly income amounts to 3,623 low-grade spirit stones. Adding 3,000 brings the total to 6,623. Therefore, the yard must yield at least 7 or 8,000, if not 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, to be considered truly profitable. Indeed, it is promising. Chapter 46. Cooperation and Prosperity. Brother, I am indeed very eager to take on the task of the yard. Zhu Yunfei expressed earnestly. However, my time in cultivation has been exceedingly brief, and I have not amassed much wealth. I can only manage to gather around 3,000 low-grade spirit stones. I am uncertain if this will suffice. Rest assured, regardless of the outcome, I shall offer you 1,000 low-grade spirit stones to express my gratitude for your efforts. Zhu Yunfei bowed respectfully to Xiao Chang, his face earnest. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chang felt a surge of joy within. Junior brother was intrigued. He would not escape now? However, he maintained a facade of irritation, feigning displeasure as he lamented, "Alas, junior brother, your words suggest that you do not regard me as a friend." Zhu Yunfei was about to clarify his position when Xiao Chong waved his hand. "Let us do this. I will exert every effort to assist you with the yard. If successful, you may compensate me for the operational expenses later. However, one point must be clearly established. Regardless of whether this matter ultimately comes to fruition, the topic of compensation shall no longer be broached. Brother, let us not dwell on that. I sincerely regard you, my junior brother, as a true friend. If you also acknowledge me as a friend, then let it be settled." With a grand gesture, Xiao Chong once again interrupted Zhu Yunfei's attempt to speak. Zhu Yunfei's emotions were a whirlwind of excitement and complexity. Having traversed 2 lifetimes and witnessed the darker facets of human nature, he had long succumbed to a certain pessimism regarding humanity. He understood well that Xiao Chong's unwavering support was not merely an expression of friendship. There were undoubtedly his own motives at play. Yet what of it? After spending so long in darkness, even the faintest glimmer of light brings warmth. Of course, should Xiao Chong's intentions be driven by base desires, or if the stakes were too high, Zhu Yunfei would still exercise his right to refuse. A handful of spirit stones was hardly enough to make him barter away his dignity. Brotherhood lies in the heart. With such candor from my senior brother, I would willingly face any trials ahead, without hesitation. Zhu Yunfei grasped Xiao Chong's hands tightly, tears glistening in his eyes as he spoke. "Good brother, good elder brother. Astute and ambitious, cautious yet adaptable, the future of my junior brother is indeed limitless. With old Huang's time drawing to a close, the moment is truly opportune. It is the perfect chance to draw my junior brother into my fold. Once matters are settled and interests aligned, this formidable ally shall undoubtedly be at my disposal." As he watched Zhu Yunfei's figure fade into the distance, Xiao Chong was filled with profound reflections. After their initial meeting, he had conducted an investigation into Zhu Yunfei's circumstances. After all, it was quite remarkable for someone of the body refinement stage to become an outer disciple of the 5th peak, and even serve at the Armory Hall. The Lansong sect, as a premier sect, is notoriously stringent about the confidentiality of its disciples' information. However, Xiao Chong's substantial background, including a great-grandfather who served as a vice-peak master, allowed him to uncover Zhu Yunfei's situation with relative ease. Of course, this information was merely the surface layer. Yet, within this layer, there exists an inescapable key figure. One could summarize Zhu Yunfei's experiences since joining the Lansong sect, entering the 5th peak, being promoted to outer disciple, receiving care from the outer deacon, and gaining access to the Armory Hall, all of which were influenced, to varying degrees, by this pivotal individual. The inner disciple of the 5th peak, Zhuo Wenbin, is the connection through which outer disciple Zhu Yunfei has gained his foothold. Upon reviewing the conclusions of the investigation, Xiao Chong was immediately inspired to pull Zhu Yunfei into his own ranks. Even if Zhu Yunfei was merely an inconsequential practitioner with 5 spiritual roots, still yet to reach the Qi refinement stage, Xiao Chong deemed the cost of courting him worthwhile as long as he had Zhuo Wenbin's backing. This was Xiao Chong's initial assessment of Zhu Yunfei's value, a notion that solidified further upon their second encounter. In just a few short months, Zhu Yunfei not only broke through to the Qi refining stage, but the profound fluctuations of spiritual energy also hinted at his strength, far surpassing that of his peers. For a practitioner with 5 spiritual roots to achieve such a rapid cultivation speed is a testament to Zhu Yunfei's innate talent and diligence. Moreover, Zhu Yunfei has persevered in the refining hall for several months, and he is now set to undertake another task. Such an extraordinary level of combat prowess is rare within the entire Lansong sect. Individuals like him, if given the right opportunity, are destined to accomplish great things. In his heart, Xiao Chong elevated his assessment of Zhu Yunfei by several notches, even harboring the latent intention of nurturing him as a future right-hand man. This was precisely why Xiao Chong sought to leverage the opportunity presented by Lao Huang's retirement to win Zhu Yunfei over. In fact, according to Xiao Chong's plan, he intended not only to assist Zhu Yunfei in attaining the position of the site manager, but also to establish a deeper mutual benefit in the trading of mining materials, thereby strengthening their cooperative relationship. Of course, that is a matter for later discussion. Once Niu Ma Fei concluded a day of labor and returned to his courtyard, he took out paper and pen to begin pondering. A good memory is inferior to a poor pen. This has always been Zhu Yunfei's habit. Although he did not sense malice in Xiao Chong's demeanor today, nor did he mind being utilized by others. The willingness of others to leverage him indicated his inherent value. However, this did not mean that Zhu Yunfei was willing to be sold without understanding the terms, only to count the profits for someone else. Whether he was amenable to being utilized, or rather employed, depended on the risks and returns involved. In his previous life, Zhu Yunfei had experienced betrayal, and he had repaid it in kind. Except for that incident on Sicily, had he not perished. The one who betrayed him would find the grass on his family's grave to be at least a meter high by now. Not only did he not covet the spirit stones, but he would also willingly invest in it. It seemed that Xiao Chang's intentions were far from simple. But what was he after? Connections? As he pinned down the names, Zhu Yunfei paused momentarily before adding a few more. Zhang Durong, the master of the Armory Hall, an elder of the Fifth Peak and a third-grade artifact refiner, Zhuo Wenbin, an inner disciple of the Fifth Peak at the 8th level of Foundation establishment. Ranked among the top 10 in combat strength, a direct disciple of Elder Wang Diqing. Li Yuqing, also an inner disciple of the Fifth Peak. At the 8th level of Foundation establishment, a direct disciple of the Peak Master, ranked among the top 3 in combat strength, a second-grade artifact refiner. And the original ancestor of Arya, crossed out, Xiao Guangyi, the deputy master of the Fifth Peak, at the Golden Core level, and the great-grandfather of Xiao Chang. At this point, Zhu Yunfei suddenly recalled the news he had gathered in the afternoon and added a final note. Xiao Guangyi, the deputy master of the Fifth Peak, at the Golden Core level, and the great-grandfather of Xiao Chang. His lifespan is nearing its end, unverified. Chapter 47. Understood, it is the contest for the heir. Putting down his pen, Zhu Yunfei found himself momentarily astonished. He had not realized that so many significant figures were now connected to him. Yet among these individuals, who was truly Xiao Chang's target? What, then, is the true intention of Xiao Chang? Subsequently, Zhu Yunfei has been endeavoring to uncover potential connections among the names inscribed upon the paper. It was not until he cast his gaze upon the final name, that of Xiao Guangyi, that a flicker of understanding ignited within him. He delineated a circle around the impending end of life and linked Xiao Guangyi's name with those of Zhang Durong and Zhuo Wenbin, revealing a knowing smile. Ah, I see now. It is a struggle for succession. It appears that Brother Xiao Chang has misinterpreted the nature of my relationship with Uncle Zhuo and Master Zhang. He seeks to establish a connection through me, hoping to gain their support. Should he secure the allegiance of these two figures, Brother Xiao Chang would possess the formidable strength to overshadow his rivals in the contention for power. One cannot deny the astuteness of Zhu Yunfei, who has ascended to the pinnacle of the international assassin rankings for 2025, merely through a handful of names and some whispers of gossip. He has deduced Xiao Chang's ultimate objective. Regrettably, the information at his disposal is woefully inadequate. Thus, while his conclusions may be somewhat accurate, his insights into Xiao Chang's path to power are entirely misguided. It cannot be said that he is completely wrong. Securing the support of Zhang and Zhuo would indeed provide an additional advantage for Xiao Chang. However, it would merely serve as a supplementary benefit. The genuine target of Xiao Chang's ambitions is Zhu Yunfei himself. In truth, Zhu Yunfei had not initially ruled out this possibility. Yet, his current level of cultivation limits his perspective on many matters, preventing him from seeing the full picture. For instance, while it is true that Xiao Guangyi, Xiao Chang's great-grandfather, has little time left, it does not imply that he will perish within the next 2 years. As a golden core true person, his lifespan is measured in centuries. The notion of an impending demise suggests he could still live for another 50 or 60 years. Such a duration is ample time for Xiao Chang's generation to mature. This explains why Xiao Chang remains so composed in his choice to cultivate his own faction. He possesses the patience to wait, thus he is not in a hurry. Conversely, his competitors, his brothers, are ensnared in their own anxieties, hastily spending money to forge connections, seeking allies, and desperately striving to make their mark in hopes of gaining their great-grandfather's recognition, or even seizing power outright. 50 or 60 years is a lengthy span, and relying on external allies would entail substantial costs in maintaining those alliances before the formal struggle for succession commences. Moreover, allies bound by wine and meat are notoriously unreliable. A mere handful of coins could prompt betrayal. Observing the antics of his brothers, Xiao Chang is filled with disdain. The old man is still far from his end. Would he willingly relinquish power before he is on the brink of death? Consequently, he decisively extricated himself from the maelstrom of conflict and retreated to the task hall to bide his time. For Xiao Chang, nurturing his own cadre proves to be a more economical and reassuring strategy. Furthermore, each of his chosen candidates is a potential asset, and with his resources directed towards their development, they are highly likely to flourish into influential figures in the future. These individuals shall eventually cultivate their own networks of connections. As the saying goes, friends of friends are indeed friends. When that time comes, will one still fear the absence of allies? The crux lies in the fact that there is no need to expend personal resources to maintain these connections, thus saving a considerable amount. Should Zhu Yunfei become aware that Xiao Chong is orchestrating a plan that spans decades, he would undoubtedly be astounded by his temperament and strategy, exclaiming, "The contest of heirs is truly formidable." Presently, Zhu Yunfei is but a fledgling practitioner in the qi refinement stage, lacking any experience in the power struggles of prominent families, and thus cannot comprehend the intricacies involved. Similarly, he remains oblivious to Xiao Chong's true intentions, which ultimately revolve around his future. At this moment, Zhu Yunfei, believing he has unraveled all mysteries, has tidied his desk and is poised to commence his cultivation. Since Zhu Yunfei embarked on the qi refinement stage, he has gained a fresh perspective on the extraordinary 5 elements true spirit scripture. Previously, during his body refinement phase, he regarded the cultivation of the 5 elements true spirit scripture as a more solid foundation compared to the Lansong formula. While the cultivation speed of the 5 elements true spirit scripture was somewhat faster, the difference was not significant. However, upon entering the qi refinement stage, the pace of cultivation with the 5 elements true spirit scripture felt as if it had been accelerated exponentially. As his Dantian's qi si rotated, spiritual energy surged into his body with an almost reckless abandon. This intensity was overwhelming. Due to the ferocious absorption of spiritual energy, Zhu Yunfei found himself having to temper his efforts during each cultivation session. Even so, he still sensed the strain. Firstly, he worried that his body might burst from the influx of spiritual energy. Secondly, the consumption of medicinal pills and spiritual stones was alarmingly rapid. Each night, to safeguard his meridians and ensure sufficient spiritual power, Zhu Yunfei had to consume a nourishing meridian pill, a gathering spirit pill, along with 10 low-grade spiritual stones. It's no wonder that 5-element root cultivators are often undervalued. Consuming nearly 15 spiritual stones in a single night is akin to burning through them. The crux of the matter is that despite investing such abundant resources, the growth of his cultivation level was akin to a tortoise's pace, leaving him utterly speechless. Gazing at the shattered remnants of spiritual stones before him, Zhu Yunfei sighed in resignation. The 5 elements true spirit scripture truly deserves its reputation as a superior technique from the upper realms. Its cultivation is indeed formidable, both in terms of the speed of spiritual energy absorption and the total amount, which is nearly several times that of ordinary single-element root cultivators. However, 5-element root cultivators are excessively capable, absorbing 5 portions of spiritual energy, which only equates to a single portion for a single-element root cultivator. Moreover, Zhu Yunfei possesses not 1, but 6 qi Cs. Consequently, even with the support of the 5 elements true spirit scripture, the growth of Zhu Yunfei's cultivation level remains frustratingly slow. Of course, this is merely a superficial observation of his cultivation level. When considering the total amount of spiritual power, Zhu Yunfei's reserves now approximate the standard of an average qi refinement practitioner at the 3rd layer. Nevertheless, Zhu Yunfei lacks experience in this domain and is unaware of just how formidable abundant spiritual power can be. The feeling of inadequacy gnaws at me, as I find myself engulfed in a profound anxiety stemming from a lack of power. Indeed, anxiety. The last time, although Zhu Yunfei cleverly outmaneuvered Tang Jian, the latter merely suffered a loss of face, which ultimately bore no significant threat. My adversary remains alive, and this thought lingers like a dark cloud over Zhu Yunfei's heart. Chapter 48. A father's love. Like the collapse of heaven and earth, Zhu Yunfei is not one to harbor grudges, nor does he possess any deep-seated enmities. A smile often suffices to brush matters aside. Yet, he is not magnanimous, nor is he a saintly figure. Once one's name is inscribed in his ledger, death is the inevitable consequence. In truth, there exists no profound animosity between Tang Jian and Zhu Yunfei. However, the moment Tang Jian exhibited murderous intent towards Zhu Yunfei, he unwittingly ascended to the top of the latter's kill list. When dealing with foes he has the capacity to eliminate, Zhu Yunfei adheres to a principle of swift, decisive, and thorough action, uprooting threats without hesitation. I yearn for the days of unrestrained freedom when I could act upon my whims. Alas, those days are irretrievably lost. Were it not for the constraints imposed by the rules of the Lansong sect, coupled with Zhu Yunfei's apprehension regarding the formidable abilities of foundation-building cultivators, it is likely that this individual, Tang Jian, would have already met his demise. Just as Zhu Yunfei indulged in these reflections, a sudden sneeze from the nearby woods shattered the tranquility of the night. Though devoid of evidence, I am certain you are behind this. In the darkness, a pair of shadowy eyes fixated intently on the candlelit window, akin to a ravenous wolf stalking its prey. This figure was none other than Tang Jian, whom Zhu Yunfei had recently been contemplating. Despite the absence of proof, Tang Jian was resolute in his belief that Zhu Yunfei was the one who had wronged him. Regardless of whether evidence could be found, I shall see you dead. The memories of the pain Zhu Yunfei inflicted upon him intensified the murderous intent in Tang Jian's gaze. That day, Vice Hall Master Wang had just extricated Tang Jian from the enforcement hall on the fourth peak, intending to escort him directly to the armory hall to evade the brewing storm. Little did they expect that the scandal surrounding Tang Jian's embarrassing incident would spread so swiftly. As soon as they stepped into the armory hall, they were confronted by Zhang Durong, who lay in wait. As an 8th-level foundation-building cultivator with 2 centuries of life experience, he had witnessed countless absurdities. Upon hearing the news and recalling Zhu Yunfei's recent visit to the fourth peak, followed by Tang Jian's subsequent uproar, he deduced that Zhu Yunfei was likely involved. How dare you lay hands on my people? Clearly, this Tang Jian has no regard for me whatsoever. As the head of the armory hall, Zhang Durong felt no need to verify his suspicions. Mere doubt sufficed. He slammed his palm on the table, his voice stern. As a registered disciple of the armory hall, to behave in such a reckless and scandalous manner, how dare you return? Effective immediately. You are to be confined for 3 months, followed by expulsion from the armory hall. Accept your punishment. Hall Master, Tang Jian began to explain, but was abruptly halted by Wang Qingsong's intervention. Hall Master, I do not seek to plead on behalf of Master Tang, but there are certain truths that must be articulated. Regardless of Master Tang's character, this incident can bring him no benefit whatsoever. Therefore, he possesses no motive to engage in such actions. This leads us to question the circumstances surrounding the matter. According to Master Tang, he fell asleep last night and awoke this morning directly at the fourth peak. I have also investigated and confirmed that remnants of a substance do indeed linger within him, which cannot be fabricated. I implore the Hall Master to discern this matter wisely. Wang Qingsong first cast a glance at Tang Jian, signaling him to remain calm, before slowly addressing Zhang Durong. Oh, are you suggesting, Deputy Hall Master Wang, that Master Tang has been wronged by malicious individuals? Have we identified the perpetrator? Zhang Durong raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with displeasure. Wang Qingsong had always been a dubious character, had he not had support from behind the scenes. Zhang Durong would have expelled him long ago. Wang Qingsong, perceiving the sarcasm in Zhang Durong's words, felt a fleeting rush of indignation. If I could capture them, would I be so humble in my approach? He thought bitterly, vowing that one day he would claim the Hall Master's position. However, acknowledging the prevailing circumstances, he suppressed his discontent and continued, I have yet to apprehend the assailant. Nevertheless, there are indeed elements of suspicion in this case. Before the truth is uncovered, if Hall Master Zhang were to impose severe penalties on Master Tang, it would be difficult to account for on Vice Peak Master Tang's behalf. Zhang Durong's anger flared at these words, a dangerous glint flashing in his narrowed eyes. Since Master Tang insists upon his innocence, as the Hall Master, I cannot feign ignorance. However, rules must be upheld. Otherwise, how could the Armory Hall maintain order? Within a month, should Master Tang provide evidence and capture the alleged wrongdoer, I shall personally vindicate him and seek justice. Conversely, should he fail to apprehend the culprit or produce concrete evidence, he must not blame me for enforcing the rules without mercy. Furthermore, until this matter is resolved, Master Tang should return for the time being to avoid any appearance of conflict of interest. After voicing his decree, Zhang Durong swept his sleeve and departed, leaving no room for further negotiation between the two. On the surface, it appeared Zhang Durong had conceded, yet upon closer inspection, his words bore a hard undertone, effectively expelling Tang Jian and blocking any route for appeal. Unless Tang Jian could unearth the true culprit and present substantial proof within a month, he would find no sympathy. Let us depart. As Zhang Durong's figure vanished, Wang Qingsong's expression darkened instantly. With a grunt of frustration, he turned and strode toward the hall's exit. Zhang Durong had invoked Tang's position, yet failed to suppress the situation, leaving Wang Qingsong seething with indignation. Thus, Tang Jian found himself inexplicably brought to the armory hall, only to be bewilderingly escorted out once more. Subsequently, Wang Qingsong directly escorted Tang Jian to his father's dwelling, that is, the cave residence of the Deputy Peak Master Tang. He recounted the events in great detail, embellishing them with considerable flair, particularly his confrontation with Zhang Durong, which he artfully dramatized. Unbeknownst to Zhang Durong, Wang Qingsong had secretly stoked animosity against him. However, even if Zhang were aware, it mattered little. In the realm of Lansong's sect, who didn't he have their own connections? To pacify the diligent yet wronged Wang Qingsong, and to reward him for successfully rescuing Tang Jian, Deputy Peak Master Tang waved his hand generously, bestowing a plethora of resources before allowing him to depart. No sooner had Wang Qingsong left than Deputy Peak Master Tang's expression shifted from sunny to overcast. He drew forth the low-grade spiritual treasure, the 7-treasure glazed belt, and unleashed a tempest of concern upon Tang Jian. The chilling screams filled the air, a haunting echo of the injustices of fate. Upon awakening that morning, he had been pursued and beaten by individuals from the fourth peak, followed by a prolonged interrogation by the law enforcement hall. After enduring such tribulations, he was subjected to a severe reprimand from Hall Master Zhang, culminating in the loss of his position. Upon returning home, he was met with the profound affection of a caring father. "Remember, my dear son, all I do is for your own good. Hold on." Deputy Peak Master Tang intoned gravely as he lashed the belt. Once the ordeal concluded, Tang Jian was confined to his room, his movements restricted. Throughout the entire affair, aside from a few careless female disciples from the fourth peak who had witnessed the events, Tang Jian remained the sole victim. Chapter 49, Resentment. Do some commoners wish to harm me? As far as Tang Jian was concerned, Deputy Peak Master Tang felt every blow inflicted upon his son as a piercing pain in his own heart. His willingness to expend such great effort to place his son in the Armory Hall was a testament to the affection Deputy Peak Master Tang harbored for Tang Jian. The reason he resorted to the 7-treasure glazed belt was not merely due to Tang Jian's embarrassing escapade at the fourth peak, but rather in frustration over his son's lack of ambition. If a mere Foundation Establishment 6th-layer individual could discern the underlying schemes, how could a prominent golden core cultivator like Deputy Peak Master Tang remain oblivious? It was evident that Tang Jian had been set up. Yet, when questioned about whom he had offended, the obstinate boy adamantly refused to divulge any information, insisting he would conduct his own investigation. Enraged, Deputy Peak Master Tang berated him. "With your intellect, do you truly believe you can uncover the truth? In a month's time, will our Tang family's reputation be left intact?" For a full half hour, he lashed out, yet Tang Jian remained obstinate, refusing to utter a word. Left with no alternative, Deputy Peak Master Tang refrained from inflicting any grievous harm upon his son, instead confining him and instructing his subordinates to investigate. In the dead of night, Tang Jian trembled as he traced the scars upon his body, still warm from the contact of the 7-treasure glazed belt. His gaze gradually turned icy. "Zhu Yunfei, it must be you. One day, I will personally end your life." Tang Jian was not foolish. He had merely been overwhelmed by the events of the day. Now, with a calm mind, he reflected on the situation, recognizing that the only individual with both motive and opportunity was Zhu Yunfei. His guilt was beyond question. Moreover, even if Zhu Yunfei was not the perpetrator, so what? If it were not for the purpose of teaching Zhu Yunfei a lesson, one would not have fallen victim to treachery. In any case, Tang Jian intends to place the blame squarely on Zhu Yunfei's shoulders. In pursuit of evidence and a chance to act, Tang Jian, once his injuries began to mend, stealthily ventured out. However, having been expelled from the Armory Hall by Zhang Durong, Tang Jian could only wait outside, biding his time until Zhu Yunfei finished his work, so he could clandestinely keep watch. Could it be that I have misjudged? This fellow seems to have no intention of leaving his abode, engrossed solely in his labor or solitary cultivation. After nearly an entire night of surveillance, Tang Jian realized that since Zhu Yunfei's return, the door had not opened again, causing him to waver in his assumptions. Meanwhile, Zhu Yunfei suddenly felt a chill creeping down his back, instantly becoming alert. What is this? A sensation of being ensnared by resentful spirits? Is there another schemer intent on my downfall? Or could it be that the matter has been uncovered? Logically, it shouldn't be the case. Exercising caution, Zhu Yunfei meticulously reviewed every detail of his machinations against Tang Jian, finding no flaws, which allowed him to exhale in relief. It seems Tang Jian has begun to harbor suspicions against me. Yet, it matters not. Even if he is suspicious, he will find no evidence. As long as I remain within the sect, he can do little to harm me. Let it be for now. I have granted you a chance for survival. I hope you do not squander it. Overthinking is futile. Zhu Yunfei sighed and shook his head, momentarily setting this matter aside. Such intrigues are not to his liking, especially when more pressing matters demand his attention. The task of overseeing the storage yard is sufficiently handled by senior brother Xiao Chong, leaving Zhu Yunfei with no role to play. It is time to prioritize the crafting of magical artifacts. Zhu Yunfei cautiously retrieved a piece of paper from his robe, slowly unfurling it upon the table. To his astonishment, it revealed a design blueprint for a firearm. This was a weapon he had conceived based on the principles of crafting he had mastered, the latest design of a firearm artifact. Zhu Yunfei named it the You Will Die 2000 series. Indeed, what he designed was not merely a single gun, but a series of firearms, or more accurately, a family of guns. First in the series is a semi-automatic pistol. This firearm measures 5 inches and 4/10 long, weighs 4 pounds and 2 ounces, with a caliber of 0.3 inches. 2 types of ammunition are designed: a copper-core armor-piercing round of 0.3 inch caliber and a specially designed high-explosive round of the same caliber. As he caressed the design on the paper, Zhu Yunfei's eyes sparkled with fervor. Should this invention come to fruition, he would stand unafraid even before a formidable foundation establishment master. This is no mere boast. Zhu Yunfei's confidence stems from a robust theoretical foundation. Mortals can indeed slay cultivators, and it is not as insurmountable as one might imagine. The greatest distinction between cultivators and mortals lies not in the number of their sensory organs, but in the cultivator's ability to absorb and utilize spiritual energy. Spiritual energy serves two fundamental purposes, transforming the body and augmenting objects. As a cultivator's prowess increases, the effects of these two fundamental purposes become increasingly pronounced. Take, for instance, the transformation of the body. In the phase of body refinement, practitioners draw qi into their bodies, expanding their meridians. The spiritual energy circulates briefly within the body, leading to some transformation, albeit minimal. The enhancements are primarily in vitality and physical strength, akin to a solitary man who has engaged in weightlifting for 3 decades. When confronted by a formidable mortal, he could easily be felled by a single strike. In the qi cultivation period, practitioners can store spiritual energy within their dantian, continuously nurturing their physical forms. However, due to the limited capacity of the dantian, this nourishment is not boundless. Consequently, while the physicality of qi practitioners surpasses that of ordinary mortals, it remains within the realm of humanity. For instance, a qi practitioner, without employing spiritual energy, can sprint faster than the finest athletes and possesses remarkable endurance, akin to Usain Bolt running a marathon. Yet, they remain earthbound, unable to ascend to the skies. It becomes exceedingly challenging for an ordinary mortal to vanquish a qi practitioner. The protective spiritual light, forged from their spiritual energy, while not impervious, is certainly resilient against blades and swords. Since they have yet to master the art of condensing this protective light, its defensive threshold remains in estimation for Zhu Yunfei. A conservative assessment suggests it is comparable to a level 3 armor, capable of being breached by more powerful rifles. A swift kill, however, seems improbable unless one can execute a precise ambush. Of course, if one were to confront a qi practitioner head-on with a rifle, as long as there are sufficient bullets, the ultimate demise would likely be the practitioner's. After all, no matter how swift a qi practitioner may be, they cannot outpace a bullet. Moreover, the protective light has its limitations. Once the spiritual energy in the dantian is depleted, the practitioner becomes a mere target, easily dispatched. This illustrates that conventional firearms possess lethal capabilities against qi practitioners. However, it does not imply that those below the foundation establishment stage are at Zhu Yunfei's mercy. Practitioners are not fools, willingly standing amidst a hail of bullets to exhaust Zhu Yunfei's ammunition. The protective light is merely a passive skill. The most significant distinction between qi practitioners and body refinement practitioners lies in their ability to extend their spiritual energy outward. Techniques, talismans, magical artifacts, and evasion skills, such methods are manifold and diverse. Attempting to single-handedly slay a qi practitioner, especially one in the mid to late stages of cultivation, using ordinary firearms and ammunition is a daunting task. Chapter 50. Wealth. The indulgence of freedom, as the saying goes. There is no challenging task, only courageous souls. Is it difficult to kill a qi practitioner? Fear not. If conventional weapons fail, we shall devise something even more formidable. Zhu Yunfei specifically designed a powerful armor-piercing round aimed at countering the protective light and defensive artifacts of qi practitioners. It is well known that the principle behind firearms involves the explosion of gunpowder, converting chemical energy into kinetic energy, propelling the bullet at high speeds to strike the target and inflict damage. The crux of this lies in two factors: the velocity of the bullet and its hardness. In a previous life, namely on the technologically advanced Blue Star, the only means to enhance the velocity of a bullet was by augmenting the quantity of explosive material within it. The sole drawback of this method was its reliance on the strength of the gun barrel. An excessive amount of gunpowder would result in a catastrophic explosion, obliterating the barrel and rendering it useless. However, these concerns are no longer pertinent, as Zhu Yunfei now resides in a world of cultivation, where materials are abundant and varied. He need not even contemplate the issue of composite materials. Xianyin cold iron, a unique metal sourced from the land of Xianyin, boasts exceptional hardness, impressive toughness, and remarkable resistance to high temperatures, remaining solid even at over 3,000 degrees. It serves as an excellent metal for crafting high-powered weaponry. Yet, Zhu Yunfei's ambition extends beyond Xianyin cold iron. He seeks its upgraded variant, Xianyin cold iron essence. Legends state that for every 100,000 pounds of Xianyin cold iron or mined, one might encounter merely 10 pounds of this precious essence, making it exceedingly rare. Its price is exorbitant, with the Duobao Pavilion selling it for a staggering 10,000 low-grade spirit stones per pound. Thanks to Li Xiaoming's connections, Zhu Yunfei can acquire it at a friendly price of 9,000 low-grade spirit stones per pound, saving him 1,000. As a distinguished practitioner in the qi refinement stage, Zhu Yunfei is hardly short of funds. He resolutely decides, purchase. It is imperative to acquire it. Without hesitation, he records his first procurement target in his notebook, 1/2 pound of Xian cold iron essence. Waste is not an option, sufficiency is key. Returning to the matter at hand, with the barrel settled, he must now address the issues of propellant and projectile. The projectile is relatively straightforward. For armor-piercing rounds, one can either insert a high-strength alloy core within an ordinary bullet or forge the entire bullet from high-strength alloy. The choice depends entirely on one's financial capability. Zhu Yunfei opts for the former, a copper bullet with a core crafted from Xian cold iron essence. It is not that he is reluctant to spend, rather, this approach suffices. Crucially, this method renders the cost of a single bullet less than a low-grade spirit stone. Is that not particularly economical? The propellant is even simpler. As a world-class professional assassin, Zhu Yunfei knows that with adequate materials, the creation of various compounds, such as trinitric acid and other basics, is merely a matter of time. Once those compounds are synthesized, nitroglycerin, trinitrotoluene, and smokeless powder will not be far behind. Ultimately, taking into account the power and the barrel's endurance, Zhu Yunfei decides to utilize cyclotrimethylnitronitramine, also known as RDX, the primary component of C4, as his main propellant. Since he is still in the theoretical phase, Zhu Yunfei is uncertain whether he will be able to withstand the recoil when the time comes. He resolves to proceed step by step, dealing with the recoil if it proves unmanageable later. With a solid plan in mind, he prepares to produce the items and conduct experiments thereafter. Should the recoil be truly unbearable, he can always repurpose it into grenades. Given its power, Zhu Yunfei is confident that it will serve as an exceptional asset against qi refinement and even foundation establishment practitioners. Indeed, in the realm of immortality cultivation, conflicts among practitioners often revolve around their comparative levels of cultivation, with reliance on tools such as magical artifacts, talismans, and formations. Zhu Yunfei harbored no disdain for these items. However, he recognized that the costs associated with them were exorbitant. Moreover, in genuine combat, their role was primarily supplementary, with the decisive factor remaining the practitioner's cultivation level. For lower-tier cultivators to challenge and even defeat those of higher tiers was akin to chasing a dream. Conversely, firearms stood apart in this regard. As the adage goes, no matter how elevated one's cultivation, a single bullet can bring one down. If Zhu Yunfei could successfully create the firearms he envisioned, it would afford him a means to confront higher-tier practitioners. At that point, who would dare to engage him with mere spiritual swords? Such an act would be a blatant underestimation of his capabilities. If he did not eliminate them, it would be a disservice to the spirit stones he had expended. After organizing his thoughts, Zhu Yunfei meticulously noted the materials he needed to procure in a small notebook, preparing to acquire them all during his next visit to the market. Once he had secured his belongings, he resumed his daily cultivation. After all, Zhu Yunfei was in pursuit of immortality, and he could not afford to be negligent in his training. He concluded his practice and settled down for a deep slumber. After a considerable time had passed, the candlelight in Zhu Yunfei's room extinguished, and Tang Jian, who had been hiding in the woods for half the night, emerged with a face full of resentment. Slap. How could this fellow endure such a situation? Nevertheless, I refuse to believe he can seclude himself in that room day after day without venturing out. It is only a matter of time before I catch him. Tang Jian swatted a mosquito that had landed on his arm, his expression one of bitterness. After uttering this, he turned away and headed back to sleep. In the following days, apart from Tang Jian secretly observing Zhu Yunfei in hopes of uncovering evidence of his conspiracies or dealings with magical artifacts, individuals dispatched by Deputy Peak Master Tang also set their sights on Zhu Yunfei. After a period of investigation, the group found nothing of value beyond the observation of Zhu Yunfei's remarkable diligence. They unanimously concluded that this Zhu Yunfei, possessing such low cultivation, did not seem capable of executing covert crimes without leaving a trace. They reported their findings to Deputy Hall Master Tang. Ultimately, aside from Tang Jian, who remained unconvinced and kept his watchful eye, the others shifted their investigative focus toward the Deputy Peak Master's rivals. As a killer, Zhu Yunfei's instincts were keen, allowing him to easily discern that someone was lurking in the shadows, surveilling him. Besides maintaining his vigilance, Zhu Yunfei was also aware of the presence of those sent by Deputy Peak Master Tang. Their cultivation levels were low, and their tailing skills were amateurish. They believed themselves to be perfectly concealed, yet Zhu Yunfei, with a mere glance, detected several individuals stealthily hiding not far from him, casting furtive glances his way. In an instant, he comprehended that these individuals were likely there to investigate him. Certainly, Zhu Yunfei held a profound disdain for such unprofessional surveillance. Is this all they could muster? Their lack of subtlety was laughable. They would have been better off approaching him directly with their inquiries. Moreover, Zhu Yunfei had meticulously reviewed the entire situation multiple times, leaving no room for error. He felt no trepidation about being discovered, allowing these individuals to observe him without concern. He continued his routine, eating, drinking, working, and practicing, exhibiting not a trace of abnormality. Before long, Zhu Yunfei noticed that the few individuals assigned to surveil him had vanished. Clearly, they had failed to uncover any leads and had shifted their investigative focus. Chapter 51. Crisis. The enemy behind Zhu Yunfei was acutely aware that the incident involving Tang Jian would inevitably raise suspicions regarding his involvement. After all, several individuals within the armory hall were privy to the fact that Tang Jian harbored grievances against him. It was hardly a secret. A cursory investigation would soon cast suspicion upon him. Of course, mere suspicion did not equate to having any motive to act against Tang Jian. Furthermore, there had been no prior conflicts between them. Thus, Zhu Yunfei had long since prepared himself for any potential challenges, planning to feign ignorance when questioned. What surprised him, however, was the swiftness of the investigation and its clandestine nature. What did this imply? It suggested that Tang Jian had someone substantial backing him. Otherwise, a conventional approach would have involved a gradual and overt inquiry. Zhu Yunfei remained untroubled about being implicated, as he had conducted himself with utmost professionalism and cleanliness in this matter. There was simply nothing to uncover. Nevertheless, the situation served as a stark reminder to Zhu Yunfei. One must never underestimate anyone. He had inadvertently entangled himself with a formidable individual, someone with significant connections, and it seemed they had caught wind of his actions rather swiftly. Had he not covered his tracks, he would likely have found himself in dire straits by now. He resolved to be more meticulous in the future. Zhu Yunfei reflected on the challenges posed by those with influence. Yet he felt fortunate that he had exercised restraint that day. Thankfully, he had not inflicted any substantial harm upon Tang Jian. Moreover, the embarrassment surrounding the incident rendered it unsuitable for public discourse, forcing those involved to conduct their inquiries discreetly without resorting to aggressive measures. Otherwise, the consequences could have been dire. Regrettably, the rift between them had solidified. Zhu Yunfei was determined to eliminate Tang Jian. He feared that any further action might lead to dire repercussions. Contemplating this, Zhu Yunfei felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. In truth, he had been aware of Tang Jian's surveillance from the very next day. The individual had been conspicuously stationed in the woods, like a fool, seemingly eager for Zhu Yunfei to notice him. This realization made it clear to Zhu Yunfei that even in the absence of concrete evidence, Tang Jian would not easily relinquish his pursuit. Their feud was irrevocably sealed. There was no doubt that Tang Jian had officially secured a place on Zhu Yunfei's list of adversaries destined for demise. Given the opportunity, Zhu Yunfei was resolute in his intent to eliminate Tang Jian, thereby eradicating any future threats. At that moment, the desire to kill surged within him as he contemplated finding the right chance to dispose of Tang Jian. Fortunately, he refrained from taking action. Had he proceeded, it would have resulted in dire consequences. A wave of apprehension washed over Zhu Yunfei, prompting him to reflect on the gravity of the situation. Now, the pressing question arose. Tang Jian was not alone. He had formidable backing. Should Zhu Yunfei succeed in killing Tang Jian, the powerful figure behind him would undoubtedly seek retribution, leaving no room for mercy. Such individuals prefer to err on the side of caution, often choosing to eliminate perceived threats without hesitation. Even a hint of suspicion could lead to his downfall, and escaping the clutches of such a person would require meticulous planning. Indeed, the enemies lurking in the shadows often pose the most significant danger. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Zhu Yunfei furrowed his brow, feeling a headache coming on. The world of cultivation, at its core, is a ruthless arena where the strong prey upon the weak. His current predicament stemmed from his own insignificance, inadequate strength, low status, and lack of support. Otherwise, he could easily confront anyone, be it Tang or any other adversary, without a second thought. Alas, the prospect of rapidly enhancing his powers within a short time frame seemed implausible. It was evident that he needed to procure that crucial item without delay. Moreover, he must seek out some influential allies to bolster his security. Otherwise, he would remain devoid of any sense of safety. Since his arrival in this new world, Zhu Yunfei had never felt such an urgent yearning for power and authority. The following day, on a day of rest, Zhu Yunfei set out early, carrying a substantial portion of his wealth, heading straight for Langkangfang Market with a singular purpose, to make purchases. According to his original plan, he intended to master the art of weapon forging before crafting the coveted item, Your Life 2000, to ensure maximum confidentiality. However, impatience had overtaken him, and he realized that he needed to expedite the creation of this item as his trump card for peace of mind. Upon arriving at the market, Zhu Yunfei made his way to the Duobao Pavilion and sought out Li Xiaoming. Through Li's connections, he successfully acquired the rare Xian in cold iron. Subsequently, he procured the remaining materials from various spiritual goods shops, dispersing his purchases to safeguard his secret. With all the materials now gathered, the next step was processing them. But whom should he entrust with this task? Back in his small courtyard, Zhu Yunfei gazed at the pile of materials, feeling a sense of conflict. In Langkingfang Market, numerous shops offered forging services, with straightforward processes and reasonable prices. However, these commercial establishments posed a risk of leaking information, leading Zhu Yunfei to dismiss them immediately. Thus, his remaining options were to either forge the items himself or seek out private commissions. Private commissions rely heavily on trust and reputation. As long as he found a reliable individual, the risk of confidentiality breaches would be minimal. The only drawback was the difficulty in locating suitable candidates. Along with their often steep fees, Zhu Yunfei meticulously deliberated and ultimately resolved to outsource the most arduous task, namely the processing of the mysterious cold iron essence. The remaining components and the final assembly would be undertaken by himself. This approach would not only ensure confidentiality, but also significantly reduce costs. As for the choice of delegate, Zhu Yunfei thought of a certain individual, Zhang Durong, the master of the casting armor hall. Indeed, it had to be him. Zhu Yunfei slapped the table, firmly resolved. Zhang Durong was a master craftsman. The creation of a mere gun barrel would be a simple feat for him. However, the most compelling reason behind Zhu Yunfei's decision was Zhang's esteemed position. As the head of the casting armor hall and an elder of the Fifth Peak, Zhang Durong's status was undeniable. Zhu Yunfei was convinced that no one could pry into his dealings with Zhang regarding the weapon forging. In time, this matter would be known only to the heavens, the earth, and themselves. As long as he refrained from disclosing the purpose of the gun barrel creation, the risk of leaks would be virtually non-existent. Perfect. Yet, how could he persuade Zhang Durong to lend his assistance? Zhu Yunfei stroked his chin, murmuring to himself. Now that he had the name of his delegate, it was evident that such a prominent figure could not be approached casually by someone of his modest standing. Just as a look of despair crossed Zhu Yunfei's face, a flash of inspiration struck him. Eureka! He slapped his thigh, unable to suppress a smile. Directly soliciting Zhang Durong for aid would undoubtedly be presumptuous. However, he could cleverly disguise his request under the pretense of seeking guidance, compelling Zhang to assist him. By heavens, what a genius I am! Chapter 52. Creation. A price of 2,000 lives. Zhu Yunfei was not one to dawdle. When he decided to act, he did so promptly. He retrieved several spirit stone notes from beneath his bed, tucked them into his pocket, and hastened once more to the bustling Cangfang market. Upon entering the Duobao Pavilion, Zhu Yunfei made a beeline for the counter overseen by Li Xiaoming. To his dismay, upon raising his gaze, he found it empty. Where is everyone? Li, old brother, are you there? After calling out several times, he finally spotted Li Xiaoming sprinting out from the back, carrying a large bowl. What's the matter, Zhu, my brother? Why the rush? Is something wrong? Li Xiaoming inquired, concern etched on his face. Hee. I got so caught up in purchasing materials for forging that I forgot the main task. Now that I'm home, I have to make another trip. I'm really sorry to interrupt your meal. Zhu Yunfei flashed a toothy grin, hastily apologizing. Hey, don't worry about it. I thought something serious had happened. Li Xiaoming replied, visibly relieved, gesturing for Zhu Yunfei to continue. Well, as you know, I recently passed the apprentice blacksmith examination. Since I'm on duty under Master Zhang, I thought I might take this opportunity. Zhu Yunfei promptly divulged his desire to learn the art of forging under Zhang Durong's tutelage. He expressed his desire for Li Xiaoming to provide counsel on what gift would be most appropriate. However, one must always be cautious. Zhu Yunfei refrained from disclosing his ulterior motive of seeking Li Xiaoming's guidance to deceive Master Zhang into assisting him in crafting a magical artifact. After listening to Zhu Yunfei's narrative, a glimmer of amusement flickered in Li Xiaoming's eyes, his lips curling into a subtle smile. Such camaraderie was indeed a fortuitous affair. Not only could he grant Zhu Yunfei a favor, but he could also bolster his own performance metrics. The slight annoyance he felt from being interrupted during his meal dissipated entirely. Nevertheless, as an adept shopkeeper, Li Xiaoming expertly masked his delight, ensuring Zhu Yunfei remained oblivious to his inner joy. Instead, he professionally analyzed Master Zhang's preferences and requirements for Zhu Yunfei. Ultimately, after considering Li Xiaoming's expert recommendations, Zhu Yunfei chose a purple clay teapot produced by Mingxiang Pavilion, an exclusive edition crafted from warm clay. The price was a staggering 1,300 low-grade spirit stones, albeit at an internal discount. Reluctant to miss out on this opportunity, Zhu Yunfei decided to make the purchase. Upon hearing the price, his eyes involuntarily twitched. But for the sake of his own safety, he steeled himself and produced the spirit stones. With the teapot securely packed, Zhu Yunfei hurriedly made his way to the armory hall. It was imperative to present the gift promptly, otherwise he feared he might regret it and retract the offering. However, midway through his journey, Zhu Yunfei halted, contemplating the potential repercussions of openly presenting a gift, which might attract unwarranted attention and gossip that could tarnish his superior's image. A direct presentation felt too abrupt. Perhaps it would be best to postpone until the following day. With that thought, he turned around and returned to his small courtyard. To expedite his plans and save time, Zhu Yunfei immediately commenced the handcrafted production of other components upon his return. Friends familiar with manual crafting know that the most challenging and performance-demanding part of weaponry is the barrel. Other components generally impose fewer requirements. Standard metals suffice, and some parts, such as the grip and fore-end, can even be made of wood. However, for Zhu Yunfei, only metal would do. Otherwise, he deemed it insufficient for future confrontations. He began by creating a mold using a model, then poured the molten metal into the mold, allowing it to cool and solidify. Finally, he polished the formed metal parts. Voila! A gleaming weapon was born. Why was it radiant, you ask? Quite simply, because Zhu Yunfei utilized gold for his creation. Naturally, pure gold is too malleable, prone to wear and deformation. Thus, Zhu Yunfei incorporated 21% red copper essence to enhance the hardness of the finished components. Oh, red copper essence. Now that is a prized material. Resistant to high temperatures, possessing excellent thermal insulation, impact resistant, and exhibiting remarkable hardness. This material serves as the primary component for casting alchemical furnaces and crafting tool forges. Furthermore, its hue closely resembles that of gold, radiantly lustrous and aesthetically pleasing. Most notably, it is remarkably affordable, priced at merely 100 low-grade spirit stones per pound, rendering it highly economical. With all components prepared, assembly and testing can commence once the barrel is completed. Zhu Yunfei, satisfied, gathered all the meticulously crafted parts. He retrieved a substantial collection of materials from a box and began to manually forge bullets. The casing and projectile required little technical expertise, easily formed using a custom-built small stamping machine from the marketplace. In just half an hour, he produced 100 bullet casings. Though not particularly complex, the task was somewhat taxing on his arms. Zhu Yunfei rubbed his sore limbs, contemplating the advantages of having a fully automated system in the future. Next, he turned his attention to the propellant and primer. Theoretically, synthesizing these two components, black gold and thunder mercury, was not overly challenging, albeit rather intricate. Particularly, the synthesis process generates toxic substances, necessitating isolation operations typically conducted in a fume hood for safety. Yet, this is the realm of cultivation. The methods of Qi practitioners far surpass those of mere mortals. Have you ever heard of telekinesis? A Qi practitioner in the Qi refinement stage can effortlessly manipulate objects from a distance by channeling their spiritual energy. Generally, this innate ability to levitate objects is limited to small items within a radius of 10 feet. However, for Zhu Yunfei, it sufficed for the purpose of compound creation. Moreover, there exists a specialized technique for object manipulation that is not difficult to master. After a series of intricate procedures, Zhu Yunfei successfully crafted the propellant and primer for his bullets, assembling 100 super armor-piercing rounds. All was in readiness, awaiting the arrival of the crucial barrel. Once it was completed, he would no longer have to remain in a state of anxiety. Filled with anticipation, Zhu Yunfei tidied up and climbed into bed. Ever since realizing he was being targeted, he had felt a constant tension, fearing that the individuals behind Tang Jian might resort to unscrupulous methods to eliminate him. The scenario would then transform into a dire predicament, with him as the prey. However, once the Yuming 2000 was successfully created, the dynamics would shift dramatically. With a gun in hand, the world would be his to command. At that point, regardless of who they were, they would find it exceedingly difficult to subdue him. In his dreams, Zhu Yunfei, embodying fearless resolve, wielded the Yuming 2000 and launched an offensive against the formidable army of the Lansang, advancing from the eastern bank of the Lansang River to its western shores. Even when confronted by the onslaught of the 10 elders of the Lansang sect, he defiantly proclaimed, "My fate is mine to determine, not dictated by heaven." As he dreamt, tears of joy streamed down Zhu Yunfei's cheeks. The sensation of invincibility was truly exhilarating. Chapter 53, Cultivation. a journey through human relationships and social etiquette. The following day, upon rising, Zhu Yunfei discovered a substantial damp patch on the bed linens near his head, the cause of which eluded him. Nevertheless, he paid little heed, attributing it to his exhaustion from the previous night. After a brief tidying up, he proceeded, as usual, to the outer disciples' dining hall for breakfast. Balancing a tray of food, he sought a secluded corner where he could observe the other outer disciples dining around him. He was on the lookout for potential acquaintances, for in his past life as a solitary assassin, he had grown accustomed to solitude. However, after sensing the threat posed by the individual behind Tang Jian, Zhu Yunfei resolved to alter his lifestyle and actively expand his social network. He mused that even the mightiest lion cannot withstand a pack of wolves, and that the romantic notion of a lone hero challenging the world, while alluring, often leads to a swift demise. The essence of survival, he believed, lay in cultivating numerous friendships and minimizing enmities. After all, the path of cultivation is, in many ways, a study in human relations. Zhu Yunfei understood that even those friends with whom he shared brotherly bonds could not be relied upon in critical moments, let alone casual acquaintances. The notion of offering support in times of need was a fanciful dream. In truth, he never harbored expectations that these newly formed friendships would provide him with tangible assistance. His aim was purely to broaden his connections. What, then, is the essence of networking? It is quite simple. It is rooted in mutual benefit and value. Benefit pertains to what one needs. Some require spirit stones, others seek elixirs, and some crave vengeance. Value, conversely, encompasses what one can offer. Some are adept at alchemy. Others are descendants of prominent cultivators, and some excel in the art of assassination. When benefit and value align seamlessly, enduring friendships are forged. Zhu Yunfei considered himself merely a facilitator of benefits. For him, the more friends he amassed, the greater his leverage became. By positioning himself at the core of benefit redistribution, he envisioned all within his network becoming his most steadfast protectors. Imagine a scenario in which the individual behind Tang Jian, intent on causing him harm, suddenly finds that all his subordinates, friends, relatives, and superiors stand resolutely against him. Would he dare to proceed with his intentions? This, indeed, exemplifies the power of networking. Before long, Zhu Yunfei identified a target, a portly individual of similar age, adorned in a blue robe with cloud patterns embroidered on the cuffs, who was heartily consuming spirit rice porridge, exuding an air of enjoyment. The reason for his choice was simple. Zhu Yunfei found the man quite agreeable. Furthermore, he recognized the belt buckle worn by the rotund figure as a second-tier, low-grade defensive magical artifact crafted by the Armory Hall, specifically a tiger-patterned gold buckle. Zhu Yunfei recalled that this low-grade spiritual weapon was specially customized at the Armory Hall, and that Master Zhang had personally overseen its refinement. It was said to withstand a full-force strike from a perfected Foundation establishment practitioner, with a staggering price of 4,000 low-grade spirit stones. This portly fellow was certainly no ordinary individual, Zhu Yunfei murmured as he savored a spoonful of spirit rice porridge. Oh, there was another target Zhu Yunfei had in mind, senior brother Xiaochang from the mission hall. Their paths had crossed before, making future interactions considerably more convenient. Moreover, Zhu Yunfei had investigated Xiaochang's background, which aligned perfectly with the qualities of a promising, mature young man, an excellent candidate for expanding his network. As for the rotund individual, Zhu Yunfei intended to observe him for a while longer, waiting for the right opportunity to establish a connection. Approaching him directly would seem overly contrived. This breakfast, Zhu Yunfei took noticeably longer than usual, patiently watching the portly figure. It wasn't until the man finished 2 servings of breakfast that he departed from the dining hall. Once the portly fellow had left, Zhu Yunfei too rose and followed suit, heading towards the Armory Hall for his duties. However, his resolve that this man was a person of significant connections only grew stronger. The reason was simple. The dining hall had a rule that each disciple could only collect 1 serving of food per meal. Yet the portly individual managed to consume 2 servings without the serving brother uttering a single word of protest. This was truly telling. Upon arriving at the Armory Hall, Zhu Yunfei did not rush to curry favor with Master Zhang. Instead, he went about his usual tasks, boiling water, sweeping the floor, and brewing tea. Flattery was an art. Excessive eagerness would only appear cheap. As anticipated, a mere quarter of an hour later, when Zhang Durong entered the hall, he spotted Zhu Yunfei diligently at work and couldn't help but cast an appreciative glance. Having lived for over 2 centuries, Zhang Durong could discern that Zhu Yunfei was indeed putting on a show, aiming to impress him. But what did it matter? Who in the world does not aspire to progress? Since becoming the vice master of the Armory Hall 50 years ago, countless individuals had vied for his attention. Yet none had demonstrated such unwavering dedication as Zhu Yunfei, who had consistently performed these tasks for a full 9 months, save for rest days. As the saying goes, sages judge by actions, not by intentions, whether or not it was mere pretense. The fact that this young man maintained such perseverance for an extended period spoke volumes about his tenacity and grounded nature. Furthermore, in addition to his diligent cleaning, this young man was exceptionally hardworking. Zhang Durong recalled that when Zhu Yunfei first arrived, he was merely at the early stage of body refinement. Yet, with his 5-element root aptitude, he had swiftly progressed to the qi refinement stage and successfully passed the apprentice refiner's assessment. Such a pace of improvement rivaled that of disciples with 3 elemental roots. Most importantly, the lad possessed a keen intellect. Each day, he enjoyed a pot of fine spirit tea, relishing the comfort it brought him. Indeed, he was a promising prospect. It seems that one might attempt to nurture and cultivate. Zhang Durong gently nodded, and within his heart, the thought of cherishing talent gradually emerged. Clearing his throat, Zhang Durong slowly began, "Xiaozhu, let us pause for a moment. Recently, have you encountered any challenges in your cultivation?" Zhu Yunfei had been keeping his spiritual eye open and had long noticed Zhang Durong's gaze upon him. However, in a display of diligence, he feigned ignorance. Life is akin to a stage. Who among us lacks a modicum of acting skill? Chapter 54. It is difficult. The environment is unfavorable. After finishing his words, Zhang Durong narrowed his eyes, quietly observing Zhu Yunfei, curious about the young man's reaction. Suddenly, Zhu Yunfei turned around, a fleeting look of astonishment crossing his face, which quickly transformed into joy. Yet, he soon regained his composure. His demeanor reflected that of a diligent worker suddenly receiving recognition and care from a superior, executed with remarkable finesse. Zhu Yunfei bowed deeply to Zhang Durong and respectfully replied, "Thank you for your concern, esteemed leader. In response to your inquiry, I have not encountered any bottlenecks in my cultivation recently. However, the pace of my progress has been somewhat slow." As he spoke, a faint blush crept onto Zhu Yunfei's cheeks, and he lowered his head in a bashful manner, resembling a shy student under the teacher's scrutiny. However, what Zhu Yunfei did not anticipate was that as soon as his words fell, he felt a robust consciousness rudely invade his body without any preamble. This consciousness rushed directly towards his dantian upon entering. "Steady yourself, do not panic." The moment Zhu Yunfei sensed Zhang Durong's consciousness, his heart jolted. Although he felt tense, he expertly maintained his facial composure, revealing no signs of disturbance as if nothing had transpired. The dominance of a foundation-building master's consciousness was indeed formidable. It entered without so much as a negotiation. Fortunately, he remained calm. Otherwise, he would have revealed himself. Zhu Yunfei reflected deeply, acknowledging that beneath the foundation level, all were but ants. Fortunately, after utilizing the blood fusion technique to conceal his surplus qi Cs, he had already examined them with his own consciousness. Those additional qi Cs were well hidden, with no trace of flaw. Nevertheless, despite Zhu Yunfei's confidence in his concealment, when Zhang Durong's consciousness forcefully entered his body, a wave of tension surged within him. It is fine. A foundation-building cultivator's consciousness should not be able to discern anything. Indeed, Zhu Yunfei's concerns did not materialize. In less than 2 breaths, Zhang Durong's exploration concluded, and he withdrew his consciousness from Zhu Yunfei's body. With a benevolent expression, Zhang Durong addressed him, "Xiaozhu, I have just examined your dantian, and all appears normal. However, your qi C is somewhat larger than that of the average cultivator. There is no need for alarm. The cultivator must break through the qi refining stage and condense the qi C, requiring a balance of various elemental energies within the body. For those with 5 spiritual roots, possessing multiple elemental attributes is quite common. This situation, of course, is not necessarily detrimental. In terms of cultivation speed, a larger qi C may result in a slower progression. This explains why you perceive your advancement as sluggish. However, fortune and misfortune are intertwined. The slow pace may also bear its own advantages. Compared to other cultivators of the same realm, your internal spiritual energy will be more robust. Moreover, with a solid foundation, your future advancements will carry greater assurance. Upon hearing Zhang Durong's words, it was evident that he had not uncovered his secret, which alleviated Zhu Yunfei's anxiety, allowing him a moment of relief. Unfortunately, he inadvertently allowed a proud smile to creep onto his lips. Noticing Zhu Yunfei's expression of pride and amusement, Zhang Durong assumed he had become overly complacent. To prevent Zhu Yunfei from becoming too self-satisfied, Zhang Durong prepared to deliver a reprimand. The warmth on Zhang Durong's face vanished in an instant, his expression shifting from sunny to overcast, as he coolly inquired, "Little Zhu, do you understand why the realm of cultivation holds disdain for those with 5 spiritual roots?" Zhu Yunfei, initially feeling a bit pleased, was taken aback by Zhang Durong's sudden change in demeanor, causing his previously relaxed demeanor to tense up again. Quickly suppressing his smile, he respectfully replied, "Disciple is unaware. The disdain for 5 spiritual root cultivators is not limited to our Qingzhou realm. It is prevalent throughout the entire eastern continent and even across the whole cultivation world." Zhang Durong sighed, seemingly recalling something, a flicker of helplessness crossing his eyes. He looked up at Zhu Yunfei, only to find that the latter had already composed himself, his expression now focused and serious. Zhang Durong could not help but feel a hint of regret. This child possesses a commendable disposition, yet one cannot predict how far he will go down this path. Well, let us see how he chooses. After a brief pause, Zhang Durong continued. In ancient times, the scenario was vastly different. 5 spiritual roots were considered the finest aptitude. Back then, the majority of those who reached the pinnacle of cultivation were 5 spiritual root cultivators. The reasons for the shift to the current situation are numerous and complex. But fundamentally, they are closely tied to the present scarcity of spiritual energy and the lack of resources for cultivation. 5 spiritual roots signify a complete harmony of the 5 elements, allowing for immense potential to accumulate and flourish. However, there is an evident drawback. The resources required for cultivation are substantial. As one ascends in realms, the corresponding resource demands increase exponentially. In ancient times, when spiritual energy was abundant and rare materials were plentiful, there were ample resources to nurture 5 spiritual root cultivators. Their growth was naturally unimpeded. Yet today, in an era of thin spiritual energy and scarce resources, this flaw becomes exceedingly critical. A single resource, when allocated to a cultivator with a single or dual spiritual root, can yield a formidable foundation establishment late stage or even golden core cultivator within a century. However, the same resources allocated for nurturing disciples with 5 spiritual roots are barely sufficient to achieve a breakthrough into the foundation establishment stage. This elucidates why all major sects and powerful factions are reluctant to train disciples with 5 spiritual roots. They lack the energy and resources, and the prospects for return are dim. Even the foremost sects and elite factions find it burdensome to support cultivators with 5 spiritual roots, let alone the smaller sects, minor clans, or even solitary practitioners, who are even less capable of fostering such talents. Gradually, disciples with 5 spiritual roots have become perceived as a tasteless delicacy, regrettably discarded. As Zhang Durong continued to expound, Zhu Yunfei began to comprehend why. Despite his seemingly smooth cultivation with 5 spiritual roots, he was still deemed to possess inferior aptitude. Simultaneously, a sense of confusion regarding his future enveloped him. Could it be that the 5 spiritual roots were nothing more than an enormous facade? Was it something he could truly digest? Alas, if even the sect could not sustain him, would he not perish along the way relying solely on himself? Yet, Zhu Yunfei soon reaffirmed his determination. To struggle against the heavens is an inexhaustible joy. After all, is it merely resources? When he first arrived at the Lansong sect, he possessed only 6 low-grade spirit stones. Yet now, has he not become a man of means? Resources are trivial if the sect is unwilling to provide. He shall earn them himself. As the saying goes, one must resort to any means necessary. If all else fails, he might even consider straying into the path of demonic cultivation. Why not seize what he desires? Chapter 55, Seeking a Mentor? Is the old man coveting my body? Zhang Durong was unaware that within such a brief span, Zhu Yunfei could ponder so much, even veering off course in his thoughts. The reason he shared these insights with Zhu Yunfei was that cultivation resembles rowing against the current. One must either advance or regress. Zhang Durong intended to admonish Zhu Yunfei, urging him to maintain a humble attitude and not become complacent. Naturally, he also wished to test Zhu Yunfei's resolve. Observing Zhu Yunfei's fleeting moment of despondency followed swiftly by a resurgence of fighting spirit, Zhang Durong nodded in satisfaction and laughed heartily. "Ha! I knew you wouldn't be easily intimidated. Indeed, knowing there are challenges yet refusing to yield, I see I was right about you. What else with Zhang Tangzhu today? Has he taken a wrong turn?" Zhu Yunfei was lost in thoughts about how to procure resources when Zhang Durong's boisterous laughter left him momentarily bewildered. Before Zhu Yunfei could process this, Zhang Durong dropped yet another bombshell. "Xiao Fei." Zhang Durong lifted his head, fixing an intense gaze upon Zhu Yunfei as he called out, his eyes glimmering with eagerness. Upon hearing Zhang Durong address him so warmly, Zhu Yunfei involuntarily tensed. Could it be that this old fellow harbored ulterior motives regarding his physique? "From the very first day you entered the armament hall, I took notice of you. Indeed, after months of observation, your performance has proven commendable. Your tenacity, diligence in cultivation, and steadfast work ethic are truly impressive. As the venerable master of the Armory Hall for over 50 years, I have encountered nearly 1,000 disciples, if not 800 or 900. Among them, Some possessed exceptional talents, others had influential connections, and a few were adept at interpersonal relations. However, I must concede that you, my young friend, truly resonate with my preferences. In the beginning, I did harbor some reservations. Zhang Dezhong shook his head and sighed deeply. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yunfei's heart raced. Could it be that a confession was imminent? Oh no, I cannot handle this. While Zhu Yunfei grappled with the notion of potentially declining, Zhang Dezhong suddenly spoke with earnest sincerity. Initially, I did have my doubts. The desire to take you as my disciple lingered in my mind. Yet I could not bring myself to make a decision. With 5 spiritual roots, the path of cultivation is fraught with difficulty. However, I never anticipated your rapid progress, which rivals that of the so-called prodigies of the sections. Thus, I have come to a realization, beyond talent and spiritual roots. The most vital qualities are one's character and integrity. Moreover, finding a disciple who aligns with my values is exceedingly rare. Therefore, let us proceed with an open heart. As for how far you may go in the future, that is contingent upon your own fate. Little Fei, do you wish to take me as your master? What? Become a disciple? Goodness, I thought. Zhu Yunfei was momentarily taken aback, hastily swallowing the words of refusal that nearly escaped his lips. Meeting Zhang Dezhong's hopeful gaze, Zhu Yunfei instinctively knelt before him. Master, please accept this humble bow from your disciple. He proclaimed loudly, promptly bowing deeply. Excellent, excellent. My good disciple, rise. Zhang Dezhong exclaimed with uncontainable joy, supporting Zhu Yunfei's shoulders and repeating his praise. The prospect of accepting Zhu Yunfei as a disciple genuinely thrilled Zhang Dezhong. At over 260 years of age, and with a cultivation level at the mid-stage of foundation establishment, he stood a mere 1.5 realms away from the golden elixir stage. Assuming no unforeseen circumstances arose, he might reach the pinnacle of foundation establishment in another 50 or 60 years. Yet by then, he would be over 300 years old. With only a few fleeting years left to live, the likelihood of breaking through to the golden elixir stage seemed almost impossible. Rather than relentlessly pursuing an unattainable realm and ultimately succumbing to despair, it would be far better to embrace his youth and enjoy life, while simultaneously accumulating family heritage. Moreover, finding a suitable disciple to pass on his mastery of crafting would ensure that his legacy endured in this world. Zhu Yunfei's emergence represented a promising, energetic, virtuous, and persevering young individual, an ideal candidate to inherit his teachings. This was a significant reason behind Zhang Dezhong's resolute decision to accept Zhu Yunfei as his disciple. Indeed, cultivating a practitioner with 5 spiritual roots poses challenges. Zhu Yunfei may likely remain at the foundation establishment stage throughout his life, but what of it? Zhang Dezhong himself was merely at the foundation establishment stage. It would be unreasonable to expect a disciple to ascend to celestial heights. Foundation establishment would suffice. Moreover, if one were to cultivate only to the foundation establishment stage, even if Zhu Yunfei possessed 5 spiritual roots, it would not require an excessive allocation of resources. Abandoning the ambition of advancing to the golden core stage, Zhang Dezhong, upon gaining clarity of thought, realized that his time had suddenly become remarkably abundant. At the age of 261, the lifespan of a foundation establishment cultivator typically hovers around 320 years. This implies that he could still live for another 59 years, rounding it to 60. As a second-tier upper-grade artifact refiner, how many spirit stones could he amass in 60 years? Hundreds, if not millions. The mere thought sent a shiver down Zhang Dezhong's spine. In 60 years, coupled with countless spirit stones, even a pig could be elevated to the foundation establishment stage. Once Zhu Yunfei broke through to that level, his family could essentially be safeguarded for the next 200 years. With both himself and Zhu Yunfei as generations of foundation establishment cultivators, the vast Zhang family would undoubtedly flourish. Therefore, it was imperative that he took Zhu Yunfei as his disciple. Unbeknownst to Zhu Yunfei, the profundity of Zhang Dezhong's schemes was far-reaching. His willingness to become Zhang Dezhong's apprentice stemmed solely from the fact that Zhang Dezhong represented an unassailable pillar of support. As long as he could firmly grasp this pillar, very few would dare to cast their greedy eyes upon him, whether within the artifact forging hall or the Lansong sect. Furthermore, what kind of master would one be if he did not bestow any benefits upon his disciple from time to time? This opportunity was undoubtedly advantageous. Xiao Fei, this is a token of my mentorship for you. Please accept it, Zhang Dezhong said, promptly pushing a storage bag toward Zhu Yunfei as soon as he rose. Thank you. Master, please wait a moment while I prepare tea for you. Excitedly, Zhu Yunfei hurried to fetch a beautifully crafted purple clay teapot, which he respectfully presented to Zhang Dezhong. Xiao Fei, what is this? Zhang Dezhong inquired, his heart brimming with satisfaction at the sight of the exquisite teapot. However, as a master, he could not simply accept gifts from his disciple without some pretense. So he feigned annoyance and sternly asked. Chapter 56. Seeking Guidance. How wonderful it is to have a master. Hee, master, Zhu Yunfei shyly smiled, revealing his 8 gleaming white teeth as he ingratiatingly said, as you know, I was on leave yesterday. I ventured to the market to procure some supplies and took a stroll. Upon entering the Duobao Pavilion, guess what I spotted? Wow. I immediately laid eyes on this teapot. It was truly stunning. The shopkeeper mentioned it was crafted by a master artisan and is limited edition. I didn't know much about it, but thought surely you would appreciate it. So I bought it. Oh. And the manager of Duobao Pavilion also mentioned that the spiritual tea brewed in this teapot has a clear broth and fragrant aroma with a lingering aftertaste. Please, master, give it a try. You have demonstrated filial piety, young man. Very well, I shall accept it this time. However, I must advise you to refrain from frivolously squandering money in the future. Speak. What troubles have you encountered that necessitated such a substantial cost? Zhang Durong admonished Zhu Yunfei with a stern expression, yet inwardly he felt an immense joy. Indeed, he had not misjudged. This apprentice was exceptionally considerate. Ah, by the way, that young niece of mine seems to be about the same age as this lad. Master, you flatter me, Zhu Yunfei replied, feigning innocence. I merely wish to honor your hard work. Rest assured, I will not squander spirit stones indiscriminately. Aware that the old man was intentionally maintaining a serious demeanor, Zhu Yunfei quickly adopted a compliant facade. Then, Zhu Yunfei produced the piece of Xian cold iron he had purchased from the treasure pavilion and respectfully said, Master, the matter is thus. I have passed the apprentice examination for a blacksmith and wish to forge a defensive artifact for myself. Yesterday, I came across this piece of Xian cold iron in the market. However, upon purchasing it, I discovered that no matter how I attempted to heat it, I could not melt it down. Upon seeing Zhu Yunfei present the Xian cold iron, Zhang Durong raised an eyebrow in surprise. This Xian cold iron was not a common material. It was a premium grade among second-tier refining materials. Artifacts forged from it provided additional benefits to water attribute cultivators. To put it plainly, it was quite expensive. Zhang Durong had not anticipated that Zhu Yunfei, having only recently passed his apprentice examination, would aspire to forge an artifact using such high-grade material. Truly, it was evident that one could not expect talent without proper guidance. What was he thinking? Attempting such a feat as a mere apprentice? It was a reckless endeavor. Alas, having already purchased it, he could not allow his promising disciple to return it. If outsiders were to learn of this, they might assume he had instigated it, tarnishing his reputation. Very well, he thought, for the sake of my honor, I shall assist him in forging it. Zhang Durong's eyelids twitched, but he accepted the Xian cold iron from Zhu Yunfei with a hint of curiosity. What method did you use to attempt to melt this Xian cold iron? In response, Master, I followed the records in fundamentals of refining and utilized spirit with charcoal. Zhu Yunfei answered promptly. Zhang Durong sighed inwardly, realizing the truth of the matter. Such a basic issue was beneath the consideration of a second-tier master blacksmith like him. However, upon recalling that his dear apprentice was merely a novice, freshly promoted to the rank of apprentice, and seeing the eager glimmer in Zhu Yunfei's eyes as he anticipated guidance, Zhang Durong reluctantly set aside his exasperation and explained, the Fundamentals of Refining is a public text containing methods for forging first-tier artifacts. If you wish to forge a first-tier artifact, the methods outlined therein would suffice. However, the Xian cold iron is a second-tier mid-grade material. Utilizing first-order methods to forge second-order materials is, of course, an impractical endeavor. One must understand that the art of crafting is not easily disseminated. The true skills of a master craftsman are kept close to the chest. How could one expect such knowledge to be casually displayed on a bookshelf? Naturally, your lack of formal exposure to the intricacies of artifact refinement renders your ignorance excusable. Hence, I shall seize this opportunity to impart to you the inaugural lesson in crafting. Follow me, please. With that, Zhang Durong rose and made his way toward the back courtyard. Zhu Yunfei quickly grabbed the purple clay teapot from the table and hurriedly followed suit. Is the crafting about to commence? How exhilarating. Throughout the journey, Zhu Yunfei's emotions were a tumultuous blend of anxiety and anticipation. Having spent nearly a year at Lanzong sect, he was no longer the naive novice oblivious to the realm of cultivation. He was acutely aware of the principle that knowledge is not freely shared. Within the Lanzong sect, the outer disciples numbered in the tens of thousands, each left to their own devices, with no one to provide guidance. This was simply due to the overwhelming numbers and the scarcity of resources. Unless one had a relative within the sect, there would be no one to enlighten them. Otherwise, one could only rely on their own efforts to ascend and become an inner disciple. Only by achieving this status would the sect allocate a master to teach the true arts of cultivation and the profound techniques. Survival of the fittest is the law of the land, not only within Lanzhong sect but across all sects, clans, and organizations. As for those who fail to rise, they inevitably become part of the labor force that builds the sect, receiving meager compensation until they can no longer continue. Do not be discontent when one lacks resources. How can they expect to rise without toil? Lanzhong sect does not sustain idlers. This is precisely why all newly admitted disciples must commence their journey as miscellaneous workers. This process tests the newcomer's talents, abilities, methods, and networks. The outer disciples serve as a threshold, while the inner disciples represent the next challenge. The unqualified, or more accurately, those who do not exhibit excellence, are systematically eliminated. The remaining few are then nurtured with concentrated resources to cultivate elite individuals, thereby strengthening the sect. This encapsulates the survival strategy of any sect. Of course, those who are cast aside do not harbor resentment toward the sect, for it has provided for them techniques, spirit stones, medicinal pills. Moreover, the opportunities are laid out before everyone. All begin from the same starting line, equipped with identical manuals and resources. If one cannot rise above, one cannot blame the universe for lacking gravity. Since his entry into the sect, Zhu Yunfei has ascended to the qi refining stage through sheer perseverance, accumulating considerable resources along the way. The hardships endured are not for the ears of outsiders. However, starting today, everything shall be different. No longer will he wander alone in the stillness of night. No longer will he feel helpless when faced with obstacles. No longer will he resort to extreme measures in times of trouble. He finally has a master. Chapter 57. Disciple. Ignite the fire in his past life. Zhu Yunfei, born an orphan, had never experienced warmth. Growing up as an assassin, he had become accustomed to solitude. Zhu Yunfei understood that in this world, there exists no love without reason. Zhang Durong's attentive care likely harbored ulterior motives. However, for Zhu Yunfei, as long as it did not stem from lustful intentions, it mattered little. The layout of the armory hall resembled that of the mining hall, both being courtyards arranged in a two-entry design. Behind the main hall's row of rooms lay a small garden, with the various weapon crafting teams' quarters lined up along the corridors on either side. At the back, a small door led to the second courtyard. Following closely behind Zhang Durong, Zhu Yunfei traversed the backyard and crossed through the small door into a somewhat smaller courtyard. In the mining hall, this secondary courtyard was designated for storing or waste. However, the armory hall, being part of the downstream of the weapon crafting industry, had no such refuse to store. In addition to being the head of the armory hall, Zhang Durong also held the esteemed title of a weapon craftsman, specifically a second-tier high-grade craftsman. Few in the entire Fifth Peak could rival Zhang Durong's expertise in weapon crafting. Consequently, this small courtyard naturally became Zhang Durong's exclusive workshop. Weapon craftsmen, particularly those of high caliber, keep their techniques a closely guarded secret, rarely revealing them to others. Thus, this small courtyard was generally off-limits. Even Zhu Yunfei, the hall master's assistant, had only entered a handful of times. However, now that he had taken Zhu Yunfei as his disciple, Zhang Durong had little reason to conceal his knowledge. Upon entering the workshop and closing the courtyard door, he instructed Zhu Yunfei to kindle the fire in the crafting furnace. This was a rare opportunity for Zhu Yunfei to closely observe and learn from a master craftsman, and he eagerly seized it. Without hesitation, he removed his robe and prepared to begin. Indeed, the first task for a weapon craftsman is often to shed their garments, as the majority of their work is conducted at the furnace and forging table, akin to a blacksmith's labor. In essence, it is a physically demanding endeavor. One can only imagine the sight of a craftsman, clad in a long robe, wielding a heavy hammer. Such a vision is too beautiful to behold. Though Zhang Durong was the head of the armory hall, he bore no burdens of leadership. After instructing Zhu Yunfei to ignite the fire, he too removed his robe and tied a sweat cloth around his head. Xiao Fei, come here, he beckoned as he observed Zhu Yunfei successfully igniting the furnace. He invited Zhu Yunfei to approach and observe his operations closely. To refine this mysterious cold iron, the temperature of the spirit with charcoal alone is insufficient. One must employ spirit fire or earth fire, Zhang Durong explained, producing a low-grade spirit stone and handing it to Zhu Yunfei, indicating for him to place it in the formation at the side of the crafting furnace. As the placement of the spiritual stones was successfully completed, the flames within the furnace instantaneously transformed from a vibrant orange to a brilliant blue. A wave of heat, even more intense than before, surged towards Zhu Yunfei, who was fixated on the furnace. Caught off guard, he could only squint his eyes to alleviate the discomfort caused by the heat. Ha ha ha, you young rascal. Come here a few more times, and you'll get used to it, Zhang Durong chuckled, unable to contain his laughter at Zhu Yunfei's novice demeanor, before inquiring, Little Fei, what kind of magical artifact do you wish to forge? At that moment, Zhu Yunfei's heart leaped with joy. After such a long preparation, he had finally reached the crucial point. He hastily retrieved a design blueprint from his pocket and respectfully presented it to Zhang Durong, saying, "Master, I wish to forge a concealed weapon. Here is the design." Zhang Durong was mildly taken aback upon seeing Zhu Yunfei produce a blueprint. The Xianyin cold iron is renowned for its hardness. It is an exceptional material for crafting water and ice attribute artifacts, particularly swords, as they can inflict damage with attribute enhancements. Initially, Zhang Durong had presumed that Zhu Yunfei intended to forge a powerful sword, prompted by the acquisition of such fine materials. However, he was now intrigued by the notion of a concealed weapon. As he examined the blueprint closely, his confusion deepened. "Little Fei, what is this peculiar design for your concealed weapon? This tube resembles a blowgun, yet why have you inscribed negative lines within it?" Zhang Durong inquired, furrowing his brow as he pointed to the grooves depicted on the blueprint. Although concealed weapons are rare, Zhang Durong had crafted several in the past. Based on his experience, the interior of a blowgun should be smooth. However, the design drawn by Zhu Yunfei featured 6 evenly spaced negative lines spiraling clockwise along the inner surface, leaving Zhang Durong perplexed. In response to Zhang Durong's question, Zhu Yunfei, wishing to avoid revealing the principle of firearms, concocted an explanation. "Master, it is like this. Once the arrow is shot, similar to a bow, it tends to descend with increasing distance. However, I discovered that when in rotation, the arrow's descent is significantly less. By inscribing these grooves within the tube, the airflow generated by the arrow will cause it to spin rapidly, thereby greatly enhancing its accuracy." Although Zhu Yunfei's rationale was somewhat tenuous, it was plausible enough for Zhang Durong to let it go without further inquiry. He then turned his attention to determining how to engrave these negative lines. With the esteemed master craftsman Zhang Durong personally at work, Zhu Yunfei felt it inappropriate to interfere and thus chose to silently observe from the side. Fortunately, with over 100 years of experience in crafting, Zhang Durong was adept in his endeavors. After a moment of contemplation, a solution emerged. Just then, the refining furnace had reached the desired temperature, and thus, the Xianyin cold iron was placed into the flames for processing. The fire within the refining furnace, enhanced by array formations, burned with a spirit flame that exceeded the heat of ordinary charcoal. Nevertheless, even after nearly a quarter of an hour, signs of red began to emerge in the iron. It was only after an additional half an hour that the Xianyin cold iron was fully ignited. Refining, after all, is a technique of the cultivation realm. Although it bears resemblance to the traditional blacksmithing, the two practices diverge significantly in essence. Upon the complete reddening of the Xianyin cold iron, the next phase of processing could commence. However, it was not as Zhu Yunfei had envisioned, extracting it from the furnace and striking it with a hammer. Instead, Zhang Durong extended his hand towards the glowing iron, and with a mere gesture, the incandescent Xianyin cold iron was drawn out of the furnace, suspended gracefully in midair. The process of refining is generally divided into 6 stages: forging, shaping, refining, inscribing, tempering, and nurturing. Observe how the spirit flame has sufficiently tempered the Xianyin cold iron, significantly reducing its hardness, thereby facilitating the subsequent shaping phase. Zhang Durong gestured for Zhu Yunfei to closely observe the condition of the iron. He then swiftly performed hand seals, directing his energy towards the glowing metal. There exist numerous methods for shaping, the most common being the incessant hammering at the forging table. Zhang Durong patiently expounded as he continued to cast his seals. However, the hardness of the Xianyin cold iron posed a considerable challenge. Despite the lengthy tempering, shaping it on the forging table remained a daunting task. Hence, it was necessary to employ the spirit shaping technique. This spirit shaping technique, while demanding a high level of spiritual power and mental acuity from the refiner, is indispensable for aspiring high-level artisans. It not only allows for contactless shaping of the workpiece, but, crucially, enables the refinement of intricate details under the control of one's consciousness, especially vital when crafting delicate artifacts such as flying needles. Without mastery of the spirit shaping technique, it would be nearly impossible to produce such items. As Zhang Durong elucidated, Zhu Yunfei's eyes remained fixated on the Xianyin cold iron, unblinking, lest he miss any crucial detail. These are the core skills of refining, and his future prosperity hinges upon mastering this craft. With Zhang Durong continuously casting his spells, the Xianyin cold iron underwent remarkable transformations. It swiftly divided from a solid rectangular block into 7 equal segments, which then morphed into 7 smooth cylindrical rods, akin to slender iron bars. At this juncture, the shaping was halfway complete. Refining is indeed a labor-intensive endeavor, and with the high quality of the Xianyin cold iron provided by Zhu Yunfei, the initial shaping alone demanded a substantial expenditure of spiritual energy and mental focus. Even though Zhang Durong had reached the 7th layer of foundation building, he was compelled to pause and rest, allowing himself to recuperate the expended spiritual energy and consciousness. As soon as he settled into his chair, Zhu Yunfei presented a prepared purple clay teapot with both hands. He then circled around to Zhang Durong's back, kneading his shoulders. Indeed, this purple clay teapot was exceptional. It had maintained the tea's warmth for so long, yet the brew remained refreshingly crisp. As a sip of spiritual tea slid down his throat, Zhang Durong comfortably closed his eyes, savoring the lingering essence of the tea and the delightful massage from Zhu Yunfei. Hearing Zhang Durong's praise, Zhu Yunfei understood that the teapot had truly struck a chord with his master. In his heart, he felt a surge of gratitude towards Li Xiaoming from the Duobao Pavilion. This Brother Li was indeed a talent, possessing a discerning eye. It seemed that he ought to invite Brother Li for a meal next time to solidify their bond. Zhu Yunfei mused, elevating Li Xiaoming's significance in his mind. Seizing upon Zhang Durong's comments, Zhu Yunfei eagerly showered him with compliments, invoking the saying, "A fine sword deserves a hero." This purple clay teapot could only be appreciated by a master like you, adept in tea tasting. I merely find it visually appealing. Ha ha ha, you lad are quite the charmer. Akin to a sow in a bra, full of tricks. Zhang Durong chuckled. All right, enough of the massage, let us continue with the forging. No matter how many times one hears flattery, it never grows tired. Listening to Zhu Yunfei's clumsy flattery, Zhang Durong couldn't help but smile broadly. This disciple truly was a worthy investment. With his spiritual needs thoroughly satisfied, Zhang Durong patted Zhu Yunfei's hand, signaling him to cease. Then he rose to resume his earlier forging endeavors. This was not merely his first demonstration of crafting skills before his disciple. It was also the creation of the first magical artifact in his disciple's life. Thus Zhang Durong was determined to showcase his prowess. People are often driven by their vanity, exerting endless energy for such satisfaction. Even after living for over 2 centuries as a foundation-building grandmaster, he was not exempt from this human tendency. While Zhang Durong took a moment to rest, the Xianin cold iron continued to be processed in the furnace, requiring no delay before he could proceed. With a flick of his hand at the storage pouch hanging from his waist, Zhang Durong produced a leather tool kit. As he unfolded the kit, a complete set of silvery tools emerged, each resembling a 1-foot-long drill bit, tapering to a point yet varying in thickness. Arranged neatly from thinnest to thickest, Zhu Yunfei's gaze swept across the 12 tools in total. These are drill bits forged from crimson silver essence, Zhang Durong explained. Crimson silver essence possesses exceptional hardness, and when empowered by spiritual energy, it can generate extremely high temperatures, making it ideal for crafting drilling tools. The thickness of this one is just right, Zhang Durong remarked as he selected a crimson silver drill bit, inspecting it before nodding in satisfaction. He then tossed the drill bit into the furnace with a light command, "Go." Simultaneously, he enacted a spell with his right hand upon the drill bit. As Zhang Durong executed his incantation, the crimson-hued Zhilian silver drill head visibly transformed into a deep red. This was a manifestation of a rapid temperature increase. Simultaneously, it instilled in Zhu Yunfei a sensation of heightened hardness, which he soon realized was not merely an illusion. Under Zhang Durong's adept control, the scarlet Zhilian silver drill had approached the crimson Xianin cold iron rod gradually. Before long, Zhu Yunfei witnessed the drill head effortlessly penetrating the cold iron. It continued to advance steadily until it completely pierced through the entire rod. Incredible how hard it is, Zhu Yunfei exclaimed in astonishment at the sight. Behold, this is Zhilian silver. The higher the temperature, the harder it becomes. It is a pity, however, that if the temperature is insufficient, it remains too soft and lacks insulating properties. Otherwise, it would be excellent for crafting defensive artifacts against fire attribute attacks. Observing Zhu Yunfei's astonished expression, Zhang Durong felt a sense of satisfaction and pride. This entire set of Zhilian silver drill heads is not only composed of exceptionally precious materials, but is also meticulously crafted by a renowned master of artifact refinement. Each piece is a low-grade spiritual treasure. Zhang Durong had invested considerable resources to acquire them, treating them as treasured possessions. Today, he was able to showcase them in front of his disciple, thereby enhancing his own reputation. How delightful! Chapter 59, Success. Your life is forfeit in a state of immense satisfaction. Zhang Durong swiftly refined the concealed weapon according to the gun barrel design drafted by Zhu Yunfei. Zhu Yunfei continuously caressed the 7 sleek and finely crafted gun barrels, marveling at the skill of the craftsman. Indeed, the techniques of this artifact master are remarkable. No wonder they rank among the best in the Lansong sect, a haven for artifact refiners. My esteemed master truly possesses great talent. He was astounded that his master had conceived the idea of utilizing the soft Zhilian silver in its normal state to create the rifling of the barrel, subsequently employing spiritual fire to enhance its hardness and manually crafting the rifling. Thus, all components necessary for the creation of a cultivation version of firearms were completed. Only the final assembly and live ammunition testing remained. Originally, Zhu Yunfei had intended to conduct tests in a secluded mountainous area to ensure this revolutionary weapon remained undiscovered. However, a dilemma arose. Conducting live-fire tests in the wilderness would only ascertain whether the gun could fire and the effectiveness against fixed targets. As for its capacity to breach the defenses of cultivators and its actual lethality, they could only be approximated. After all, it was impractical to use living targets for testing. While it was feasible to find candidates among the qi refining stage, where could one find cultivators at the foundation establishment stage? Zhu Yunfei pondered, feeling a headache coming on. The requirement for lives to be taken was solely applicable to cultivators in the qi refining stage, which would undoubtedly prove insufficient. His ambitions extended far beyond this. To Zhu Yunfei's astonishment, the formidable challenge that had long plagued him was effortlessly resolved by his master, the venerable Zhang Durong. "Little Fei," he remarked, "this item has indeed been successfully crafted, and it aligns perfectly with your design. Its quality has reached the intermediate level of the second rank. However, this is merely the bare artifact. If we were to apply a bit more effort, inscribing acceleration and concealment runes upon this magical tool, and nurturing it for a century or so, we could surely elevate its quality to the third rank, akin to a spiritual treasure. Yet, I must confess, I have never encountered such a creation before. This marks my inaugural attempt at forging a concealed weapon from the material known as Xianin cold iron. I am uncertain of your true intentions. Nonetheless, the testing chamber is just next door. Take my token and experiment with this magical artifact for yourself." Zhang Durong spoke with a meaningful tone, tossing a metallic plaque to Zhu Yunfei. The wisdom that comes with age is not to be underestimated. Upon his first glance at the design Zhu Yunfei provided, he discerned that it did not represent a complete design for a magical artifact. The notion of a blowgun artifact was merely a facade that Zhang Durong chose not to expose. This, of course, is a common practice among artisans in the field of artifact forging. After all, no one wishes to reveal the full capabilities of a customized magical tool, even if that individual is their own apprentice. However, this principle applies solely to bespoke artifacts. In contrast, for artifacts forged by the artisans themselves or those intended for commercial sale, it is imperative for the smith to comprehend the specific functions, effects, advantages, and drawbacks of their creations. Otherwise, should a customer inquire about the artifact and the artisan be at a loss for words, how could they possibly sell it? Thus, the method of simulating practical combat for artifact verification becomes an essential necessity. This is the essence of the testing chamber, a secluded room where various forms and intensities of attacks and defenses are simulated through arrays to assess the performance of newly forged magical artifacts in a combat environment. Moreover, following the assessment, special methods can be employed to inscribe instructions directly onto the artifact, creating a manual. Consequently, when cultivators seek to purchase an artifact, they need only to probe with their spiritual sense to discern its attributes, functions, and effects, allowing them to find an artifact that resonates with their desires. This prevents the scenario where a customer tests an artifact in a shop, potentially damaging it and incurring costs, while also diminishing the perceived value of the artifact in the eyes of others. In addition to functionality testing and manual creation, the testing chamber serves another vital function, the rating of artifacts, as recognized in the market. For instance, a defensive artifact capable of withstanding a full-force attack from a third-tier qi refinement cultivator is classified as a lower-grade first-tier artifact. Conversely, an artifact that can endure a full-force strike from a sixth-tier qi refinement cultivator is deemed a middle-grade first-tier artifact, and so forth. Otherwise, the quality of the raw materials dictates the grade of the crafted artifacts, which in turn determines their market price, a reality that would undoubtedly displease the artisans. Alternatively, should the artisans declare the grade of the artifacts, the vast community of cultivators would similarly express their dissatisfaction. The establishment of a testing chamber for artifact evaluation serves as a solution. Although achieving a perfect assessment may be unattainable, particularly for certain unique functionalities and combinatory effects that cannot be verified, the results are generally reliable. Furthermore, the standards for evaluation are both transparent and publicly accessible, garnering widespread acceptance among cultivators and within the realm of cultivation. Upon the conclusion of Zhang Durong's explanation, Zhu Yunfei realized that there exists a dedicated facility for testing artifacts post-manufacture. This revelation provided clarity regarding the evaluation process for the infamous You Need to Die 2000. thus addressing concerns about its lethality. As for Zhang Durong's cryptic remarks, Zhu Yunfei chose to feign ignorance. After all, "You need to die 2000" was his trump card for survival, and any upgrades would necessitate his own efforts. With a heart full of joy, Zhu Yunfei eagerly accepted the token from Zhang Durong, showering him with extravagant praise as if it were of no cost. He then hurried back to his modest abode to retrieve his equipment, scarcely pausing for a free meal. In his own words, "What is there to eat? No time for that. If you need to die 2000 comes to fruition, I shall feast like a king at the market tonight." Upon returning to his quarters, Zhu Yunfei moved his bed aside and extracted pre-assembled firearm components from beneath the floorboards, beginning the assembly process. In less than 15 minutes, he completed the construction of 2 firearms. "You need to die 2000, you need to die 3000, he proclaimed, marking their official completion. From this day forth, should anyone dare to provoke him, they would swiftly learn the exhilarating sensation of firing 700 rounds per minute. Zhu Yunfei gazed fervently at the 2 firearms before him, a surge of ambition igniting within him. With trembling hands, he stowed the weapons in his storage pouch and made his way to the armory hall, the very place where Zhang Durong had presented him with the token of apprenticeship. In truth, Zhu Yunfei possessed another storage pouch, acquired during a previous encounter with Tang Jian, yet this particular item was too sensitive to bring to light. As the original owner was still seeking leads, he resolved not to inadvertently deliver it to them. Upon his return to the armory hall, Zhu Yunfei approached the entrance of the testing chamber only to discover that the door was inexplicably locked. "Oh, how could I forget?" he exclaimed, remembering the token bestowed upon him by his master. He quickly retrieved it and pressed it against the door. With a flash of spiritual light, the door swung open, revealing an automated lock, quite an impressive feature indeed. Chapter 60. Rating: Low-Grade Spiritual Treasure. As soon as Zhu Yunfei stepped into the testing chamber, the door closed automatically behind him. To ensure the security and confidentiality of artifact testing, the entire room was enveloped in a protective formation, eliminating concerns that any commotion during the evaluation would reach the outside world. The armory is merely a second-tier refining workshop, and correspondingly, the specifications of this testing chamber should also be second-tier. However, due to the armory's significant position within the 5th peak and the fact that it has previously produced 3rd-tier refining masters, the specifications of this testing chamber have been elevated by 1 tier. This means that this chamber can conduct tests on 3rd-tier magical artifacts, also known as spiritual treasures, which are equivalent to the combat abilities of Golden Core Stage cultivators. This maximizes the potential for testing the combat capabilities of the You May Die series, much to Zhu Yunfei's delight, leaving him with no reservations. Initially, he selected the attack testing mode, and then took out the cultivation version of the assault rifle You May Die 2000 and commenced his endeavor. He loaded the magazine, disengaged the safety, and pulled back the bolt. Aimed at the formation on the wall, he began firing incessantly. The structure of the testing chamber is quite straightforward, a vacant room surrounded by intricately inscribed formations. Although each formation is a small-scale one, they should not be underestimated. Each is a 3rd-tier composite formation capable of both launching and absorbing attacks. Moreover, to facilitate a more comprehensive evaluation of the magical artifacts, the attributes of the attacks emitted by different formations vary: fire, water, ice, poison arrows. Everything one could desire is available. The testing chamber allows for the selection of testing types, with 3 modes available: attack, defense, and a combination of both. Once the appropriate mode is selected, the formations within the room will automatically engage in offensive and defensive maneuvers. Naturally, there is no need to worry about damaging the magical artifacts during the testing process. Although the formations appear to deliver genuine attacks, they are, in fact, akin to projections and do not constitute real harm. During the assessment of attack power, the tested artifact will not unleash authentic strikes either. Zhu Yunfei is unaware of the underlying principles at play, but he considers it inconsequential as long as the potency can be evaluated. In fact, for Zhu Yunfei, this is a fortuitous circumstance since his supply of ammunition is limited. In this simulated combat scenario, it is as if he possesses infinite ammunition, allowing him to fire to his heart's content until he is thoroughly satisfied. Zhu Yunfei eschewed flamboyant shooting displays, instead focusing solely on pulling the trigger towards the formations on the wall. As bullets poured forth, the brilliance of the formations on the wall flickered incessantly. Simultaneously, the colors flashing from the formations continuously transformed. Zhu Yunfei understood that this signified an elevation in the rating of the attack power, since it was Zhu Yunfei's first time utilizing the testing chamber. And concerned that he might struggle, Zhang Durong provided a thorough introduction to the operation and functionalities of the chamber during lunch. Each time a formation executed an attack or defense, it would flash momentarily, not merely for aesthetic appeal, but with significance. beyond indicating offensive and defensive actions. The different colors also represent varying levels of attack power and defensive prowess, ascending from the first layer of chi refinement upward in increments, until reaching the limits of offense or defense. Of course, this simulation of cultivation levels is rather one-dimensional. After all, cultivators are not foolish enough to stand still and take hits, nor would they merely unleash their techniques in a mindless manner. True combat involves artifacts, talismans, strategic positioning, rapid-fire assaults, and devastating combinations. Unfortunately, the artificial intelligence within the realm of cultivation is woefully inadequate, particularly for organizations of the caliber of the Armory, which cannot afford such sophistication. Thus, overly complex scenarios simply cannot be simulated. We must make do with what we have, under the influence of unlimited firepower. The bullets of the U-are-dead 2000 rain down like droplets on banana leaves, relentlessly bombarding the defensive array at a staggering rate of 600 rounds per minute. The defensive formation flickers like a strobe light, until it eventually displays the hue indicative of a 5th-level foundation establishment, signaling a cessation of fire. This indicates that the U-are-dead 2000 in Zhu Yunfei's hands can penetrate the defenses of a 4th-level foundation establishment cultivator. Zhu Yunfei finds himself ambivalent about this outcome. It is satisfactory, yet not extraordinary. It is important to note that this assessment was conducted under controlled conditions with a fixed target and unlimited ammunition. The defense of a 4th-level foundation was breached through the relentless onslaught of tens of thousands of bullets, rendering the practical significance of this test negligible. Unless, of course, Zhu Yunfei finds a way to bind a 4th-level foundation cultivator to a tree and unleash a continuous barrage upon them. For defenses below the 2nd-level foundation establishment, the U-are-dead 2000 proves quite effective, capable of breaching them with a single shot. For Zhu Yunfei, being able to eliminate cultivators below the foundation establishment level is already sufficient. Not to mention, he can now contend with 4th-level foundation masters, leaving little room for dissatisfaction. Following the assessment of the U-are-dead 2000, it is now time to evaluate the U-are-dead 3000. This weapon, a multi-barreled rotary machine gun, known colloquially as the Gatling, was specifically designed by Zhu Yunfei to enhance firing speed. The ammunition remains the same. The only distinction lies in the rate of fire. With a firing rate of 3,600 rounds per breath, it is a merciful tool for cultivators. Reality did not disappoint Zhu Yunfei. Under the premise of disregarding any other methods, the U-are-dead 3000, through its overwhelming firepower, successfully penetrated the defenses of a 1st-level golden core cultivator and was subsequently classified as a low-grade spiritual treasure. However, this evaluation is merely theoretical. In actual combat, it would be ineffective. Given the near-instantaneous movement speed of golden core masters, it is uncertain how many bullets would even strike their target, let alone whether Zhu Yunfei could even aim in their direction. Furthermore, the extraordinary techniques employed by golden core masters would render a direct confrontation futile. To think one could confront them head-on, it is best to retreat to dreams for that notion. Nevertheless, the inability to eliminate golden core masters does not render the U-are-dead 3000 entirely useless. With such a firing rate, it is more than capable of dispatching the lowly minions of the chi refining stage with a mere pull of the trigger. In the early stages of foundation building, a barrage would leave one severely wounded, if not dead. Mid-stage foundation cultivators, when targeted collectively, could be momentarily suppressed. Meanwhile, late-stage foundation masters, unleashing their full might, could still hold their ground for a brief period. In summary, Zhu Yunfei felt immense satisfaction with the lethal capacity of the U-Life series. It is noteworthy that this series, despite the gun barrel being crafted from spiritual material, was not enhanced by any formations or spells, remaining firmly within the realm of mundane artifacts. This signifies that no residual spiritual energy would linger post-battle, achieving the essence of unseen lethality. For Zhu Yunfei, this aspect held greater significance than sheer power. Chapter 61. Flying Brother, your brother awaits you after leaving the testing chamber. Zhu Yunfei's heart remained in a state of exhilaration for quite some time. The long-cherished U-Life series had finally materialized. Reflecting on his initial arrival in this world, he remembered the profound confusion he felt. By chance, he embarked on a journey to seek immortality, joining the Lansong sect and setting a life goal of pursuing longevity. Alas, the path of cultivation is never an easy one. The road is long and arduous. I shall seek and explore. With diligence, labor, part-time jobs, flattery, and networking, he gradually honed his survival skills in this world. In the realm of cultivation, though he still felt insignificant, he had taken root like a small grass, gaining the strength to endure. The brothers at the Armory Hall often remarked that beneath foundation building, all are but ants. Yet, From this day forth, Zhu Yunfei believed that even if he were an ant, he would not be easily manipulated by others. My fate is mine to command, not dictated by heaven. I, Zhu Yunfei, have finally risen. Zhu Yunfei gazed upward at a 45-degree angle toward the sky, his eyes shimmering with unwavering resolve. Ah, junior brother Zhu, aren't you going to eat? A sudden voice interrupted his reverie. Oh, I'll be right there. Zhu Yunfei quickly replied, wiping the corner of his mouth. Time flowed by like water, quietly passing. Since becoming a disciple of Zhang Durong, Zhu Yunfei's life had grown increasingly fulfilling. By day, he learned the art of crafting weapons at the armory hall, starting from the most basic tasks of adding charcoal and working the bellows to fetching water and performing menial chores until he could wield the heavy hammer independently. By night, he would oversee the yard, occasionally mingling with external merchants. The rest of his time was devoted to rigorous cultivation. In the span of 3 years, Zhu Yunfei not only advanced to a first-tier weapon craftsman, but also cultivated all 6 of his Qi Cs to the 3rd level of Qi training. His cultivation speed surpassed that of many dual spirit root prodigies in the sect, marking him as a true anomaly. Fortunately, Zhu Yunfei concealed 5 of his Qi Cs using the scattered spirit blood fusion technique and practiced the breath concealment technique, masking his cultivation at the early stage of Qi training level 2. Otherwise, he would have likely been captured by the sect for experimentation. It is worth noting that the lifespan of practitioners in the Qi cultivation stage is approximately 180 years. A practitioner of average aptitude typically requires a decade to advance a single level of cultivation. Even within the esteemed Lancang sect, the expectation for outer disciples is merely 6 years to progress a tier. However, someone like Zhu Yunfei, who elevates his cultivation by a level in an average of just 18 months, has already reached a point where he can dine at the same table as the beasts. This remarkable progress is not due to any aberration in Zhu Yunfei's cultivation aptitude, but rather the extraordinary nature of the 5 elements true spirit scripture. It seems that as long as there is sufficient spiritual energy, one's cultivation can continuously ascend, rendering the notion of a bottleneck virtually non-existent. Coupled with the care of his master and the abundant resources provided by the cultivation grounds, Zhu Yunfei's cultivation has skyrocketed, akin to a rocket soaring into the sky, achieving 2 levels in just 3 years. It is noteworthy that Zhu Yunfei possesses 6 Qi Cs, which, when strictly calculated, is equivalent to the cultivation level of a practitioner with 3 spiritual roots, having ascended 4 levels. While Zhu Yunfei diligently honed his skills, an unexpected occurrence took place. The disciple token hanging at his waist began to vibrate ominously. Furrowing his brow, Zhu Yunfei pondered, who could be sending me a message at this hour? Since Zhu Yunfei ascended to the Qi cultivation stage, he had unlocked numerous new functionalities of the outer disciple token, one of which is messaging. Utilizing the protective formations of the Lancang sect and the associated arrays, disciples can communicate with one another using their tokens, and the sect can broadcast urgent messages through this medium. However, to send a message, both parties must have previously added each other as friends. Each person is required to pay a meager fee of 1 low-grade spirit stone and a small amount of contribution points to the sect each month, truly a reasonable charge. Over the past 3 years, in his quest to weave a network of connections, Zhu Yunfei has been actively making friends and forging bonds, resulting in a friend list that has long surpassed the 1,000 mark. These friends range from inner disciples at the main peak to kitchen helpers, effectively spanning across the major peaks, various halls within the sect, and the bustling Lancang market. In the realm of cultivation sects, where interpersonal relationships tend to be rather aloof, the sheer number of Zhu Yunfei's friends places him firmly on the throne of the most sociable individual in the Lancang sect. This is also attributed to his status as a disciple of the 5th Peak's Armoring Hall. Otherwise, a mere Qi cultivation level 3 youth would scarcely garner attention in such a grand sect. Over the past few days, Zhu Yunfei has been assisting his master with his forge work, leaving little time for socializing. Thus, at this moment, he truly cannot recall who might be reaching out to him. Once he finally found a moment of respite, Zhu Yunfei hastily wiped his face with a towel and grasped the token to probe with his spiritual sense. Fei, please come over when you have a moment today. Since learning of Zhu Yunfei's apprenticeship under Zhang Durong, Xiao Chang's demeanor towards him has grown increasingly warm, addressing him now as Fei Di. Zhu Yunfei felt a wave of tension wash over him, especially upon seeing Xiao Chang walk with an awkward gait. Eventually, Xiao Chang fulfilled his promise, assisting Zhu Yunfei in securing the position of the yard manager without demanding any operational fees. Moreover, he used the excuse of being unable to recruit suitable disciples for the foundational stage to help Zhu Yunfei monopolize an additional year's worth of work at the refining hall. In this way, Zhu Yunfei found himself indebted to Xiao Chong in two significant ways, leaving him with no means of reciprocation. Consequently, he begrudgingly accepted the nickname Fei Di and began addressing Xiao Chong as Brother Chong. What could this fellow want from me? After pondering for some time, Zhu Yunfei could not discern any clues, so he resolved to wait until his tasks were completed. Coincidentally, the custom magical artifact being crafted by Zhang Durong was set to be finished before noon. Zhu Yunfei requested leave from his master and, after lunch, hurried to the task hall. To his surprise, upon entering the hall, he spotted Xiao Chong seated comfortably, sipping tea with an air of tranquility. This sight left Zhu Yunfei somewhat astonished. What was going on? Why was he sitting in the main hall? In the past 3 years, Zhu Yunfei was not the only one who had made progress. Xiao Chong had ascended from a mere task handler to a managing assistant, akin to a small department manager, now overseeing a few underlings. Typically, he would remain in the back office, occasionally emerging for a leisurely stroll or to oversee operations. It was unexpected for him to be in the main hall at this time of day, enjoying tea. Brother Chong, why aren't you back there working? Why are you sitting here drinking tea? Zhu Yunfei suppressed his thoughts and greeted him with a bright smile. Fei Di has arrived. I was specifically waiting for you here. Come, sit and have some tea, Xiao Chong replied with a slight smile, gesturing for Zhu Yunfei to join him and pouring a cup of tea. Zhu Yunfei found it hard to believe that Xiao Chong was waiting for him at this hour, especially since he was well acquainted with the back office. However, there was no need to dwell on such matters. Observing Xiao Chong's demeanor, it seemed that whatever he wanted to discuss was not urgent. So Zhu Yunfei took his seat and began sipping the tea. Ah, Xiaofeng Ling Sui, Brother Chong, your taste is nearly rivaling that of my master. Zhu Yunfei remarked with a hint of jest, setting down his cup. You dare to speak of taste? I've heard that the misty buds your master now enjoys cost 30 spirit stones per pound. Can I possibly compare? Xiao Chong retorted, adopting a mock-serious tone. Alas, it's a pity that no one brings me tea. Otherwise, I would also like to savor the flavor of such a costly spirit tea. Listening to Xiao Chong's words laced with a hint of envy, Zhu Yunfei couldn't help but roll his eyes inwardly. It was one thing to honor his master, but must Xiao Chong compare himself as well? Nevertheless, Zhu Yunfei recognized that Xiao Chong had indeed taken good care of him over the years. So he decided to be generous. He retrieved a package of tea from his storage bag and pushed it toward Xiao Chong, simultaneously voicing the questions that lingered in his mind. Brother Chong, your words seem rather distant. If you wish to indulge, I wouldn't dare to be stingy. This is specially prepared for you, a unique brew akin to that of my master. Do give it a taste and see if it suits your palate. However, I must inquire about the urgency that prompted you to summon me. In his heart, Zhu Yunfei understood that Xiao Chong's haste was not merely for idle chatter. Indeed, as soon as Zhu Yunfei spoke, Xiao Chong's playful demeanor vanished, and he adopted a more serious tone. You are aware of the tasks beyond the mountains, correct? Yes. It is customary for inner disciples to undertake such duties every 5 years, Zhu Yunfei replied, initially nonchalant, but suddenly realizing the gravity of the situation, he exclaimed, Oh no. Next year marks the 5th year. Could it be? Xiao Chong nodded with a resigned grunt. The Lansong sect did not harbor idlers. To maximize the utility of its disciples, apart from a select few outstanding candidates, those who were direct or true disciples, every other disciple, whether outer or inner, was required to contribute to the sect. These tasks generally fell into 4 categories. The first category involved laborers such as farmers and miners, typically assigned to new disciples in the body refinement stage, under the pretext of honing their will and strengthening their physiques. The second category encompassed various roles within the sect, with lower positions filled by outer disciples and higher or managerial positions designated for inner disciples. The third category was known as external assignments. The cultivation world is ruthless. Due to limited resources, the sect cannot indiscriminately provide cultivation materials to every disciple. Those without prospects for advancement or cultivation would be dispatched outside the sect to fulfill external tasks, such as serving as a town mayor in a certain locale, acting as a guard in a market, or even establishing a new cultivation family elsewhere. Naturally, these external assignments also serve the sect's interests and come with compensation. However, compared to inner disciples who have opportunities for advancement, a meager salary of 1 or 200 spirit stones feels rather unsatisfactory. As for those foundational disciples sent to establish families, they differ in that the sect provides a substantial amount of resources before they leave, akin to a lump sum retirement package. These foundational disciples become the ancestral founders, establishing their own cultivation families as affiliated powers of the sect. This not only expands the Lansong sect's dominion, but also continuously supplies the sect with fresh, quality blood, creating a perfect closed loop. Lastly, the fourth category also consists of external tasks, but unlike the retirees expelled from the sect, this type is temporary and is referred to as mountain exit tasks. This involves a journey outside the sect to complete the assigned task before returning. Such external assignments are mandatory for all disciples, with outer disciples required to undertake them every 5 years, inner disciples every 10 years, true disciples every 20 years, and direct disciples every 50 years. The duration of these tasks varies significantly. However, fundamentally, the higher the disciple's rank, the longer the duration of a single task. For instance, Zhu Yunfei's ancestor, the young master of Zhu area, and his direct disciple Li Yuqing. Since Zhu Yunfei had not yet joined the sect, he had been dispatched on a mission for nearly 5 years and had yet to return. When it comes to such distant assignments, Zhu Yunfei genuinely wished to avoid them. Alas, there was no choice. The sect had such rigid regulations, unless one wished to sever ties with the Lansong sect altogether. There was certainly no escaping this duty. Yet Zhu Yunfei remained relatively untroubled. The urgency with which Xiao Chong summoned him indicated that something clandestine was afoot. Indeed, once Xiao Chong realized that Zhu Yunfei had discerned the situation, he ceased to conceal the matter. This morning, the task hall coincidentally released a batch of assignments. And our peak immediately claimed 2. By March next year, your first 5-year term will conclude. It is an opportune moment to select one. If we wait until spring of next year, the disciples who are due will all be in the same predicament. At that time, there will be more seekers than available tasks. Not to mention the challenge of selection. Securing a task would depend solely on luck. Xiao Chong's explanation left Zhu Yunfei momentarily speechless. What is this? Are external assignments even subject to competition? Yet, upon reflection, Zhu Yunfei grasped the crux of the matter. The Lansong sect was a major sect, with no fewer than 8,000 disciples each year. These disciples were typically preoccupied with earning contribution points or cultivating resources, or they were deeply engrossed in their training. Who among them had the leisure to actively seek out external assignments? Most would prefer to steer clear of them entirely. Only those with close ties might receive prior hints. The vast majority would wait until the task hall issued notifications to reluctantly claim tasks and fulfill quotas, all crowded together. External tasks were not something the task hall could generate at will. They depended on external availability. When the time came, it was easy to envision the chaotic scramble for tasks, a scene too daunting to imagine. Moreover, even if one were fortunate enough to secure a task, who could predict what peculiar assignment they might receive? There was once a senior brother who, after being jostled about, was fortunate enough to claim a task that involved stealthily procuring a monster egg from the wild, specifically, a serpent demon's egg. This fellow was resolute to complete the task. He spent 3 grueling months near the serpent's nest, enduring countless mosquito bites, only to seize the opportunity to steal an egg. Upon his return, he had lost so much weight that he was scarcely recognizable. Chapter 63. Fearful of death, I keep my distance. Zhu Yunfei, ever astute, understood the principle of priority. Those who act first are rewarded, while those who delay face hunger. However, before making a decision, Zhu Yunfei sought to ascertain the specifics of the tasks. If there were an assignment to engage with the Hehuan sect, he would undoubtedly seize the opportunity without hesitation. Conversely, if the task involved procuring serpent eggs or the like, it would be wiser to wait until the following spring and rely on chance to secure a task. Brother Chong, what are the details of these 2 tasks? As soon as Zhu Yunfei spoke, Xiao Chong realized that the young man was already calculating his options and couldn't help but jest. Haha, I knew you wouldn't feel at ease. Are you afraid that your brother Chong might sell you out? He continued. All right, listen closely. Neither of the tasks is particularly complex. The first one involves serving as a guard at Yunshanfang Market in Yunshan Valley. The external disciples stationed there are about to depart, and new candidates have yet to be determined. Consequently, there will be a vacancy for approximately 6 months. Yunshanfang Market is the largest marketplace of our sect within the Changshan mountain range. Given its location on the periphery of the mountains, there aren't many dangers nearby. However, it is worth noting that the duration of this task may be rather lengthy due to the selection process and various other matters, likely taking around 7 to 8 months. As for the second task, it entails escorting a batch of standard magical tools to the logistics transfer point at Jiglong Mountain's front lines. This assignment is not expected to take long. Although there is a section of the route without a teleportation array, it should take no more than 3 months to return. Nevertheless, Jiglong Mountain is already within a combat zone. Even on the outskirts, the escort team is at risk of ambush. Of course, based on past experiences, incidents involving the rear escort teams being attacked are quite rare. Moreover, the team leader for this mission is a 7th-layer foundational cultivator, specializing in combat, which should mitigate potential issues. That is the situation at hand. Each task has its pros and cons, and the choice ultimately rests with you. However, the sooner you decide, the better. As you know, Many are eyeing this opportunity, and I cannot afford to delay further. Having known Zhu Yunfei for 4 years, Xiao Chong recognized that. Despite his seemingly honest demeanor, the young man was quite astute. He would undoubtedly weigh the advantages and disadvantages before making a decision. Moreover, Xiao Chong understood that Zhu Yunfei was not the type to be indecisive or hesitate. Thus, he refrained from watching Zhu Yunfei and instead focused on preparing the tea that Zhu Yunfei had just gifted him, brewing a fresh cup. Indeed, just as the new tea was ready, Zhu Yunfei made his choice. Brother Chong, I choose to go to Yinshan Valley. Oh, I am quite curious as to why you opted for this task. 7 months is no short time. It rivals the duration of a task for inner sect disciples. To outsiders, the second option seems more favorable. However, in truth, Xiao Chong also leaned towards the first task. Yet, Zhu Yunfei's motivations piqued his curiosity. After all, certain internal matters had not been made public, and Xiao Chong had gleaned some insights from snippets shared by his own ancestors. To Zhu Yunfei, Xiao Chong was not an outsider, and given his formidable connections, he likely knew more than Xiao Chong himself. Thus, Zhu Yunfei did not hold back and candidly shared his reasoning. If this were in the past, I would have certainly chosen the second task. However, at this moment, I believe the first task is more advantageous. A little wasted time is inconsequential. If I were to fall victim to those demonic cultivators, there would be no place to shed my tears. I have recently heard that the number of standardized magical artifacts produced by the sect has doubled. Moreover, several convoys have already been dispatched to transport these artifacts to Chicken Cage Mountain. It seems that the situation in the Wuzhou mountain range is on the brink of transformation, possibly leading to a grand conflict. There is even a likelihood that skirmishes have already commenced in that region. Though the Chicken Cage Mountain stronghold is somewhat distanced from the Wuzhou mountain range, serving as a rear base, one would assume that the chances of demonic forces attacking the transport convoys are minimal. Yet, who can truly predict such matters? In the heat of battle, deranged demon cultivators are notorious for eschewing all forms of reason. As a mere practitioner at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, should I encounter such a band of demon cultivators, it would spell my demise. It would be wiser to head towards Cloud Valley, where safety prevails. Zhu Yunfei maintained an expression of tranquility, unabashed by his fear of death. The Wuzhou mountain range stretches over millions of miles, extending deeply for over 100,000 miles, teeming with fierce beasts and formidable demons. Entering this realm is essentially a venture into certain death for any cultivator. It serves as the natural boundary between Qingzhou and Huayanzhou. For reasons unknown, perhaps due to adverse feng shui, the sects in Huayanzhou stand in stark contrast to those in Qingzhou, lacking any reputable establishment. Jianin sect, blood-devouring sect, and 10,000 Ghost Cave are all but demonic sects, each more bizarre than the last, saturating Huayanzhou with malevolence and causing its populace to suffer greatly. Originally, the Wuzhou mountain range acted as a barrier, allowing both sides to coexist peacefully, each minding their own affairs. However, a millennium ago, a colossal gorge suddenly emerged, nearly bisecting the entire Wuzhou mountain range, establishing a direct passageway between Huayanzhou and Qingzhou. The demonic forces from Huayanzhou, upon discovering this route, were driven to madness, leading them to march their armies across the mountains into Qingzhou. At that time, the Beast Spirit sect happened to be situated not far from the gorge's exit, blocking the path of the approaching demonic forces. The demonic army, emerging from the Wuzhou mountain range, collided head-on with the protective formation of the Beast Spirit sect. Fortunately, the Beast Spirit sect was robust in strength and had nurtured numerous spirit beasts to aid their defense, managing to withstand the initial assault from the demonic forces and buying precious time for the righteous sects of Qingzhou to gather their troops. This was swiftly followed by a counteroffensive from the righteous forces of Qingzhou. For millennia, the righteous and demonic factions have been embroiled in a tug-of-war at the gorge, with neither side making significant advances, yet neither was willing to yield. Thus, they have engaged in substantial battles every millennium, minor skirmishes every century, and annual conflicts that have led us to this present moment. Previously, Brother Huarong, an outer disciple of the sword-casting hall on the 4th peak, expressed to Zhu Yunfei his grievances about the sudden surge of orders, an increase of 30% in just 3 months. Subsequently, Brother Wang Jian, who was monitoring the sect's teleportation array, relayed news of multiple convoys transporting resources towards the Chicken Cage Mountain defense line. 2 seemingly unrelated pieces of information caught Zhu Yunfei's keen attention, revealing an anomaly. Chapter 64, Melancholy, the storm is brewing. Indeed, after a thorough investigation, Zhu Yunfei discovered that the sect had discreetly recruited a group of combat disciples, purportedly to undertake missions outside. Upon cross-referencing the gathered intelligence, Zhu Yunfei deduced a conclusion. the situation across the Wuzhou mountain range may not be as splendid as one would hope. It seems that conflict is imminent, or perhaps it has already commenced. His experiences in the Middle East from a previous life taught Zhu Yunfei that war adheres to no logic. Once it erupts, safety becomes a fleeting notion. Even the act of using a restroom could lead to peril. Moreover, this is a conflict among cultivators. A mere flick of a powerful being's hand could either upheave or obliterate entire landscapes. Who knows if he might be unfortunate enough to be caught in the wake of a formidable strike, reduced to mere ashes. Cherishing life means steering clear of battlefields. Faced with the choice between squandering time and wasting life, Zhu Yunfei resolutely opted for the former. In response to Zhu Yunfei's candidness, Xiaochang exhibited no disdain. Instead, he raised his thumb in admiration. "Fei, your honesty is commendable. Fear of death is simply human. Who among us is not afraid? I cannot stand those hypocrites who proclaim righteousness yet flee at the first sign of danger. The key is, with just this scan information, you have discerned the situation remarkably well, and I genuinely admire that. Fei, what I am about to share must not be spoken of lightly. Our elder has indicated that the demonic forces have been quite restless recently, likely preparing for a significant offensive. The entire Righteous Alliance is covertly gearing up for battle. The last Righteous Demonic War occurred over 9 centuries ago, during which it is said that nearly 40% of the cultivators in the Qingzhou realm participated. The casualties were countless. Thus, my dear brother, we must prepare ourselves sooner rather than later." Upon returning to the dormitory that evening, Zhu Yunfei replayed Xiaochang's words in his mind. Xiaochang's great-grandfather, not only the deputy leader of the Fifth Peak, but also an elder of the Lancang sect, undoubtedly possessed information far more accurate than what Zhu could gather through casual inquiries. If even Xiaochang's great-grandfather held a pessimistic view of the future, it signified that the impending war between the righteous and demonic factions would be far more brutal than Zhu had anticipated. Should conflict arise between the two great continents' realms of cultivation, even Golden Core experts might need to take to the front lines. And those elusive nascent soul elders could very well emerge from their seclusion. At that juncture, it would truly be a world where Qi practitioners are as plentiful as dogs and Foundation establishment cultivators abound. Once the war escalates, what shelter can be found beneath a collapsing nest? With such thoughts, a shadow of dread loomed over Zhu Yunfei's heart. Alas, the storm is approaching. Ultimately, my strength remains insufficient. It appears I must devise a plan sooner rather than later. Zhu Yunfei was acutely aware that his rate of cultivation advancement was already quite rapid. Should it accelerate further, not only would the availability of cultivation resources be a concern, but even if he were to reach the next realm, his foundation would remain precarious. Thus, in order to possess greater self-defense capabilities before the onset of war, one must seek alternative means. How could I have forgotten about that fellow? Suddenly, Zhu Yunfei recalled an old acquaintance, long neglected, and a faint smile graced his lips. Moments later, he unearthed a bundle from beneath his bed. Upon opening it, he revealed a dark, turtle shell. "Old friend, it has been too long. This evening, we shall have a thorough conversation," he chuckled ominously. As he caressed the familiar black shell, a glint of ruthlessness flickered in Zhu Yunfei's eyes. Since 4 years ago, when Zhu Yunfei liberated himself from the constraints of the turtle shell within the realm of consciousness and retaliated against the old man with the white beard, he had regularly engaged in political and ideological education with him. Furthermore, he often extracted remnants of food from the old man's mouth. To speak of mere trifles, the plethora of dazzling spells and secret techniques he acquired numbered in the dozens. Aside from the techniques behind the last 2 realms of the 5 elements true spirit scripture, there were also the Qingyuan breath restraining technique, Qingyuan 5 elements escaping technique, and Qingyuan sword control technique. As for the reason behind the recurring name Qingyuan, it was because the old man had been a nascent soul cultivator from the Qingyuan sect of the upper realm during his lifetime. Under Zhu Yunfei's persistent care, the old man revealed almost his entire backstory without reservation. It turned out that this old man, originally named Li Yunwu, was a disciple of the inner sect of the Qingyuan sect in the upper realm, also known as the Eastern Departure Realm, having attained the 7th level of the nascent soul before his untimely demise. During an expedition into a secret realm, he fortuitously discovered the mysterious turtle shell. According to the old man's account, the shell was not black at that time, but rather resplendent with myriad colors, clearly not of mundane origin. Li Yunwu believed he had stumbled upon a treasure and, filled with excitement, claimed the turtle shell for himself. However, before he could exit the secret realm, he was besieged by cultivators from a rival sect. Undoubtedly, Li Yunwu, unable to contend against the overwhelming odds, could not escape. His physical form was rendered to a mere shell, leaving only his nascent soul. Ultimately, Through a self-destructive artifact and a storage pouch, he managed to flee amidst the chaos, clutching onto his last possessions. Alas, when fate seeks to toy with an individual, it never does so alone. Just as Li Yunwu broke free from the encirclement, he plunged headlong into a spatial rift. Initially, he presumed he would meet his end there, yet unexpectedly, he survived, finding himself trapped in a bewildering void. It appeared as though it had been thoroughly ransacked, barren of all but a single tattered scripture, the 5 Elements True Spirit Scripture. I cannot ascertain how long I lingered there, but my first encounter upon leaving was with you, Master Fei, Li Yunwu recounted, gingerly stroking his remaining whiskers. Oh, so you were unaware of the forceful opening of my sea of consciousness? Zhu Yunfei raised an eyebrow, his tone growing somewhat menacing. The old man's evasive gaze betrayed his lack of honesty. Ah, Master Fei, please do not take offense. At that moment, I truly did not recognize you. That day was originally quite peaceful, yet I cannot fathom what transpired, as the entire space suddenly became tumultuous. I perceived it as a fleeting opportunity to escape and decided to seize it. Unexpectedly, in my moment of carelessness, I found myself within your very being. At that time, I did not ponder much. I merely felt the space was somewhat constricted and used my spiritual power to slightly expand it. You see, it was merely a coincidence. Upon hearing the words of Li Yunwu, Zhu Yunfei could not help but roll his eyes inwardly, yet he refrained from expressing his thoughts. Although the old man was hesitant to reveal the entire truth for fear of inciting his wrath, there was, at the very least, a substantial portion of honesty in his words. To delve further into the matter would serve no purpose and would only alarm his esteemed elder unnecessarily. After listening to Li Yunwu's tale, Zhu Yunfei found himself pondering whether the old man was fortunate or unfortunate. Gaining a treasure while losing his corporeal form was indeed a peculiar twist of fate. After narrowly escaping encirclement, he inadvertently slipped into a spatial rift, believing himself to be on the brink of demise. Yet, unexpectedly, his nascent soul was absorbed into a turtle shell and transported to the lower realm. While his life was preserved, he became a solitary bachelor within the shell for an indeterminate number of years. Eventually, Zhu Yunfei activated the turtle shell, prompting Li Yunwu to believe he could seize the opportunity to reclaim his lost self and everything that had been taken from him. He expended a significant portion of his nascent soul's power to create a sea of consciousness for Zhu Yunfei, envisioning it as a refuge for himself. However, to his utter astonishment, not only did he fail to successfully possess Zhu Yunfei, but he also squandered a great deal of his nascent energy, crafting a bridal gown for Zhu Yunfei instead. To make matters worse, after enduring a brutal beating from Zhu Yunfei, he was subjected to 4 years of torment. For years. Do you comprehend how I survived those years? In the silence of the night, Li Yunwu could only shed tears in solitude. Initially, he contemplated ending his own existence to attain liberation and boundless freedom. Regrettably, in his fervor to possess Zhu Yunfei, he had expended far too much energy opening the sea of consciousness. The remnants of his nascent soul's power were barely sufficient to prevent his collapse, rendering him incapable of self-destruction. Otherwise, a venerable figure like himself would not have fallen prey to an insignificant cultivator in the chi refinement stage. Although the nascent soul does not possess a physical form like that of a cultivator, it nevertheless requires energy for sustenance. Zhu Yunfei's relentless assaults depleted the meager remnants of Li Yunwu's nascent power. Subsequently, whenever Zhu Yunfei found the opportunity, he would engage in profound exchanges with Li Yunwu, nearly exhausting him to the point of obliteration, leaving only a flicker of life. Please, I implore you, in my misery, with no means of escape, no capacity to retaliate, and unable to embrace death, Li Yunwu eventually grew accustomed to his plight and ceased his resistance. Not only did he diligently serve Zhu Yunfei, but he also mastered the various postures that Zhu Yunfei favored. Initially, Zhu Yunfei contemplated eliminating this persistent old man who had been tempting him, thinking it would resolve the matter once and for all. However, before many tactics could be employed, Li Yunwu surprisingly confessed of his own accord. This seemingly inconspicuous elder turned out to be a cultivator from a higher realm, an ancient being of the nascent soul stage. He perfectly embodied the archetype of a wise old man with a white beard. To extinguish such a precious source of knowledge would be an immense folly. Ah Fei, cease your efforts. As the elder appeared close to death, Zhu Yunfei hurriedly halted the halfway completed ritual. Fortunately, he had acted in time. Subsequently, to nurture their budding rapport, Zhu Yunfei made a point to regularly check in on the elder, engaging him in conversation to alleviate his boredom. Admittedly, the elder dominated the dialogue while Zhu Yunfei patiently listened. Perseverance bore fruit, and Zhu Yunfei finally extracted every ounce of knowledge Li Yunwu possessed regarding techniques, manuals, and intriguing anecdotes. The sole regret was that Li Yunwu, hailing from a righteous sect, had spent his life in cultivation within its confines and had little worldly experience. His first venture into treasure hunting alone led to his downfall. Consequently, the riches gleaned were rather meager, aside from some internal techniques of the Qingyuan sect. There was little of significant value. Moreover, the 5 elements true spirit scripture was a technique inherent to the turtle shell itself, unrelated to Li Yunwu. It was only after entering the turtle shell that he encountered it. Had it not been for his overwhelming boredom within the shell, it would have been an unremarkable text for someone of Li Yunwu's background, as it only allowed cultivation up to the nascent soul stage. In sum, Zhu Yunfei's aspirations to obtain the complete follow-up techniques of the 5 elements true spirit scripture from Li Yunwu did not survive beyond the first chapter. With a heavy heart, he ultimately relinquished this ambition. Upon entering the turtle shell space, Zhu Yunfei first extended warm greetings to the elder and inquired about his recent endeavors and living conditions. Finally, with the elder bidding him a fond farewell, Zhu Yunfei departed the turtle shell space, carrying with him 2 meticulously inscribed jade slips. Ever since the elder had been thoroughly drained of his knowledge, this turtle shell had become the most valuable possession in Zhu Yunfei's possession. However, it must be said that Zhu Yunfei truly stumbled upon a treasure. This turtle shell was indeed extraordinary. Firstly, it possessed remarkable hardness. According to the elder, when he discovered the shell in the secret realm, he had attempted to cleave it with his sword. At that time, he was at the 7th level of the nascent soul stage, wielding a mid-grade spiritual treasure sword, yet he could not make a dent. Secondly, the interior of the turtle shell formed its own space. Ever since establishing a verbal agreement of master and servant with Li Yunwu, Zhu Yunfei had repeatedly expressed concern for the elder's living environment. Eventually, he even sought to gain control over this mysterious turtle shell. However, the layers of this turtle shell are exceedingly high, at least as tall as a dozen stories. At Zhu Yunfei's current level, he simply cannot wield such an object. Nevertheless, his attempts were not in vain. He discovered that he could use his spiritual awareness to probe the interior of the turtle shell. To his surprise, he found that within the shell lay a self-contained, miniature world. The space was quite expansive, nearly matching the area of the city of Qingshui. This was indeed a remarkable place, though he was uncertain whether others could perceive this inner realm. It was best not to take any risks. Upon uncovering the internal space of the turtle shell, Zhu Yunfei naturally began to entertain various thoughts. For instance, he considered using it as a super storage pouch for resources, or as a secret farm where the elder could cultivate crops for him. Alternatively, it could serve as a refuge in times of peril, allowing him to hide from adversaries. However, upon thorough examination, Zhu Yunfei reluctantly realized that none of these aspirations could materialize. The internal space of the turtle shell only permitted entry and exit for his spiritual awareness, while the elder could also traverse it. As for whether others could pry into it, Zhu Yunfei was uncertain and dared not test it. Storing valuable cultivation materials would undoubtedly rob him of sleep at night. And as for unimportant items, being a solitary bachelor, he had little of significant quantity or worth to store. As for transforming it into a farm, that was even less feasible. It was not that the elder was unwilling to cultivate, but rather, the turtle shell surprisingly lacked spiritual energy. This was rather perplexing. One must understand that a cultivator's nascent soul requires the absorption of spiritual energy to sustain itself. Judging by the patina, the turtle shell had likely circulated for several centuries prior to Zhu Yunfei's acquisition. Under normal circumstances, in the absence of spiritual energy, it would be remarkable for a cultivator's nascent soul to endure even 50 or 60 years, let alone several hundred years. Moreover, after the ordeal with Zhu Yunfei, Li Yunwu had not only survived, but also exhibited signs of gradual recovery. Recently, not even coughing. Therefore, this turtle shell was undoubtedly more complex than it appeared. Chapter 66. Spells for escaping. As for hiding within the turtle shell during battle, it currently seemed unfeasible, at least for the time being. Without discovering a method to allow his physical form to enter the turtle shell, it was impossible. He could not simply abandon his corporeal body. However, in critical moments, using the turtle shell as a shield to throw at an opponent would indeed be effective, catching them off guard. After reburying the turtle shell, Zhu Yunfei began to study the 2 jade slips he had obtained from Li Yunwu. Under Zhu Yunfei's questioning, Li Yunwu divulged a total of over a dozen spells and cultivation techniques. Naturally, Zhu Yunfei was quite envious of these techniques. Unfortunately, human energy is finite. Most of Zhu Yunfei's time was already consumed by practicing the 5 elements true spirit scripture, leaving little room for him to bite off more than he could chew. However, during this excursion outside the sect to undertake a mission, Zhu Yunfei felt that his methods were rather limited. Consequently, he decided to select 2 secret techniques and requested Li Yunwu to inscribe them for his study. The reason for opting to record these techniques onto a transmission jade slip was twofold. First, to verify Li Yunwu's honesty and ensure that there were no discrepancies from their prior discussions. Second, it is said that a sharp memory cannot rival a clumsy pen, as inscribing the techniques onto the jade slip would allow him to better grasp the nuances of the methods before practicing them. The 2 techniques Zhu Yunfei chose were the Qingyuan 5 Elements Evasion Technique and the Qingyuan Sword Control Technique. One was intended for stealth, while the other was for swift travel, both capable of offense and retreat, making them superb arts for assassination, theft, or a hasty escape. Moreover, even within the esteemed Qingyuan sect of the upper realm, these techniques were considered among the elite, reserved solely for inner disciples. It was unexpected that such privileges would now extend to Zhu Yunfei, an outsider. The only aspect that left Zhu Yunfei somewhat dissatisfied was that the Qingyuan 5 Elements Evasion Technique did not complement his own practice of the 5 Elements True Spirit Scripture, thus preventing him from unleashing the full potential of the evasion technique. Nonetheless, imperfections do not overshadow the brilliance of a gem, and given the lack of superior techniques, he could not afford to be overly critical, while Zhu Yunfei was willing to make do with the Qingyuan 5 Elements Evasion Technique. His eagerness to master the Qingyuan sword control technique was palpable. The art of sword control, much like other forms of artifact control, is commonly taught across various sects, with each sharing similar fundamentals, rendering it not particularly profound. One could easily procure a manual from the market for a mere 100 or so spirit stones, often with a promotional offer. Zhu Yunfei had previously acquired the Lansong method, Qi Cultivation Edition from the Transmission Hall, which contained a version of the Lansong artifact control technique. He had already undertaken a cursory study of it. The principle was straightforward: to connect the flying sword with oneself, using one's own spiritual energy to propel it. Upon comparing the basic steps of artifact manipulation, he found only slight variations in the details, ultimately revealing no substantial differences in essence. Therefore, even without a detailed manual or specialized instruction, he was reluctant to expend 100 spirit stones, reasoning that once he reached the mid-stage of Qi cultivation and amassed sufficient spiritual energy, he could figure it out on his own. Many scattered cultivators had already devised their own versions of sword control, knife control, and even broom control techniques. Zhu Yunfei placed great importance on the Qingyuan sword control technique because its method of channeling spiritual energy and controlling the flying sword was significantly superior to the basic Lansong artifact control technique. It exemplified the professional standards of advanced cultivation arts in a higher realm. In summary, the Qingyuan sword control technique had a lower threshold, consumed less spiritual energy, and was swifter. Those below the 4th or 5th level of Qi cultivation would find it impossible to utilize the Lansong artifact control technique for flight. Zhu Yunfei, despite his formidable level of spiritual power, could only manage to rise a few yards off the ground, swaying as he flew a few miles. The destination for this mission was the Yunshan Valley Marketplace, located tens of thousands of miles away, separated from their roots and nestled against the lofty Changshan mountain range. This area is rife with numerous monstrous beasts. Most crucially, the local market was specifically constructed to facilitate the capture of these creatures by cultivators. Within this marketplace, a cacophony of individuals can be found, ranging from the virtuous to the nefarious. Scams targeting beast hunters, theft, and deception abound, rendering the environment perilously treacherous, rated at 3 stars on the danger scale. Should misfortune befall one, it would be unwise to merely stand idle and await demise. Thus, the ability to flee becomes paramount. After a night of diligent study, Zhu Yunfei had grasped the fundamental principles of 2 distinct techniques. What remained was the practical application, necessary for accumulating experience. Skills of this nature are straightforward to master once their underlying principles are understood. The essence lies in practice. Through persistent training, one can achieve proficiency. Often, the outcome of a battle hinges on the swiftness of spellcasting. Being a heartbeat faster than one's adversary can determine life or death. In this regard, Zhu Yunfei, who had spent nearly 50 solitary years, held a distinct advantage. The following day, upon arriving at the Armory Hall, Zhu Yunfei's first task was to inform his master of his impending journey to the Yunshan Valley Marketplace for an assignment. Zhang Durong, upon hearing this, offered little commentary, merely advising Zhu Yunfei to take care of himself while away and requesting that he return for a visit before his departure in 2 days. Subsequently, Zhu Yunfei was granted leave, as his venture would remove him from the sect for several months, necessitating the procurement of various supplies. Although the Yunshan Valley Marketplace boasted numerous shops, its remote location meant that goods were not only expensive but often scarce. Preemptive preparation was essential. Exiting the armory hall, Zhu Yunfei did not head directly to the Lansong marketplace. Instead, after sending a message via his token, he turned toward the treasure hall of the Fifth Peak. The treasure hall, one of the sect's directly governed institutions, is responsible for dispensing special rewards and facilitating the exchange of sect contribution points for disciples. For instance, those who participated in the sect's grand competition and received awards, aside from the immediate prizes for the top 3 places, must collect their rewards from the treasure hall. Additionally, contribution points earned through various sect tasks can be partially used to offset sect quotas, while the remainder is redeemable for a plethora of cultivation resources such as elixirs, talismans, artifacts, formations, and secret techniques. Thus, despite its understated reputation, the treasure hall wields significant power over a vast array of cultivation resources, making it a critical department within the sect. Without formidable backing or connections, one might as well abandon any hopes of gaining a position within the treasure hall. Chapter 67. Rest assured, your uncle will protect you. What others regard as sweet nectar is, for Zhu Yunfei, merely chaff. The treasures of the treasure hall are merely a facade for underhanded dealings, embezzlement, deceit, and the exploitation of ordinary disciples. Even when entangled with one another, operating in collusion, it remains an exceedingly perilous venture. Whenever the sect requires a boost to its reputation, the anti-corruption efforts of the treasure hall serve as the most effective image project. Most crucially, serving in the treasure hall often invites animosity. This explains why the treasure hall has never garnered significant renown within the sect. The individuals involved are merely greedy, not foolish. Fully aware of the scrutiny they attract, they naturally learn to amass wealth discreetly. For this reason, those who serve in the treasure hall often exhibit a remarkable duality. On one hand, the individuals within are offspring of high-ranking families within the sect. On the other hand, they are not the core descendants that their families prioritize. These individuals often find themselves overlooked within their clans, typically the result of secondary unions or illegitimate births, characters who can be sacrificed at any moment. Although their circumstances bear a striking resemblance to his own past, Zhu Yunfei harbors little sympathy for such individuals. Destiny is a choice one makes, and one must bear the consequences. Nevertheless, this does not hinder Zhu Yunfei from leveraging emotional connections to foster relationships with the treasure hall's personnel. Indeed, he has successfully done so, yielding commendable results. Nephew, I had no idea your childhood was also so unfortunate. Rest assured, your uncle will protect you from now on. Wang Nan, the internal affairs manager of the treasure hall on the Fifth Peak, is a descendant of the Fifth Peak's master, Wang Chuxiong, a side branch, born of a concubine, possessing 4 spiritual roots. Quite the advantageous combination. Their shared experiences have led Wang Nan to hold great admiration for this diligent nephew with 5 spiritual roots. What further impresses Wang Nan is that this young man not only trains with remarkable dedication, but also possesses exceptional interpersonal skills. When exchanging for elixirs at the treasure hall, he never fails to refrain from accepting any secret discounts. Each time, he brings gifts for Wang Nan, claiming, "Disciple merely wishes to show respect to uncle, not seeking any personal gain." What a fine young man he is. If only he were not burdened with 5 spiritual roots. The rare feeling of being respected brings Wang Nan to tears each time he listens, his heart filled with emotion as he gazes at Zhu Yunfei. Thus, the more Zhu Yunfei declines, the more Wang Nan feels compelled to extend his kindness toward him, leading to a continuous tug-of-war until Zhu Yunfei, unable to refuse any longer, concedes and acquires elixirs at a half price or even lower discount. Zhu Yunfei's visits to the treasure hall serve not only to exchange for elixirs he requires for this business trip, but also to procure talismans, magical artifacts, and formations for self-defense. Most importantly, he seeks to exchange for a sword that suits him well. Without a sword, how can one practice the art of sword control? Although Zhu Yunfei possesses a standard flying sword, a requisite for outer sect disciples, he has never studied swordsmanship and has let it gather dust in his storage pouch. He has only used it a few times during his practice of the Lansong control technique. It is serviceable, though clearly, such a subpar weapon is unworthy of the advanced Qin Yuan sword control technique. Thus, Zhu Yunfei contemplated acquiring a rather impressive flying sword. Whether it could enhance his combat prowess was of little consequence. The paramount concern was ensuring it could support him during his hasty retreats. Initially, Zhu Yunfei had considered visiting the Treasure Pavilion to purchase one from Li Xiaoming. The Treasure Pavilion, being a chain establishment with considerable scale and extensive channels, undoubtedly offered a broader variety of flying swords compared to the Jinbao Hall, which relied solely on internal supply. However, upon reflecting that his intended purchase was somewhat substantial, he feared his spirit stones might prove insufficient. Therefore, Zhu Yunfei resolved to exchange some of his sect contribution points for a flying sword. as it presented a more cost-effective option. He had previously exchanged contribution points for various elixirs and still had a considerable balance remaining. Furthermore, the Lansong sect was renowned for its craftsmanship. Thus, the magical artifacts in Jinbao Hall should be of commendable quality. Upon exiting the armory hall, Zhu Yunfei promptly messaged Wang Nen using his sect token to inquire if he was present. After receiving an affirmative response, Zhu Yunfei quickened his pace and soon arrived at the entrance of Jinbao Hall. As he stepped through the grand doorway, he spotted Wang Nen standing in the center of the hall, adorned with a broad smile. Zhu Yunfei hastened forward and respectfully bowed. Disciple pays respects to Uncle Master. After rising, he presented the wrapped gift to Wang Nan with both hands. Ah, you and your gifts again. Did I not instruct you to refrain from bringing things? Wang Nan feigned displeasure as he accepted Zhu Yunfei's offering, though his radiant smile betrayed his true feelings. Each time Zhu Yunfei visited, he insisted on bringing a token of appreciation, despite Wang Nan's repeated admonitions. It genuinely warmed his heart. Uncle Master, you jest. Recently, my esteemed master has been inundated with urgent tasks. I have been tirelessly working overtime, leaving little time for outings. Now that I have concluded my duties, I have come to visit you. Zhu Yunfei deftly shifted the focus, not daring to admit that his lack of motivation stemmed from an abundance of elixirs. Instead, he utilized Zhang Durong as a convenient excuse. Listening to Zhu Yunfei's explanation, Wang Nan accepted it without suspicion, nodding in acknowledgement. You lad, you are quite perceptive. Speak. What is it you require? Wang Nan gestured grandly, his tone imbued with generosity, secretly elated. This young man had finally come to seek his assistance. Having known Wang Nan for 3 years, Zhu Yunfei had never before solicited his help, making this a significant occasion. Wang Nan, reflecting on his role, felt it essential to maintain a respectable demeanor. However, Zhu Yunfei's forthcoming words extinguished Wang Nan's aspirations for grand endeavors. Well, Uncle Master, Zhu Yunfei conveyed his plans to travel to Yunshangu Valley for business, expressing a need to exchange his sect contribution points for various elixirs, talismans, formations, and a magnificent sword. Ultimately, he hoped that Wang Nan could assist him in selecting a swift flying sword. He further emphasized that he possessed a substantial amount of contribution points and urged Wang Nan to make recommendations without reservation. However, Wang Nan's expression dimmed noticeably. It was evident that he felt slighted. Individuals like them, who were disregarded within their families and relegated to the treasure hall for meager profits while bearing the brunt of blame, found joy in being appreciated and admired. Initially, Wang Nan had anticipated that Zhu Yunfei sought a favor, perhaps a significant discount. Instead, he merely requested a recommendation. Was this a manifestation of disdain for their so-called and scrupulous department? Chapter 68. The Splendor of the Treasure Hall's Warehouse. Despite his displeasure, Wang Nan remained professional after over 2 decades of service at the treasure hall. In no time, he instructed the disciples to gather the requested items for Zhu Yunfei. However, the quantities had multiplied several times. Glaring at the table piled high with an array of elixirs and talismans, Zhu Yunfei felt overwhelmed. Although he had some contribution points, it certainly wasn't an amount to warrant such a grand collection. Was he being treated like a fool? To avoid spiraling into a predicament of debt, Zhu Yunfei hastily explained. Master Wang, this is far too much. I barely have 100,000 contribution points. I don't need this much. Ah, this is nothing to fret over. Wang Nan replied dismissively, waving his hand. You needn't worry. I wouldn't dare to take advantage of you. These low-tier elixirs and talismans are hardly valuable. His casual demeanor suggested that the items before them were practically free. Indeed, these items seemed to hold little worth. As a third-level Qi practitioner, Zhu Yunfei had only requested basic elixirs such as Qi gathering pills, pulse protection pills, and healing pills. These were mostly first-tier mid-grade elixirs, typically priced at 50 to 60 low-grade spirit stones per bottle. At most, there were a couple of first-tier high-grade elixirs, which could fetch 80 to 90 low-grade spirit stones per bottle in the market. Converted into sect contribution points, this amounted to around 40 to 50 points. The array of elixirs on the table, roughly 20 bottles, would total no more than 1,000 contribution points at standard exchange rates. With a generous discount, it could be even cheaper. The talismans followed a similar pattern. First-tier high-grade talismans sold for 30 spirit stones each in the market, while the exchange price was 15 contribution points per talisman. The treasure hall's cost was approximately 5 contribution points. Wang Nan had the disciples gather a stack of each type: fire symbols, diamond symbols, swift symbols, and invisibility symbols, totaling 200 talismans, valued at 3,000 sect contribution points. In addition, there exists a first-tier superior spirit gathering array, a first-tier superior 5-element illusion array, a first-tier superior minor concealment array, and 2 first-tier superior pathfinding puppets. collectively valued at 53,462 contribution points. Hiss, this has truly drained me dry. Upon hearing the figures recounted by the disciple at the side, Zhu Yunfei inhaled sharply. Do not report the original price. Quote the maximum discount. He heard Wang Nan assertively instruct the counting disciple. Yes, supervisor. According to your authority, the discounted total is 16,038. Wang Nan lightly acknowledged, then turned to Zhu Yunfei and inquired, Nephew, are you satisfied with this price? Satisfied, of course. Thank you, uncle. Zhu Yunfei quickly regained his composure and expressed his gratitude to Wang Nan. With such a significant discount, how could he possibly be dissatisfied? As long as you are content. Come, you were looking to exchange for a great sword, weren't you? I shall take you to the warehouse to select one. After Zhu Yunfei handed his token to the disciple for settlement, Wang Nan stood and gestured for Zhu Yunfei to follow him. Given Wang Nan's enthusiasm, Zhu Yunfei felt compelled to comply, trailing behind Wang Nan directly to the treasure hall's artifact repository. Zhu Yunfei primarily served in the armory hall and secondarily assisted his master in forging. He had encountered no fewer than 8,000 artifacts and had personally participated in the crafting of many. He prided himself on his extensive knowledge. However, as Wang Nan activated the array to enter the artifact repository, Zhu Yunfei was utterly astounded, rendered speechless by the scene before him. Wow, this truly is an eye-opener. He had anticipated the artifact repository to be a mere small storeroom, only to discover it was a world of its own. Rows of shelves were filled with a myriad of artifacts, of various types and levels, numbering well over 10,000. It was conservatively estimated that there were at least several 100,000 artifacts within. How is it? Is it enough for you to choose from? Observing Zhu Yunfei's nearly drooling expression, Wang Nan felt an immense sense of accomplishment. Even his little mustache seemed to perk up in pride. This time, he was certain to earn the boy's admiration. Gulping, as he gazed at the bewildering array of artifacts, Zhu Yunfei nodded vigorously at Wang Nan's words. Akin to a chick pecking at grains. Yes, absolutely enough. However, uncle, will my entrance to this repository cause you any trouble? Wang Nan's warmth made Zhu Yunfei feel grateful. But he did not wish for his small matter to bring Wang Nan any inconvenience. Thus, he inquired. Not at all. Wang Nan waved his hand dismissively, appearing unconcerned. Nonetheless, he appreciated Zhu Yunfei's concern. The reason Wang Nan held such affection for Zhu Yunfei was due to the boy's constant consideration for him, which brought him a sense of warmth. Although there are regulations prohibiting outsiders from entering the warehouse, this is merely applicable to ordinary outer disciples. They simply lack the qualification to be brought inside. However, inner disciples, when exchanging for magical artifacts, can enter and select freely. I have yet to witness anyone who truly respects that trivial regulation. Furthermore, the treasure hall is protected by an array of guardian formations, ensuring that without the permission of a supervising disciple, the magical artifacts inside cannot be taken out. Thus, this so-called sect rule is merely a formality. Behold, the grand sword you desire lies over there. Feel free to peruse at your leisure. As Wang Nan spoke, he gestured towards several rows of shelves not far away, indicating for Zhu Yunfei to search for himself. Oh, that is splendid. Upon hearing Wang Nan's words, Zhu Yunfei couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After all, having cultivated a friendship with someone of considerable influence, it would be a pity for him to falter over such a trivial matter. Wouldn't all the gifts he had bestowed be in vain? Standing before the shelves, after a quarter of an hour of searching, Zhu Yunfei, overwhelmed by the choices, was compelled to abandon his quest for the grand sword. The Lansong sect truly lives up to its reputation as a renowned forge in the Qingzhou cultivation realm. It is exceedingly opulent. The variety, quantity, and quality of the magical artifacts here far surpass any of the small shops outside. Even a cursory count revealed that at least 1/3 of the warehouse was filled with swords alone. This implies that the number of sword-type artifacts must be no less than 50 or 60,000. As for the quality, that goes without saying. Zhu Yunfei possessed a long sword, a standard issue for outer disciples, an item that all disciples who have reached the qi refining stage in the Lansong sect can receive for free. This was the very sword Zhu Yunfei found distasteful. Its rank is that of the first-grade upper tier. The price it fetches in the market is of little consequence. What matters is that many Foundation establishment cultivators outside struggle to acquire even a first-grade upper-tier artifact to maintain appearances. This indicates that such items are not commonplace. Zhu Yunfei's disdain stemmed from his status as the favored disciple of the head of the armory hall, accustomed to high-quality goods. Yet, even someone like Zhu Yunfei, who had witnessed grand spectacles, could not help but admire the extravagance of the treasure hall. Among the 50 or 60,000 swords, not a single one was of the first grade. They all commenced at the level of spiritual artifacts. Truly, the wealth is astounding. Moreover, All the swords displayed on the shelves were miniature versions, no larger than the palm of one's hand. One must use their spiritual sense to read the descriptions of the swords. While selecting 10 or 8 was manageable, once the count reached 100 or 180, Zhu Yunfei found it overwhelming. With a long sigh, he reluctantly turned his gaze back to Wang Nan. Master Uncle, there are simply too many swords here. It would take me an eternity to choose. Perhaps you could assist me? Ha ha. I thought you wouldn't back down so easily. Very well, I shall help you select one. Wang Nan had encouraged Zhu Yunfei to choose for himself precisely to witness how challenging it was. After all, how could he appear impressive without first-hand experience? Wang Nan, with a face full of satisfaction, gestured towards the distant shelves. In an instant, a small sword, no longer than a palm, zipped through the air, landing gracefully in Wang Nan's hand, transforming into a magnificent broadsword. What do you think of this sword? Wang Nan nonchalantly tossed the sword to Zhu Yunfei, proudly proclaiming, "This sword is named the 3 Talents 5 Elements sword, a high-tier item of the 2nd rank. Its blade measures 3 feet 3 inches in length, 3 inches 3 in width, and 3/10 in thickness. The sword is forged from 5 elemental metals representing gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, making it exceptionally suited for practitioners with 5 elemental roots. Moreover, it incorporates Lioli's secret gold, allowing it to absorb spiritual energy for self-repair even if damaged. Not only that, due to the remarkable fusion properties of Lioli's secret gold, it can continually enhance its rank by devouring higher-tier materials. Furthermore, this sword is the sole creation of the sect's only 4th-tier master craftsman, crafted in his early years, thus holding immense collectible value." As Wang Nan spoke with exuberance, his pride was unmistakable. This sword was the work of the artisan he admired most. It was worth mentioning that he had expended considerable effort to prevent this sword from being exchanged in the past. Upon hearing Wang Nan's introduction, Zhu Yunfei couldn't help but feel intrigued by the sword and instinctively infused it with a trace of spiritual energy. Instantly, a kaleidoscope of colors shimmered along the blade, and a faint sound of the sword's song could be heard. "A splendid sword," Zhu Yunfei exclaimed in delight. However, a flicker of doubt soon arose within him, prompting him to ask, "But, Master Uncle, such an exquisite sword, why has no one exchanged it?" As soon as the words escaped his lips, Zhu Yunfei realized he had spoken out of turn. Wang Nan's previously proud expression abruptly froze, the words he had intended to utter caught in his throat. After a prolonged silence, Wang Nan continued with a look of deep melancholy, "Who says no one has exchanged it? 60 years ago, someone did express a desire to exchange for this sword. However, I dismissed him. 60 years ago? Just one person?" Zhu Yunfei recognized that his words were somewhat hurtful, yet he could not restrain his curiosity. Alas, curiosity often leads to trouble. Indeed, Wang Nan's expression grew even more distressed. "Alas, while this sword is remarkable, it is regrettably not something just anyone can wield." With the conversation having reached this point, Wang Nan felt no embarrassment, letting out a soft sigh, before continuing, "Back then, the master was still quite young and full of various ingenious ideas. This sword was actually an experimental piece. The original intention was to use the 5 elemental materials to address the imbalance of elemental spiritual power when practitioners wielded swords, aiming for the perfection of the 5 elements in sword techniques. However, it turned out that although the sword was successfully created, practitioners without elemental spiritual power could not possibly unleash its full potential. Consequently, the purpose became inverted. A 2nd-tier high-quality spiritual sword could only exhibit the effectiveness of a 1st-tier high-quality one, rendering it little more than a curiosity. Moreover, the materials used to forge this sword are exceedingly precious, rendering it quite costly, which further dissuades anyone from wishing to exchange it. 60 years ago, there were indeed individuals who sought to acquire this sword for their collection. I, however, declined their requests, citing that they were not practitioners of the 5 element roots and would thus squander the master's painstaking efforts. Otherwise, could one have anticipated that you, young man, would come along and seize this extraordinary opportunity? As Wang Nan pondered this, a look of melancholy washed over his eyes. It was bewildering how fortunate this young man was. Over the millennia, the Langkong sect has accepted but a handful of disciples with 5 element roots, and yet this lad so effortlessly gained entrance. He even became an outer disciple, ascending to the 5th peak, and fortuitously encountered me here in the treasure hall's repository. Is this what they call fate? Wang Nan mused, increasingly convinced of the marvel of these events. In stark contrast to Wang Nan's burgeoning excitement, Zhu Yunfei's heart was in turmoil. After much inner conflict, he finally mustered the courage to timidly inquire, "Then, Master Uncle, how much does this sword cost?" Silence hung heavily in the air. Zhu Yunfei's question left Wang Nan momentarily flabbergasted. "Here I am, sharing my sentiments with you. and you dare to speak of money? Although this sword is indeed unsuitable for those lacking 5-element roots, the value of the materials is undeniable. Thus, the treasure hall has established a base price of 88,000. At the utterance of this price, Zhu Yunfei couldn't help but gasp in shock. 88,000. That's utterly exorbitant. I cannot afford such a sum. However, being a person of discernment, Zhu Yunfei recognized that outright refusal would tarnish Wang Nin's reputation. And Wang Nin was particularly sensitive to matters of pride. Hence, Zhu Yunfei quickly bowed respectfully and said, "To be honest, Master Uncle, your discernment is truly remarkable. This sword certainly appears formidable. I do have an admiration for it, but alas, I have no experience wielding a sword. If this sword were to fall into my hands, it would likely gather dust. I cannot be so selfish. Let this sword remain here, awaiting the arrival of its true match." In a postscript, Zhu Yunfei lamented the recent significant decline in data. He was uncertain as to the cause of the issue, feeling a deep ache, as if it were palpable even through his trousers. Chapter 70. Escaping for one's life is the true skill. As Zhu Yunfei's words left his lips, Wang Nin felt as though he had been choked. "What do you mean by a more fated individual? Surely, you mean a wealthier one." Wang Nin was aware of Zhu Yunfei's frugality, but he never expected him to be this miserly. This was a second-tier superior spiritual weapon. Was it not merely a tad expensive? Did he know how many people outside would risk their lives to contend for a mere inferior second-tier spiritual weapon? Truly, one is given an opportunity and fails to cherish it. Sighing, Wang Nin resolved to take matters into his own hands. He then spoke again. "What kind of sword do you desire?" His tone was calm, devoid of any evident anger, which allowed Zhu Yunfei to breathe a sigh of relief as he quickly replied. "I apologize for the trouble, Master Uncle. The young nephew had but a singular request, to fly swiftly." Fly swiftly? Wang Nin was taken aback. A sword, the sovereign of all weapons, is inherently suited for combat. Previously, when individuals came to the treasure pavilion to select swords, they sought either sharpness, durability, or attribute enhancements. This demand for speed was a first for him. The peculiarity of this request almost brought a smile of incredulity to Wang Nin's face. Others sought blades to augment their combat prowess. Yet here was this lad, desiring merely speed. What? Is it to facilitate your escape? Indeed, nothing escapes the keen eyes of an elder. The nephew readily admitted that he wished to flee more swiftly. "Yes, I fear death." This blunt confession left Wang Nin momentarily speechless. Observing Wang Nin's bewildered expression, Zhu Yunfei felt compelled to elucidate his reasoning. "Master Uncle, you are aware of my cultivation level. I have only reached the 3rd layer of Qi refinement. Do you think a Qi refinement practitioner at this stage could wield a sword capable of defeating those in the mid to late stages of Qi refinement? Or even formidable foundation establishment masters? I may be a bit cowardly, but I am not foolish. When venturing out alone and unsupported, should I encounter malevolent cultivators or draw unwanted attention, the fate of blind resistance is certain death. The only path to survival is to flee. To be candid, that 3 talents 5-element sword is indeed a fine weapon, one that I admire greatly. However, for me at this moment, a spirit sword that enhances my combat power by 50% is far less practical than one that offers swiftness." Initially, Wang Nin expected Zhu Yunfei to expound upon some philosophical reasoning, yet he simply stated, "I cannot win, thus I must run." Upon reflection, Wang Nin found merit in Zhu Yunfei's perspective. Having remained within the confines of the Lansong sect, he had become somewhat disconnected from the outside world, inadvertently overlooking the fact that the realm beyond the sect is fraught with peril. Bullying the weak, deceit, robbery, and murder for treasure are the commonplace realities of the cultivation world. It is not only Zhu Yunfei, a mere 3rd-layer Qi refinement practitioner, who could fall victim. Even an average foundation establishment practitioner at the 4th or 5th layer could easily meet a tragic end if carelessly ensnared, losing both life and wealth. In this light, Zhu Yunfei's desire for a sword that flies swiftly is indeed a more prudent choice. This young lad may seem small, yet his considerations are remarkably thorough. Wang Nin mused in admiration. "You speak with wisdom. However, if your sole concern is speed, I would not recommend a sword. Perhaps a specialized escape artifact would better suit your needs." Upon hearing this, Zhu Yunfei clapped his thigh, his eyes suddenly alight with realization. How could I have overlooked that? It seems I have truly become obsessed with sword control techniques. No sword, no matter how fast it flies, could surpass a specialized flying artifact in speed. Observing Zhu Yunfei's expression of epiphany, Wang Nin's smile blossomed once more. "Well done, young man. Now you see the wisdom of experience." Ultimately, guided by Wang Nin's counsel, Zhu Yunfei chose a 2nd-tier superior flying shuttle artifact, the cloud-piercing shuttle. Given Zhu Yunfei's current cultivation level, It is virtually impossible for him to maintain control over a second-tier top-grade flying sword for an extended period, as it would drain him entirely. However, flying artifacts present a different scenario altogether. These devices are capable of housing spirit stones. With a mere press of a spirit stone, one can depart at will. To accommodate Zhu Yunfei's needs, Wang Nan indeed exerted considerable effort. The Chuanyun Suo, its greatest advantage lies in its speed, remarkably swift. As a second-tier top-grade artifact, at full capacity, the Chuanyun Suo's velocity is by no means inferior to that of a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. Its only drawback is its somewhat crude appearance, resembling a kayak and accommodating but a single occupant. Nevertheless, for Zhu Yunfei, who aspires to become the fastest man in Qingzhou, speed is the sole criterion of importance. All else is trivial. At last, Zhu Yunfei departed from the treasure hall, his storage bag bulging. He had no choice but to leave, as upon arrival, his token had boasted over 100,000 sect contribution points, which were now entirely depleted. Despite being drained, Zhu Yunfei felt an immense satisfaction from his visit to the treasure hall. Under Wang Nan's care, he not only secured ammunition and talismans at a fraction of the price, but also exchanged for a life-saving artifact. Moreover, to Zhu Yunfei's surprise, Wang Nan gifted him a 3 talents 5 elements sword as he was about to leave. In the following days, Zhu Yunfei ventured to Langkangfang City to procure a batch of supplies, making final preparations for his departure. It is uncertain how the news leaked, but the fact that Zhu Yunfei was set to undertake an external mission reached Tang Jian. For years prior, in an incident involving Zhang Durong, Tang Jian had been given a month to clear his name or face severe penalties. Regrettably, Tang Jian was unable to catch Zhu Yunfei off guard and resigned himself to misfortune. However, as the son of the deputy peak master, Tang Jian still had to maintain his family's honor. Furthermore, after a month of deliberation, the scandal surrounding the nude incident had nearly dissipated. Consequently, the matter was discreetly resolved and considered closed. As for Tang Jian, he found a pretext to withdraw from the armory hall, preserving a semblance of dignity. Initially, during that period, Tang Jian harbored resentment, vigilantly observing Zhu Yunfei with the intent to find incriminating evidence against him. Yet, after 6 months of scrutiny, he found not a single excuse to undermine Zhu Yunfei. Eventually, he ceased his watch. Although Tang Jian had not closely monitored Zhu Yunfei in recent years, the animosity he felt towards him was akin to aged wine, deepening with time. Thus, upon learning of Zhu Yunfei's forthcoming mission, Tang Jian began to plot. This time, he vowed to reclaim all that he had lost. Chapter 71. The peak by the river. At this moment, Tang Jian was devising plans concerning his own matters, completely oblivious to the situation unfolding with Zhu Yunfei. Even if Zhu Yunfei were aware, it would matter little to him. Long before Zhu Yunfei reached the body tempering stage, he had already outsmarted Tang Jian once. Moreover, now that Zhu Yunfei had ascended to the qi refining stage, what was there to fear? It was a jest. The tables could turn at any moment. Indeed, Tang Jian held a similar belief. Having learned from past experiences, he was naturally more cautious this time around. One might accuse him of being petty, yet one could hardly deem him foolish. Thus, upon receiving the news, Tang Jian immediately sought assistance. In stark contrast to Tang Jian's enthusiasm, Zhu Yunfei was engulfed in inner turmoil. Should he take the mysterious turtle shell with him or not? Yes, at present, Zhu Yunfei was contemplating the enigmatic turtle shell in his hands, uncertain of his decision. The turtle shell was one of Zhu Yunfei's greatest secrets and undoubtedly the most valuable treasure among his possessions. Carelessness was out of the question. However, therein lay the dilemma. If he were to be away for several days or even half a month, it would be far safer to leave the turtle shell concealed in its burrow. Yet this journey was projected to last a minimum of 7 months. Leaving the turtle shell behind in an empty house would certainly cause Zhu Yunfei unease. On the other hand, carrying it with him raised concerns as well, primarily due to the shell's mysterious origins. If it were to fall into the hands of those with ill intentions, he would inevitably find himself embroiled in a deadly pursuit for the treasure. After much deliberation, Zhu Yunfei ultimately resolved to bring it along. After all, he was uncertain of what situations might arise during this journey. Having it close would provide a measure of comfort. Once he packed his belongings into the storage pouch, the room instantly felt much more spacious. Gazing at the home he had inhabited for several years, now so barren, Zhu Yunfei couldn't help but feel a pang of homesickness. However, after a brief moment of sentiment, he shouldered his great sword and departed from the courtyard. At the armory hall, Zhu Yunfei reverently presented a cup of freshly brewed spirit tea before his master, Zhang Durong. This visit was specifically to bid farewell. Having spent several years in the company of Zhang Durong, Zhu Yunfei was well aware of his master's intentions to protect the Zhang family. As long as he possessed the ability, Zhu Yunfei had no qualms about serving as a shield for the Zhang family. After all, such matters were mutually beneficial. Furthermore, Zhang Durong had indeed treated him with kindness. Xiao Fei, this is your first mission outside the sect. The world beyond differs greatly from the tranquility within. One must exercise utmost caution, Zhang Durong advised, setting down his teacup with a serious demeanor. Yes, master, I shall heed your teachings, Zhu Yunfei replied earnestly. Moreover, I have prepared some resources for you. Take good care of them. As the saying goes, a poor family leads to a rich journey. The road ahead is long. Do not be overly frugal. Zhang Durong retrieved a pre-prepared storage pouch from his sleeve and handed it to Zhu Yunfei, saying, Here you go. The disciple understood and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, master. Zhu Yunfei did not hesitate to accept the pouch with both hands, offering a respectful bow before turning to leave the armory hall. At the Fifth Peak's flying boat dock, in the square, Zhu Yunfei quickly spotted Xiao Chong surrounded by several individuals and hurried over. Elder Xiao. Zhu Yunfei greeted him, feigning unfamiliarity. This was a specific instruction from Xiao Chong to avoid revealing their relationship in public to prevent competitors from perceiving their strategic alliance. Ah, Zhu Shidi has arrived. Please wait a moment until everyone gathers. And then we shall depart, Xiao Chong responded casually, though he secretly cast a concerned glance at Zhu Yunfei, silently inquiring if he was adequately prepared. Upon receiving a nod from Zhu Yunfei, Xiao Chong felt reassured. After approximately another quarter of an hour, 2 more disciples in outer sect robes arrived. Only then did Xiao Chong address the group. All right, everyone is here. Let us set off. With a grand gesture, he signaled for the outer sect disciples surrounding him to board the moored medium-sized flying boat. Among the 20 or so individuals, aside from Zhu Yunfei, all were participating in the escort mission. Due to the large number of participants, the task hall of the Fifth Peak had arranged for a medium-sized flying boat to transport everyone collectively to the sect's teleportation array for further passage. As this was a dedicated vessel for the task hall, it set off immediately upon boarding without any further solicitation for passengers. This left Zhu Yunfei feeling a bit uneasy. The flying boat traversed half of the Lansong sect before halting at the banks of the Lansong River on the Linjiang Peak. Linjiang Peak is one of the 10 principal peaks of the Lansong sect. Unlike the Fifth Peak, Linjiang Peak does not bear the responsibility of cultivating disciples. However, this does not diminish its status. In fact, Linjiang Peak holds a position of considerable prestige within the entire sect. The reason is straightforward. The headquarters of various sect institutions are situated here, including the Law Enforcement Hall, the Task Hall, the sect's Teleportation Hall, and the Treasure Hall. Thus, Linjiang Peak serves as the administrative hub and core governance area of the Lansong sect. Upon disembarking from the flying boat, Zhu Yunfei was struck by the scene before him. The square at the entrance of the Teleportation Hall was bustling with cultivators, including many formidable beings at the Foundation establishment stage. Occasionally, he even glimpsed figures clad in golden robes, those revered Golden Core true elders. Truly, it was essential to venture out and broaden one's horizons, Zhu Yunfei reflected inwardly. The Lansong sect boasts 3 public teleportation arrays. One is located at the Jian Peak, primarily for welcoming new disciples and visiting guests. The second is at the Lansong Peak, reserved for the upper echelons of the sect. The final and largest one is situated at Linjiang Peak, specifically designed for long-distance teleportation of the sect's disciples. For instance, during task execution or the assembly for a sect battle, the Lansong sect has small teleportation arrays at each of its main peaks. However, these diminutive arrays are limited to transportation within the confines of the sect and are not significant in the grand scheme. Before anyone could scrutinize the situation further, Xiao Chong led them to a designated assembly point in the plaza where they joined another, larger group. Except for Zhu Yunfei, all others were handed over to another inner sect disciple by Xiao Chong. It was evident that these individuals were part of the convoy responsible for transporting magical artifacts to the frontline outpost. What surprised Zhu Yunfei, however, was the revelation that, contrary to previous information, the leaders of this group were not merely 1, but 2 inner sect disciples in the Foundation establishment stage. Chapter 72, Betrayal. To the average observer, such a subtle shift might seem inconsequential. Yet, to Zhu Yunfei, it was quite intriguing. Normally, for the mere transportation of supplies, the presence of a single Foundation establishment cultivator would suffice. The deployment of 2, however, suggested that the situation at the front line was less than optimistic. As Zhu Yunfei pondered this, his gaze inadvertently fell upon Xiao Chong's face, noticing that Xiao Chong's eyes frequently darted toward the 2 Foundation establishment cultivators, indicating that he shared the same concerns. After the handover of the disciples, Xiao Chong led Zhu Yunfei directly across the plaza into the interior of the teleportation hall. Fei Di, since there is only one vacancy in Yunshan Valley, you will have to go alone, he stated. Here is the route map to the Yunshan Valley Market and the mission document. Be sure to keep them secure. Additionally, I have prepared some supplies for you. At the teleportation array, Xiao Chong handed 2 jade slips to Zhu Yunfei, then retrieved a storage bag from his robe and pressed it into Zhu Yunfei's hands. Brother Chong, what is this for? I have already prepared all my supplies. I lack nothing, Zhu Yunfei protested hastily. Do not refuse. This is a token of brotherly affection. Xiao Chong insisted, and after a brief struggle, Zhu Yunfei reluctantly accepted the offering. What if bandits were to ambush him? The thought suddenly struck Zhu Yunfei as he took the storage bag. He was well aware that he was already carrying 4 storage bags filled to the brim with supplies. Elixirs, talismans, magical artifacts, formation plates, puppets, and a small amount of spirit stones, occupying 2 of the bags entirely. This did not even account for the daily necessities, which he had stored in the space of his turtle shell. The storage bag gifted by his master, Zhang Durong, was filled with elixirs and spirit stones and could not be emptied. Now, he had this additional storage bag from Xiao Chong, though he had yet to inspect its contents. The fact that it warranted its own bag suggested it was surely not just a pair of shoes. Given Zhu Yunfei's current wealth, should he fall victim to robbery, it would undoubtedly lead to tears and despair. As he stood within the teleportation array, Xiao Chong waved his hand and called out, "The journey ahead is long and arduous. Take care, Fei Di." As soon as the words left his mouth, a flash of white light illuminated the air, and Zhu Yunfei's figure vanished from sight. In the city of Shannon, over 60,000 miles away from Lansong Sect, the silhouette of a young man suddenly materialized upon the transmission array's platform, revealing Zhu Yunfei, who had just arrived. At the very moment the transmission array emitted its glow, a waiting disciple, tasked with overseeing the array, swiftly grasped a wooden basin. Long-distance transmissions often induce considerable discomfort for the transported cultivator. In severe cases, one might faint on the spot. For others, dizziness and nausea are commonplace. Although Zhu Yunfei possessed a specialized transmission token that mitigated some of the aftereffects, it was still his inaugural experience with such an extensive teleportation. The instant the transmission concluded, he felt as if the world was spinning, causing him to instinctively bend at the waist. Almost immediately, he heaved violently, reminiscent of a great river breaching its banks. The disciple on standby, observing Zhu Yunfei's unsteady stance, wasted no time and rushed towards him with the basin in hand. Just as Zhu Yunfei bent over, the disciple expertly positioned the basin before him. The decisive and practiced manner in which the disciple acted suggested that this was not his first encounter with such a situation. After placing the basin, the disciple kindly patted Zhu Yunfei's back with remarkable skill. Once Zhu Yunfei had recovered, the disciple assisted him to a nearby chair for rest before returning to perform the final cleanup. Now, as a nascent chi cultivator, Zhu Yunfei quickly regained 7 or 8 parts of his strength after a brief respite. At that moment, the same disciple returned, accompanied by an outer sect disciple. Making their way towards Zhu Yunfei, "Master Ning, this is the uncle just transmitted from within the sect," the disciple introduced. "And this is Master Ning, who oversees the transmission array. Brother Ning, may I inquire your name?" Zhu Yunfei greeted, standing to acknowledge Brother Lin. "I am Zhu Yunfei from the 5th Peak. I have been assigned to guard the Yunsan Valley Trading Post. Here is my task document and identification token." He promptly retrieved the documents from his storage pouch and presented them to Brother Ning. Brother Ning smiled and nodded, accepting the items. He first glanced at the identification token, then used his spiritual sense to examine the jade slip before speaking. "There are no issues with your identity, Junior Zhu. To reach Yunsan Valley, you will need to transfer through 2 more arrays. Though the remaining journeys are of shorter distances, I recommend you rest in the city for the night and set out tomorrow. Thank you for your kind suggestion, Brother Ning. I shall take my leave now and return tomorrow," Zhu Yunfei replied, nodding in acceptance of the advice. He then rose to bid farewell, preparing to find an inn within the city for a well-deserved rest. In executing such sect tasks, the sect task hall provides travel expense subsidies, and the use of teleportation arrays incurs no spirit stone charges. Gentlemen, there is no stringent time requirement. Given this, why must one toil and rush? Is it not more delightful to saunter leisurely, taking breaks along the way? Little did Zhu Yunfei know that as he departed from the teleportation hall, Senior Brother Ning had already dispatched a message via a communication jade tablet. "The person you need to keep an eye on has arrived. We shall set off for the next destination, West Ridge, tomorrow." Moments later, Senior Brother Ning felt a slight tremor from the jade tablet in his possession. Upon inspection, he read a message. "Received. Looking forward to our collaboration." With a smile gracing his face, he tucked the jade tablet away. "Oh, a single message for 300 spirit stones. What a profit." Poor Zhu Yunfei had no inkling that even before he had left the sect, the details of his mission and itinerary had already been divulged. He was utterly unaware that someone lay in wait ahead of him. Even more astonishing, as soon as he emerged, his movements had been sold out by none other than the seemingly amiable senior brother Ning. Had Zhu Yunfei known that his whereabouts had been traded for the price of 300 spirit stones, he would have lamented in agony. If you wish to know, simply ask me, why allow a middleman to reap the profits? My 300 spirit stones. Chapter 73. Vigilance. Although Zhu Yunfei was oblivious to the encirclement laid out for him, a sense of caution began to stir within him. His intuition whispered that there was something amiss with senior brother Ning. Typically, upon first acquaintance, a mere exchange of pleasantries suffices. Yet, this senior brother Ning had fervently urged him to stay overnight, which sent a whiff of conspiracy wafting through Zhu Yunfei's mind. Such insistence was not casual. Rather, it exuded an unusual warmth that belied his initial impression of Ning's demeanor. Zhu Yunfei had never subscribed to the belief that hatred or affection could arise without cause. There was definitely something peculiar afoot. To validate his suspicions, Zhu Yunfei meticulously recalled every detail following his arrival at the South Mountain Teleportation Hall. Initially, he felt dizzy and could scarcely stand. Then, he had vomited, and someone had handed him a basin. Subsequently, a servant disciple had assisted him to a chair. Afterward, senior brother Ning had approached, following the servant disciple, and inquired about his name. Yes, that was it. It was only after learning his name that Ning's demeanor had shifted to one of enthusiasm. This cunning individual clearly harbored ulterior motives. As the images in his mind froze, Zhu Yunfei suddenly slapped his thigh in realization. The case was cracked. This fellow knew his name. Clearly, someone had tipped him off beforehand. And it was not out of goodwill. One thing was certain, it could not possibly be someone from his own ranks. If it had been Xiao Chong or his master who had sent word, senior brother Ning would surely have mentioned their names, perhaps adding, "So-and-so has instructed me to look after you," or something of the sort. After all, this is a matter of human sentiment. Who would refuse it? Performing good deeds anonymously is not something a true cultivator would engage in. Thus, the conclusion is clear. Someone is conspiring against me. Zhu Yunfei pondered for a moment and swiftly identified the mastermind behind the scheme, Tang Jian. In the current context of the Lansong sect, he is the only adversary Zhu Yunfei has. What kind of surprise will you prepare for me? With the enemy's identity pinpointed, Zhu Yunfei felt a sense of relaxation wash over him. For Zhu Yunfei, an enemy in plain sight is not terrifying. It is the hidden foes that pose true danger. He had experienced Tang Jian's prowess firsthand. Frankly speaking, it was somewhat lacking, particularly in intelligence. One could describe him as both foolish and inept. The only attribute he could boast of was his meager cultivation level. However, let us not forget that during their last encounter, Tang Jian was at the 4th level of qi refinement, while Zhu Yunfei had not even reached that stage yet. Despite the significant difference in cultivation realms, Zhu Yunfei had easily triumphed. It could be considered a sneak attack. Now, Zhu Yunfei has achieved the pinnacle of the 3rd level of qi refinement. Even if Tang Jian has made some progress, he would at most be at the 5th level of qi refinement. A mere 2 minor realms of difference is trivial. If it comes to a real confrontation, can I not escape? What is the purpose of investing such a hefty sum in a flying vessel, if not for a hasty retreat? Enough of this, it's time to sleep. A night devoid of dreams was indeed sweet. Unbeknownst to Zhu Yunfei, who had lost 300 spirit stones, he arrived early the next morning at the teleportation hall in South Mountain City. After a restful night, Zhu Yunfei appeared rejuvenated and spirited, completely shedding the disheveled state he had been in upon arriving the day before. After verifying his identity token and task jade slip, Zhu Yunfei stepped onto the teleportation platform once more. Since the teleportation array connects to spatial nodes, each teleportation array corresponds exclusively to one other. Therefore, the array Zhu Yunfei was about to use was different from the one he had taken yesterday. The southwestern slope of South Mountain features bilateral teleportation arrays. Given the relatively short distance of just over 2,000 miles between the two locations, it can only be classified as a short-distance teleportation array, thus eliminating the need for a teleportation token. As for why teleportation arrays were constructed so close together, it relates significantly to the developmental history of the Changshan Mountain Range. The Changshan Mountain Range stretches over 30,000 miles, characterized by towering peaks and dense forests, rich in spiritual energy, with an abundance of spiritual herbs and beasts. It has long been a focal point for nearby cultivation factions seeking medicinal herbs and precious beasts. Developing the Changshan Mountain Range is akin to eating a large pancake. One cannot simply bite into the center, but must gradually nibble from the edges. South Mountain City, originally known as South Mountain Market, was the first area devoured during the Lansong sect's development of the Changshan Mountain Range. Thousands of years have passed, and as the cultivation forces have steadily delved deeper into the mountain's core, cities and markets have proliferated like a malignant sore, continuously spreading into the depths of the mountains. However, the cost of constructing a long-distance teleportation array is exceedingly exorbitant, even for a large sect like the Lansong sect. It is reluctant to build a new city alongside a corresponding long-distance teleportation array with each new establishment. Thus, the arrays are pieced together in segments. Shilu City serves as the penultimate stop of the teleportation array. Due to the shorter transmission distance, Zhu Yunfei did not experience any discomfort after the teleportation, which afforded him the opportunity to observe the disciples operating within the teleportation hall at that very moment. As anticipated, he caught a fleeting glimmer in the eyes of the outer disciple responsible for the Shilu teleportation hall. Indeed, someone has set their sights on me. Zhu Yunfei scoffed inwardly. He merely sought confirmation, without placing too much importance on it. Zhao Li inquired, verifying the task jade slip and identity token, adhering to the familiar procedures. Compared to me, how dismal. I hope you do not disappoint me again. With a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth, Zhu Yunfei stepped directly onto the teleportation array bound for the next destination. The next stop was Guyang Town. This newly established town, only a millennium old, represented the final destination accessible via the teleportation array. At this moment, Zhu Yunfei found himself less than 6,000 miles from his ultimate goal, the Yunsan Valley Market. However, the journey ahead would require either hitching a ride on a swift sword or flying solo. As Zhu Yunfei left the teleportation hall of Guyang Town, it was still shy of the 4th hour. He inquired at the flying vessel dock in the town about the schedule to Yunsan Valley Market, learning that there was one flight each morning, departing at dawn and arriving by dusk. Taking the flying vessel in the morning would allow him to conveniently miss dinner that evening. However, the fare was somewhat inflated. A medium-sized vessel accommodating 20 passengers required 10 low-grade spirit stones for a ticket. The smaller flying vessels, while significantly faster, could barely catch up to lunchtime. Yet the charter fee was rather steep, fixed at 100, with no room for negotiation. Damn, what a ripoff. If I were still at the Lansong sect, I would certainly overturn your stall. Upon hearing the quoted price, Zhu Yunfei felt a wave of indignation wash over him, prompting him to curse inwardly. Nonetheless, he decisively produced 20 spirit stones as a deposit, reserving a small flying vessel scheduled to depart the following morning. Chapter 74. The reason for opting to charter the flying vessel was twofold. Firstly, Zhu Yunfei was not lacking in funds at present. A mere 100 or so spirit stones no longer held the power to make him weep. Secondly, and most importantly, the medium-sized vessel would be too crowded. It would complicate matters with those waiting ahead, making it difficult to act discreetly. There is a saying, while one can be a thief for 1,000 days, one cannot guard against a thief for 1,000 days. Zhu Yunfei's journey to Yunsan Valley Market was to embark upon his grand venture as a protector. Should he fail to resolve any impending troubles before reaching the Yunsan Valley Market, he would find himself perpetually wary of potential sabotage in the days to come. This notion did not sit well with Zhu Yunfei. Thus, he decided to cast out some bait and draw in a catch. Having already departed from the Lansong sect, he reasoned that if he kept his hands clean, he should encounter no issues. As for whether the fish will take the bait, Zhu Yunfei feels no concern whatsoever. He has bribed numerous individuals to keep watch over him during his journey. The price he has paid for their vigilance is not insignificant. Would they be content without seeing him? At the Guyang Inn in Guyang Town, Zhu Yunfei requested the finest room available. Upon entering, he retrieved a superior-grade small concealment array from his storage pouch. After inserting spirit stones and activating it, he enveloped the entire room in a protective barrier. Although the inn's attendant assured him that the room was equipped with a formation to shield against external scrutiny, Zhu Yunfei preferred not to entrust his safety to the innkeeper's integrity. It was prudent to add an extra layer of security. With everything in place, he commenced his fervent cultivation. Strategically, one must disdain the enemy, yet tactically, one must regard them with utmost seriousness. Although Tang Jian had previously left Zhu Yunfei with an impression of being quite weak, that was 3 or 4 years ago. Moreover, they were no longer within the confines of the sect. Zhu Yunfei had no reservations. Why would Tang Jian, having suffered losses previously? He was now scheming to ensnare Zhu Yunfei once more. Either Tang Jian had recruited allies, or he had devised a formidable strategy, confident enough to overpower Zhu Yunfei. Of course, one could not dismiss the possibility that Tang Jian was simply reckless, without any preparation, yet determined to engage. Nevertheless, it was more likely that one of the first two scenarios was true, or perhaps both. Zhu Yunfei held Tang Jian's sheltered combat abilities in contempt. Yet he could not overlook his noble lineage and cultivation level. To enhance his chances of success in tomorrow's battle, or in the event of a retreat, Zhu Yunfei resolved to break through to the 4th level of qi cultivation today. Currently, he was at the peak of the 3rd level, with the 4th level within reach. A few months of diligent cultivation would suffice. While a forceful breakthrough was possible, it would require time to stabilize his cultivation afterward. This cost was negligible compared to the potential increase in his combat power post-breakthrough. Prepared with spirit stones, he began his training. 3 hours later, with a deep exhalation, Zhu Yunfei opened his eyes, brilliance flickering within them. His aura had suddenly thickened considerably. He had achieved the 4th level of qi cultivation. The 5 elements true spirit scripture truly lived up to its mysterious origins. It was undeniably formidable, and he felt no hint of a bottleneck. Yet, the consumption was indeed quite taxing. As he sensed the surging spiritual energy within him and glanced at the now discolored spirit stones before him, Zhu Yunfei found himself at a loss, uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow. Having transitioned from the peak of the 3rd level to the initial stage of the 4th level, he had crossed a minor threshold with the aid of the 5 elements true spirit scripture. However, without the sect's gathering array, he relied entirely on spirit stones for his spiritual energy. In a single moment, Zhu Yunfei expended a staggering 200 low-grade spirit stones. 200. For merely a slight elevation in his cultivation realm, he had squandered that amount. Ultimately, the anguish over the depletion of spirit stones overshadowed the elation of his breakthrough. Zhu Yunfei resolved to minimize or entirely refrain from utilizing spirit stones for his cultivation in the future. After all, such a rapid consumption rate would be unsustainable even for one as affluent as a landlord. Wiping away his tears, Zhu Yunfei activated the Lan Song concealment technique, concealing his spiritual energy fluctuations to the late stages of the qi refinement 3rd layer. If he intended to masquerade as a pig to lure the tiger, it was essential first to embody the pig. The only source of dissatisfaction was that the Lan Song concealment technique was rather mediocre, only capable of masking 2 minor realms of cultivation, provided that the opponent's cultivation did not significantly surpass his own. Nevertheless, there was no alternative. Ever since he had concealed the 5 qi Cs using the blood-melding spirit technique, Zhu Yunfei realized this method had become ineffective for him. The transmission hall indeed possessed more advanced techniques for concealment, but they were prohibitively expensive, and Zhu Yunfei was reluctant to part with his coins. Thus, he had to make do with the free method at hand. Glancing outside, Zhu Yunfei noted the sky was tinted with a gentle dusk, and it was nearly time for dinner. However, he decided to stroll around the town first, stowing away his formation and departing his room. As he closed the door, a sudden idea struck him. He wished to test how his spiritual consciousness had changed after his cultivation increase, and to see if the room truly shielded him from external probing as the innkeeper had claimed. Tentatively, he released his spiritual consciousness. In a brief moment, he was met with 3 surprising revelations. Firstly, following his cultivation growth, his spiritual consciousness had also expanded, reaching an astonishing range of 40 zhang. Admittedly, this distance paled in comparison to the foundational masters, but among qi refinement practitioners, it was undoubtedly impressive. Secondly, the room indeed lived up to the innkeeper's boast. It effectively blocked external probing of spiritual consciousness. Just moments ago, Zhu Yunfei's consciousness had been thwarted at the threshold of the room, unable to penetrate inside. The sensation was peculiar, akin to a wall enveloping the entire room, soft, slippery, yet unyieldingly solid. Lastly, he unexpectedly discovered an individual downstairs who was surveilling him. How did he ascertain this? A solitary figure occupied a table, ordering only a single dish, all the while casting furtive glances toward Zhu Yunfei's room. Was this not surveillance, or was he simply daydreaming? It was infuriating. This fellow was patently unprofessional, indulging in such antics. With so many individuals bought off, it seemed that this individual's financial clout was far beyond what Zhu Yunfei had anticipated. He realized he had somewhat underestimated this person, or rather, the one backing him. Certain matters warranted caution. It appeared that he must prepare himself in advance. Suddenly, Zhu Yunfei recalled something significant and couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. Chapter 75. The Malevolent Cultivator. The following day, as the midday sun hung high in the sky, Zhu Yunfei, having just finished his lunch, entered the airship dock of Guyong Town, wiping his mouth. In stark contrast to the bustling Fifth Peak airship dock, this square, or perhaps more fittingly termed an open area, exuded a sense of tranquility. 2 medium-sized airships had long since vanished from sight, leaving only a handful of small airships scattered around the periphery of the open space. Not far away, several cultivators lounged beneath the shade of trees, idly fanning themselves. Zhu Yunfei surveyed the surroundings and then made his way directly toward one of the cultivators. "Apologies, fellow cultivator. I was delayed by some matters earlier." he said with an apologetic expression as he approached the figure leaning against the tree trunk. Fellow cultivator, the time we agreed upon has already passed by nearly half a day. You the cultivator, interrupted from his drowsiness by Zhu Yunfei's words, was about to express his irritation when he noticed the porcelain vial being offered and his words caught in his throat. My sincerest apologies, it is my fault. Please do not disdain this vial of peach blossom wine. Zhu Yunfei earnestly pressed the prepared spirit liquor into the cultivator's hand. Oh dear, fellow cultivator, that was not my intention. The cultivator, seeing the extravagant offering, smiled broadly. Well then, I shall not be polite. Indeed, it is not too late. Shall we set off now? To the surprise of the cultivator, Zhu Yunfei's generosity was beyond expectation, as he presented a vial of spirit liquor valued at 10 spirit stones. Please don't take offense. If it's not a bother, let us depart now. The cultivator replied, his demeanor suddenly warm and welcoming. Very well, let us not delay. After you, fellow cultivator, Zhu Yunfei responded, as the airship cultivator gestured eagerly for him to follow. Meanwhile, as Zhu Yunfei's airship set sail, the atmosphere in a gorge located 1,000 miles from Guyong town grew increasingly tense. 5 figures cloaked in black squatted halfway up the mountain, their gazes fixed intently on the direction of Guyong town, frustration evident in their expressions. Didn't you say the target would depart this morning? I've been baking under this sun for half the day. Where is he? Grumbled one of the black-clad men, a burly figure on the left side of the trio. His irritation palpable. His cultivation level was apparent, being a formidable practitioner at the 5th level of chi refinement. As the burly man voiced his dissatisfaction, the middle figure's brow furrowed slightly, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Clearly, the burly man's demeanor had encroached upon the middle figure's authority. This haughty individual was none other than Tang Jian, who had stealthily escaped from the Lansong sect. Since learning of Zhu Yunfei's impending departure from the Lansong sect to undertake an external mission to Yun Mountain Valley, Tang Jian had plotted to seize this opportunity to eliminate him. Utilizing his status as the son of the Vice Peak Master, he effortlessly assembled a small team of 5 for this mission. Among them, aside from the 3 outer disciples of the Casting Armor Hall, who were visibly displeased with Zhu Yunfei, there were also 2 individuals who were sycophants of Tang Jian. Regrettably, their ambitions were thwarted before they could even embark on their endeavor. They had barely exchanged a few words when they were abruptly halted by Deputy Peak Master Tang. Have you lost your senses? With such a grand display of recruiting, do you wish for everyone to know you intend to slaughter your fellow sect members? Do you truly believe that as soon as that outer disciple meets his demise, the sect's law enforcement hall 1T summon you for a cup of tea? Conspiring against your own comrades, coupled with your identity, do you genuinely think you will escape unscathed? Listen closely, this matter ends here. Furthermore, from this day forth, you are forbidden from stepping outside the Lansong sect. Deputy Peak Master Tang unleashed a torrent of reprimands upon Tang Jian before restricting his movements. However, the proud and arrogant Tang Jian was not one to accept such constraints lightly. Seizing the opportunity while the elder was absent, he stealthily slipped away with his 2 trusted subordinates. Nonetheless, Tang Jian was not the type to disregard the lessons of past reprimands. After receiving his father's heartfelt education, he realized that their previous scheme was indeed lacking in finesse. To prevent exposure, this time, Tang Jian resolved to enter the village discreetly, avoiding any unnecessary publicity. Accompanied only by his 2 confidants, he did not hire assassins until he reached Yunshan Valley, where he anonymously engaged 2 mercenaries, the shadowy figures now lurking nearby. One was robust while the other was slender, one tall and the other short. Although their appearances were strikingly odd, they were notorious in Yunshan Valley as a fearsome duo of malevolent cultivators, Xiongda and Huer. They specialized in heinous acts such as murder, treasure theft, extortion, and providing disaster relief for a fee. Most notably, this duo worked in perfect harmony, striking swiftly and ruthlessly, with an impeccable track record. Their reputation in the underworld was exemplary, and they had never been apprehended. As if preordained, the moment Xiongda spoke, Huer, crouched to Tang Jian's right, turned his gaze towards him. His chilling stare resembled a serpent lurking in the shadows, sending shivers down one's spine. Sensing the surge of spiritual energy emanating from Huer, Tang Jian's heart sank. Mid-stage of chi refinement. Indeed, he had hidden his true strength. Suppressing his discontent, he replied nonchalantly, "Enough of the nonsense. I'll increase the payment." Upon noticing their lack of immediate response, he gritted his teeth and added, "I'll double it." Ha ha ha. Why didn't you say so earlier? Discussing payment makes everything easier. We can wait until the sun sets. No problem, Xiongda said with a squint and an eerie grin. However, in the next moment, his tone shifted abruptly, turning icy cold. However, let me make this clear. Regardless of whether the target shows up today, the payment must be rendered. Moreover, if you wish to obstruct anyone again after today, the price will be recalculated. It was evident that Xiongda had sensed Tang Jian's earlier dissatisfaction, prompting his menacing warning. The sudden shift in Xiongda's demeanor, coupled with his domineering presence, left Tang Jian feeling quite irked. Damn it, these two pests dare to show me such disrespect? As the matters at hand drew to a close, I shall escort you on your journey. In truth, Tang Jian held a certain disdain for these two individuals. Although Xiongda's cultivation slightly surpassed his own, Tang Jian's side boasted 2 at the 5th level of qi refinement and 1 at the 4th. Should a confrontation arise, 3 against 2, coupled with his hidden cards, victory was assured. However, to turn hostile at this juncture could jeopardize his plans, yielding more losses than gains. With the imminent arrival of Zhu Yunfei, Tang Jian restrained his displeasure, maintaining a stoic expression as he nodded, saying, "No problem." Meanwhile, 100 miles away, at the edge of a forest, a small flying vessel carrying 2 cultivators was gently descending. The occupants were none other than Zhu Yunfei and the hired cultivator of the vessel. Chapter 76. The Encirclement. Fellow cultivator, I truly apologize. I may have suffered from an upset stomach. The flying vessel cultivator clutched his abdomen, a look of embarrassment on his face. One must heed nature's call. I completely understand. No need to concern yourself. Please proceed as you wish. I find myself rather fatigued as well. I shall rest for a moment. When you are ready, simply depart without calling for me. Zhu Yunfei waved his hand dismissively, indicating that the cultivator need not worry. He leaned back and closed his eyes. Thank you, fellow cultivator. I shall take my leave shortly. With urgent gratitude, the flying vessel cultivator hastened into the woods. Once the figure of the flying vessel cultivator vanished among the trees, Zhu Yunfei's previously closed eyes snapped open. The so-called rest was merely a ruse. In fact, the cultivator's stomach distress was a result of Zhu Yunfei having discreetly added a mild laxative to the spirit wine. This was all part of his plan to create the necessary conditions for his next move. A quarter of an hour later, the flying vessel cultivator finally returned from his business. Noticing Zhu Yunfei in repose and recalling his earlier instructions, the cultivator refrained from disturbance, directly piloting the vessel onward toward Yinshan Valley. Young master, someone approaches, reported the cloaked observer stationed in the canyon, having spotted the flying vessel approaching from afar. At this, Tang Jian sprang to his feet, his voice sharp. Prepare for action. As his words echoed, his 2 trusted aides retrieved flying swords from their storage pouches. Meanwhile, Xiongda and Hu Er displayed a glint of ferocity in their eyes, seemingly exhilarated by the impending bloodshed. Moments later, as the flying vessel entered the canyon, 2 cloaked figures suddenly appeared, soaring on their swords towards the vessel at great speed. This is bad. The pilot of the vessel felt a surge of panic and swiftly cast a spell to decelerate. Just as he prepared to execute a sharp turn and flee, 2 additional cloaked figures emerged behind the vessel, effectively sandwiching it in a pincer attack. The expression on the face of the flying boat cultivator changed dramatically, silently exclaiming, "This is bad." The Changshan mountain range is renowned for its abundance of spiritual herbs and ferocious beasts, attracting countless cultivators in search of fortune. In such a vast forest, all manner of creatures abound. With the influx of people, it is inevitable that some thieves and nefarious cultivators will emerge, occasionally resorting to robbery, murder, and plunder. As a seasoned traveler on this route, the flying boat cultivator understood that the journey could be perilous, and thus he was well prepared. Without a moment's hesitation, upon realizing that his escape route had been severed, he activated the defensive formation of the flying boat. Subsequently, he retrieved a distress signal arrow from his pocket and shot it into the sky. This was a rescue signal from the Lansong sect. Once ignited, the nearby guardian squad of the Lansong sect would rush to his aid. Cackling ominously, as the flying boat cultivator drew the signal arrow, Fox 2 flicked his wrist, unleashing a beam of dark light. Whoosh bang! The freshly launched signal arrow exploded directly above the flying boat. Damn it, he had encountered professionals. At the moment of the arrow's detonation, the heart of the flying boat cultivator plummeted. These robbers had easily neutralized his call for help, indicating that this was far from their first robbery. Otherwise, they would not possess such extensive experience. This time, he feared it would not end well. Encountering the infamous duo, the bear and fox, and still contemplating rescue, surrendering would lead to a swifter demise. The taunts from Bear further deepened the cultivator's despair. As a notorious evil cultivator in the vicinity of Yinshan Valley, the reputation of the bear and fox duo was well known to him. To his dismay, he had crossed paths with these 2 scoundrels today. Feeling a pang of sorrow, he addressed his companion, Zhu Yunfei, with a hint of regret. "My friend, given the current situation, this place may very well be our final resting ground. However, even in death, I shall take a piece of them with me." As he spoke, The flying boat cultivator did not turn around, his gaze fixed firmly on the two figures obstructing their path. Based on previous intelligence, the bear and fox had never collaborated with others. Although he was unaware of the identities of the two additional figures in black, he surmised that the key to breaking the encirclement lay with them. As for pleading for mercy, the bear and fox never left survivors. This was one of the crucial reasons the duo had managed to evade capture repeatedly. Those who had encountered them were all dead. Just as the flying boat cultivator sought an opportunity to break free, a voice suddenly echoed from behind. The bear and fox? Huh, such audacity. Do you not fear the wrath of the Lansong sect for daring to ambush its disciples? Zhu Yunfei's tone dripped with disdain, his words laced with an undeniable authority. Yet, there was something peculiar about his voice, an indescribable quality. Indeed, the reputation of the Lansong sect proved formidable as Zhu Yunfei's words fell. The atmosphere in the vicinity instantly became charged with tension. The bear and fox duo narrowed their eyes, their gaze fixating on a shadowy figure at the rear of the flying vessel, someone who had long been overlooked. It seemed they harbored a sense of trepidation. The reason these two had managed to elude capture for so long was not merely due to their ruthless nature, but also because of their keen perception. They would target passing merchants and solitary cultivators, even the minions of minor factions, yet they never touched the disciples of the Lansong sect or its directly affiliated forces. Indeed, their very existence had indirectly bolstered the protective vigilance of the Lansong sect. Thus, although the sect had dispatched individuals to hunt them down, the majority of the time, it merely served as a token gesture before they retreated. Little did they expect that today's venture would lead them directly to the disciples of the Lansong sect. The thought of killing a disciple from the sect sent shivers down their spines, causing the bear and fox duo to reconsider. While simultaneously harboring immense displeasure towards the one who had hired them, they felt deceived. A disciple of the Lansong sect? Ha ha. You certainly have a knack for waving a grand banner. But no matter how silver-tongued you are, you remain but a mere outer disciple, a mere ant in existence. Do you truly believe that your demise could stir any significant upheaval? Would the sect really mobilize their forces for your sake? Zhu Yunfei, today shall mark your demise. Not even Zhang Durong could save you. I, Tang Jian, proclaim it. As the bear and fox duo began to waver, Tang Jian could no longer remain hidden. He swiftly ascended on his flying sword from below, calling out to stabilize the morale of their ranks. Chapter 77. Death Struggle. Tang Jian's arrival shattered the fragile equilibrium of the scene. The odds shifted dramatically to 5 against 2. The two cloaked figures blocking the flying vessel were invigorated by Tang Jian's presence, their spirits soaring like wolves poised to pounce on their prey. Bear and fox exchanged a swift glance, then each summoned a magical artifact to completely seal off the vessel's escape route. They quickly realized that from the very beginning, this mission had been orchestrated by Tang Jian. What was initially perceived as a quest for murder and treasure was, in truth, a scheme to ambush the Lansong sect disciple aboard the flying vessel. Once Tang Jian revealed himself and his identity, they understood that regardless of whether they engaged in combat, they had already been drawn into this plot. At that moment, they were left with but one choice: to act decisively and leave no traces behind. Only in this manner could they hope to escape. They were aware that once they succeeded, the one named Tang Jian would surely turn against them. Yet, surprisingly, Bear and Fox did not dwell on this, for they were not made of clay. The only one left feeling despondent in this scene was the cultivator aboard the flying vessel, whose heart had sunk into despair. The notorious duo of the bear-fox has garnered a fearsome reputation. Initially, one had hoped to select a soft target and break through from the front. However, the situation has now escalated to 3 adversaries. The once pliable target has transformed into a frozen fruit, unyielding and immovable, surrounded by formidable foes. The cultivator aboard the flying vessel can only wish for the defensive array to endure a little longer, and perhaps luck might favor him with a passerby to lend assistance. Although the odds are slim, it is still preferable to surrendering without a fight. Be cautious, fellow cultivator. They are about to strike. With this urgent warning from the flying vessel's practitioner, the protective array surrounding them surged with spiritual light. Boom. Almost simultaneously, 4 artifacts collided against the spiritual vessel, creating tumultuous waves of energy. The once stationary flying vessel now swayed perilously, akin to a fragile skiff in a tempest, seemingly on the verge of being engulfed by monstrous waves. Fortunately, the vessel was of a respectable grade and had undergone enhancements to its defensive array, allowing it to withstand this initial probing assault. Fellow cultivator. To maintain full control over the vessel and its defenses, the practitioner could not afford to spare a hand to switch positions and thus called upon Zhu Yunfei for assistance. However, to his surprise, his call went unanswered. Just as he prepared to turn and investigate, a second wave of attacks descended upon them. Boom, boom, boom. The resounding clashes of the artifacts against the array echoed once more, this time with even greater ferocity. A violent backlash forced the cultivator to cough up a mouthful of blood, instantly diminishing his vitality. The once vibrant glow of the defensive array began to wane. Continue this way, and I shall not endure. With this declaration from Tang Jian, the third wave of attacks followed swiftly. The flying vessel's practitioner gazed at the encroaching artifacts, his face etched with despair. He had intended to check on his companion behind him, puzzled by the absence of action or response. However, Tom was no longer on his side. Even in death, I shall take someone with me. Suddenly, the cultivator roared, a fierce intent radiating from him. Accepting his fate, he resolved that he would not perish in vain. Just as the 4 beams of light were about to strike the defensive array for the 3rd time, an unexpected rupture occurred. The protective array enveloping the vessel shattered without warning. The 4 artifacts, now unimpeded, swiftly struck the vessel. Boom. The immense force obliterated both the flying vessel and Zhu Yunfei into mere fragments. In that fleeting moment when the array collapsed, the practitioner leapt from the vessel, charging towards a cloaked figure ahead. A life for a vessel. From the array's sudden disappearance to the practitioner's explosive assault and the subsequent destruction of the vessel, the entire sequence transpired in the blink of an eye. Everything unfolded with such abruptness that by the time the black-clad figure registered the events, the cultivator was already upon him. In the blink of an eye, the figure could barely summon his artifact in time, hastily activating his protective spiritual light to defend against the imminent threat. However, the sudden strike by the flying boat cultivator caught everyone off guard, moving with a speed akin to lightning. Before the protective aura of the cloaked figure could fully coalesce, a sharp sound pierced the air, and a gleaming dagger had already pierced through the figure's chest, directly impaling the heart. You know? The cloaked figure's expression transformed into one of sheer terror as it sensed the rapid loss of vitality within. Regrettably, there was no opportunity for remorse. With the strike successful, the flying boat cultivator hesitated not for a moment. Leveraging the lifeless body, he pivoted and charged towards another cloaked figure. Alas, the second figure had already reacted, summoning back its magical artifact. Having lost the advantage of surprise, the flying boat cultivator was promptly intercepted. With a cultivation level merely at the mid-stage of chi refinement, and having exhausted his techniques, he found himself plummeting downward after his attack missed its mark. Kill him. Consumed by rage at the loss of a trusted subordinate, Tang Jian's face darkened as he issued the command to pursue. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the next instant, 3 piercing sounds echoed through the air. The flying boat cultivator, just about to stabilize his form with the art of aerial control, was struck through his body. 3 blades, creating gaping wounds, unleashed a torrent of blood mist. The cultivator was instantly obliterated, akin to a bird with broken wings, plummeting into the abyss below. At that moment, a sudden, commanding voice rang out from a distance. Halt! Bold heretic, dare to commit murder in broad daylight. Prepare to die. The abrupt proclamation was resoundingly clear, instantly capturing the attention of several individuals. This is bad. A chill ran down Tang Jian's spine as cold sweat broke out. Trouble. Someone is coming. The twin demons, Xiong Hu, exchanged alarmed glances. Damn, why didn't they arrive sooner? Tears streamed down the flying boat cultivator's face, marked by an expression of deep unwillingness, though each held their own thoughts. It was unsurprising that everyone instinctively turned their gazes towards the source of the voice, including the cultivator who was nearing the ground. Yet, in the next moment, all were left in stunned silence. What is happening? Where's the person? Just as the crowd remained engulfed in astonishment, a cold shout erupted from behind them. Chapter 78. Everyone has arrived immediately afterward. 8 spirit fire talismans transformed into fiery arrows, shooting straight towards the backs of the cloaked figures. At this juncture, Tang Jian and the others were wholly focused ahead, completely unaware of the impending attack from behind. The 8 arrows unerringly struck their targets, each one landing without fail. The sound of explosions erupted instantaneously, engulfing Tang Jian and the others in a fierce blaze. Not far behind, as the attack commenced, the invisibility talisman swiftly lost its effect, revealing Zhu Yunfei's figure. Damn! In the midst of an offensive, the invisibility talisman proved ineffective. Zhu Yunfei was momentarily taken aback, hastily maneuvering his flying sword to create distance. Simultaneously, he retrieved several talismans, poised and ready to activate at a moment's notice. As the 4 flames erupted, they vanished in the blink of an eye, revealing 4 shadowy figures. Zhu Yunfei couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. Though the 4 appeared somewhat disheveled, their auras remained largely intact. Clearly, the recent ambush had not inflicted the anticipated damage. Nevertheless, Zhu Yunfei did not linger on this thought. He swiftly activated the spiritual talisman in his hand and shot it towards the group once more. With the talisman speeding towards them, the individuals, caught off guard, hastily summoned their defenses. They employed talismans, spells, and magical artifacts. Tang Jian activated a shield-shaped artifact, positioning it before himself. This was a protective spirit tool gifted by his father, a second-tier upper-grade artifact known as the Qinggang Shield. Just moments ago, this small shield had successfully blocked the assault of 2 fire talismans. Zhu Yunfei acted decisively, unleashing 4 second-tier lower-grade spiritual sword talismans that accurately struck their intended targets. Unfortunately, they failed to breach the defenses of his foes, all being effortlessly repelled. In fact, their effectiveness paled in comparison to that of the earlier fire talismans. Observing the varied hues of the defensive spiritual light, Zhu Yunfei understood that unless he employed second-tier upper-grade or even higher-level talismans, he would merely be squandering spirit stones. After a moment of inner conflict, Zhu Yunfei ultimately chose to hold back. Having endured 2 successive ambushes, Tang Jian and his companions finally had the opportunity to discern their adversary's identity. It's you? Impossible. Weren't you destroyed along with the flying boat? Damn it. Are you toying with me? Upon seeing Zhu Yunfei standing atop the flying sword, Tang Jian was first struck with disbelief. He then recalled that Zhu Yunfei had not made a move until he was killed aboard the flying boat. In an instant, the truth dawned upon him. It was not that their side had acted too swiftly, catching Zhu Yunfei off guard, but rather that the figure on the flying boat had not been Zhu Yunfei at all, and might not even be human. This entire scenario had been a trap orchestrated by Zhu Yunfei. In that fleeting moment, a profound sense of humiliation washed over Tang Jian. As if he had been made a fool of. I will kill you, he bellowed, issuing the command to attack. Upon hearing the order, the loyal black-clad subordinate did not hesitate. He formed a hand seal, sending a beam of cold light hurtling towards Zhu Yunfei's right. Xiongda and Huer, one wielding a curved blade and the other a slender sword, charged towards Zhu Yunfei's left side, as if synchronously orchestrated. As they advanced, they exchanged a glance. Instantly comprehending each other's intent, the assassination of the disciple from the Lansong sect had become a foregone conclusion. To avoid exposure, this Zhu Yunfei must perish. Complicating matters was the fact that their employer had already revealed his identity, necessitating caution to avoid being discarded once their usefulness was exhausted. If needed, they would eliminate that individual as well, putting an end to the affair. Partners for many years, they required no discussion. A mere exchange of glances established their tacit understanding. First, they would eliminate the target, while simultaneously maintaining distance and vigilance against any threats from behind. Although Qi refinement stage cultivators are not particularly swift in sword flight, they prepared to engage. However, the distance of merely 100 zhang could be traversed in just a few breaths. In the fleeting moment when the 3 cloaked figures advanced to strike, Zhu Yunfei refrained from further aggression or fleeing. Instead, he merely activated a low-grade, 3rd-tier Vajra talisman, a trump card bestowed upon him by his master, Zhang Durong. Prior to his departure, as Zhu Yunfei infused his spiritual energy into the talisman, it erupted with a brilliant golden light, enveloping him within a vast, translucent golden sphere. Just as the Vajra talisman completed its activation, the trio's assault descended upon him. 3 strikes collided with the protective barrier of the talisman, causing only a slight tremor in the golden light before it swiftly returned to its original state. The 3 assailants, witnessing their futile attempts, furrowed their brows, immediately realizing that this talisman was no ordinary one. Nevertheless, the situation had escalated to such a degree that retreat was no longer an option. Gritting their teeth, they commenced a relentless barrage against the golden shield, intent on shattering it. After issuing the attack command, Tang Jian followed closely, overseeing the operation. In his assessment, 3 individuals were sufficient to eliminate Zhu Yunfei, who was merely at the 3rd level of Qi refinement. Moreover, he needed to remain wary of the 2 burly figures lurking nearby, thus he refrained from engaging directly. To his astonishment, however, the duo at the 5th level of Qi refinement and the one at the 4th level could not even breach Zhu Yunfei's defensive talisman. Instantly, Tang Jian's countenance darkened, resembling the bottom of a pot, as he realized it was the Vajra talisman. Gritting his teeth, he seethed with a mixture of rage and envy. As the son of the vice master of the 5th peak, he possessed the discernment to recognize the talisman at a glance. The strength of such defense indicated that this Vajra talisman was undoubtedly of a high grade. Was it perhaps a superior 2nd tier? Or even higher? What truly incensed Tang Jian was precisely this point. Even he, the vice master's son, did not possess a single talisman of such caliber. Why did this country bumpkin have it? I want you dead. Consumed by fury, he disregarded any thoughts of oversight or caution, with reason eclipsed by rage. Tang Jian brandished a spear and charged towards Zhu Yunfei's face. Finally, unable to restrain himself, as Tang Jian entered the fray, Zhu Yunfei felt no fear. Instead, a smile curved upon his lips. Now that all had gathered, it was time to send them on their way. He had waited so long, dreading that Tang Jian would escape the net. With all four encircling the golden shield, relentlessly assaulting it, the moment to strike had arrived. At that instant, Zhu Yunfei resembled a seasoned angler, waiting for the fish to swarm and bite the bait before revealing the hidden, lethal hook. With both hands firmly grasping his weapon, he unleashed a barrage of indiscriminate fire. The sound of bullets being expelled echoed through the valley like the lament of the Grim Reaper. In that moment, as gunfire erupted, Tang Jian and his companions instinctively sensed the impending peril. However, within a span of 7 steps, nothing surpasses the swiftness of a bullet. Before Tang Jian and his companions could comprehend the situation, their bodies were torn asunder by gunfire. In a mere breath, 600 rounds were unleashed, resulting in instantaneous demise. Chapter 79. Ashes to ashes. The act of slaughter is always so unexpectedly abrupt. From the moment the four engaged to Zhu Yunfei's retaliatory gunfire, it appeared lengthy. Yet the entire ordeal took less than 3 breaths. To ensure a lethal strike, Zhu Yunfei spared no ammunition, depleting an entire custom magazine of 1,000 rounds. On average, each of the assailants received no fewer than 200 bullets. The sheer volume was overwhelming. The unfortunate Tang Jian and his trio did not even have the chance to utter a cry before Zhu Yunfei riddled them with bullets. The projectiles pierced their bodies, conjuring a mist of crimson that enveloped their forms. However, before the blood mist had dissipated, the 4 mangled bodies pierced through the shroud like fallen angels, plummeting straight to the ground. Surely, they must be dead? No, it was prudent to exercise caution. Gazing at the figures in free fall, Zhu Yunfei initially intended to soar over and ascertain the outcome. Yet, upon reflection, the unpredictable nature of a cultivator's abilities rendered direct approach potentially perilous. Restraining his anxious impulses, Zhu Yunfei retrieved 4 spirit fire talismans. With haste, Zhu Yunfei pointed, activating the talismans in an instant, transforming them into 4 fiery feathers that pursued the descending figures. Boom! The fire feathers struck true, engulfing the 4 silhouettes in an inferno. The brilliant flames descended into the valley, stirring a cloud of dust. This time, there were no surprises. The 4 flames did not extinguish, continuing to blaze unrelentingly. Crackling and popping, the flames persisted for a quarter of an hour before gradually diminishing. Along with the flames, the bodies of Tang Jian and his companions vanished. The scorched earth was left with nothing but 4 heaps of black ash and scattered remnants of their equipment. Nevertheless, Zhu Yunfei did not rush to descend. He circled above on his flying sword, confirming that no survivors remained, before producing a gale talisman and casting it downward. The spirit talisman activated swiftly, summoning a fierce wind that scattered the remaining piles of ash in an instant, obliterating the remains, reducing them to dust. Only after completing this task did Zhu Yunfei finally exhale in relief. Phew, that was truly perilous. Fortunately, I was well prepared. Otherwise, I would have surely met my end here. At last, it was all over. Zhu Yunfei sighed, descending steadily on his flying sword towards the valley below. However, he did not immediately seek out the equipment left behind by Tang Jian and his companions. Instead, he began searching for the wreckage of the destroyed flying boat. After some time, a voice filled with excitement echoed from the depths of the forest. I found it. Beholding the seemingly intact recording stone before him, Zhu Yunfei's anxious heart finally found solace. This recording stone had been hidden aboard the flying boat, an artifact he had carefully placed there while using a decoy talisman to switch places during the presence of the flying boat's cultivators. The purpose is to document the recent ambush incident. From the moment Tang Jian conspired with the notorious duo of Xiong Hu and Shuang Sha to rob, until the mysterious cultivator spoke out in righteous indignation. However, the subsequent battle remains unrecorded. With this footage in hand, who would dare to exonerate Tang Jian for colluding with malevolent practitioners and harming his fellow disciples? After examining the imagery captured in the recording stone, Zhu Yunfei wore a smile of considerable satisfaction. This footage, meticulously edited, preserved the evidence of Tang Jian's malfeasance while successfully extricating Zhu Yunfei from any incrimination. 4. In the visual narrative, it appeared as though he and the flying vessel were both shot down. As for whether the malevolent practitioners and Tang Jian were indeed struck down by that enigmatic cultivator, who could say? In any case, the inquiry yielded no witnesses. Nonetheless, evidence cannot be singular. Solitary proof is frail. Exercising caution, Zhu Yunfei retrieved several new recording stones, duplicating the footage multiple times for future contingencies. For Zhu Yunfei, The most significant boon from this confrontation was this hard-earned footage. To understand the context, one must begin at the very start. Ever since Zhu Yunfei discerned that Brother Ning from the West Ridge harbored ulterior motives, he had been meticulously planning how to turn the tables. This counter-strategy was not about evasion. Rather, it was about devising a means of retaliation. The journey from Guyong Town to the Yunshan Valley Market constituted the final leg of Zhu Yunfei's expedition, and notably, this segment lacked any teleportation arrays. Zhu Yunfei surmised that if Tang Jian truly intended to make a move, this stretch would represent his final and only opportunity. Initially, Zhu Yunfei intended to conceal his true prowess, enacting a ruse akin to a wolf in sheep's clothing. Thus, he diligently worked to elevate his cultivation to the 4th level of qi refinement, while also preparing an array of talismans and magical artifacts. However, yesterday at the Guyong Grand Inn, he encountered an unprofessional stalker, which led him to realize that he had underestimated Tang Jian. Awakening from a nightmarish reverie, he thought, "The fool was indeed myself." In terms of sheer combat power, Tang Jian might not pose a significant threat. Yet, this individual possessed considerable backing, and of a profound nature. Zhu Yunfei understood that in order to exact revenge on Tang Jian, he needed to resolve 2 pressing issues. First, Tang Jian would undoubtedly seek allies. Engaging in a battle of numbers would not favor him, and a head-on confrontation was out of the question, particularly if he could not swiftly eliminate Tang Jian. Further complications would inevitably arise. Second, there was the matter of the Vice Peak Master. Eliminating the subordinate would effectively provoke the superior. Hence, Zhu Yunfei needed to find sufficient justification to prevent the Vice Peak Master from seizing the opportunity to retaliate. Ideally, something compelling enough to silence public dissent. To fulfill these dual requirements, Zhu Yunfei reluctantly abandoned his initial plan to forcibly eliminate Tang Jian and hastily devised a new strategy to turn the tables against him. Zhu Yunfei recognized that if Tang Jian truly intended to kill him, his only option would be to ambush him on the road. This insight was crucial to his strategy. Thus, after shaking off the pursuer yesterday afternoon, Zhu Yunfei discreetly procured recording stones and sound-receiving talismans, along with a decoy. The purpose of this endeavor was to ensnare Tang Jian, creating a pitfall that would lead him to be impaled upon the pillar of shame. The slaughter of one's own sect is a grave transgression according to the regulations of the Lansong sect. To kill a fellow disciple is a heinous crime, punishable by death without exception. Today, Zhu Yunfei deliberately missed the appointed departure time to unsettle Tang Jian's mindset, inciting anxiety and impatience that would reveal his vulnerabilities. He had also laced the spirit wine with a drug, and while the flying boat's cultivators departed, he used a substitute talisman and a dummy to impersonate himself aboard the vessel. Meanwhile, he stealthily followed behind using an invisibility talisman, ensuring he would not be eliminated while simultaneously controlling the projection stone and sound transmission talismans hidden aboard the flying boat. As anticipated, when the flying boat entered the ambush zone, Tang Jian and his companions could hardly contain their eagerness and sprang forth. However, Zhu Yunfei was utterly astonished by Tang Jian's audacity. Merely activating the sound transmission talisman prompted Tang Jian to impulsively reveal his identity, sealing his own fate. Furthermore, he had not anticipated the fierce resistance of the flying boat's cultivators, who chose to fight to the death, valiantly taking down one of their own in the process. Fortunately, the outcome for the flying boat cultivators aligned with Zhu Yunfei's expectations, as they met their demise at the hands of Tang Jian and his companions. Bearing the weight of 2 lives lost, compounded by the images captured within the projection stone, Tang Jian could never absolve himself of this crime. Of course, if all proceeded smoothly henceforth, Zhu Yunfei had no intention of publicly disclosing this footage, rendering it temporarily devoid of significant value, serving merely as a contingency. This does not diminish the contributions of the flying boat cultivators. In fact, in a moment of desperation, one had indeed assisted Zhu Yunfei by alleviating some of his combat pressure. Moreover, their sacrifice provided crucial visual evidence. Thus, without question, the flying boat cultivators had rendered Zhu Yunfei a great service. Zhu Yunfei has always been one to repay kindness. Therefore, as he scattered the ashes, he held a heart full of gratitude. "Brother, rest in peace. I have avenged you. 1 life for another, and the 2 extra shall be considered my gift." Leaving us even. After bowing deeply to the corpse of the flying boat cultivator, Zhu Yunfei collected the fallen storage pouch and a short blade. The individual had departed with the tempest, leaving behind only an empty storage pouch. Having briefly gathered the remains of the flying boat cultivator, Zhu Yunfei commenced the task of collecting and accounting for the equipment discarded by Tang Jian and his companions. Fortuitously, the bodies of the black-clad individuals remained largely intact upon their fall, with their storage pouches preserved and scattered only minimally. In a short span of time, Zhu Yunfei successfully amassed the wealth of several individuals. The saying, "A horse cannot thrive without night grass, and a person cannot prosper without unexpected fortune," holds profound truth. This venture proved to be quite lucrative. Merely counting, Zhu Yunfei could not help but exclaim in astonishment. There were 6 storage bags alone. The fallen magical artifacts numbered as many as 11. Among them, 3 flying swords, one of which was of upper-grade first tier, while the remaining 2 were of middle-grade first tier. There was a curved blade, an upper-grade first-tier artifact from Xiongda. An upper-grade first-tier slender sword was the artifact of Huer. A pair of flying boots, an upper-grade first-tier flying artifact, also belonged to Xiongda. This was Zhu Yunfei's first encounter with a non-sword-type flying artifact, which held considerable value. A short blade from a flying boat cultivator, a combat-type artifact, was of upper-grade first tier. Additionally, there were 2 standard long swords from the Lansong sect, which, if expectations held true, should have originated from the 2 cloaked figures accompanying Tang Jian. Naturally, Zhu Yunfei found little worth in these items, and could only seek opportunities to sell them later for a profit. Lastly, there was the esteemed brother Tang Jian, who contributed a total of 3 artifacts, a flying sword, a long spear, and a small shield. One must admit, the lavishness of a young master from a wealthy family was indeed remarkable. All 3 artifacts reached the 2nd tier. Particularly noteworthy was the small shield, which attained upper-grade 2nd tier status as a defensive artifact. Ha ha ha, wealth has come, wealth has come. Zhu Yunfei trembled as he caressed the small shield, his lips stretching into a grin that reached his ears. Conservatively estimating the value of just these 3 artifacts gifted by esteemed brother Tang Jian soared to an astonishing 300,000 spirit stones. The flying sword was worth 20 to 30,000, the spear 70 to 80,000, and the small shield at least 200,000. Such is the prestige of a defensive artifact. An upper-grade 2nd tier defensive artifact is a rarity even in the Lansong sect, often available only at a price beyond reach. Thus, for Zhu Yunfei, the worth of this small shield surpassed that of the entire collection of artifacts scattered on the ground. Selling it was out of the question. From this day forth, this small shield would become one of Zhu Yunfei's trump cards. Suddenly acquiring such a windfall, it would be disingenuous to claim he was not thrilled. Zhu Yunfei felt his heart racing fervently, anxious that someone might pass by and grow envious. Therefore, he hastily gathered the scattered artifacts and tucked the 6 storage bags into his bosom. He quickly took out his flying shuttle and darted towards the depths of Yun Mountain Valley. However, the direction Zhu Yunfei chose was not towards the marketplace of Yun Mountain Valley, but rather towards the Chang Mountain Range, closer to the primordial forest. Firstly, carrying such a wealth of treasures into the marketplace would undoubtedly attract attention, and Zhu Yunfei feared being targeted. Secondly, he was uncertain whether Tang Jian had left any contingencies in the marketplace. As soon as Tang Jian and his companions vanished, he would appear in the marketplace. If someone was watching in the shadows, he could easily become a suspect. It was wiser to hide for a few days until the commotion subsided before heading to the marketplace, more prudent indeed. After all, there were still several days remaining within the deadline stipulated in the task document, so there was no rush. Lastly, Zhu Yunfei was uncertain if the storage bags of the others contained tampered items, especially those of Tang Jian. Thus, Zhu Yunfei urgently sought a secure location to thoroughly investigate. Should he uncover anything, immediate action would be necessary. After half an hour, utilizing his spiritual awareness, Zhu Yunfei discovered a natural cave. The distance seemed adequate, approximately 200 miles from the incident site. However, he did not hasten to descend. Instead, he maneuvered his flying shuttle to glide low, circling the nearby hills several times. Once assured that no large ferocious beasts roamed in the vicinity, he safely landed before the cave entrance. The mouth of the cave was heavily concealed by vines. Had it not been for Zhu Yunfei's keen perception, he might not have discovered this place at all. Upon closer examination, he noted that the vines bore no signs of disturbance, indicating that the cave had long been untouched by humans or animals. Nevertheless, given its remote location in the deep mountains, Zhu Yunfei deemed it prudent to exercise caution. He retrieved a puppet, resembling a yellow weasel, from his storage bag and affixed a spirit stone to it before placing it within the cave. This small puppet, of low rank and limited speed, could not carry a cultivator's consciousness and was rather fragile. Its sole advantage lay in its affordability, typically serving as a disposable tool for lower-tier cultivators to scout ahead. Such puppets would generally succumb to destruction upon being attacked, simultaneously emitting sparks and sounds, thus providing a warning to the cultivator. Economical and effective. Chapter 81. Sudden wealth. A quarter of an hour later, the puppet weasel re-emerged, slightly dirted but otherwise intact. indicating the absence of danger within the cave. Zhu Yunfei let out a quiet sigh of relief. However, he did not rush inside. He retracted the puppet beast and leisurely retrieved a small concealment array from his storage bag, setting it up at the cave entrance. Once completed, he cautiously drew his sword and stepped into the cave. The entrance's vine concealment rendered the interior shrouded in darkness. Surprisingly, however, the air within the cave lacked the damp, moldy scent typically found in such places. Instead, a gentle breeze wafted through. Zhu Yunfei surmised that the cave must be quite spacious and likely connected to other areas. Otherwise, the presence of wind would be inexplicable. He then produced a white jade orb, held it in his hand, and gradually infused it with spiritual energy. The orb emitted a bright and gentle light, illuminating the entire cave. It appeared that this cave might have once served as the dwelling of a venerable elder, albeit now abandoned. Zhu Yunfei sighed with a sense of nostalgia as he surveyed his surroundings. Under the glow of the spirit light, he discerned the cave's condition more clearly. Not far from him lay a stone bed, stone table, and stone stools, a collection of items indicative of human use. It was highly probable that this cave had once belonged to a cultivator. Regrettably, judging from the weathering of these items, it is evident that this cave has been abandoned for quite some time. It is unlikely that anything of value can be found here. However, even if this cave were not deserted, the dilapidated state of the place suggests that there would be little of worth to discover. Never mind. I shall not dwell on it. It is time to attend to more pressing matters. Zhu Yunfei shook his head, suppressing his treasure-hunting inclinations, and employed a cleaning spell to tidy up the cave, preparing to assess the spoils of battle. The magical artifacts had already been counted. This time, Zhu Yunfei was primarily interested in examining the contents of several storage bags. The first to be inspected was Tang Jian's storage bag. Customized, no less. One can only wonder what treasures it might contain. Gazing at the two storage bags inscribed with the character Tang, Zhu Yunfei eagerly rubbed his fingers together. With a flourish, he dispelled the restrictions on the storage bag and poured out its contents in a single motion. Gasping, Zhu Yunfei inhaled sharply. To his astonishment, the first storage bag was filled to the brim with spirit stones, forming a small mountain nearly 2 meters high upon being emptied. Goodness! It is no wonder that he is the young master of Deputy Peak Master Tang, to embark on a nefarious venture, and yet carry such a bounty of spirit stones. How remarkable! Today has indeed opened my eyes. Spirit stones can be calculated by the cubic foot. 18 cubic feet, truly an affluent individual. Utilizing his spiritual sense, Zhu Yunfei quickly tallied the stones, and his vision turned red with envy. A staggering 687,456 stones. Curse it! I toil day and night merely to trade in waste, or earning only a few thousand spirit stones in a month. This wealthy scion carries enough spirit stones to sustain me for 5 or 6 years. Despite his harsh words, Zhu Yunfei could not suppress the grin tugging at the corners of his mouth. Gratitude to my elder brother for the generous gift of spirit stones. In Tang Jian's second storage bag, although devoid of spirit stones, it contained an array of valuable items. 7 magical artifacts were present, albeit of low rank, the finest being only of mid-tier first grade. It appeared these were discarded remnants from Tang Jian's collection. Nevertheless, the sheer quantity would fetch a considerable sum on the black market. With this in mind, Zhu Yunfei resolved to inquire about black market intelligence once he secured a position in the market. It would be prudent to dispose of the items acquired from the previous encounter with Tang Jian, along with this new haul, converting them into resources for cultivation. Aside from the magical artifacts, there were also spiritual talismans, formations, medicinal pills, tokens, jade plaques, cultivation manuals, and a dozen or so spiritual herbs neatly encased in boxes. Zhu Yunfei, lacking knowledge of spiritual herbs, could not identify their types. However, given their exquisite packaging, they must possess considerable value. He meticulously set aside the tokens and jade plaques. The token was that of an outer disciple of the Lansong sect, likely a replacement obtained by Tang Jian later. The jade plaque appeared to be a defensive artifact, yet bore a special insignia. Thus, these 2 items could not be retained. They must be dealt with accordingly. Next, Zhu Yunfei proceeded to examine the remaining storage bags one by one. Although none were as bountiful as Tang Jian's, the overall total was still quite impressive. Zhu Yunfei meticulously categorized and tallied all his possessions before stowing them away once more. As the saying goes, gold belts are earned through bloodshed and flames. This time, the spoils were quite remarkable, amounting to over 1.15 million spirit stones. He had acquired 16 magical artifacts, 10 of which had been generously contributed by Tang Jian alone. His gratitude extends to the esteemed brother at the top of the rankings. Additionally, there were over 60 vials of elixirs, predominantly gifted by the cultivators aboard the flying vessel, with 24 vials dedicated solely to cultivation. The remaining items comprised spirit talismans and formation arrays. The total value of these spoils was estimated to be between 2 to 3 million. Zhu Yunfei genuinely savored the exhilarating sensation of newfound wealth, particularly while resting upon a bed made of spirit stones. What a delight! After 5 days of seclusion within the cave, Zhu Yunfei felt it was time to depart and head towards the Yunshan Valley Market. However, as he left, he did not dismantle the formation set at the cave's entrance. It could serve as a hidden refuge for future contingencies. Before officially entering the main thoroughfare, Zhu Yunfei replaced his flying shuttle with a flying sword. The shuttle was too ostentatious. Though the sword was somewhat slower, it attracted far less attention. The Yunshan Valley Market was unfamiliar territory, bustling with activity, and Zhu Yunfei deemed it wise to maintain a low profile. With his qi cultivation at the 4th level, flying with a sword was rather sluggish, covering only about 100 to 180 miles in an hour at a steady pace. Fortunately, Zhu Yunfei was in no hurry, relishing the scenic views as he flew. It was only when the last rays of the setting sun faded that he finally arrived at the outskirts of the Yunshan Valley Market. This market served as the final waypoint before entering the Changshan mountain range, effectively functioning as its gateway. Though referred to as a market, it resembled a small city and was far more prosperous than Zhu Yunfei had anticipated for a border settlement. Night had fallen, yet the market was ablaze with light, bustling with a throng of pedestrians, exuding an extraordinary vibrancy. Even before stepping into the market, Zhu Yunfei could feel the lively atmosphere enveloping him. Nestled deep within the Changshan mountain range, the Yunshan Valley Market acted as a bastion for the Lansong sect's advance into the mountains, to guard against potential beast tides. The market was fortified with walls and towers, along with a defensive formation encircling the entire area. Consequently, the market prohibited aerial travel, and without the necessary permissions, Zhu Yunfei could not fly. Thus, he dutifully verified his identity at the city gate and entered on foot. Chapter 82. Eavesdropping. Once inside the market, Zhu Yunfei refrained from rushing to report to the sect's residents. Firstly, he had missed the designated reporting time, and even if he hurried over, he would likely find no one to attend to him. Secondly, he was uncertain whether Tang Jian's disappearance had stirred any commotion. For his own safety, it was prudent to gather some intelligence to avoid stepping into the sect's residence only to be captured immediately thereafter. Moreover, Zhu Yunfei also desired to gather information regarding the black market. Carrying such a plethora of treasures proved to be rather precarious. Naturally, to inquire about news, one must venture into bustling locales, and a tavern serves as an excellent choice. Coincidentally, after flying for nearly half a day, Zhu Yunfei found himself rather famished. The Shirley Tavern, located at the heart of the main street of the Fang Market, exuded an air of opulence. This would suffice. Gazing upon the resplendent 5-story establishment before him, Zhu Yunfei felt a sense of satisfaction and promptly chose this venue, entering without hesitation. As anticipated, the entire first-floor hall was nearly filled to capacity, resounding with lively chatter and a bustling atmosphere. Zhu Yunfei opted not to select a private room on the upper floors. Instead, guided by a waiter, he settled into a corner table. Clearly, while the first-floor hall was raucous, it served as an ideal place for gathering intelligence. After ordering food and drink, Zhu Yunfei discreetly extended his consciousness, activating his eavesdropping mode. People, after all, delight in boasting while indulging in food and drink. After a couple of cups, their tongues often loosen, leading them to speak freely. Cultivators are no exception to this human tendency. Within the span of a single meal, Zhu Yunfei gleaned numerous secrets. Most of the chatter revolved around trivial matters, such as the absurd romance between Zhang the butcher and Widow Li, along with neighborhood gossip. However, 3 pieces of information struck Zhu Yunfei as particularly valuable. The first revelation concerned the disappearance of Xiongda and Huaer, which had drawn the attention of some individuals. These two had previously been quite active, thus garnering considerable interest. Their sudden silence led to various speculations. Fortunately, the general consensus seemed to be that they had acquired some treasure and were lying low. It appeared that their involvement in assassination had not reached the public ear. Zhu Yunfei silently exhaled a sigh of relief. He felt assured that reporting to work the following day would not pose any issues. The second matter pertained to the factional struggles within the Yunshan Valley Fang Market. Wherever there are people, there exists a web of intrigue. And even the realm of cultivation is not exempt from this. From his clandestine observations, Zhu Yunfei deduced that at least 3 factions operated within the Yunshan Valley Fang Market: the Zhang family, affiliated with the Lansong sect, the Yu family, and the Lin Merchant Association. While these 3 factions appeared cordial on the surface, beneath lay a tapestry of scheming and rivalry. For instance, Zhu Yunfei had overheard discussions about the Zhang family, sending representatives to instigate trouble at the Lin Merchant Association's establishment. Furthermore, the Yu family's subordinates had clashed with servants of the Zhang family just the day before. Such frictions and conflicts were among the most talked about topics in the hall. The third piece of information Zhu Yunfei acquired came from two bounty hunters who were out hunting demons. They reported that a small team that had ventured into the mountains to hunt demons was ambushed by a second-tier major demon, resulting in significant casualties within the team. It was also mentioned that this incident had been suppressed by the market authorities, prohibiting its dissemination. Henceforth, one must exercise caution when entering the mountains. Prior to his arrival, Zhu Yunfei had also gathered intelligence regarding the Yunshan Valley Fong Market. The Yunshan Valley Market, although the closest marketplace to the Changshan mountain range within the Lansong sect, lies nestled within the mountains. However, due to prolonged hunting of demon beasts and extensive activities by cultivators, the demon beasts residing in the Changshan mountain range have retreated deep into the heart of the mountains. For over a century, no second-tier demon beasts have been sighted near the Yunshan Valley Market, and even first-tier demon beasts are rarely encountered. While the market ostensibly warns against the threat of demon beasts, it has, in truth, evolved into a thriving commercial hub. This situation has stirred a sense of danger within Zhu Yunfei. It seems imperative to verify the authenticity of this matter. If it proves to be true, preparations must be made in advance. Zhu Yunfei murmured to himself, planning to inquire among the elders after reporting in the following day. Additionally, he intended to gather intelligence regarding the various factions within the marketplace. After eavesdropping for a while longer, he found no discussions concerning the black market, nor any new useful information. Having settled the bill, Zhu Yunfei departed from the tavern and sought rest at an inn. Early the next morning, Zhu Yunfei, armed with the task order from the sect and his identification token, made his way directly to the sect's residence in the east of the city. Greetings, senior brother. I am Zhu Yunfei, dispatched by the sect to carry out a guard duty. May I inquire where I can complete the necessary formalities? Upon entering the hall of the Lansong sect's residence, Zhu Yunfei approached a disciple clad in the outer sect's attire and bowed respectfully. Oh, you must be the new junior brother. Allow me to assist you. The outer sect disciple responded with a courteous bow before guiding Zhu Yunfei to a manager at the late stage of qi refinement. After a brief introduction, Zhu Yunfei provided the task order and his disciple token as per the manager's request. 15 minutes later, the manager confirmed, Junior Brother Zhu, both your task order and identity information have been verified without issue. From today, you will be assigned to Team A51. Tianda, please take Junior Brother Zhu to report to Oldley. The manager returned Zhu Yunfei's token and summoned a disciple to escort him to Team A51. Junior Brother Zhu, please follow me. The disciple, smiling, beckoned Zhu Yunfei. Thank you, senior brother. Zhu Yunfei replied with a respectful bow, his demeanor sincere. The disciple nodded with a smile, indicating for Zhu Yunfei to follow, and they proceeded outside. After leaving the manager's office, the disciple first guided Zhu Yunfei to complete the registration and collect some supplies before leading him towards the northern part of the marketplace. As they walked side by side, Zhu Yunfei remained silent, trailing quietly beside the disciple. Noticing Zhu Yunfei's reticence, the disciple presumed he was still adjusting and took the initiative to introduce himself. Apologies. Junior Brother Zhu, I neglected to introduce myself. My name is Zhang Tianda, a disciple in charge of the managerial office. You may call me Tianda. I am from the marketplace, and should you require assistance in the future, feel free to visit me at the Zhang residence in the west of the city. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yunfei was taken aback. He was not intimidated by Zhang Tianda's enthusiasm. Rather, he was taken aback by the unexpected encounter with someone from the Zhang family, just after hearing about them in Yunshan Valley the day before. To confirm his suspicions, Zhu Yunfei quickly inquired, Thank you for your kindness, Brother Tianda. I am truly grateful. I have heard that there exists a formidable Zhang family in the market of Yunshan Valley. Might it be the Zhang family in the west of the city that you mentioned? Chapter 83. Li Yuqing'o, our Zhang family hardly holds any significance, at most. We are merely a second-rate clan, Zhang Tianda replied, hastily waving his hand with a smile upon hearing Zhu Yunfei's question. However, the pride on his face belied any semblance of humility. Intrigued, Zhu Yunfei found himself increasingly curious about this Zhang family. In the northern sector, within the barracks, Zhang Tianda led Zhu Yunfei to meet the captain of Team 51, Xia Shuwen. Captain Xia, this is our team's newly assigned member, Zhu Yunfei, my junior brother. Junior brother, I would like to introduce you to Captain Xia Shuwen of Team 51. After the introductions, Zhang Tianda reminded Zhu Yunfei to seek him out if needed before departing the barracks. Junior brother, welcome to our team. Allow me to introduce you to our members, Wang Ning and Li Chong. From now on, We shall be brothers, sharing the same pot of food. Captain Xia Shuwen said with a hearty laugh, patting Zhu Yunfei on the shoulder as he introduced the other two members of the team. Zhu Yunfei promptly bowed in acknowledgement. Following this, Captain Xia arranged for Wang Ning to show Zhu Yunfei around the barracks and familiarize him with their duties. Under Wang Ning's guidance, Zhu Yunfei began to grasp the power structure within the market of Yinshan Valley as a strategic stronghold for the Lansong sect in the development of the Changshan mountain range. The significance of Yinshan Valley was unmistakable, even surpassing that of permanent cities like Gaiyang Town. Thus, despite its modest size, Yinshan Valley was home to many influential figures. The highest decision-making body of the market consisted of a headmaster, 3 deputy headmasters, and 4 foundational cultivators. It was a typical case of shallow waters teeming with turtles. The management of Yinshan Valley's market was primarily composed of disciples directly dispatched by the sect and affiliated families that had established themselves in the valley. The headmaster, Li Yuqing, possessed a cultivation level of the 8th layer of foundational cultivation and was sent directly by the sect. Deputy headmaster Zhang Yong, at the 6th layer, was once an inner disciple but, unable to advance further, was reassigned and established his own family in Yinshan Valley, becoming the first affiliated family of the sect, now known as the Zhang family of Yinshan Valley. Deputy headmaster Yu Cheng, also at the 6th layer, was a former headmaster dispatched by the sect. Shortly after his term, he chose to be reassigned to Yinshan Valley, where he was appointed as a deputy headmaster and subsequently founded the Yu family. The last deputy headmaster, Lin Qi, also at the 6th layer, was appointed 2 years prior. Together with these 3 deputies and the 4 foundational cultivators, they constituted the leading figures of the market. The remaining supervisors and stewards in the market, including the guards, are primarily disciples dispatched by the sect. The market's guard is divided into internal and external forces. The beta unit consists of 20 small teams responsible for maintaining order and patrolling within the market. The alpha unit, comprising 32 small teams, is tasked mainly with perimeter surveillance, intelligence gathering, safeguarding trade routes, and executing external missions. Brother Wang, with an air of mystery, remarked to Zhu Yunfei that, although the dangers we face in the alpha unit are significantly greater than those in the beta unit, our rewards are indeed far superior. Grateful for Brother Wang's guidance, Zhu Yunfei quickly responded, vowing to follow in his footsteps. However, a profound shock flickered in his eyes upon the realization that Li Yuqing was, in fact, the market master of Yinshan Valley. Subsequently, Zhu Yunfei accompanied Wang Ning to familiarize himself with the barracks, dormitories, and dining hall. Since the Alpha Team 51 had recently completed a mission, there was no immediate task at hand. The management of the Alpha unit is relatively lenient, requiring only timely roll calls on non-mission days, allowing members to arrange their remaining time as they see fit, provided they do not leave the confines of the market. After becoming acquainted with the affairs at hand, Zhu Yunfei requested leave from Captain Xia and departed the barracks. Once outside, he took a stroll around the market to familiarize himself with its layout, noting key locations such as rivers, main roads, significant buildings, and the positions of various administrative departments. He even sketched a rudimentary map, intending to refine it later that evening. This habit, cultivated over many years in his previous life, involved planning escape routes upon arriving in a new place. Although the defenses of Lansong Market are formidable, bolstered by numerous foundational experts, Zhu Yunfei could not shake a persistent sense of impending danger. After lunch, Zhu Yunfei proceeded directly to the market's administration office. Utilizing his status within the guard, he purchased a small courtyard located in the northern part of the city. The courtyard, modest in size with only 2 sections, is conveniently situated adjacent to the city wall, offering a tranquil environment. Most importantly, it is not far from the Alpha Unit barracks, ensuring ease of access. Overall, Zhu Yunfei was quite pleased with his acquisition. With his own courtyard, he could practice in peace, especially considering that he was cultivating the 5 elements true spirit scripture, which he preferred to keep concealed. Moreover, Zhu Yunfei harbored a nagging feeling that something significant was amiss, despite lacking tangible evidence. He had always placed great importance on his instincts. The purchase of this courtyard was a precautionary measure. It could serve as a safe haven and provide a means to establish an escape route in advance. However, those considerations were for another time. At present, Zhu Yunfei's thoughts were consumed by Li Yuqing. It was no wonder he had not encountered him on the 5th peak. He had not anticipated that Li Yuqing had been assigned here as the market master. To my surprise, I find myself assigned to this place as well. The fate that binds us is truly ineffable. Gazing up at the starry sky, at this moment, Zhu Yunfei is overwhelmed with emotion. His ascension to the status of a cultivator and all that he possesses is largely attributable to Li Yuqing. Although, in reality, he has never met Li Yuqing. Not even once, the so-called young master mentioned by the elder of the second branch. Whether it was when he first entered the sect with the token or when he was granted the opportunity to work at the armoring hall on Fifth Peak, as well as the initial attention he garnered from Zhang Durong, all of it was due to Li Yuqing's influence. The people on Fifth Peak assumed that Li Yuqing was his strongest backing. Who could have imagined that he did not even know what Li Yuqing looked like? Regardless, he has benefited from his kindness. In the future, if an opportunity arises, he must find a way to repay him. Reflecting on his journey thus far, Zhu Yunfei silently buried this gratitude deep within his heart. However, he had no intention of seeking out Li Yuqing. The gratitude of a mere fourth-level Qi practitioner would be far too insignificant and devoid of value. It is best to wait for a more suitable occasion to express his thanks. Chapter 84. Wrath. Time flows silently, swiftly marking 720 hours. While Zhu Yunfei diligently practiced in his small courtyard each day, the scene at the Tang family's courtyard on Fifth Peak of the Lansong sect, thousands of miles away, was one of storm and fury. Useless. All of you are utterly useless. 2 months have passed, and we cannot find a single living soul. What good is it to keep you around? Go investigate, all of you. I give you only 5 days to uncover Ah Jian's whereabouts. Get out. The deputy peak master, Tang, swept everything off the table in a fit of rage, unleashing a torrent of reprimands upon the several cloaked figures standing below. 2 months prior, Tang Jian had sneaked out. Initially, the deputy peak master thought he had merely gone out to vent and did not think much of it. However, when 7 or 8 days passed without his return, the deputy peak master realized something might have gone awry. Thus, he activated the protective jade talisman left for Tang Jian. This talisman, crafted at great expense, not only withstands a full-force attack from a 6th-level Foundation Establishment cultivator, but also allows for instant communication and location tracking within a certain range. It must be said that the deputy peak master was quite indulgent towards Tang Jian. Although the boy was not particularly talented, he was a late-born son, and a bit of pampering was understandable. Little did the deputy peak master anticipate that the talisman would fail to activate. Unbeknownst to him, to prevent his father from thwarting his plans for revenge, Tang Jian had sealed the talisman the moment he left the Lansong sect, placing it within his storage bag. Later, after Zhu Yunfei had sorted through his spoils, he placed the talisman in his storage bag, sealed it with a spirit-sealing talisman, and buried it away. The sensing range of the protective jade talisman has been significantly restricted, which has led to the failure of Deputy Master Tang to activate it. Consequently, Deputy Master Tang has become frantic, dispatching individuals to search for Tang Jian's whereabouts. However, having learned from past experiences, Tang Jian has executed this operation with remarkable discretion. Despite several weeks of searching, his pursuers have been unable to locate him. This brings us to the current scene unfolding in the Tang family courtyard. Tang Jian has been missing for far too long, and Deputy Master Tang is genuinely alarmed. Meanwhile, in the bustling market of Yunshan Valley, the tranquility of daily life proves to be fleeting. Zhu Yunfei has just concluded his training and is preparing to head to the dining hall when he receives a message from his captain. Yunfei, gather at the barracks. There is a mission. Sighing deeply upon setting down the communication talisman, Zhu Yunfei reflects, well, what was inevitable has finally arrived. This sect, indeed, does not accommodate idlers. I had anticipated that these 2 months of meals would not come without a price. I can only hope that the task is not overly troublesome. Upon arriving at the barracks, Zhu Yunfei finds that his fellow team members have already assembled, and they are not alone. Nearly 20 individuals, representing at least 7 or 8 teams, are present in the courtyard. Such a large mobilization suggests that a significant undertaking is at hand. As he squeezes in beside Captain Xia, Zhu Yunfei glances around and silently muses. A big undertaking is a colloquial term among the members of the Jiazi camp, referring to large-scale missions that necessitate the collaboration of multiple teams. These tasks carry immense importance, considerable difficulty, and generous rewards, yet they also entail a high degree of danger. For members of the Jiazi camp, such missions are generally met with trepidation, as they often lead to dire consequences. Within the Lansong sect, being dispatched for such tasks is tantamount to a death sentence for one's cultivation prospects. Understandably, few are willing to risk their lives for meager resources. Consequently, these missions are typically assigned through lottery or forced allocation. It remains uncertain whether Captain Xia has drawn the short straw or been unfortunate enough to be chosen. Zhu Yunfei, feeling a sense of resignation, glances at Xia Shuwen, lamenting his ill fortune in not being assigned to a more favorable leader. It is not that Xia Shuwen mistreats his subordinates. Rather, his luck seems abysmal. As Li Chong puts it, good fortune eludes him while misfortune clings to him. Indeed, Zhu Yunfei observes the expressions of Wang Ning and Li Chong, which reflect a sense of helplessness, indicating that they have resigned themselves to fate and relinquished any struggle. After a brief interval, a late-stage Qi refinement cultivator, holding a jade slip, emerges from the barracks office. Zhu Yunfei recognizes this individual as Su Haizhou, the administrative officer who assisted him with his registration 2 months prior. Clearing his throat, Su Haizhou steps forward before the gathered crowd. Once all eyes were drawn to him, he continued, "Today, I have summoned you all here to announce an important mission. The sect plans to advance the frontline observation post another 1,000 miles into the Changshan mountain range." Upon hearing this, the crowd collectively gasped in disbelief. The Yunsan Valley marketplace is relatively safe, primarily due to its considerable distance, tens of thousands of kilometers, from the true heart of the Changshan Mountains. Within a radius of nearly 1,000 miles, the beasts, regardless of their rank, have mostly been exterminated. Hence, it is deemed secure. However, the frontline observation post is different. It was established specifically for monitoring the movements of the beasts and providing early warnings of impending surges. It is, in essence, situated deep within the heart of the Changshan Mountains. This post is akin to a watchful eye, precariously placed beneath the very noses of the beasts. Advancing at another 1,000 miles means practically thrusting a stick into the lair of the beasts. This is a perilous endeavor. The crowd erupted into a flurry of hushed conversations. Yet, Su Haizhou paid no heed to the commotion. Instead, he raised his voice and continued, "For this advance, the sect has dispatched builders and array masters. Your task is straightforward, to safeguard this construction team as they safely reach the designated observation point within the heart of the Changshan Mountains. While they construct the post, ensure their safety. Once the post is completed, escort them back. The expected duration of this mission is approximately half a month. Naturally, given the inherent dangers of this task, our administrative department has communicated with the sect's mission hall to enhance the rewards for this undertaking." Pausing momentarily to heighten the anticipation of the crowd, Su Haizhou resumed, "The rewards are quite generous. Upon successful completion of the mission, each individual will receive 1,000 spirit stones and 10 bottles of first-tier high-grade gathering pills. Additionally, there will be 500 contribution points, or another 1,000 spirit stones. Each team will also receive a collective reward. The team leader will be promoted by half a level, and all members will enjoy a 3-month period of respite after the mission concludes." Upon hearing this, all team members, including Zhu Yunfei, were practically ablaze with excitement. The rewards were indeed lavish. Completing this mission would yield 2,000 spirit stones alone. Even temporary disciples dispatched by the sect would earn 1,000 spirit stones and 1,000 contribution points, along with 10 bottles of pills. This was, in fact, more than threefold the typical rewards, nearly quadruple. Goodness, such extravagance. This task is undoubtedly more complex than it appears, Zhu Yunfei realized, his initial exuberance swiftly dissipating as he pondered the hidden dangers within the promised rewards. Chapter 85. Investigation. 2 days later, on a clear morning, Zhu Yunfei, having just risen, hurriedly made his way towards the northern gate of the Yunsan Valley marketplace. How absurd. Why is the departure time set so early? It prevented me from even having breakfast. Damn it. Just as dawn broke, Zhu Yunfei was jolted awake by a communication talisman. Initially grumpy from the abrupt awakening, he picked up the talisman and heard the voice of Captain Xia. "Yunfei, where are you? We are about to depart, hurry." It dawned on Zhu Yunfei that he was scheduled to escort the construction team to the new outpost this morning, with the departure time merely half an hour away. "How could I forget?" he exclaimed, swiftly tumbling out of bed, grabbing his robe, and sprinting toward the North City gate. He hadn't washed his face, brushed his teeth, or even had breakfast. Fortunately, his courtyard was adjacent to the northern city wall. 15 minutes later, Zhu Yunfei arrived at the assembly point and found his team. "Captain Xia, Sister Ning, Brother Chong." He greeted each member with a cheerful demeanor. "You're here. Prepare yourselves. We will depart shortly," Captain Xia replied, nodding, though his gaze remained fixed toward the direction of the market. Although Zhu Yunfei was curious about what had captured Captain Xia's attention, he wisely refrained from asking. After a while, several dark figures appeared in the sky above the market, rapidly approaching the assembly point. Zhu Yunfei noticed that the moment those dark shapes emerged, not only Captain Xia, but also many team leaders grew tense. Clearly, those figures were the prominent figures of the market. Unfortunately, they were still too distant to discern clearly. Before long, the dark figures grew larger and clearer, ultimately landing on the platform. There were 9 individuals in total, aside from the 4 who flew in on swords. The first 5 cultivators glided gracefully through the air. Leading them was a young man clad in the white robe of an inner disciple from the Lansong sect, with sharp brows and bright eyes, exuding an air of authority. Behind him were 3 older and 2 younger cultivators, all emanating a formidable aura of spiritual power, inspiring a sense of reverence. Foundation establishment experts, truly formidable. Zhu Yunfei's heart stirred. Given their mode of arrival, these 6 were undoubtedly masters in the Foundation establishment stage. It was not merely that only Foundation establishment cultivators could fly unassisted. Rather, those in the Qi refinement stage lacked sufficient spiritual energy to fly with swords efficiently. Floating through the air was slower than merely walking. The Foundation establishment masters hovered above, and with them was Su Haizhou, the administrative head. The identities of these 6 were nearly certain. They were the esteemed figures of the Yunshan Valley Market. As they stood upon the platform, an immediate silence enveloped the assembly area. Following this, the familiar speech commenced. Once you achieve success, the sect shall undoubtedly remember your contributions. Depart. Fortunately, these prominent figures were not as verbose as Zhu Yunfei had anticipated. With Su Haizhou raising his arm to call for action, they finally set off. Just as the escorting construction team departed from the Fong City, 3 unexpected guests arrived at the southern gate of the city. They were members of an investigative team dispatched by Vice Peak Master Tang to locate Tang Jian, and notably, these 3 were specifically targeting Zhu Yunfei. Previously, Tang Jian had been captured and placed under house arrest by the Vice Peak Master for organizing personnel to confront Zhu Yunfei. Thus, Tang Jian's disappearance was likely connected to Zhu Yunfei. Following the route taken by Zhu Yunfei, the trio walked and investigated until they arrived at this place. The Yunshan Valley Fong City was their final destination for the inquiry. Upon entering the city, the 3 made their way directly to a tavern owned by the Tang family. This establishment served as a pawn for the Tang family, strategically positioned in Yunshan Valley Fong City to gather intelligence and probe for information. Rest assured, esteemed sirs, we shall ascertain all information regarding this Zhu Yunfei before nightfall, the tavern keeper assured confidently upon hearing their intent to investigate an outer sect disciple named Zhu Yunfei. Several years prior, Zhang Sun had merely been a servant of the Tang family. It was only due to a well-timed flattery that he caught the attention of Vice Peak Master Tang, who appointed him to the position of headkeeper in Yunshan Valley Fong City 5 years ago, thus elevating him to a life of prominence. Therefore, when the 3 revealed the Vice Peak Master's order, Zhang Sun readily pounded his chest, eager to display his loyalty. However, just as Zhang Sun was reveling in his newfound importance before the Vice Peak Master, the next question from the trio plunged him into an abyss of despair. By the way, did the young master visit here recently? Zhang Sun was momentarily taken aback. He dared not deceive the trio. Yet recalling Tang Jian's threatening words placed him in a predicament. Initially, the inquiry seemed casual, but upon noticing Zhang Sun's hesitance, the leader's suspicions ignited. He barked sharply. How dare you? Do you intend to deceive the family master? Upon hearing the leader's inquiry, Zhang Sun was stricken with fear. He fell to his knees and pleaded. My lords, please understand. It is not my intention to deceive. The young master has warned me not to disclose his visit here. I merely, enough of your excuses. Quickly divulge the truth, or you will face dire consequences, the leader interrupted, his expression a mask of fury. Yes. 2 months ago, Zhang Sun, once a mere servant without any backbone, began to spill everything like a bamboo tube pouring out beans. Detailing how Tang Jian had come to Yunshan Valley Fong City with others and instructed him to establish contact with the Blackheads. Upon finishing, the trio's expressions shifted dramatically, and an ominous premonition took root in their hearts. It is important to understand that the term blackhead refers to individuals who specialize in illicit or unsavory activities. The young master's association with such a figure likely indicates an intention to hire someone to deal with an individual named Zhu Yunfei. However, anyone introduced by a blackhead is unlikely to be trustworthy. They are often bandits or assassins, known for their ruthlessness and lack of integrity, showing no regard for the young master's status. Given the young master's temperament, quickly, tell me the name of the blackhead you introduced to the young master and where he can be found. The leader of the black-clad men seized Zhang Sun by the collar, lifting him off the ground with a furious demand. You wretched creature. How dare you conceal such crucial information? Await the master's judgment. We are leaving, having obtained information about the blackhead. The leader of the black-clad men hurled Zhang Sun to the ground and, with a final remark, departed the tavern with 2 others to seek out the blackhead. It's over. Watching the 3 retreating figures, Zhang Sun felt as though the sky had fallen upon him. Chapter 86. Difficulties. Zhu Yunfei had anticipated that the management of the marketplace would offer substantial rewards for such a significant endeavor. He understood that the task would not be easy, but he did not foresee the formidable challenges ahead. Before reaching the old observation post, he encountered little danger. However, as soon as they passed the old checkpoint and traveled less than 200 miles, they faced the first assault from a demon beast. Subsequently, they were incessantly harassed and attacked by a multitude of demon beasts. Although the highest rank of the demon beasts encountered so far was merely mid-stage first rank, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. After just a day of flight, having not even covered 300 miles, the escort team had already slain no fewer than 20 demon beasts. The construction team dispatched by the sect, whom Zhu Yunfei and his group were tasked with protecting, consisted entirely of civilian personnel. Among them were 6 architects, 6 array masters, and 2 team leaders, totaling 14 individuals. Their cultivation levels were decent, comprising 2 at the initial stage of foundation establishment, 4 in the late stage of qi refining, and 6 in the mid-stage of qi refining. At first glance, one might think them formidable practitioners. However, their combat prowess was, frankly, laughable. It was as if they were a collection of fragile porcelain dolls. One could only wonder how these individuals managed to attain their cultivation levels, as they were utterly lacking in resilience. Zhu Yunfei wore a face of utter despair. To safeguard these 14 delicate individuals, the escort team had no choice but to adopt a formation reminiscent of a flying geese pattern. 3 small teams led the way, while 2 others remained mobile at the rear. The formation was such that 1 team was positioned at the front and back, with 2 teams above and below, and 3 teams flanking each side, encasing the construction team within. At the very back were 3 additional teams tasked with rear guard duties and rotations. To maintain this formation, their speed was severely restricted, greatly diminishing the overall mobility of the entire group. This resulted in an inability to traverse the demon beast-infested area swiftly. With such a large assembly of flesh leisurely soaring through the skies, it naturally attracted the attention of a multitude of demon beasts. The critical factor was that there were a number of fragile individuals to protect within the formation. Thus, they could not afford to disrupt their arrangement. They had no choice but to engage in passive defense and limited counterattacks. Thus, all members of the guard team were thoroughly exhausted. Everyone, take note. There lies a small valley 2 miles ahead. We shall rest there. As the team leader's voice resonated, a collective sigh of relief escaped from all. That night, at the encampment hastily established within the valley, the guard team gathered in small groups around the campfire to recuperate. "Captain, this approach is unsustainable," one voiced concern. "There are still 600 to 700 miles to traverse. At this pace, the number of beasts will only increase, and we will surely face dire consequences." Wang Ning, despite being a female cultivator, possessed extensive combat experience. She articulated the present predicament with clarity. "Indeed, Captain, Sister Ning raises a valid point," another chimed in. "The target in the sky is exceedingly vast. Should we venture further, the number of beasts will at least double. We cannot endure that." Li Chong hastily concurred. Today, Team 51 was tasked with the defense of the lower section, essentially the belly of the geese formation, and encountered 6 assaults from the beasts. All 4 were utterly fatigued. Zhu Yunfei, though silent, shared Wang Ning and Li Chong's assessment. He had expended 12 spiritual talismans in just 1 day, and this was merely the initial foray into the mountains. He pondered whether the few talismans he had would suffice should they delve deeper. Xia Shuwen remained silent, casting a glance at the 3, lost in contemplation. He understood his team well. He knew Wang Ning and Li Chong were not the types to complain lightly. Their remarks stemmed from genuine concern for their circumstances. As a seasoned guard, Xia Shuwen recognized that the remaining journey could no longer rely on the geese formation. After weighing the situation, he finally spoke with a measured tone. "This is indeed a dilemma. Allow me to consult with the team leader regarding our course of action. Please wait for my return." With that, Xia Shuwen rose, his expression grave, and made his way toward the center of the encampment. His hesitation stemmed from the leader of this mission, Tang Yuan, who had only recently been appointed from the Lansong sect's external affairs and was now overseeing the market defense. This individual was a quintessential sect disciple, blessed with talent and a prestigious lineage, yet lacking practical experience and adept merely at theoretical strategies. He held disdain for those like Xia Shuwen, the exiled disciples of the sect, who typically ignored such individuals. To Xia Shuwen's dismay, this man had become the leader of their mission, an outsider directing those with practical knowledge. The thought of proposing a change in strategy to Tang Yuan felt akin to slapping him in the face. This was the source of Xia Shuwen's troubled expression. To question the decisions of someone in a superior position would undoubtedly be met with resistance. He feared he might face a reprimand, and the entire endeavor might falter. The situation was indeed vexing. Half an hour later, Xia Shuwen returned. It had been agreed that starting tomorrow, they would cease flying and instead traverse on land, maintaining the formation. As soon as Xia Shuwen spoke, Wang Ning and Li Chong were taken aback, their mouths agape in astonishment. They had not anticipated that Tang Yuan, who was so concerned with his reputation, would relent so easily. They cast their questioning glances towards Xia Shuwen. Zhu Yunfei, unfamiliar with Tang Yuan and unaware of the underlying tensions, found Wang Ning and Li Chang's reactions curious, and thus turned his gaze towards Xia Shuwen out of intrigue. Sensing the trio's inquisitive stares, Xia Shuwen sat down on the ground, somewhat vexed, and explained, "What kind of looks are you giving me? I'm not foolish. Who wouldn't recognize such a significant issue? Should I be the one to take the lead?" When I went over, the squad leaders were mostly present. With so many leaders applying pressure, even Tang Yuan, no matter how obstinate, would have to yield. However, he is indeed the head of the defense division and a member of the Tang family. Some respect must still be accorded. Thus, the final outcome is to walk on land, but maintain the formation. Upon hearing Xia Shuwen's explanation, Wang Ning and Li Chang both exhaled in relief, fearing their captain would confront Tang Yuan head-on. After all, he was a leader and had connections. Should they offend him, their squad's future would be precarious. While Wang Ning and Li Chang felt relief, Zhu Yunfei felt as though he had been struck with a stick. It was discomforting. Why is it that I keep encountering members of the Tang family wherever I go? They truly seem to haunt me. Chapter 87. Enemy attack the following morning. Zhu Yunfei was awakened by piercing whistle sounds. He hurried to eat, for they were about to depart. Just as Zhu Yunfei stretched, he heard Xia Shui's voice nearby. Soon, several of them pulled food from their storage bags and began to eat without complaint. Such was the nature of executing a mission, braving the elements. After a few days, everyone had grown accustomed to it. Once breakfast was concluded, the team leader gathered the group and issued the command to depart. In order to avoid attracting the attention of beasts, this time, only 2 squads were on aerial watch, while the rest walked. The formation was similar to yesterday's, with the construction team protected in the center. "Stay alert, the 3 of you. I sense something amiss." Xia Shui suddenly turned around, a serious expression on his face as he addressed Zhu Yunfei and the others trailing behind. Xia Shui was correct. Zhu Yunfei felt the unease as well. It was too quiet. Wang Ning, drawing his sword from his back, nodded gravely. Li Chang, noticing this, also unsheathed his twin daggers, becoming vigilant. He then turned to Zhu Yunfei, intending to warn the newcomer about the task at hand. However, the next moment, he was left dumbfounded. When did this kid prepare? How did I not notice? Who can tell me? Is this newcomer truly formidable? It was evident that at some point, Zhu Yunfei had gripped a long sword, its blade subtly shimmering with ethereal light. Clearly, he was poised for action. But that was not all. In his other hand, he clutched a spiritual talisman, ready to be activated at any moment. Li Chang was immediately disheartened. At that moment, his feelings mirrored that of a naive youth visiting a brothel for the first time, only to discover that the young maiden was far more experienced than himself. This sense of defeat profoundly affected Li Chang's tender heart. Consequently, with a shattered spirit, he swiftly turned away, no longer wishing to behold Zhu Yunfei's visage. Unbeknownst to Li Chang, as they set out that morning, Zhu Yunfei had sensed an unsettling aura in their surroundings. However, amidst the bustling crowd, he could not ascertain the cause. After some time had elapsed, Zhu Yunfei finally discerned the source of his unease. The forest was unnaturally quiet. The escort team, combined with the construction crew, comprised nearly 30 individuals, indeed, a considerable number. Generally, animals or lesser beasts would instinctively avoid such a gathering, refraining from approaching. Yet, under normal circumstances, these small creatures would merely retreat a short distance away without vanishing entirely. Now, however, the woods were enveloped in an eerie silence. There were no sounds of chirping insects, singing birds, or rustling beasts. Even with Zhu Yunfei amplifying his auditory perception through spiritual means, he could detect no sound at all. It was as if all the creatures had vanished, leaving only their party behind. The stillness was unnervingly profound. Something was amiss. Zhu Yunfei's instincts heightened, and he drew his sword and talisman, bracing himself for potential danger. Shortly thereafter, Team Xia also recognized the anomaly and promptly alerted everyone, sparing Zhu Yunfei the need to sound the alarm or provide explanations. Unlike other teams, the 51st team maintained a diamond formation, front, middle, and rear, throughout their march, as per Team Xia's directive. Just then, Zhu Yunfei, stationed at the rear, caught a glimpse of a shadow darting through the distant trees from the corner of his eye. He immediately whispered a warning to his comrades. "Be cautious. Something approaches from the right." As soon as Zhu Yunfei's warning left his lips, the 3 members of Team Xia halted in unison, raising their weapons. However, to Zhu Yunfei's astonishment, they did not direct their gazes toward the indicated location but rather remained alert to their respective positions, indicating their extensive combat experience. At this moment, Xia Shuwen held a fire talisman, poised but unactivated, and quietly instructed, "Consolidate the formation and remain vigilant. Yunfei, you are responsible for reporting positions." As his words concluded, Li Chang, Wang Ning, and Zhu Yunfei swiftly moved closer to Xia Shuwen. Position 101. Just then, the shadow reappeared, this time much closer. Xiao Ning, alert. Xia Shuwen decisively commanded. Wang Ning exhibited not a trace of hesitation as he grasped a signaling talisman, executing a swift motion with one hand. Whoosh bang! A resplendent firework erupted in the vast expanse above, illuminating the sky. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Contract the formation. All personnel on high alert. The piercing sound of the whistle, accompanied by shouts, instantly heightened the tension among the ranks. This sudden alarm disrupted the previously calm unit, sparking a flurry of activity. Some wore expressions of confusion. Others were on guard, while a few appeared utterly bewildered. As the sound of unsheathing swords filled the air, a thunderous roar erupted from the forest ahead, reverberating with a primal fury. Xia Shuwen's expression shifted dramatically as he urgently declared, "We are surrounded by beastly foes. Quickly, form the 3 talents defensive formation. Sun position. 32 paces." Just as Xia finished relaying his commands, Wang Ning flicked his right hand, sending a rain of arrows soaring toward the front right of the squad. The arrow talisman glimmered with ethereal light, transforming into a multitude of arrows that pierced a rampaging beast, rendering it a pincushion. Sun position, 52. Qin position, 83. Jin position, 99. As Xia Shuwen's voice resonated, a barrage of arrows, fireballs, and ice blades rained down mercilessly upon the coordinates he had designated. Xia was tasked with reporting coordinates and delivering finishing blows, while the other 3 members each focused on a specific area, coordinating their efforts meticulously. Thanks to the long-range suppression afforded by the talismans, several dozen beasts were ruthlessly eliminated before they could close the distance to the fore. The timely warning and firepower of Team 51 successfully disrupted the beast's surprise attack and formation. Not only did it render the beasts on the right flank of the defensive line immobile, but it also diverted some of the beasts preparing to assault other sectors, granting the entire escort team a precious opportunity to regroup and counterattack. In that moment, the heavens and the earth were a flurry of talismans and flying swords. After an hour of engagement, the beast horde had not only failed to breach the escort's defensive line, but had also suffered the loss of several dozen of their number. With a furious and resentful roar echoing from the depths of the forest, the remaining attacking beasts inexplicably turned tail and fled into the shadows of the woods. The beasts were retreating. Chapter 88. Gravity of the situation. From the moment the beast's roar sounded to the instant the creatures scattered, the events unfolded with startling rapidity. By the time the squad regained their composure, the silhouettes of most beasts had vanished into the dense foliage. Charge! Many fervent members of the team yelled, pursuing the fleeing beasts. All of you, cease the pursuit and maintain your positions, commanded Tang Yuan, concerned about a potential ruse as he observed the fleeing beasts and the rushing escort members. Upon hearing their leader's order, the members of Team 51 felt an immense wave of relief wash over them, collapsing onto the ground in exhaustion. Damn it, I'm utterly spent. With so many beasts. I thought we were done for this time. Our leader is such a fool. Breathing heavily, Li Chong muttered under his breath, "Ah Chong, don't speak recklessly." Su Shuwen, who was surveying their surroundings, quickly interjected to silence him. Yet, in the next moment, Su Shuwen turned his serious gaze towards Zhu Yunfei and asked, "Yunfei, did you suspect an ambush all along?" Zhu Yunfei was momentarily taken aback by the question, but soon realized that Su Shuwen was doubting him. However, he felt no anger. His recent behavior had indeed been somewhat extraordinary, and suspicion was warranted. "I didn't detect an ambush. Initially, I just sensed that something was amiss," he explained. He detailed the entire process, from noticing unusual surroundings in the morning to later spotting the shadow of the beast, while also employing his spiritual awareness and heightened senses. As he spoke, there was no trace of evasion in his eyes, only sincerity and composure. As Zhu Yunfei continued his account, Wang Ning and Li Chong exchanged glances that gradually transformed. By the time Zhu Yunfei finished, their expressions mirrored that of astonishment, akin to gazing upon a marvel. Unlike Wang Ning and Li Chong, whose surprise was openly displayed, Su Shuwen remained composed, though internally, he was equally astonished. The realization struck him. This was a newcomer? The reason Su Shuwen questioned Zhu Yunfei was not due to suspicion of him being a traitor, but rather because Zhu Yunfei's performance during the sudden beast attack had been remarkably impressive. Not only had he prepared in advance for the confrontation, but he was also the first to keenly detect the beast's presence. The experience and capability Zhu Yunfei exhibited surpassed even that of the seasoned Wang Ning. As an experienced guard, Su Shuwen instinctively felt a twinge of caution at the dazzling display of talent from a newcomer. Fortunately, Zhu Yunfei's narrative and reasoning were meticulous and devoid of any flaws. Coupled with his ferocity in dispatching the beast, Su Shuwen's doubts were alleviated. "You are quite vigilant and observant. This is commendable, he acknowledged. However, Yunfei, remember that we are a team. In the future, if anything arises, it is crucial to inform everyone promptly. Su Shuwen placed a reassuring hand on Zhu Yunfei's shoulder, speaking earnestly. Zhu Yunfei's earlier account had not only quelled Su Shuwen's concerns, but had also conveyed his wariness and distrust towards the team. Although uncertain of the reasons behind Zhu Yunfei's demeanor, Su Shuwen hoped for his trust in both him and the team. Only through mutual confidence could they rely on one another in times of peril. Zhu Yunfei discerned the underlying meaning in Su Shuwen's words, but chose not to respond immediately. Merely nodding thoughtfully, the sudden assault of the beast horde loomed large in their minds. Though the timely warning from Team A-51 granted the escort team a precious moment to react, allowing the defensive formation to withstand the onslaught of the beast horde. The lack of preparation coupled with the sheer number of monsters resulted in significant casualties during this encounter. Team A-42 suffered complete annihilation, while 6 members were severely injured and 12 sustained minor wounds. It was through witnessing the miraculous healing techniques of the cultivation realm that Zhu Yunfei experienced firsthand the extraordinary efficacy of healing elixirs. After consuming a few pills, all 6 critically injured individuals revived within less than an hour. Although one person's severed arm did not regrow, the others regained basic mobility, shedding their previous near-death appearances. The lightly injured members, after taking their pills, appeared vibrantly alive, even more radiant than before their injuries. To Zhu Yunfei's astonishment, the potency of these advanced healing elixirs far exceeded his expectations. He had previously dismissed the claims of those selling such remedies as mere bravado. Fortunately, he had prudently brought along some healing elixirs for contingencies. Otherwise, he would have been utterly unprepared when it came time to utilize them. Having observed the healing process of the injured, Zhu Yunfei felt grateful for his foresight in stockpiling these elixirs. The effects of the healing pills were nearly miraculous when compared to mundane medical practices. However, given the severity of the injuries, which had even affected their essence, the healing elixirs, while effective in treating the wounds, could only restore a semblance of mobility. The recovery of their essence would require time. Thus, Zhu Yunfei surmised that the escort team would remain in place to recuperate before resuming their advance. What surprised Zhu Yunfei was the apparent significance the sect placed on this mission. On the 3rd day following the battle, a support team consisting of 6 escort squads arrived at the recovery site from the marketplace. 4 of these squads directly filled the gaps left by the fallen and injured, while the remaining 2 escorted the severely wounded back to the marketplace. This unexpected maneuver exceeded everyone's anticipations. However, what astonished them even more was that immediately after the personnel transfer, the team leader issued orders to set off once again. What on earth? Has the leader lost his mind? We're not even regrouping before heading out again. Li Chong murmured in disbelief. Xia Shuwen cast a glance at the leader ahead, remaining silent. Rising quietly, he unsheathed his long sword. Wang Ning and Zhu Yunfei followed suit, grasping their artifacts with solemn expressions. Just as Li Chong was about to voice his concerns, Zhu Yunfei seized his wrist, urging him to remain quiet. Once the formation was fully deployed and Team A-51 was alone, Xia Shuwen, with a grave expression, turned to Wang Ning and Zhu Yunfei and inquired, Xiao Ning, Yunfei, what are your thoughts on this matter? Chapter 89. Inference upon hearing Xia Shuwen's inquiry. The 2 exchanged glances, and Wang Ning slowly began to speak. Captain, although we have replenished our personnel, this reinforcement has not provided sufficient supplies. In our eagerness to achieve merit, the order to depart was issued hastily. Our team has not had adequate time to recuperate, and our combat effectiveness is far from fully restored. If we encounter a large-scale attack by monstrous beasts afterward, I fear. Indeed, what Xiao Ning said is correct. This is also a concern of mine. Xia Shuwen nodded in agreement. However, upon turning his head, he noticed Zhu Yunfei, who wore a furrowed brow and a grave expression. He inquired, Yunfei, do you think there is something amiss with what Xiao Ning mentioned? Zhu Yunfei shook his head. Captain Xia, it's not that I disagree with Ning Jia's words. Rather, I believe this situation may not be as straightforward as it appears. At this, Xia Shuwen raised an eyebrow slightly. Oh, Yunfei, what are your thoughts? Captain, I sense something is off about this matter, Zhu Yunfei replied, pausing momentarily. Since he only harbored suspicions, Zhu Yunfei intended to articulate his thoughts more clearly before speaking further. However, Li Chong beside him could not contain his impatience. Come on, Yunfei. Stop being cryptic. Just tell us what seems wrong. Zhu Yunfei forced a wry smile, recognizing Li Chong's impulsive nature. He shook his head and continued. The battle that occurred 3 days ago ended, yet reinforcements have arrived today. That is the crux of the issue. We sustained some losses in this skirmish, and it is certain that the team leader sought assistance from the market. However, The problem lies in the speed of the reinforcements' arrival. Under normal circumstances, the battle would have concluded, and we would be in a state of rest. Even if reinforcements were necessary, there would be no need for haste. They should have ensured that both supplies and personnel were adequately prepared before dispatching. After all, our consumption in this battle was considerable. Yet, within less than 3 days, the reinforcements have arrived. Yunfei, are you suggesting that the reinforcements departed from the market on the very day of the battle, traveling day and night? That seems excessively hasty. Li Chong interjected. Indeed, Zhu Yunfei affirmed. It's a matter of urgency. Establishing a new forward outpost shouldn't necessitate such a frantic pace unless there is something significant at stake. The only logical conclusion is that the creation of this forward outpost is of utmost importance. The sect or the market needs to swiftly ascertain the situation regarding the monstrous beasts in the depths of the mountains. Are you implying there has been unusual activity among the beasts? Wang Ning inquired, a flicker of hesitation in his voice. I believe that is the only plausible explanation. There may be unusual movements among the monstrous beasts deep within Changshan Mountain. The sect is concerned. Zhu Yunfei's voice trailed off, leaving the implication unspoken. Some matters are best left hinted at. Xia Shuwen nodded, contemplating for a moment before stating solemnly, all right, let us cease this discussion here. Keep this information to yourselves and refrain from speaking of it indiscriminately. If word gets out that you have sown discord within the ranks, you are well aware of the consequences. Furthermore, from this moment forth, we shall tighten our formation and remain on high alert, even during the night. We must not succumb to a deep slumber. If Yunfei's deductions are indeed accurate, the path ahead may prove to be fraught with peril. Understood, Captain. Upon hearing these words, the expressions of Zhu Yunfei and his 2 companions turned solemn, and they promptly retrieved their respective magical instruments, summoning their utmost focus. As the escort team prepared to depart from the rest camp, a mysterious squad clad in black, consisting of 3 individuals, quietly slipped away from the confines of the marketplace, pursuing the direction in which the escort team had ventured. Just as these 3 figures believed they had departed unnoticed within the Lord's estate, a guard hastily entered the rear courtyard. Bowing respectfully to the white-clad figure seated in the pavilion, he spoke with deference. I report to you, my lord, we have caught the trail of those 3 mice. The young man in white continued to scatter fish feed, his back turned, and replied in a measured tone, indeed. Pray tell, what have you uncovered? Yes, my lord. I have ascertained that the trio from the Tang family appeared in the marketplace to investigate the disappearance of the Tang family's young master. 2 months ago, as the guard recounted the findings of the investigation, the young man's initially tranquil gaze gradually ignited with intrigue. Oh, are you suggesting that Tang Jian deliberately sneaked out from the clan to Yun Mountain Valley, specifically to confront this Zhu Yunfei, only to lose himself in the process? Precisely, my lord. Moreover, it appears that Tang Jian enlisted the aid of the sinister duo, the bear and fox demons. However, both Tang Jian and the bear and fox demons are now missing. The 3 mice seem intent on seeking out Zhu Yunfei directly. Humph. The Tang family's reach grows ever longer. The young man in white's expression turned icy, and he let out a heavy snort. After a moment's contemplation, he commanded the guard, relay my orders. Keep a close watch on those 3 mice, but do not alarm them. Should they attempt to strike at the escort team, do not interfere. Simply maintain control of the situation. Remember to gather evidence. Yes, my lord. The guard bowed and was about to withdraw when the voice of the young man in white rang out again. This Zhu Yunfei is rather intriguing. Have someone investigate further. Understood. Zhu Yunfei could not have imagined that he would attract the attention of Li Yuqing in such a manner. At that moment, he was on high alert. Traversing the forest with his team, having just endured a fierce battle that resulted in the loss of an entire squad, the atmosphere was notably heavier upon their renewed departure. The pace of the entire team unconsciously quickened, with only necessary rest periods observed, as they pressed forward with all haste. Though fatigue weighed heavily upon them, the members of Team 51 remained vigilant, even taking turns to stand watch during the night. After several days of relentless travel, the escort team finally reached their designated outpost. However, what took Zhu Yunfei by surprise was that throughout the entire journey that followed, apart from the occasional encounter with 1 or 2 solitary beasts, there were no large-scale attacks from the creatures. That night, at the new outpost camp, several members of Team A51 gathered around the campfire, roasting chicken. Captain, we haven't encountered many beasts on this journey. Could it be that they are afraid after our last encounter and are refraining from approaching? Li Chong glanced around, noting the absence of nearby individuals, and lowered his voice to voice the question that lingered in his mind. As soon as Li Chong spoke, he captured the attention of Wang Ning and Zhu Yunfei. The 2 set aside their roasted chicken, adopting a posture of keen interest. Xia Shuwen, who had been lost in thought, was interrupted by Li Chang's query and decided to abandon his previous contemplation. However, Xia Shuwen did not immediately respond to Li Chang's question. Instead, he surveyed the surrounding area to ensure that the nearby groups were engrossed in their own campfires. He then spoke with a grave expression. I also find it quite peculiar. Typically, these beasts are known for their vengeful nature. After suffering such a significant loss, it is unusual for them not to retaliate. He then shifted his gaze to Zhu Yunfei and asked, Yunfei, your deductive abilities are the finest among us. What is your perspective on this matter? Realizing that Xia Shuwen had passed the ball to him, Zhu Yunfei understood he could not evade the inquiry and proceeded to share his speculation. In truth, I have been contemplating this issue for several days. The lower-tier beasts possess limited intelligence, coupled with their vengeful disposition. It is reasonable to assume that they would seek to retaliate after suffering a setback. Yet, throughout our journey, aside from the sporadic encounters with solitary beasts, the anticipated retaliatory assaults from the creatures have not materialized. This situation leaves us with two possibilities. First, as Brother Chong suggested, the beasts have been intimidated and are reluctant to approach. However, I find this possibility rather unlikely. The second scenario is that this group of beasts is secretly concocting some sort of scheme. What we are witnessing now is merely the calm before the impending storm. Zhu Shidi, is that truly the case? Are these beasts capable of such cunning? Li Chang interjected, visibly astonished. Do you recall our last assault? We had only just gained a slight advantage when the herd inexplicably retreated. This behavior is entirely inconsistent with the nature of beasts. I suspect that there is a beast king orchestrating the actions of this group from behind the scenes. Furthermore, this beast king possesses a high level of intelligence. Therefore, upon realizing the futility of breaching our defenses, it promptly commanded the herd to retreat, minimizing their losses. Upon hearing this, the three were captivated by Zhu Yunfei's logical deductions. Nodding in agreement, Zhu Yunfei, with a serious countenance, continued, if this second scenario is indeed accurate, that beast king must be plotting a much larger assault, one capable of devouring us whole. At these words, all three gasped in shock. Suddenly, Xia Shuwen sprang to his feet, preparing to leave. Captain, where are you going? Wang Ning, quick-witted and agile, seized the robes of Xia Shuwen and inquired. I will seek out the team leader and prepare for battle immediately. Xia Shuwen, with a serious expression, explained. Captain Xia, there's no need to rush. Please take a seat first. Zhu Yunfei, with a look of helplessness, gently urged Xia Shuwen, saying, do you truly believe that my haphazard conjectures, as a mere practitioner of the fourth layer, can persuade the team leader? Or do you think the leader will unconditionally trust you and be willing to convince everyone else? Therefore, seeking out the leader would be futile. Are we to do nothing and wait for our doom? Xia Shuwen growled in hushed fury, aware that Zhu Yunfei spoke the truth. Yet, he was unwilling to accept it. Captain, I understand your urgency, but please, remain calm. Zhu Yunfei smiled as he seated Xia Shuwen, speaking with a significant tone. It is not that we shall do nothing. Rather, we shall adopt a different approach. What do you mean? Xia Shuwen asked, bewildered, having failed to grasp Zhu Yunfei's implications. What we desire is merely to ensure that everyone is adequately prepared to face the impending beast tide. Though the leader holds the title, the escort team is not solely dependent on him. Indeed, we can commence by enlisting the aid of the squad leaders. As Zhu Yunfei elaborated on his plan, the previously furrowed brows of the three began to relax. Very well, let us proceed as Yunfei suggested. Immediately contact the other squads, but be discreet about it. With Xia Shuwen's decisive command, the members of Team 51 sprang into action, seeking out their respective squad leaders to clandestinely strategize. In the ensuing 2 days, the camp remained eerily tranquil. The construction team, with the assistance of the escort team, successfully identified a suitable location and laid the foundation for the forward observation post. It was anticipated that within 3 to 4 days, the construction would be completed. The structure of this observation post was quite straightforward, essentially a watchtower about 10 zhang high. However, unlike the watchtowers of the mundane world, the forward observation post required an array of concealment formations, defensive arrays, and a short-distance teleportation array. After all, surveilling beneath the watchful eyes of the beast was fraught with danger. Precautions and an escape route were imperative. Otherwise, even the most intrepid would hesitate to stand guard at such a post. The construction team was dedicated to the building of the outpost, while the escort team maintained vigilance around its periphery. During this time, Team 51 successfully contacted 6 other squads, collaboratively devising an emergency defense plan. Should they face a large-scale assault from the beasts, they would promptly retreat to the designated defensive positions to collectively withstand the onslaught. This so-called defensive position was a synthesis of formations crafted by the 7 squads over the past 2 days. According to Zhu Yunfei's deductions, If the beasts launched a widespread attack, relying on individual spiritual talismans and magical artifacts, as they had before, would not sustain them for long. In such a scenario, total annihilation would be their only fate. Thus, it is imperative to prepare a defensive stronghold in advance, employing formations to minimize combat expenditure as much as possible. In a word, delay. The demonic beasts lack patience. If we can endure long enough, this crisis may resolve itself without confrontation. As for counterattacking the demonic beasts, what a far-fetched notion. With merely a few large and small felines, it would undoubtedly be akin to offering ourselves as a feast. Ultimately, after careful consideration, Zhu Yunfei chose a small hillside situated 100 zhang to the right of the watchtower as the defensive position. This location formed a triangular configuration with the watchtower and the temporary encampment, fostering mutual support. Just as Zhu Yunfei and his companions were quietly arranging the defensive setup, 3 cloaked figures arrived near the temporary camp. "Brother, the guard's defense is too tight. We can't find any opportunity to strike. What should we do?" Black 3 gazed at Black 1, his face etched with helplessness. After finally catching up to the guard, they had initially planned to stealthily bind Zhu Yunfei and then interrogate him. However, they were taken aback to find the entire guard clustered around the watchtower, resembling a hedgehog, leaving no chance for them to act. Chapter 91. Taking action. Black 1 fell silent. With such a complex situation, if he knew what to do, he wouldn't still be merely a squad leader after all these years. However, the situation had already been reported, and the higher-ups insisted that they must capture Zhu Yunfei. Otherwise, their lives would be at stake. As Black 1 grappled with his dilemma, Black 2, responsible for scouting the surroundings, returned. "Boss, something feels amiss." Black 1 paused. Intrigued, "What feels amiss?" "Boss, a multitude of demonic beasts has suddenly appeared in this vicinity, surrounding the area. Strangely, these beasts neither approach nor depart. As if they are waiting for something." Black 2 quickly relayed his findings. "Demonic beasts." Black 1 furrowed his brow, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him, and he slapped his thigh in delight. "I've got it. How much beast-attracting incense do you have left?" Hearing Black 1's inquiry, Black 2 and Black 3, though still puzzled, answered honestly, "I have 6 sticks. I have 4 left." Their responses pleased Black 1 immensely. "Excellent. Adding my 7 sticks. We have a total of 17. This mission is bound to succeed. You can look forward to promotions and raises." Upon noticing their still bewildered expressions, Black 1 felt a pang of the solitude that often accompanies exceptional individuals. Thus, he patiently elucidated, "The guard is too numerous, making it difficult to strike. Once the guard disperses tomorrow, we will act. We will use the beast-attracting incense to lure the demonic beasts to attack the guards. We will remain hidden, sipping tea while we wait. Once the two sides engage, we can benefit from their clash. If the guard cannot withstand the onslaught, we will seize the opportunity to capture Zhu Yunfei and then make our escape. If the guard team holds their ground, the casualties will be severe, giving us the opportunity to seize Zhu Yunfei and make our escape." The very thought of devising such a flawless plan filled Haida with a sense of pride. However, the next moment, a remark from Hei Air swiftly tightened its grip around Haida's throat. "Boss, what if Zhu Yunfei is killed by the beast? Then we shall use the soul bottle to bring his spirit back." Haida glared fiercely at Hei Air. At this moment, Zhu Yunfei remained oblivious to the fact that he was once again being targeted. He was engaged in a discussion with several squad leaders about how to further reinforce their defensive positions. "Captain Xia, currently there are 7 teams willing to stand with us through thick and thin. We have gathered a total of 14 formations, all of which have been set up. The defenses can be activated at any time." Zhu Yunfei succinctly reported the progress made thus far. "Good. With this, there should be no gaps in our defenses. However, it would be best if we do not have to employ them." Xia Shuwen initially felt elated, but soon became contemplative. Despite their utmost efforts in preparation, the grim reality of war is that lives will inevitably be lost. The watchtower was completed yesterday afternoon, leaving only the arrangement of the formations. Based on the current pace, they would finish their tasks and prepare to return within 2 days. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, causing Zhu Yunfei's nose to twitch as he caught a whiff of a peculiar scent. The aroma was faint and elusive. Driven by curiosity, Zhu Yunfei inhaled deeply while attempting to locate the source of the fragrance. Hiss hiss. Li Chong slapped Zhu Yunfei on the shoulder, a look of suspicion crossing his face. "What is going on? What are you sniffing for? Brother Chong, do you smell something strange?" Zhu Yunfei's query piqued the interest of the others. "A strange smell?" They instinctively began to sniff the air. "Not good. It's the beast-attracting fragrance." Suddenly, Wang Ming's expression changed dramatically as he shouted, "Beast-attracting fragrance?" Zhu Yunfei had no prior experience with such spiritual herbs and had never heard of this before. Yet, just from its name, he sensed impending trouble. As anticipated, Wang Ming's words barely left his lips when Xia Shuwen's face turned ashen. Following this, Xia Shuwen yelled at the top of his lungs, "Enemy attack!" Simultaneously, he activated a warning talisman. Quick, to the defensive positions. Before the warning talisman even had the chance to explode, Xia Shuwen's urgent calls rang out. Zhu Yunfei reacted swiftly, grabbing the still-dazed Li Chong and sprinting towards the nearby designated defensive position, concerned that the beasts might appear at any moment. The squads that had coordinated with Team 51 had intentionally kept their patrol areas close to the predetermined site in recent days. After Xia Shuwen signaled the alarm, it wasn't long before these teams had nearly all entered the designated defensive position. The remaining guard teams and construction crews concentrated their efforts around the watchtower and camp, standing vigilant in readiness. Everyone anxiously waited for quite some time, yet no trace of the demonic beasts appeared, just as the leader, Tang Yuan, began to suspect that someone had lost their senses and mistakenly triggered the alarm. A flying sword, wobbling precariously, approached the camp. It was a member of Squad 44. Quickly, catch him. Wasn't their team supposed to be on aerial surveillance duty today? What on earth is happening? Everyone was utterly bewildered by the scene before them. Someone has released the beast-attracting incense. We are under siege. The beast tide is upon us. Hurry. In the center of the camp, the squad member from 44, drenched in blood and covered in wounds, managed to finish his words before his eyes rolled back and he fainted. The camp erupted into chaos, with voices rising in a tumultuous clamor. At that moment, Tang Yuan was filled with astonishment. He had not anticipated that Xia Shuwen's warning was not a mere delusion, nor did he expect that someone would dare to provoke a beast tide. However, the situation was dire, leaving no time for further inquiry. The immediate priority was to confront the impending demonic beasts. Although Tang Yuan's command skills were mediocre, his noble lineage and long-standing position endowed him with a commanding presence. He bellowed, "Silence! What is there to panic about?" Instantly, the uproar within the camp was quelled. While the beasts had yet to arrive, everyone was to proceed to the watchtower and establish defenses. "Yes, Captain." Following Tang Yuan's command, everyone in the camp and nearby areas hurried toward the watchtower. Tang Yuan's strategy was straightforward. Rely on the defensive formations of the watchtower while concentrating all personnel to withstand the beast tide. However, due to the guard team being assigned to patrol duties, their numbers were somewhat scattered. Time was of the essence, and Tang Yuan could not wait for everyone to regroup. He could only gather whoever was available. Chapter 92. Fury on the other side. Several squads led by Squad 51 had no intention of regrouping. Although the watchtower had protective formations and construction teams, the quality of the formations was not high, and those individuals were more of a burden. The defensive position they had chosen was a small hill, relatively open and thus easy to defend but hard to assault. Furthermore, in recent days, they had deployed all their best formations, though the highest tier was merely superior in the first rank. Yet, the sheer number, totaling 17, was impressive. Most importantly, this assembly comprised seasoned guard members, all professionals. Meanwhile, the trio known as the Black Brothers was not faring as well. Initially, they had intended to secretly use the beast-attracting incense to lure the demonic beasts to attack the guards' encampment. However, while their lure was successful, they did not anticipate the lurking dark sentinels among the beasts. Caught unprepared, the three were suddenly beset by several enraged demonic beasts. Black 3 was torn to shreds on the spot, while Black 2 sustained serious injuries. As Haida dragged Air, they narrowly escaped the pursuit of several demonic beasts. However, a number of flying swords appeared before them without warning. With a swift thrust, the sword pierced through their bodies, causing their wings to fold. In the distance, 3 figures emerged from the forest, coldly delivering the fatal blows to the lifeless forms of Haida and Air. Immediately send word to the master. The Tang family's people are using beast-attracting incense to incite a beast tide to attack the outpost, commanded the leader with a grim expression. In the Yunshan Valley marketplace, at the Lord's residence, Li Yuqing sat in a high position, his face alight with joy as he perused an investigation report. To his astonishment, among the descendants of the second girl, there emerged a child with spiritual roots, who had even become a disciple under my 5th peak. It seems the second girl has not forgotten me. Alas, what a pity. Yet, this child, possessing 5 spiritual roots, had not only cultivated to the 4th level of qi refinement within 4 years, but had also become the cherished disciple of Zhang Durong, while fostering a close relationship with Xiao Chong from the Xiao family. Furthermore, he had amassed tens of thousands of spiritual stones. Quite remarkable indeed. Li Yuqing was taken aback by the unexpected connection to Zhu Yunfei, and was pleasantly surprised by the youth's exceptional prowess, causing him to break into hearty laughter. However, in the next moment, the smile vanished from Li Yuqing's face as he coldly inquired of the guards below. Have you determined why this Tang family's young master is targeting Zhu Yunfei? Upon hearing this, the guards straightened their expressions and promptly bowed, responding, reporting to the Lord. It has been found that since Zhu Yunfei entered the armory hall, the young master of the Tang family has been making things difficult for him. As for the reason behind this, we have been unable to ascertain. Subsequently, the Tang family's young master was embroiled in a scandal at the fourth peak, leading them to suspect Zhu Yunfei. However, due to Zhu Yunfei's low cultivation at the time and the protection of Hall Master Zhang, the matter eventually faded away. Now, as Zhu Yunfei arrives at the marketplace for a sect mission, the Tang family's young master, upon hearing the news, secretly organized people to deal with him. Later, after being discovered by the deputy peak master of the Tang family, he was confined to his cave. It is speculated that the Tang family's young master must have sneaked out and intended to hire assassins in the marketplace. Oddly enough, he then vanished without a trace, along with the bear and fox duo he had hired. These three rats from the Tang family seem to be seeking a breakthrough through Zhu Yunfei, as their investigation has hit a dead end. Listening to the guard's report, Li Yuqing furrowed his brows in contemplation. Could it be that the Tang family's young master was killed by Zhu Yunfei? A single individual battling and ultimately slaying at least 3 cultivators at the 5th level of Qi refinement. If the truth were indeed such, that would be quite the revelation. Once this mission concludes, I must closely observe the second girl's descendant and see what further surprises he might bring. With this thought in mind, Li Yuqing promptly commanded the guards, relay the message to Li Jia, ensure Zhu Yunfei's safety. Do not allow those little rats to harm him. Understood. Li Yi had not anticipated that the Lord of the Square would take such earnest interest in a mere Qi refinement stage youth, and he promptly bowed in response. Just as Li Yi was about to turn and send a message, the communication jade pendant at Li Yuqing's waist suddenly vibrated with urgency. Instinctively, Li Yuqing probed with his spiritual sense. In an instant, his expression darkened like a stormy sea. A surge of spiritual energy erupted around him, the oppressive force of a foundation establishment master filling the entire hall like a gathering thundercloud. With a resounding clap, Li Yuqing slammed his hand onto the table, shattering it into a myriad of splinters. At the same time, his furious voice reverberated throughout the hall. The Tang family has gone too far. Li Yi's heart shuddered. His mind left with a single phrase. The sky is falling. Indeed, Li Yuqing's voice rang out again, this time cold as ice. Relay my orders. Effective immediately. Activate the Grand Formation and seal off the market. No one may enter or exit without permission. Have the internal guard apprehend all individuals associated with the Tang family throughout the city, detaining them for interrogation. Should there be any resistance, eliminate them on the spot. Remember, not a single fly is to be spared. Yes, understood. Li Yi trembled, hastily responding. Though he was unaware of the specifics, it was abundantly clear that the Lord of the Square was genuinely enraged this time. The wrath of a foundation establishment cultivator could turn the world upside down. Moments later, amidst the astonished gazes of all present, a grand formation suddenly enveloped the entire Yunjian Valley market. Concurrently, numerous guard squads surged unannounced into every shop, tavern, inn, and relay station affiliated with the Tang family or connected to them. Even departments within the market where individuals from the Tang family held positions were not spared. Without any negotiation, they apprehended people directly. Those who attempted to resist were ruthlessly slain on the spot. In an instant, the entire market was engulfed in a state of panic, leaving its inhabitants in a state of unease, unable to find rest. The 3 deputy lords, Yu, Zhang, and Lin, along with the senior members of their respective families and various managers of the market, hurried to the Lord's estate to ascertain the cause. The Lord of the Square has arrived. In the council hall of the Lord's estate, a voice boomed, abruptly interrupting the discussions. As everyone's gaze shifted to the entrance, they collectively inhaled sharply. At the hall's entrance stood Li Yuqing, clad in silver battle armor with a green blade at his side, striding forth amidst a throng of armored soldiers. With eyes wide and fierce, he commanded authority without uttering a word, embodying the presence of a seasoned general. This was in stark contrast to his usual refined and gentle demeanor. The mere aura exuded by Li Yuqing brought a profound sense of pressure upon those within the hall. Not to mention, he was currently radiating the oppressive force of a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, overwhelming as a mountain, nearly suffocating those present. Chapter 93. Resolute in the square before the Lord's estate, a medium-sized warship hovered silently in midair, its cold lines emanating an aura of lethality. A formation of over 200 individuals, composed of the market's guard and elite disciples from various families, stood in neat rows in the square, awaiting inspection. In the front of the array, Li Yuqing's gaze swept over the crowd as he slowly raised his left hand and spoke in a tone as cold as ice. Esteemed colleagues, what I hold in my hand is an urgent plea for assistance sent from the watchtower. Just moments ago, an unforeseen calamity struck, resulting in dozens of my guard members being besieged by monstrous beasts, trapped in a dire predicament. Confronted with this life-or-death situation, my guard members displayed unwavering courage, choosing to fight to the bitter end. This is not merely their cry for help, it is their final testament. Li Yuqing's voice, though not loud, resonated like the heavy beating of war drums in the ears of all present, stirring their hearts profoundly. His tone, calm yet tempestuous, crashed against their souls like a torrential rain, stirring up a tidal wave of emotions. At that moment, silence enveloped the square, yet the flames of fury burning in every gaze were deafening. With a resounding clang, he unsheathed his sword, pointing it toward the north, his murderous intent surging forth like a rampaging tiger. This is not merely a conspiracy against the Lansong sect. It is an unabashed insult to our very honor. The sect shall not be humiliated, nor shall we abandon our comrades. Fellow warriors, rally with me to launch an offensive towards Luoyun Valley and bring our soldiers back. Slay, slay, slay. On board, the warship advanced northward, silent yet resolute, seemingly intent on crushing all that lay in its path. Meanwhile, 2,000 miles away in Luoyun Valley, chaos erupted amidst the clamor of battle. Damn it, have these beasts taken some kind of drug? We can't hold on any longer, exclaimed a guard member of the 4th layer of Qi refinement, throwing the last talisman he had in frustration. The sheer number of beasts far exceeded anyone's expectations. The defensive formations set at the watchtower were only meant to buy time for the station personnel to retreat. There was no hope of holding steadfast against such a relentless onslaught. In less than an hour, the protective barrier shattered. Fortunately, aside from the guards on the hillside, everyone else had successfully retreated to this position. With the combined firepower of talismans, magical artifacts, and spells, they managed to repel the beast's assaults, granting the formation team precious time to conduct repairs. Even so, the re-established formation possessed barely half the strength of its former self. Under the unrelenting wave of beastly attacks, the barrier could collapse at any moment. The guards had no choice but to continuously unleash talismans and spells, striving to reduce the number of beasts assaulting the formation. With a resounding roar from the beasts, pale expressions washed over everyone's faces. The horde of monsters had increased once more. Team Leader Tang, we cannot sustain this much longer. We are on the verge of collapse. Hai Yong, the leader of the formation team and a second-layer foundation establishment practitioner, exclaimed anxiously to Tang Yuan. Damn it. Stop your useless chatter. I can't see what's happening. What do you expect me to do? We must hold our ground. Even if we cannot endure, we must persevere. Tang Yuan rolled his eyes, glaring fiercely at the one who spoke. At this moment, don't waver the morale of our troops. If you weren't an old ghost sent by the sect, I would have run you through with my sword right here. Nevertheless, amidst the bickering, they understood the gravity of the situation. The beasts were no laughing matter. Under the influence of the beast attracting incense, hundreds of monstrous beasts, driven by an insatiable hunger for destruction, launched relentless assaults on the watchtower's defenses. Notably, a triangular iron bull, impervious to the 3 talismans and 4 swords embedded within it, charged fearlessly towards the protective barrier of the formation, colliding forcefully with it. With a resounding crack, the defensive barrier shattered like a burst bubble, utterly obliterated with no hope of repair. With the formation's obstruction gone, the beasts surged forth, one after another, toward the cultivators stationed within the watchtower. The few defenders at the forefront, either hurled aside by the beasts' massive heads, torn apart by their razor-sharp teeth, or crushed beneath their colossal paws, met their demise in mere moments, their lives extinguished by the ferocity of the creatures. The watchtower, primarily manned by civil engineers and formation masters, lacked the combat prowess necessary for such an onslaught. The main force of defenders, comprised of professional guards, constituted only a small fraction of the personnel present. Initially, the watchtower's defensive formation might have held for several quarters of an hour, but with its collapse, the entire defensive position was swiftly torn open by the rampaging beasts. Witnessing the frenzied tide of beasts surging forth, Tang Yuan's complexion turned as pale as snow, and he instinctively considered fleeing. However, the thought of his wife and children left behind in the sect ignited a fierce determination within him. In an instant, Tang Yuan propelled himself to the forefront of the defense with the speed of a gust of wind, his blade flashing like lightning as he cleaved a tall gazelle in half. He then positioned his sword horizontally, blocking the advance of the beasts. The oppressive aura of his late-stage Qi refinement, coupled with his fearless demeanor, momentarily deterred several beasts from charging forward. This brief pause allowed the guard team a moment to regroup and re-establish their formation. Immediately, Tang Yuan's commanding voice resonated across the battlefield. Construction team, break through to the Sun direction. Guard team, follow me to slay the beasts. With that, he charged headlong into the fray, undeterred. The tide of beasts was overwhelming, and all present understood that they were facing certain death. Yet, Tang Yuan's valor rekindled the remnants of courage within them. To hell with it, if we are to die. Let us fight these brutes, they cried, rallying behind him. With fervent battle cries, the guard team surged forward alongside Tang Yuan. Meanwhile, the construction team seized this opportunity to withdraw toward the hilltop position. In comparison to the grim fate of the watchtower, the situation at the hilltop was considerably more favorable. Firstly, the primary target of the beast tide had been the watchtower, resulting in fewer beasts breaching the hilltop's defenses. Secondly, due to prior arrangements made by several squads, the formation was robust, allowing for rotation and defense. Thus, it exhibited remarkable resilience against the beastly onslaught. Thirdly, the hilltop was manned solely by guard team members, eliminating any liabilities and allowing for a more focused effort in combat. Moreover, camaraderie among the defenders facilitated seamless cooperation. Captain Xia, the construction team is retreating this way. Shall we provide support? A squad leader leaned in to whisper to Xia Shuwen. Upon glancing up, Xia indeed noticed a team of over 10 individuals making a hasty retreat from the direction of the watchtower formation. However, he did not respond immediately. Instead, he turned and sought Zhu Yunfei's opinion. Yunfei, do you think we should assist them? Perhaps, unbeknownst to Xia, he had subconsciously begun to prioritize Zhu Yunfei's views. Chapter 94, Captain Tang's Self-Sacrifice. Zhu Yunfei unveils the ultimate strategy. Zhu Yunfei pondered briefly before offering his counsel. Captain Xia, I suggest we extend our assistance. After all, those individuals were dispatched by the sect. If we fail to hold our ground, we shall perish. Yet, should we happen to survive, it would be. Although Zhu did not finish his thought, those nearby understood the implication behind his words. The watchtower position was besieged by monstrous beasts, even if they wished to save them. Their efforts would likely be in vain. However, with the construction team now within their immediate sight, remaining indifferent would surely lead to the inevitable blame of negligence in the future. Yunfei was correct, we must render aid. Thus, I shall lead a team to assist them. And I ask the two of you to provide us with cover. With a resolute heart, Xia Shuwen clasped his fists in gratitude towards the two squad leaders beside him. Rest assured, Brother Shuwen, we shall not fail your trust. In no time, the firepower from the small mountain position surged fiercely, momentarily stunning the monstrous beasts that were attacking. Seizing the opportunity while the beasts were disoriented, Xia Shuwen took the lead, charging out from the formation with Team 51, swiftly advancing toward the construction team. Quickly, let us provide support from the rear, Xia shouted to the construction team, while he and his squad members promptly launched an assault on the beasts pursuing them. The air was filled with the sounds of talismans, spells, and magical artifacts piercing through the atmosphere, just as the squad successfully retreated to the small mountain position. In the distance, atop the watchtower, Tang Yuan detonated his final protective artifact, taking down two monstrous beasts, a poignant farewell to life. Although he was from the Tang family, he possessed a certain dignity. Zhu Yunfei cast a sidelong glance before averting his gaze. Ever since he learned from Xia Shuwen that the team leader, Tang Yuan, belonged to the Tang clan, Zhu had harbored reservations about him. His lackluster command skills, coupled with an unwarranted arrogance, left Zhu feeling quite irked. Particularly after the beasts launched their attack, Zhu had been contemplating, had that individual been more open to suggestions. The defensive capabilities of the small mountain position could have been improved by at least a third. However, with lives lost, it seemed inappropriate to speak ill of the deceased. As the watchtower position fell completely, the monstrous beasts redirected their attention toward the small mountain position, exponentially increasing the pressure on them. However, the small mountain stronghold was well prepared. With over a dozen cleverly arranged first-tier formations, complemented by the unified command of Xia Shuwen, the meticulous counsel of Zhu Yunfei, and the concerted efforts of all involved, along with the generous output of spiritual energy from the construction team, they successfully repelled wave after wave of beastly assaults, enduring until nightfall. After a full day of battle, not only were the guards utterly exhausted, but the beasts were also worn out. Thus, as darkness fell, the main force of the beasts opted to retreat temporarily, sending only a handful to harass the stronghold intermittently. By the campfire at the small mountain stronghold, team leader Xia recounted how, during the previous day's beast attack, team leader Tang had sent a message to the market for reinforcements. If we can hold out just a little longer, we will surely receive aid from the market, declared the formation master, Zhou Yuan, confidently to several team leaders. Reinforcements? Xia Shuwen murmured, his expression betraying a hint of hesitation. Noticing Xia's demeanor, Zhu Yunfei understood his concerns and spoke up. Team leader Xia, esteemed seniors, I fear this may not be advisable. Oh, what insights does young brother Yunfei have? Inquired Lin Feng, captain of Team 50, hastily. Ever since Team 51 had begun coordinating with other teams to establish defensive positions a few days prior, he had taken note of this young man. Today, during the defense against the beastly onslaught, Zhu Yunfei had several times identified vulnerabilities in their defenses and promptly addressed them, earning Lin Feng's admiration for his capabilities. Thus, upon hearing Zhu Yunfei's differing viewpoint, Lin Feng instinctively rose to support him, grateful for Lin Feng's endorsement. Zhu Yunfei cast a thankful glance his way before articulating his deductions. Gentlemen, regardless of whether the market will send reinforcements or how many will arrive, one must consider the distance between Luoyun Valley and the market. Even under full haste, it would take at least 4 to 5 days to reach us. How can we hold out for such an extended period, and with what resources? Today alone, we have expended nearly 30% of our supplies. Taking into account the losses in manpower, it is likely that within 3 days, we will face total annihilation here. Staying put and waiting for aid is not a viable strategy. Furthermore, there is a crucial point to consider. Thus far, the Beast Horde has not exerted its full strength, as the Beast King has yet to make an appearance. The team leaders, seasoned in dealing with beasts, quickly grasped Zhu Yunfei's implication. The orderly nature of the beastly assaults today suggested that a Beast King was covertly orchestrating their actions. However, in today's multiple offensives, the highest tier of beasts encountered had only been of the first tier, roughly equivalent to the 8th or 9th level of Qi refinement. Clearly, these creatures did not meet the criteria for a Beast King, who would have already awakened its intelligence. In other words, the absence of the Beast King today indicates that the attacking horde does not encompass their entire force. The Beast King must have further strategies in reserve. As this revelation dawned upon them, the team leaders exchanged alarmed glances, their minds racing with a chilling hypothesis before collectively exclaiming, "The Beast King's trump card is second-tier beasts." Indeed, if my conjecture is correct, the intelligence of this Beast King is undoubtedly formidable. Today's siege is merely a tactic employed by the Beast King to deplete our energy reserves. Tomorrow, or at the latest the day after, the monstrous beasts will launch a genuine full-scale assault. Should we choose to remain entrenched in anticipation of reinforcements, it is likely that we will face the onslaught of the beasts before any aid arrives. At that moment, weary and lacking in resources, we would be confronted with but one inevitable outcome: total annihilation. Upon hearing Zhu Yunfei's words, the crowd collectively gasped, their hearts gripped by foreboding. This Beast King truly possesses insatiable ambition. The most crucial aspect is that, without Zhu Yunfei's warning, everyone would have fallen prey to the deception of the Beast's daytime offensive. With Zhu Yunfei's analysis, the situation has indeed become clearer. Yet, even with the knowledge of the Beast's scheme, what can we truly do? At this moment, the small hilltop position is completely surrounded by the monstrous beasts, rendering it a veritable dead end. Silence envelopes the small hill tonight. Ultimately, it was Li Chong who could no longer contain himself, breaking the silence. Yunfei, must we simply await our doom? Do you have any solutions? As soon as Li Chong's words fell, Zhu Yunfei felt all eyes upon him. Sighing, he shook his head, acknowledging the dire circumstances that left little room for flawless strategies. After a brief pause, he continued, at this juncture, there is but one way to break the deadlock. However, come on, what is it? Stop keeping us in suspense. Li Chong exclaimed anxiously. Yet, Zhu Yunfei remained silent, shifting his gaze towards Xia Shuwen. Xia Shuwen understood Zhu Yunfei's concerns. This proposal could very well determine the fate of them all. Such a burden is heavy indeed. However, given the present state of affairs, even a glimmer of hope is worth pursuing. Thus, Xia Shuwen voiced his support, alleviating Zhu Yunfei's final hesitation. Yunfei, regardless of the method, the ultimate decision lies with us. You need not bear the weight of responsibility. Therefore, please, speak freely. Thank you, Captain Xia. In truth, this method was likely already in the minds of everyone. They simply hesitated to voice it. Indeed, it is the plan to break through. The situation has escalated to such a critical point that, bolstered by Xia Shuwen's words, Zhu Yunfei cast aside his doubts and articulated his thoughts entirely. Zhu Yunfei's strategy is rather straightforward. In summary, disperse and break through, engaging in staggered assaults. If executed at the right moment with sufficient swiftness, there exists a significant chance to secure a safe distance before being detected by the beasts. However, this plan carries a fatal flaw, which is precisely what Zhu Yunfei had previously been apprehensive about. Should we be discovered during the retreat, it would mean facing the most ferocious pursuit of the monstrous beasts, all while lacking a defensive position. Without further hesitation, the squad leaders swiftly reached a consensus: retreat. And it must happen tonight. As the night deepened, the disturbances caused by the monstrous beasts gradually subsided. The small mountain encampment lay shrouded in silence. From a distance, apart from a few sentinels, it appeared that everyone was seizing the opportunity to rest. In truth, the silhouettes were mere illusions. The inhabitants of the small mountain encampment lay silently concealed within two narrow ditches on the southern and southwestern flanks of the stronghold. The hour of the rat had arrived. It was time to act. The group retrieved their prepared invisibility talismans and activated their breath-concealing techniques. Splitting into two teams that stealthily traversed the array from the southern and southwestern sides, cautiously venturing into the depths of the jungle. According to Zhu Yunfei's plan, they were to divide into two assault teams, taking advantage of the deepening night to break through. Should they be detected by the beasts, each team would take turns to mount a counteroffensive. To minimize casualties during these skirmishes, the majority of the formations within the encampment were dismantled and taken along, leaving only the illusion array and a couple of offensive formations to disorient the beasts. Fortunately, under the protection of the invisibility talismans and breath-concealing techniques, the nocturnal retreat went undetected by the monsters. At dawn the following day, when the beasts launched another attack and successfully breached the remaining formations, they found the small mountain encampment deserted. Observing the traces left behind, the Beast King let out a furious roar. Immediately, the horde of beasts split into two, pursuing the directions taken by the two assault teams. At this moment, the fleeing squads were already over 30 miles away from the small mountain encampment. As daylight broke, the encampment was exposed. Everyone, there is no need to conceal yourselves. Retreat at full speed, commanded Xia Shuwen, glancing up at the sky. No sooner had he spoken than the brilliance of the invisibility talismans flickered, revealing the figures of the group. Previously, to avoid detection by the beasts, they had intentionally slowed their pace to minimize noise. With their disguises removed, the speed of the entire team doubled. Nevertheless, even with this increase, the speed of the cultivators on land could not match that of the beasts. Thus, that afternoon, Zhu Yunfei's breakout team was caught by the pursuing vanguard of the monstrous beasts. Team A-50 held their ground for a quarter of an hour. The rest advance at full speed. The assault team needed to protect the formation team, and Xia Shuwen understood that if any were caught, none would escape. He decisively issued the order to hold the line and turned to flee with the remaining members. Fortunately, the vanguard of beasts pursuing them was not numerous, and after successfully holding them off for a quarter of an hour, Team A-50 managed to extricate themselves from the conflict. Subsequently, they sprinted to catch up with the assault team. Even as dusk approached, the group dared not linger and pressed onward with all their strength. However, the beasts seemed relentless, as if under some potent stimulant, refusing to relent. They fought from dusk until dawn, yet the number of beasts continued to swell. Captain, if this continues, we will be surrounded by the beasts. After a discussion, the group resolved to split once more to break through. Teams A-42, 50, and 51, each accompanied by several formation masters, set off in 3 different directions to escape. Every individual that could flee was a victory. Indeed, after the commotion, the team scattered in their escape, and the pursuing beasts also chose to disperse in their hunt. 2 hours later, after fleeing throughout the night and half the day, the weary group found themselves utterly exhausted, their spiritual energy nearly depleted. Let us rest for a quarter of an hour, commanded Xia Shuwen, gazing at the panting individuals around him. Captain, at this rate, we will perish from exhaustion before the beasts even reach us, Li Chong gasped in reply. Indeed, Captain. We are over 300 miles from the old outpost. It seems we shall not make it, Wanling concurred. Xia Shuwen surveyed the group, apart from himself and Zhu Yunfei. The fatigue on everyone else's faces was unmistakable. A wave of despair surged within him, the feeling of being powerless to combat the beasts overwhelming. Could this truly be our final resting place? No, I refuse to accept this. A glimmer of determination flashed in Xia Shuwen's eyes as he resolved upon a course of action that contradicted the traditions of his forebears. Xiao Ning, Achong, Yunfei, you 3 take the others and flee ahead. I will stay behind to cover your retreat, he declared resolutely. No way, Captain. I will stay. Wang Ning and Li Chong protested urgently. Xia Shuwen shook his head, sighing, enough. It is settled. I am 103 this year. My years are numbered. And hope for a breakthrough is futile. Escaping holds little value for me. Besides, my cultivation is the highest here, and as the elder, it is most fitting for me to remain behind. You are still young, with opportunities ahead. I only hope you will look after my wife and daughter upon your return. A sorrowful smile crept onto Xia Shuwen's face as he spoke. He then cast a glance at the 3 array masters, half collapsed on the ground, and quietly instructed Wang Ning. Xiao Ning, While these array masters are important, do not risk your lives for them. If the situation grows dire, prioritize your survival. Remember, if you perish, no accolades will matter. If you survive, any punishment from the sect will not be severe. Chapter 96. Zhu Yunfei stands alone to face death. Annihilating the beasts in an instant. Listening to Xia Shuwen's words, tears streamed uncontrollably down Wang Ning's face. Just as he prepared to speak, Xia Shuwen suddenly rolled his eyes and collapsed. Wang Ning rushed to support him, only to realize that Zhu Yunfei had knocked him unconscious. Xiao Feiyu, Wang Ning began, but Zhu Yunfei interrupted him with a wave of his hand, smiling as he said, "The captain has treated me with such kindness. How could I bear to let him die? You must take the captain and leave now. I will stay behind," he insisted. "How can that be? Your cultivation is not even as high as mine. You cannot stay behind." Li Chong protested vehemently. As an elder of the team, it was beneath him to let a junior like Zhu Yunfei take the rear guard. Zhu Yunfei remained silent, a slight smile gracing his lips as his spiritual energy surged forth, revealing his initial cultivation at the 5th level of Qi training. "Yunfei, are you truly a great cultivator at the 5th level of Qi refinement?" Li Chong exclaimed in astonishment, for the aura emanating from Zhu Yunfei was even more formidable than his own. "Enough chatter. Quickly, take the captain and leave. Rest assured, I will be fine," Zhu Yunfei declared, turning away to set up the formation before either of them could respond. Wang Ning and Li Chong exchanged a glance, their eyes reflecting resignation, and bowed to Zhu Yunfei. "Yunfei, take care." With that, they hoisted Xia Shuwen and, accompanied by 3 formation masters, set off. "Alas, at last, I am left alone. This is suffocating." He chuckled. "Tang family, if you lack compassion, do not expect mercy in return." Zhu Yunfei stretched his joints, his eyes gleaming with a cruel light. The previous night, while following the assault team during their retreat from the small mountain stronghold, he had been secretly using his divine sense to scout the path for safety. Surprisingly, he did not encounter a single beast but stumbled upon 2 corpses. Out of curiosity, he discovered that within their embrace lay a jade token inscribed with the character Tang, identical in form to the one he had obtained from Tang Jian. Furthermore, the corpses bore faint traces of beast-attracting fragrance. In that moment, Zhu Yunfei grasped that the sudden surge of beast tides was likely connected to these 2 individuals. His decision to remain behind as a rearguard was motivated 10% by gratitude for the care he had received from the team, and 90% by the opportunity to feign death and subsequently plot his revenge against the Tang family. The Tang family had repeatedly conspired against him, a slight he could no longer endure. However, their power was immense, deeply entrenched within the Lancang sect, making the complete overthrow of the Tang family an unattainable dream for him at this juncture. Thus, Zhu Yunfei resolved to exploit this opportunity to stage his own demise, allowing him to assassinate those of the Tang family whose cultivation was inferior to his own under the guise of anonymity. Once successful, he would seek an appropriate moment to return to life. In doing so, he could exact his vengeance without drawing the Tang family's attention. Furthermore, when he re-emerged, the merit of having sacrificed himself as a rearguard would afford him some leverage. Even the Tang family would think twice before attempting to harm him again. A masterful strategy indeed. Who else could conceive such brilliance but myself? Ha! Zhu Yunfei felt exhilarated, diligently arranging the formation with renewed vigor. There was no room for negligence. If his preparations were inadequate, the feigned death could all too easily become a genuine demise, leaving him no recourse for redress. Half an hour later, distant rustling sounds emerged from the darkened forest. Zhu Yunfei slowly opened his eyes, a slight smile curling his lips. At last, they have arrived. 50 yards away, dozens of beasts were gradually encircling Zhu Yunfei's position. However, as the creatures drew nearer, a faint mist had inexplicably enveloped the surroundings, thickening with each passing moment. Unbeknownst to them, the beasts had stepped into the high-level confinement formation Zhu Yunfei had meticulously crafted, the mist-locked river barrier formation, first tier, superior version. In the blink of an eye, the entire forest was completely engulfed by a thick, white mist. It was only at this moment that the demonic beasts suddenly realized they could no longer discern their direction. They were trapped. Within the formation, the beasts scurried about, their panicked growls rising and falling, desperate to escape this bizarre white fog. Just then, from the depths of the mist, a series of rapid, rhythmic sounds echoed, instantly capturing the attention of all the beasts within the formation. One of the beasts, confused, turned its head toward the source of the sound, seemingly intent on discovering its origin. However, the moment it turned, its entire head exploded with a thunderous blast. Bullets flew, mercilessly tearing through the bodies of the beasts, blossoming into fiery crimson flowers of blood. The chilling sound of gunfire, the clinking of shell casings falling to the ground, and the anguished howls of the beasts intermingled in the night, composing a symphonic masterpiece of slaughter. After a brief moment, the wind stilled and the rain paused. Zhu Yunfei released his finger from the trigger, taking a moment to admire his deadly creation, the You Want My Life 3000. Over the past 3 years, Zhu Yunfei had made numerous improvements to this weapon, yet had never had the opportunity to test it in combat until this night, when it finally fulfilled its true purpose. A low-grade third-tier Gatling Spirit treasure, capable of an astonishing 3,600 rounds per breath, equipped with a specially crafted infinite ammunition magazine and mithril-penetrating bullets. Its power was terrifying. He chuckled. You've been chasing me for 2 days, and this is all you've got? I haven't even warmed up yet. And you're already lying in pieces. How disappointing. As Zhu Yunfei dispelled the mist with a wave of his hand and surveyed the ground littered with blood and flesh, he felt a tinge of boredom. After dispatching this batch of demonic beasts, he did not rush to leave. Although this ambush was ostensibly to feign death and escape, it was essential to buy more time for Team Xia. Moreover, the absence of even a low-grade first-tier beast thus far was rather unacceptable. Fortunately, Zhu Yunfei did not have to wait long. The second wave of beasts soon arrived. There was no need for excessive dialogue. The familiar process ensued. Ensnare them within the formation, and then, bam, bam, bam. However, this time, Zhu Yunfei refrained from turning all the beasts into mere pulp, instead selectively reducing his firepower. His intention was to lure more formidable beasts toward himself. Indeed, once Zhu Yunfei withdrew the formation, those beasts that had been severely wounded began to emit various pitiful cries. Would he be able to lure a few big fish this time? With a devilish smile, Zhu Yunfei collected the spent shell casings from the ground before taking out his flying sword, infusing it with spirit energy, and awaited further developments. Some friends have asked why. Even after traversing into a world of cultivation, one would still cling to modern combat methods such as firearms. In truth, this is merely an instinctive thought process of a modern individual. As the story unfolds, Zhu Yunfei's modern combat mindset will inevitably adapt to the battle mode of the cultivation realm, so there is no need for concern. Chapter 97. Baiting the beasts and flying kites with the sword several dozen miles away, the Beast King, surrounded by a multitude of demonic creatures, abruptly halted. Seemingly sensing something as it gazed toward the direction of Zhu Yunfei, it perceived the call of the beasts. With a thunderous roar, the sound shattered the stillness of the night like a stone plunging into water. The demonic beasts within a 100-mile radius, upon hearing their king's summons, swiftly redirected their course towards him. Wait, it seems the demonic beasts are retreating? They are retreating. The small teams, previously besieged by the beasts, wept tears of relief at their unexpected salvation. The crisis had been averted. At that moment, Zhu Yunfei had begun to grow somewhat impatient. It had been an hour. Why had they not arrived yet? Could it be that it was all over? Surely not. Zhu Yunfei absent-mindedly caressed his recently modified You Will Die 3000, murmuring his boredom. To pass the time, he collected all the demonic beast meat he could find in the forest. Additionally, he installed a storage pouch on the projectile port of You Will Die 3000 specifically for collecting shell casings, to spare himself the trouble of picking them up after each use. However, after completing his tasks, he still had yet to see any sign of the beast reinforcements. Sighing, he thought how much more bearable this wait would be with a small smoke to ease his mind. It seemed he might need to look for some tobacco leaves soon. Just as Zhu Yunfei pondered his self-sufficiency, he suddenly heard the sound of hurried footsteps deep within the forest. They had finally arrived. A smile brightened his face as he quickly mounted his flying sword, ascending gracefully to about 10 feet in the air. This height was deliberate, not too ostentatious to attract the attention of flying beasts, yet sufficiently elevated for him to observe the approaching horde. However, Zhu Yunfei had no intention of fleeing. He stood backward on the sword, his posterior facing the blade's tip, with both hands gripping You Will Die 3000. This position allowed him to utilize the eye of his divine sense at the back of his head to monitor the area behind him while simultaneously applying firepower against the beasts. With a fierce howl, a two-headed demonic wolf leapt through the air, its form cutting through the sky like lightning as it lunged toward Zhu Yunfei. With a swift motion, Zhu Yunfei pivoted the muzzle and fired a rapid succession of shots. In an instant, the demonic hound was struck by a barrage of bullets, crashing down like a fallen celestial creature, leaving behind a cloud of crimson mist suspended in the air. Witnessing the brutal demise of its subordinate, the Beast King let out a furious roar. Instantly, the entire horde of beasts charged wildly toward the figure in the sky. To create the illusion of retreat, Zhu Yunfei deliberately retracted his formation, the fog locking the river array. Without the formation's hindrance, over 100 demonic beasts surged towards him in the blink of an eye. At that moment, Zhu Yunfei made his move. Oh, no. Rather, it was the flying sword beneath him that sprang into action. After evading the attacks of the two-headed beasts, Zhu Yunfei deftly maneuvered his flying sword away from the direction that Team Xia had retreated, quickly establishing a distance of over 100 zhang. Just when the Beast King assumed Zhu Yunfei would flee in terror, the flying sword slowed once more. The horde of beasts hurriedly pursued him again. Thus, whenever the beasts were on the verge of biting down, Zhu Yunfei would accelerate the flying sword, widening the gap. Once he reached a distance of about 100 zhang, he would again decelerate, waiting patiently. Indeed, Zhu Yunfei was employing the classic kite-flying tactic. He was like a patient angler, skillfully toying with his prey. With an initial surge of energy, followed by a gradual decline, and then exhaustion. After several rounds of this, the fervor of the beasts began to wane. At that moment, Zhu Yunfei would timely deliver a few precise shots, slaying several beasts and reigniting the dwindling fury of the horde. What was that over there? Splendid. That was it. Through the eye of insight on the back of his head, Zhu Yunfei discerned that 5 li away, the forest abruptly ceased. Focusing his senses, he realized it was a cliff. Moments later, a bold plan took shape in Zhu Yunfei's mind. He intended to utilize the cliff to execute the final step of his ruse, playing dead, being pursued by the beasts. He would resist desperately and then tumble over the cliff. It was a perfectly reasonable scenario. There would be no need to prepare a corpse. Furthermore, after the deed was done, he could simply claim he had fallen from the cliff and sustained severe injuries, requiring a period of recuperation. Wasn't that a legitimate way to return to life? A glint of determination sparkled in Zhu Yunfei's eyes as he promptly altered his course towards the cliff. Meanwhile, the Beast King was not preoccupied with such thoughts. Amidst Zhu Yunfei's intermittent shots, numerous beasts had already perished in the pursuit. Thus, it yearned solely to eliminate this human cultivator. Upon seeing Zhu Yunfei change direction, it mistakenly believed he was running out of spiritual power and on the verge of collapse. Consequently, the Beast King rallied its minions, commanding them to accelerate the chase. At this point, the distance to Zhu Yunfei's predetermined battlefield, the cliff, was less than 5 kilometers. Gazing at the tide of beasts surging behind him, Zhu Yunfei felt a sense of peril. To prevent a disastrous reversal, he initiated a series of intermittent barrages, swiftly reducing the number of beasts. The sound of gunfire echoed like rain, sweeping away swathes of foes. Initially, Zhu Yunfei worried that such a fierce onslaught might deter the beasts, but surprisingly, this action only enraged the Beast King and the horde. In an instant, the beasts surged forward, howling with reckless abandon. The pursuit intensified, and the distance between them shrank rapidly. Simultaneously, various spells were hurled towards Zhu Yunfei. He realized that the beasts were not retreating but rather closing in, and their attacks grew more ferocious. Even with the flying sword at full speed, he could no longer maintain the distance, and a sudden realization struck him. Had he inadvertently stepped on their tails? However, it is for the best. I was truly concerned that your kind might flee in fear. Let the rain of bullets descend with even greater ferocity. At this moment, the distance to the precipice was less than 3 kilometers, and Zhu Yunfei resolved to unleash his full potential without restraint. With deft control over his flying sword, he maneuvered skillfully, evading the assaults of the monstrous beasts. Simultaneously, his finger pressed firmly on the trigger of the 3,000 death weapon, unleashing a relentless barrage upon the horde of creatures below. The beasts fell in droves, akin to wheat sheaves sliced by a scythe, as a storm of projectiles rained down upon them. Suddenly, a spectral shield flickered before Zhu Yunfei, and in an instant, he and his sword plummeted towards the ground. Alas, he had been struck. Dear readers, after Zhu Yunfei feigned death to escape, in what manner shall he exact his vengeance upon the Tang family? Now, we require 3 or 4 roles for the Tang family's demise. Your suggestions for names would be most appreciated. Chapter 98. Unleashing the Power of 3,000 Death. Zhu Yunfei faces destruction just moments ago. An attack launched by the Beast King had struck Zhu Yunfei with pinpoint accuracy, sending him crashing down. Fortunately, he had prudently equipped the small shield artifact from Tang Jian, which absorbed the blow, sparing him from injury. Regrettably, his flying sword was rendered inoperable. Yet, Zhu Yunfei had no time to mourn the loss of his sword. Having relinquished his aerial advantage, the situation had turned dire. Surrounded by the beasts, there was no time to ascend once more. Without hesitation, he hoisted 3,000 death and sprinted towards the edge of the cliff. With the aid of his flying boots, he barely managed to distance himself from the pursuing horde, reaching the precipice just in time. Come on, I shall not retreat. Let us see who perishes first. Facing the encircling beasts, Zhu Yunfei roared, raising 3,000 death. The gun's barrel whirled like a wheel, its flames a searing blue, as bullets rained down upon the beastly throng. The lower-tiered monsters disintegrated into clouds of crimson mist in the blink of an eye. The third-tier low-grade Gatling Spirit Treasure, with its astonishing rate of fire, was indeed formidable. Roar! The Beast King, unwilling to relent, issued the command for a full-scale assault. Dozens of mid-level second-tier beasts, radiating brilliant protective light, pressed forward through the hail of gunfire, relentlessly closing in on Zhu Yunfei. Die! He shouted. Having cleared the lesser beasts, he redirected his fire towards the group of formidable foes. Bullets struck the protective auras of the beasts, eliciting vibrant spiritual patterns. The force of a single bullet equated to that of a second-tier cultivator, insufficient to breach the defenses of these formidable creatures. Thus, he had no choice but to rely on sheer numbers to overwhelm them, a battle of attrition. As spiritual energy waned, the ammunition remained inexhaustible. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Boom. As the ethereal shield shattered, the defenses of the first formidable demon were breached. In an instant, a hail of bullets tore the creature into myriad fragments. Following suit were the second and third beasts. No matter how swiftly these demons darted and evaded, they could not escape the lethal aim of the relentless barrage. One after another, they fell, riddled with holes. Ha ha ha, such delight. What are these great demons? If not destined to kneel? Now it is your turn, Beast King. Zhu Yunfei let out a resounding roar. Leveling his gun at the Beast King and the last remaining dozen or so demon beasts encircling it, the moment of fate had arrived. Without uttering a word of pre-battle rhetoric, Zhu Yunfei pulled the trigger. Thousands of bullets poured forth in an instant. However, what Zhu Yunfei did not anticipate was that the Beast King did not evade the onslaught like the other great demons. Instead, it chose to endure the assault head-on. What? It's braving the storm? How exhilarating! Zhu Yunfei was elated, while the weapon, Lethal 3000, possessed formidable power. Its greatest challenge in combat against high-level cultivators and demon beasts lay in the risk of missing the target. After all, the speeds of these high-level cultivators and beasts were akin to teleportation. Without sufficient volume of fire, how could there be any damage? Fortunately, this Beast King, though appearing astute, was in truth rather foolish. The saying goes, capture the ringleader first. Since the Beast King was determined to withstand the assault, Zhu Yunfei saw no reason to hold back, unleashing a torrent of bullets without restraint. Yet, to Zhu Yunfei's astonishment, after a full 5 or 6 breaths, the bullets merely sparked against the Beast King's presence, failing to even graze its fur. Something was amiss. An overwhelming sense of foreboding gripped Zhu Yunfei. He had underestimated the capabilities of this Beast King. Roar! The Beast King let out a thunderous roar, its imposing aura as a late-stage second-tier demon exuding an unparalleled might, its spiritual energy surging magnificently. Zhu Yunfei was taken aback. He could not fathom what means the Beast King had employed. Although it appeared to be struggling, it stood its ground, enduring the relentless firepower of Lethal 3000. Moreover, it pressed forward step by step, undeterred by the storm of bullets. At this rate, it would be disastrous. Perish. Ultimate secret art, great desolation thunder. Suddenly, Zhu Yunfei's eyes blazed crimson as he let out a mighty roar. Simultaneously, he hurled a massive black orb. The Beast King, startled, assumed this accursed cultivator was about to unleash some arcane technique, and an alarm rang in its mind. Instantly, it halted its advance, channeling all its spiritual energy into its innate divine art, shielding itself and the few remaining demon beasts behind it. At the very moment the Beast King fully activated its defense, a thunderous explosion resonated, shaking the heavens and the earth. The colossal shockwave sent the Beast King and its allies reeling back several paces. The Beast King's pupils constricted. Disbelief etched across its face as it gazed at the spot where the massive black orb had descended, its powerful legs trembling ever so slightly. Comparable to the explosive force of a third-tier demon's self-detonation, such a tactic is indeed the work of a mere human ant at the chi refinement stage. As the wind dissipated the smoke and cleared the air, the scene at the edge of the cliff was revealed. Upon discerning the sight before him, the Beast King could not help but draw a sharp breath. The cliffside, which had once appeared relatively smooth, now resembled a massive bite taken out of it, leaving behind a gaping chasm. Furthermore, that human ant had left not even a trace of ash. Were it not for the Beast King's awakened bloodline and his extraordinary defensive innate abilities, he would have certainly faced severe injury or even death from that recent explosion. Just as the Beast King prepared to approach the cliff's edge for a closer inspection, a thunderous shout echoed from the distant sky. Audacious beast! How dare you slaughter the disciples of the Lan Song immortal sect? You shall be punished. The Beast King turned at the sound. Witnessing a colossal warship swiftly approaching from afar, his eyes narrowing instinctively. With a furious roar, he bellowed, "Roar!" Without a moment's hesitation, the Beast King and the remaining dozen or so powerful demons turned tail and fled. It was evident that these were reinforcements from the human cultivators. And with his forces greatly diminished, it would be foolish to remain. Huh, you think you can escape? Too late. At the prow of the warship, Li Yuqing swung his sword, his voice resonating through the heavens. Formation, activate. No sooner had Li Yuqing's command left his lips than the formation at the ship's bow ignited with brilliance. Following this, a beam of light shot down towards the position of the Beast King below, feeling a chill run down his spine as he fled. The Beast King did not hesitate to activate his innate divine ability to shield his remaining demons. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted, and the surrounding trees were instantly toppled by the shockwave, creating a clearing of several dozen feet around. Chapter 99. Li Yuqing slays the Great Demon. Zhu Yunfei falls from the cliff. Li Yuqing snorted coldly, a more intense killing intent glimmering in his eyes. To withstand an attack of the initial stage of the Golden Core, you possess some skill. However, this ends now. All forces, charge. With that, Li Yuqing took the lead. Leaping from the warship, riding the winds as he directed his sword towards the Beast King below. Following his command, several Foundation establishment cultivators and numerous Qi refinement stage practitioners aboard the warship also drew forth various magical artifacts, leaping down in a swarm behind Li Yuqing. As the multitude of human cultivators descended upon him, the Beast King's eyes turned bloodshot, and he unleashed a defiant roar towards the heavens. Roar? This roar, akin to thunder, expressed his unwillingness, his fury, the indomitable spirit of the beasts. Before the echo of his roar could fade, two late-stage second-tier demons surged forward like arrows released from a bow, launching a countercharge against the oncoming human cultivators. Meanwhile, the Beast King, along with the remaining beasts, fled without a backward glance. Despite his resentment, the advantage was clearly with the humans now. To remain would mean certain death. He was a beast, not a fool. A mere roar to vent one's frustration suffices. Can one truly persist in such a struggle? As for those two second-tier great demons, sacrifices must be made for the sake of the clan. Li Yuqing, confronted by the desperate counterattack of the two formidable beasts, remained unperturbed, his expression one of disdain. With a flick of his sword, two streaks of sword light pierced through the massive bodies of the demons. In the blink of an eye, a crimson line appeared upon each beast, which then split into four and whizzed past Li Yuqing. Both the cultivators who descended alongside him and those who remained aboard the battleship were left in awe by this spectacle. The foremost swordsman of the Lansong sect truly instilled terror. However, before the corpses of the demons could even plummet to the ground, two more attacks surged towards Li Yuqing. One demon expelled a fireball aimed directly at his face, while the other shot forth its bristles like arrows, enveloping his entire form. Li Yuqing's demeanor remained icy, devoid of any emotion. Could mere insects dare to challenge him? With his sword held horizontally, he lightly flicked the blade with his fingertips. Clang! The sword sang like a dragon. Subsequently, with a swift turn of his body, the sword danced through the air, transforming into a myriad of sword shadows. In an instant, all attacks vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, taking advantage of Li Yuqing's distraction, the Demon King had already fled several miles away, making it impossible to pursue. Li Yuqing snorted coldly, abandoning the chase, and commanded the cultivators behind him, "Bring me the heads of these beasts." With that, he took a step forward, soaring towards the cliff where Zhu Yunfei had vanished. Faced with the encirclement of numerous cultivators, the two second-tier great demons tasked with the rearguard could not withstand the onslaught and were soon reduced to mere skeletons. At the cliff's edge, Li Yuqing gazed at the enormous gap, sensing something amiss. "My lord." Li Jia approached respectfully, bowing before Li Yuqing and presenting a deformed projectile. "My subordinate discovered this peculiar artifact within the bodies of the slain demons. Preliminary investigations indicate that at least 200 demons perished on the path while pursuing Zhu Yunfei due to this artifact." Li Yuqing raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Oh, are you suggesting that Zhu Yunfei utilized this artifact, which lacks even a defined tier, to slay 200 demons, including over a dozen second-tier beasts?" "Indeed, my lord. It appears to be the case. My subordinates conducted a thorough examination. Aside from this artifact, no traces of other offensive energies were found within the demons." "How exceedingly fascinating," Li Yuqing remarked with a slight smile. Pressing further, "What have you uncovered regarding the situation here?" "My lord, according to my investigation, the gap at the cliff's edge seems to have resulted from a powerful explosion. The lingering energies at the scene are too chaotic to ascertain the cause of the explosion. Additionally, fragments of a shattered magical robe were discovered at the site." However, as he spoke, Li Jia paused momentarily before cautiously continuing. "However, I have not found any fragments of the cultivator's physical body here. nor have I detected any residual soul energy fluctuations. Upon finishing his words, Li Jia nervously raised his gaze, only to find that Li Yuqing's expression remained unchanged, seemingly unperturbed. Li Yuqing nodded and calmly instructed, "Inquire about the jade slip, but do not mention anything regarding the magical artifacts. As for Zhu Yunfei's conclusion, record it as presumed deceased. Additionally, send the shadow ghost to investigate the cliff below. If Zhu Yunfei is indeed alive, ensure the shadow ghost protects him discreetly. Remember, observe only, do not interfere." After issuing his commands, Li Yuqing turned and flew back to the warship. "Understood," Li Jia replied. At the base of the cliff, Zhu Yunfei anxiously rubbed the shattered defensive shield in his hands, feeling utterly despondent. "Damn it, I wonder if that old tiger was blown to pieces?" he lamented. "If he survived, I will surely take my revenge." Zhu Yunfei cursed with a face full of rage. Previously, when the Beast King had charged through the formidable barrage of 3,000 lethal attacks, Zhu Yunfei realized he had no means to defeat the Beast King. Thus, he had no choice but to detonate the super bomb he had prepared in advance to cover his retreat. Just as the bomb was thrown, Zhu Yunfei performed a lazy roll and plunged down the cliff. Initially, he had intended to employ his flying boots for a swift escape. However, just as the runes on his boots began to glow, an enormous fireball erupted, engulfing him in a whirlwind of debris. How unfortunate, Zhu Yunfei thought, realizing his miscalculation. He wished to fly, yet found himself powerless. At that critical moment, the small shield at his waist shimmered with light, transforming into a formidable blue shield that stood protectively before him. Zhu Yunfei had never anticipated that this makeshift bomb, a concoction of TNT and assorted spiritual materials, would possess such incredible power. Even at this distance, he had not escaped its lethal radius. Had it not been for the shield's timely protection, he feared he would have perished by his own creation. Amidst the chaos of crashing stones, flames, and shockwaves raining down upon the shield, Zhu Yunfei felt a flicker of relief. However, an unexpected turn of events soon followed. After merely 3 breaths, the shield's surface began to crack ominously. Moments later, he heard a sharp crack, and the blue shield shattered. What the hell? Zhu Yunfei's heart sank as he had no time to react before he was knocked unconscious by the residual force of the explosion, plummeting like a wounded dove towards the abyss below. P.S. Special thanks to Reading Cures Brain Paralysis for providing new plot ideas. Initially, I planned to have him embark on revenge directly, but now I will arrange a fortuitous encounter for Yunfei, allowing him to acquire several demonic cultivation techniques. After all, a killer's methods should be anything but mundane. Chapter 100. Surviving the plunge from the cliff. Encountering the cave to seek treasure time seemed to stretch indefinitely as Zhu Yunfei gradually regained consciousness. Overwhelmed by excruciating pain coursing through his body, he found himself momentarily disoriented. As he lifted his gaze, confusion enveloped him. Where exactly was he? Bathed in the silvery glow of the moonlight, he quickly discerned his predicament. Clearly, he was reclined upon a ledge on the edge of a cliff. However, whether this platform was a natural formation or a man-made structure remained uncertain. Yet, such details were inconsequential. The paramount fact was that he was still alive. Upon probing his body with his spiritual sense, Zhu Yunfei discovered he had merely fractured 4 ribs, lacerated a section of his intestines, and broken his left leg. A sigh of relief escaped him. Phew, it seems I am not destined to perish just yet. Alas, it is a pity for this fine little shield. My heart aches at the thought. The Tang family shall be held accountable for this grievance. With the shield stowed away, a glint of murderous intent flickered in Zhu Yunfei's eyes. Were it not for the Tang family, he would not have had to endure such great sacrifices to feign death and escape. Humph. In 30 days, the tide will turn. When I have healed, it will mark the beginning of your nightmares, Tang family. Zhu Yunfei uttered with resentment, suddenly struck by a realization that altered his expression to one of peculiar delight. A fall from a cliff, a platform, surviving a calamity. Could this not be the quintessential setup for an encounter with an old sage? His demeanor transformed instantly, radiating with newfound brilliance. Indeed, I am the chosen one. As the saying goes, surviving a cliff fall surely leads to meeting an old sage. What am I waiting for? I must search. Oh, wait. Healing my injuries is paramount. Zhu Yunfei retrieved a rejuvenating pill from his storage pouch and consumed it, thereafter commencing his cultivation to recuperate. After an hour, the visible pain on his body diminished significantly. Though he had not fully recovered, he was now able to stand and move, which would not hinder his quest for the old sage. Fortune favors the diligent. After a brief respite, Zhu Yunfei, limping, finally stumbled upon a cave obscured by creeping vines. Remarkably, a cave indeed exists. His eyes gleamed with surprise as he muttered to himself. However, he refrained from hastily entering, recalling an incident from years past when he nearly fell victim to the treachery of that old man hidden within a turtle shell. This memory instilled a sense of caution within him. Thus, Zhu Yunfei released the pathfinding puppet beast, the little yellow weasel, to probe the cave's interior. To his astonishment, he was left waiting for over an hour. No explosion sounded from the puppet beast, nor did it emerge from the cave. Zhu Yunfei began to murmur anxiously to himself. What on earth is happening? Could it be trapped? No, even if it were ensnared, it should have self-destructed by now. Sigh. It seems I must avoid relying on such cheap goods in the future. Just as Zhu Yunfei's impatience was reaching its peak, the puppet weasel suddenly materialized at the cave's entrance. He swiftly scooped up the puppet beast and conducted a thorough examination. It appeared unharmed, suggesting that the cave posed no immediate danger. Upon witnessing the puppet beast in pristine condition, Zhu Yunfei felt an immense weight lift from his heart. He retrieved the spirit light pearl and, channeling his spiritual energy, cautiously ventured into the cavern. As he entered, the reason for the puppet beast's prolonged absence became evident. Behind the cavern entrance lay a sloped passage that extended far into the depths. It took Zhu Yunfei over an hour to reach the end of this passage. However, rather than displaying any impatience, his smile grew increasingly radiant. During his exploration, he had discovered several ineffective array flags. Although he was perplexed by the unusual structure of the cave, it was undeniable that this cavern had once belonged to a powerful figure. At the passage's terminus, a rudimentary stone door barred his way. Zhu Yunfei searched around, but found no mechanisms or formations. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to open the door by force. To mitigate any potential dangers lurking behind it, he placed a bundle of explosives at the entrance, ignited the fuse, and swiftly retreated down the passage. With a resounding boom, as he exited the cave, Zhu Yunfei felt the ground beneath him tremble. After a considerable interval of silence, he gradually relaxed his vigilance and summoned the puppet beast to scout ahead. To his dismay, after all the effort of tunneling through the mountain, he was met with a disheartening sight. A cramped chamber lay before him. Crossing the shattered stone door, Zhu Yunfei felt as though he had swallowed a fly, utterly discontented. Behind the demolished door was a mere stone chamber, measuring only 5 zhang in length and width. Indeed, it was nothing more than a stone room. Inside, there was a simple stone bed, a dusty array disc, a few empty elixir bottles, and a skeletal figure clad in a black robe, nothing more. Having excavated so deep, he had expected something more substantial. What a disgrace. He was determined to uncover the identity of the individual responsible for such a meager